proposed that Diaghilev was implicitly putting forward Stravinsky as a 20th-century Wagner. Each of the Right's creators had a relationship with the composer. Nijinsky, who could play parts of Tannhauser at the piano, danced the Venusberg at the Mariinsky in 1910, under Faulkon's direction. According to his wife, Romola, Nijinsky had ideas for how Wagner should be performed, not only Tannhauser but also Lohengrin and Tristan, and hoped to work in Bayreuth, like Isadora Duncan. In 1912, Nijinsky joined Diaghilev and Stravinsky on a visit to the festival, where they all saw Parsifal. Stravinsky, in later years, insisted that his experience of Bayreuth had been one of extreme discomfort, that he had gone away revolted by the unseemly and sacrilegious conception of art as religion. At the time, though, the young composer sang a different tune. Parsifal interested him sufficiently that he went to see the opera a second time when it was done in Monte Carlo, and in a subsequent letter he wrote respectfully of the great art of Wagner. A curious feature of Stravinsky's Right score is its use of Wagner tubas, the wide-bore horns that were tailor-made for Bayreuth. They give a tinge of Valhalla to the procession of the sage. As for Roerich, he not only designed sets and costumes for the Right but co-wrote its scenario. Of Norwegian heritage, Roerich had been besotted with Wagner since the Ring came to St. Petersburg in 1889. In 1907, he made sketches for Walküre, not on commission but for his own edification. The first of these, showing Hunding's hut, is nothing too unusual, but the following two sketches, for the rocky gorge of Act 2 and for the Ring of Fire in Act 3, are severe and stylized. The last is dominated by blocks of color, yellow, orange, and red for the fire, deep shades of blue for the mountains. Roerich would give much the same look to the Neolithic world of the Right. In 1912, he made designs for a projected production of Tristan by the Simon Theatre. Again, the geometric patterning of the costumes parallels the Right. Roerich later said that he wanted to do the stage setting for Wagner's operas as they had never been done in the world. No flames and no smoke. It would be mystery and symbol. After the war, Roerich launched himself as a theosophical leader, gaining an international following. On an expedition to the Himalayas, he commented that the rocks seemed to sing Wagner to him. In the United States, he found admirers in high places. Henry Wallace, Franklin Delano Roosevelt's Secretary of Agriculture and later his vice president, corresponded regularly with the man he called Guru, casting himself as Galahad and, on occasion, Parsifal. In one letter, Wallace wrote, "Long have I been aware of the occasional fragrance from that other world which is the real world. Yes, the chalice is filling." Rumors about the letters contributed to Wallace's removal from the presidential ticket in 1944, he was thus prevented from succeeding Roosevelt when the latter died the following year. With a different turn of events, Parsifal might have become President of the United States. Russian symbolism had its roots in decadent poses and practices that were initially almost indistinguishable from their counterparts in France. The poet and playwright Vyacheslav Ivanov, a leader of the movement, gained notoriety for organizing occult ceremonies, including one at which a goblet supposedly filled with human blood was passed around. Later, Ivanov and his colleagues gravitated toward grandiose mysticism and visions of cataclysmic change. For the Russian symbolists, as for Mallarmé, Wagner was a kind of halfway station, but in their case the end goal was a ritual that could double as political action. Nietzsche's Dionysian rite merged with Wagner's sacred theater. A favorite word among Russian symbolists was theurgy, the belief that divine forces could intervene in and transform human affairs. In Ivanov's 1905 essay Wagner and the Dionysian Act, the composer is crowned the first forerunner of universal myth creation. His greatest gift is his ability to forge a sense of organic concord in his audience, a characteristic that Ivanov links to the Slavophile term sobernost, indicating the unanimity of feeling in Russian Orthodox services. In Ivanov's eyes, though, the audience at Bayreuth plays too passive a role, it stays locked in contemplation while singers act the parts of heroes and the orchestra casts spells of emotion. Influenced by Nietzsche's cult of Dionysian tragedy, Ivanov wants future theatergoers to enter into the dynamics of the drama. Like the dithyrambic chorus of ancient Greece, the spectator must become an actor, a co-participant in the rite. After 1905, Ivanov turned towards social engagement, propounding with his fellow poet Georgy Chulkov a philosophy of mystical anarchism, a conjoining of symbolist aesthetics and radical politics. Andrei Bely, the author of the mountainous symbolist novel Petersburg, shared the Wagner obsessions of the Ivanov circle. Born in 1880 as Boris Bug of his adopted name means white, he fell for music at an early age and hoped to become a composer. His tutor in Wagnerism was the critic Emil Mettner, a darksome figure who espoused Aryan philosophy and sometimes wrote under the pseudonym Wolfing, Siegmund's name in Walküre. Like Schopenhauer and Walter Pater, Bely felt that music was the supreme art, the one toward which other forms should aspire. In his essay The Forms of Art, he called Wagner the first musician who consciously reached out his hand to tragedy as though in an attempt to facilitate its evolution in the direction of music. Ada Steinberg, in a study of Bely and music, determines that the author focused less on Dionysian theater or the Gesamtkunstwerk than on the auditory texture of music itself. With phrases as my material, I wanted to do what Wagner did with the melody, Bely wrote. This brings him close to English language stream of consciousness writing and its French antecedents. Between 1899 and 1908, Bely produced a series of prose poems called symphonies, Pre-Symphony, Northern or Heroic Symphony, Dramatic Symphony, The Return, and Fourth Symphony, later titled The Goblet of Blizzards. These are populated by knights, swans, giants, gnomes, and dragons, not to mention Siegfried and Brunhilde. Furthermore, Bely employs an unusually sophisticated leitmotif technique, as Bartlett shows. A network of repetitions within the literary fabric takes the place of narrative continuity. Sentences and sections are numbered, giving the work a quasi-scientific appearance. The dramatic symphony opens thus. 1. A season of sweltering grind. The roadway gleamed blindingly. 2 cab drivers cracked their whips, exposing their worn, blue backs to the hot sun. 3 yard sweepers raised columns of dust, their grime-browned faces loudly exulting, untroubled by grimaces from passers-by. 4 Along the pavements scurried heat-exhausted intellectuals and suspicious-looking citizens. 5 All were pale, and over everyone hung the light blue vault of the sky, now deep blue, now gray, now black, full of musical tedium, eternal tedium, with the sun's eye in its midst. Leitmotifs pile up. 3 times we encounter the sentence the peasants and horses were different, but what they did was the same. The eternal recurrence recurs, everything returns again and again. Everything returns again. Everything returns, everything returns again. Everything returns. Everything returns again. As the work proceeds, this abstracted ordinary landscape is filled with characteristic fin de siècle figures, a philosopher, a liberal democrat, a religious zealot. Glimpsed in the background are Ibsen, Nordau, Maeterlinck, Nietzsche, prophet of the eternal return, and even Paladin, the Parisian magus. Toward the end, a prophet named Musadov theorizes the fourth dimension and other recondite concepts. At a government office, he inquires after the secrets of the universe, and receives the answer, but maybe I should just tell you the mystery of mysteries, to put your mind at rest, there are no mysteries. Quotidian life rushes back in, carrying with it the leitmotifs of unchanging nature, springtime, apple trees, sunsets. Bely's Wagnerism momentarily lapsed around 1906. In the essay Against Music, he denounced Wagner's borrowed heroism and bourgeois pretensions. Bartlett suggests that this reversal was the result of Bely's inability to play the Siegfried role that he had fantasized for himself, especially in his love life. His interest soon rebounded. Around 1909, he began delving into the occult, and Parsifal supplied him with esoteric sacred images. Like Yeats, he made a point of staying at the Grand Hotel Et de Palmas in Palermo, where Wagner had completed his final opera. By 1913, Belly had become a follower of Rudolf Steiner and anthroposophy, his interest apparently stirred by a Götterdämmerung in Brussels. "We wait for Parsifal," Belly wrote during the war, while living at Steiner's colony in Switzerland. Petersburg, which Belly drafted in 1911 and 1912 and published in book form in 1916, unfolds in a phantasmagoric city on the verge of upheaval, the Petersburg of October 1905, just before the general strike. Its principal characters are Apollon Apollonovich Ablukhov, a powerful senator of unprepossessing mien and tidy habits, and his son Nikolai Apollonovich, a disaffected aristocrat who joins a cohort of revolutionaries and is eventually ordered to kill his father. Early on, amid a swirl of urban impressions, Belly evokes the Flying Dutchman flying from the leaden expanses of the Baltic and German seas, in order here to erect by illusion his misty estates and to give the wave of amassing clouds the name of islands. The phantom captain becomes a recurring motif, merging with the figure of Peter the Great, who, as it happens, learned shipbuilding at the Dutch East India Company. Peter is also present as the bronze horseman, the statue that inspired Pushkin's poem of the same title. The Dutchman, the horseman, and the sinister stranger all manifested Dionysian energy that portends an era of destruction and creation. The upper crust milieu of Petersburg overlaps with that of Belly's symphonies, as Nikolai moves among Wagnerians, Nietzscheans, symbolists, and occultists. A salonier named Sofia Petrovna explains that she intended to study melloplastics, so as to be able to dance the Ride of the Valkyries neither better nor worse than it was danced in Bayreuth. Meanwhile the very pretty maid would bring a gramophone into the little room, and from its red horn the gramophone's tin throat would belch forth the Ride of the Valkyries at the guest. Paranoid chatter about Jews and Freemasons flows through the conversation of the city. There is talk of healthy barbarism, of a renaissance of pure folk feeling. In one hallucinatory sequence, the horseman comes to life and flies over Petersburg's rooftops. A terrorist named Dudkin, known also as the Stranger, leads Nikolai into the heart of the radical cabal, although both men begin to question their mission in the course of a joint spiritual quest. In the end, the bomb intended for Apollon goes off harmlessly. The master bureaucrat retires soon after, having failed utterly to control the tumult of 1905. Nikolai goes off to wander the meadows in a state of solitary contemplation, a Parsifal without temple or grail. As for Dudkin, we last see him astride the corpse of his malignant superior, in a parody of the Bronze Horseman or, perhaps, of the Valkyries, bearing the bodies of slain warriors. Alexander Bloch, Belly's exact contemporary, fit the part of the artist hero. Belly aspired to be a strikingly handsome young man who thought of pursuing an acting career before making his name with symbolist poems of ecstatic, apocalyptic character. His first experience of Wagner, the Mariinsky's Walkure in 1900, inspired a poem in which the meeting of Siegmund and Sieglinde is paraphrased in compressed, heightened language. Black sword broke against the rocks. Volset. Volset. Where is your sword? Bloch identifies with Wagner's heroes in terms both personal and spiritual. He likens himself to the sword-wielding Siegfried and apostrophizes his ideal love, the beautiful lady, in images suitable for Brunhilde on her flaming rock. The whole horizon is on fire and mercilessly clear. I wait in silence, grieving and loving. The recurring vision of the red sky, the burning horizon, carries with it a sense of imminent, catastrophic change. After the turmoil of 1905, in Bartlett's account, Bloch sympathized more with Wagner's tragic, flawed heroes, Tristan, Wotan, Siegmund. The 1913 play The Rose and the Cross infuses a tale of star-crossed medieval love with Rosicrucian imagery, a belated and stylish echo of Paladin's Rose plus Croix. All the while, the poet's attachment to Wagner never wavered. Every time I hear him, Bloch said in 1909, I am more excited. Music is the most influential and dangerous thing. The coming of revolution only intensified his passion. Wagner is still both alive and new, he wrote in a 1918 essay. When the revolution starts sounding in the air, Wagner's art answers back. This messianic litany changed surprisingly little as the Bolsheviks laid waste to Tsarist society. In his 1919 essay The Collapse of Humanism, Bloch greets Wagner as a summoner and invoker of ancient chaos, the chosen one who speaks aloud what humanist thought cannot confront. The great bell of anti-humanism peals over the earth, the world purifies itself, casting off its old garments, man grows closer to the elemental in nature, he grows more musical. Man, human animal, social animal, moral animal, is being reconstructed as an artist, speaking in the language of Wagner. The revolution is born of the spirit of music, and carries the debris of civilization in its torrent. In his diary, Bloch quoted the Rhine maidens, "Only down deep is it trusty and true, false and base is the revelry above." Bolshevik Wagner. Tsar Nicholas II died in a hail of bullets in July 1918, along with his wife and his 5 children, the climactic event in the Red Terror that followed the Russian Revolution of 1917. Given Nicholas's role in promoting Wagner, performances of the operas might have been expected to grind to a halt once the Bolshevik era began. In fact, the Tsar had consigned Wagner to enemy status with the onset of the First World War, and his works had already dropped out of the repertory. When the Bolsheviks made a separate peace with Germany at Brest-Litovsk, they effectively made peace with Bayreuth as well. Rienzi, Tannhauser, Lohengrin, Rheingold, Walküre, Siegfried, and Meistersinger received stagings in Petrograd, Moscow, and elsewhere. There were even 1 or 2 attempts at Parsifal, although its religious orientation caused ideological trouble. Some productions displayed futurist, constructivist, and other avant-garde features, others revived the turn-of-the-century Tsarist style for a new proletarian audience. The general public took advantage of lowered ticket prices to crowd into the old imperial theaters. Bourgeois culture was thus converted into the culture of the masses. Vladimir Tatlin, designed for the Flying Dutchman and model of the Third International Tower. Interest in Wagner reached to the top of the new Soviet hierarchy. Vladimir Lenin was a casual Wagnerite, having been raised in a home that held the composer in high regard. The Bolshevik leader apparently saw no political value in the operas, instead thrilling to their theatrical effects, which sometimes overwhelmed him. He liked Wagner greatly, Lenin's widow, Nadezhda Krupskaya, recalled. But he usually left, almost ill, after the first act. He heard the Good Friday music from Parsifal in London in 1903, attended Wagner performances while in exile in Zurich, and had 3 Wagner books in his library at the Kremlin. When, in 1920, he laid a wreath at the monument to the victims of the revolution on the Field of Mars, Siegfried's funeral music served as an accompaniment. "It is as if this music was created for this moment," a witness reported. The same hero's lament rang out at a concert marking Lenin's death, in 1924. Curating that musical memorial was Anatoly Lunacharsky, the People's Commissar of Education and the chief cultural authority in the first years of the regime. Lunacharsky arrived at Bolshevism along a circuitous path that touched on Wagner, Nietzsche, symbolism, and theosophy, and his political rhetoric retained a mystical accent. "The party must be everywhere," he said, "like the biblical Spirit of God." Lunacharsky tried to apply his tolerant, eclectic taste to the unsettled world of the Bolshevik arts, where futurists vied with anti-bourgeois proletarians and conservative-leaning academics. Wagner's music and writing seemed to occupy a historically sound middle ground. In 1918, Lunacharsky wrote an introduction for a new edition of Art and Revolution, in which he made a bold claim of equivalence: the revolutionary movement of 1848 that gave birth to the great communist manifesto of our brilliant teachers Marx and Engels was also reflected in the small, lively, deep, and revolutionary brochure of the no less brilliant Richard Wagner. The historian Lars Kleberg calls this 1918 translation of Art and Revolution the first significant publication on theatrical theory to appear in Soviet Russia. The ideal of a proletarian theater coincided with the more extravagant imaginings of late Tsarist Russia, notably Ivanov's modern dithyrambic chorus. Platon Kurgentsev, a leader of the proletkult or proletarian culture faction, redefined the Gesamtkunstwerk as a close fraternity between all the arts, where the snobbishly specialized categories of bourgeois culture would cease to apply. Divisions between director and performer, between performer and audience, between participant and onlooker would fall away. More than their counterparts to their west, Russian theorists understood Gesamt to mean communal or collective. The quintessence of the communist Gesamtkunstwerk was the mass spectacle, which thrived from 1918 to 1920. These pageant-like events involved thousands of people, professional and amateur. The largest of them, the storming of the Winter Palace, recruited soldiers and sailors as performers, with percussive support from the guns of the cruiser Aurora. Around 100,000 people are said to have witnessed it. Wagner provided theoretical backing for these occasions, and, sometimes, music as well. The Mystery of Liberated Labor reviewed the struggle of the working classes, from the Spartacus uprising to the present day. Radiant music from Lohengrin signaled the advent of the kingdom of freedom, the long-sought socialist paradise. The musical director of this performance was a young pianist named Dmitry Tiomkin, who later had an illustrious career as a composer in Hollywood. Lunacharsky, reverting again to fin de siècle vocabulary, described such affairs as orgiastic exaltation. Just as the storming of the Winter Palace was unfolding in Petrograd, the artist Vladimir Tatlin unveiled a model of his monument to the Third International, which, in the unlikely event that it had been built, would have been the ultimate expression of the Bolshevik impulse to fuse art and life. Tatlin envisioned a tower around 1,300 feet high, defined by an upward spiraling twin helix. Within that form were office spaces of various geometric shapes: cube, pyramid, cylinder, each of which slowly rotated at a prescribed speed. The basic outline of the monument originated in cubo-futurist designs that Tatlin made between 1915 and 1918. The occasion was not architectural but theatrical, a projected production of The Flying Dutchman. The monument's upward angling tower was originally the mast of the Dutchman's ship, swathed in geometric rigging. Mikhail Kolesnikov has stated that with these designs Tatlin was the first to break up the surface of the stage, building several planes tilted at different angles and intersecting each other at different levels. Wagner was thus present at the birth of the constructivist aesthetic. Meyerhold. No Russian artist paid closer attention to the radical strain in Wagner's work than Vsevolod Meyerhold, the tragic hero of Bolshevik theater. Emil Meyergold, the director's father, was a German Jewish vodka distiller who had immigrated to Russia and converted to Lutheranism. Vsevolod was sufficiently fluent in German that he could tackle Wagner's prose writings, which he read in their entirety. An encounter with Konstantin Stanislavski's newly founded Moscow Art Theatre, in 1898, steered Meyerhold toward a theatrical career. He joined the company, but Stanislavski's meticulous naturalism failed to satisfy him. He felt that the drama should strike harder and deeper into social reality. "I want to burn with the spirit of the times," Meyerhold wrote to Anton Chekhov in 1901. The theater can play an enormous part in the transformation of the whole of existence. Meyerhold established his signature technique of uslovnost, or stylization, around 1905, as he grappled with the challenge of staging Maeterlinck's elliptical plays and other symbolist works. Early on, the director defined uslovnost as an effort to use convention, generalization, and symbol to bring out those hidden features that are deeply rooted in the style of any work of art. In place of florid gestures and tremulous recitations, he demanded statuesque poses and a cold coining of the words. When early experiments faltered in Moscow, Meyerhold moved to Petersburg, where the group around Ivanov and Bloch offered support. In the same period, he was absorbing the theatrical theories of Appia, Fuchs, and Craig, all of whom shared his antipathy toward naturalist acting and realistic sets. In 1906 Meyerhold collaborated with Bloch on The Puppet Show, which banished symbolist atmosphere in favor of a carnival aesthetic. Meyerhold, in the role of the sad clown Pierrot, sat in one scene on the bench where Venus and Tannhauser are wont to kiss. At the outset, a trio of Norn-like figures forecast doom, perhaps more for themselves than for the world. "O endless horror, endless dark. The coming is at hand. The perpetrator of such scandalous entertainments must have seemed an odd candidate to undertake Wagner on the great stage of the Mariinsky, yet Meyerhold was directing Tristan there 3 years later. In preparation, he plunged into extensive research, producing, by Rosamund Bartlett's report, 71 pages of notes on Wagner's writings. His preliminary thoughts were set forth in the 1907 essay First Attempts at a Stylized Theater, which begins with a brusque dismissal of the Gesamtkunstwerk. The theater is constantly revealing a lack of harmony amongst those engaged in presenting their collective creative work to the public. One never sees an ideal blend of author, director, actor, designer, composer, and property master. For this reason, Wagner's notion of a synthesis of the arts seems to me impossible. Both the artist and the composer should remain in their own fields. Meyerhold goes on to say that Wagner's orchestra does most of the dramatic work and that the singing lacks the power to express the inner passions of his heroes. What is needed is a new means of expressing the ineffable. This can be found in the art of plastic movement. The director wants his actors to perform as orchestral musicians do, virtuosically but at all costs lacking in individuality. Meyerhold's investigation of Wagner did not end there. In 1909, in an essay accompanying the finished Tristan production, he no longer doubts the potency of the vocal element. The world of the soul can express itself only through music, he writes. The problem now is the discrepancy between the music of the future and the theater of the present. The music refuses to harmonize with everyday, automatic gestures. Meyerhold goes on to cite Appia, who had been talking for years about the Wagnerian contradiction. Quotations from the composer are marshaled to suggest that he foresaw a revolution in the art of direction and design. Meyerhold concludes, "It is clear that the Bayreuth stage could never have satisfied Wagner, because it had yet to sever the final link with the traditions of the Renaissance theater." The Meyerhold Tristan is a legend in the history of Wagner staging, perhaps to an exaggerated degree. As Patrick Carnegie points out, it was less audacious than the prospectus leads one to believe, probably because the Mariinsky was unable to accommodate all of the director's ideas. Meyerhold had wanted the form of a single sail to dominate Act I, with the rest of the ship left to the audience's imagination. A production photograph reveals a fair amount of nautical detail, including rigging, a mast, and furniture for Isolde's cabin. In Act III, where Meyerhold had specified only a vacant horizon and desolate cliffs, the documentation shows props typical of a castle set. Still, Meyerhold defied prevalent styles by pushing the action into the foreground. Here Fuchs's influence was apparent, and by employing hangings in place of realistic sets. Above all, he curtailed histrionics. Ironically, his array of frozen attitudes may not have been too different from the hieratic poses of Cosima's Bayreuth. The director of the Imperial Theatres, Vladimir Telyakovsky, had some reservations. Tristan and Isolde writhe like worms by the rocks and frequently take on unnatural poses, he wrote in his diary, but the production was ultimately counted a success. The culmination of Meyerhold's activity in the Tsarist period came on what was effectively the last day of that era, his staging of Mikhail Lermontov's Masquerade on February 25, 1917. The mutiny by members of the Imperial Guard the following day precipitated the fall of the Tsar's regime. Katerina Clark, in her book Petersburg, explains how the Masquerade production fused a Wagnerian Nietzschean agenda, the tearing away of the masks of commercial theater, with a Marxist concern for working-class voices. A tragedy of an Othello-like nobleman becomes a mirror image of Tsarist society on the eve of its downfall. One can only wonder what Meyerhold might have accomplished with a ring staging on the same principle. Meyerhold's first major work of the Bolshevik period was his agitprop production of Vladimir Mayakovsky's Mystery Booth, with designs by Kazimir Malevich. Meyerhold went on to serve as head of Lunacharsky's theater division and to present stagings at a bespoke venue dubbed RSFSR Theater No. 1. His first project at the latter space, in 1920, was Emil Verhaaren's politically charged symbolist drama The Dawn, which culminates in a funeral for a fallen populist tribune. The plot calls to mind the Men of the People narrative of Rienzi, which appealed to Bolshevik audiences. Meyerhold planned to produce that opera next. Working with his assistant Valery Bibutov, he vowed to bring about the overthrow of operatic convention that he had failed to achieve in his Tristan. The scenery, by Georgy Yakulov, was based on sketches originally made for Mystery Bouffe. Singers were to appear in contemporary garb. The libretto was Bolshevized, with singers and speaking actors slated to double on each part. The closure of RSFSR Theatre No. 1, in response to the cost-cutting agenda of Lenin's new economic policy, prevented the full execution of this plan, to Meyerhold's intense regret. Yakulov was, however, able to transfer his scheme of a symphony of color and light to his own Rienzi of 1923. That production also invoked the circus, with hoops and a trapeze somehow incorporated into the 14th century setting. Constructivist aesthetics figured in several other Wagner productions of the period. Fyodor Komissarzhevsky and Ivan Fedotov's 1918 realization of Lohengrin, at the former Zyman Theatre in Moscow, included a set made up of conical and cubic forms. A staging of the same opera at the Bolshoi in 1923, with sets by the great Soviet designer Fyodor Fedorovsky, placed the action in a futuristic abstract landscape, with costumes bearing sharp edges and spikes. This production caused excitement among a group of German doctors who were attending to the ailing Lenin. The Bolshevik art scene changed drastically after 1921. The governing apparatus was reorganized, and Lunacharsky began to lose his authority. The state was exerting ever greater control over the arts, and a backlash against avant-gardism began. Katerina Clark calls it a retreat from a more open-ended situation to one where norms prevailed. Meyerhold's reinterpretations of German music drama fell well outside the bounds of those norms. Meyerhold never directed Wagner again. As the regimentation of Soviet culture proceeded, Wagner's ideological credibility dwindled. Members of the arts bureaucracy criticized Lohengrin as Catholic, mystical, and monarchic propaganda. By 1928, the critic Nikolai Makov was writing that Wagner embodied the self-affirming aspirations of the bourgeoisie of imperialistic Germany and was therefore at variance with our artistic worldview. In 1933, a flurry of events commemorated the 50th anniversary of Wagner's death. After that, the Nazification of the composer made him all but untouchable in the Soviet Union. There was one brief resurgence of interest between 1939 and 1941, in the period of the Hitler-Stalin Non-Aggression Pact. Sergei Eisenstein, Meyerhold's protégé, took advantage of that window to direct a production of Walküre. Otherwise, Wagner did not return to Soviet stages until after Stalin's death. Parsifal was absent until 1997. Even as Wagner faded from sight in Soviet Russia, Meyerhold's innovations were spreading to the West, and the dream of revolutionary Wagner stagings found a second life in the experimental theaters of the Weimar Republic. Although the effort to wrest the composer from the grip of the Folkisch right proved a losing battle, the alternative images fashioned in the Weimar years have had a long afterlife. The wildly multifarious Wagner stagings of today are in a direct line of descent from the Flying Dutchman that opened at the Kroll Opera, in Berlin, in 1929, a production that restored Wagner's power to shock. Weimar Wagnerism. The German Empire failed to outlive Cosima Wagner. On November 9, 1918, the Social Democratic leader Philipp Scheidemann shouted from a window of the Reichstag, "Long live the great German Republic." The long-deferred dream of 1848, that of a free and democratic Germany, was on the verge of fulfillment. Yet the social democratic vision immediately clashed with the ambitions of German communists, who, under the banner of the Spartacus League, attempted to seize Berlin in January 1919. Friedrich Ebert, the social democratic chancellor, made the fateful decision to rely on mercenary forces, the Freikorps, to suppress the uprising. The brutal killing of the communist leaders Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg created a deep rift in the German left, one that may have sealed the fate of the Weimar Republic. The Kroll Opera's The Flying Dutchman, 1929. The cult of Wagner survived the political turbulence. Even as the proto-fascist right wing fed on the ideology of the Bayreuth Circle, leftist Wagnerites pressed their case. The communist stalwart Clara Zetkin kept faith in the composer's revolutionary potential. Luxemburg, her longtime friend, admitted to enjoying Meistersinger, and once compared a beautiful June morning to the Johannistag chorus in that opera. Kurt Eisner, who proclaimed the Bavarian Democratic and Social Republic in November 1918, made his name as an interpreter of Nietzsche and was conversant with Wagner's work, although, following Nietzsche's lead, he labeled the composer a poeticizing dilettante. When Eisner was assassinated, in early 1919, Siegfried's funeral music was announced as a selection for his memorial procession, a gesture that pleased Thomas Mann, who thought that Wagner would have sunk below the horizon in the new socialist order. In Weimar Germany, as in Bolshevik Russia, up-to-date versions of the total artwork circulated in progressive artistic spheres. Walter Gropius, the leader of the Bauhaus movement, had absorbed Gesamtkunstwerk philosophies in Munich, Berlin, and Vienna before the war, and his notions of Einheitkunstwerk and the Kunstwerk der Gesamtheit are variations on a familiar theme. Gropius's Bauhaus Manifesto, issued in 1919, contains passages reminiscent of art and revolution and the artwork of the future. Today the arts exist in isolation, from which they can be rescued only through the conscious, cooperative effort of all craftsmen. Architects, painters, and sculptors must recognize anew and learn to grasp the composite character of a building both as an entity and in its separate parts. Together let us desire, conceive, and create the new structure of the future, which will embrace architecture and sculpture and painting in one unity and which will one day rise toward heaven from the hands of a million workers like the crystal symbol of a new faith. On the cover of the manifesto is Lionel Feininger's woodcut cathedral, which fuses Gothic and Cubist sensibilities. Likewise, Gropius's new structure of the future combines the Bayreuth idea with industrial cathedrals like the Crystal Palace in London. A man of Gropius's precisely driven intellect would not permit a mere recycling of romantic rhetoric. As Matthew Wilson Smith explains in his wide-ranging study The Total Work of Art, Gropius's integration of art and society relied not on an appeal to primordial sentiment, as in Wagner's or William Morris's day, but on objective organizational and technological power. It is a total re-engineering of the real. Gropius also theorized a revolutionary theater venue. Total theater was his chosen term that would bring the art form into the electrified 20th century. Film projections would enhance or replace conventional scenery, stage platforms would be mobile, the audience would be pitched into the middle of the drama. Laszlo Moholy-Nagy, similarly, posited a total stage action, a theater of totality, which would dispense with conventional representation and offer multifarious complexities of light, space, plane, form, motion, sound, man. Wagner's theories are given the usual straw man treatment. Moholy-Nagy wrote, "What we need is not the Gesamtkunstwerk, alongside and separated from which life flows by, but a synthesis of all the vital impulses spontaneously forming itself into the all-embracing Gesamtwerk, life, which abolishes all isolation." The modern dance movement known as Ausdruckstanz, led by Rudolf Laban and Mary Wigman, supplied a more tangible manifestation of total art. Laban's 1921 staging of the Tannhauser Bacchanal at the Mannheim Opera was notable for its free and sensuous movement. In 1925, Laban presented a program of dance scenes from Tristan, Parsifal, and The Ring, passing over detailed characterization and concentrating on fundamental motifs, heroism, dwarfish grotesquerie, and Loggia's fire. For the 1930 season in Bayreuth, Laban was invited to choreograph Tannhauser, as Isadora Duncan had done a quarter-century earlier. Many observers felt that Laban's work had an invigorating effect. It prophesied the revolution in Bayreuth staging that would follow the Second World War. At the same time, his affinity for Nordic body culture and his interest in founding a national dance theater made him acceptable to the Nazi regime, at least in the early years. There were more continuities between Weimar and Nazism than the legend of a radical republic lets on. If, as Wagner and other left-leaning thinkers maintained, The revolution would allow common people to find aesthetic fulfillment in their daily lives. The final frontier was in home decor and fashion. Gertrude Baumer, a moderate leftist who campaigned for women's rights and organic democracy, took this line in her book The Social Idea in the Worldviews of the 19th Century. Wagner's program required shifting to the arts of everyday life, literature, and the fine arts, especially arts and crafts, in order to find its full realization. The Austrian Jewish designer Stella Junker-Weissenberg offered a stylish application of that principle in some sketches from the 20s. For a prospective Wagner review, she imagined a chic retinue of Valkyries, flower maidens, and Venusberg denizens, slender, midriff-bearing women equipped with spears, shields, and winged headgear. These flappers of the future never hit the streets, yet Wagner found his way into the Americanized popular culture of the 20s. In the cafes and bars of Berlin and Vienna, one might have heard, along with the hits of the day, Clement Doucet's delicious jazz-adjacent arrangements of Tannhauser, Wagneria, and Tristan, Isolde. Willy Rosen's cabaret song Frau Abendstern incorporates the song To the Evening Star from Tannhauser into a portrait of a heavy-set woman who finds herself in vogue with slender young men. Frau Abendstern / once again she's ganz modern. In November 1918, just as the German Republican experiment began, Heinrich Mann's Der Untertan, which had been completed before the war, was finally published in book form. The novel's lacerating critique of Kaiserreich culture, including its takedown of Lohengrin as nationalist kitsch, set the tone for literature of the following years. Younger German and Austrian authors, especially those aligned with the left, had difficulty seeing Wagner as anything but a decrepit relic of a national culture that had descended from imperial pomposity into tribal savagery. As in Anglo-American literature, modernist techniques were taking hold: stream of consciousness, leitmotif construction, excavations of everyday culture, and yet Wagner seldom received even glancing credit as a precursor. The mobilization of his work for wartime propaganda probably explains the hostility of the rising generation. One bellwether of changing attitudes was Hermann Hesse, who had put a homoerotic Wagnerian vignette in his debut novel, Peter Kamen's Ind. In the 1919 novella Klein and Wagner, Hesse takes a much darker view of the composer's cultural residuum. A bank officer who has embezzled money flees to Italy, his mind fixated on the name Wagner, not only the Meister, but also the real-life figure of Ernst August Wagner, who, in 1913, killed his wife, his 4 children, and 8 residents of the town of Mulhausen. Klein has a dream in which the two Wagners merge, and he conducts a self-psychoanalysis. Wagner was himself. Wagner was the murderer and fugitive within him, but Wagner was also the composer, the artist, the genius, the seducer, the inclination toward lust for life and lust for pleasure, luxury. Wagner was the collective name for everything repressed, buried, short-changed in Friedrich Klein, former civil servant. And Lohengrin was not he himself. Lohengrin, the knight-errant on the mysterious mission, whose name one cannot ask. As Hugo Ball wrote in 1927, this doubling of Wagner encapsulates the problem of how a evoke that brought forth such transcendent music plunged berserk into a war and forgot all romanticism, all love. Franz Werfel, in his 1924 bestseller Verdi, a novel of the opera, displaces German genius in favor of the Italian equivalent. Having made his name as an expressionist poet, Werfel was turning toward a more popular idiom, and Verdi's earthy vitality inspired him. Like D'Annunzio in Il Fuoco, Werfel sets his novel in Venice during the last weeks of Wagner's life, but the Meister now comes across as a vain monologist surrounded by sycophants. In defiance of biographical reality, Verdi skulks around Venice incognito, struggling with feelings of inferiority and obsolescence. The death at the Palazzo Vendramini serves to liberate Verdi from years of self-doubt. Implicit in that ending is the prophecy of a shift from romantic indulgence to neoclassical clarity, the Mediterraneanizing of which Nietzsche once spoke. Perhaps the most pitiless of all Wagner scenes occurs in The Man Without Qualities, Robert Musil's satirical epic of Austria-Hungary on the brink of extinction. Walter, a failed musician and artist, consoles himself by playing themes from the Wagner operas at the piano. Walter's wife, Clarice, fails to find the music sexually arousing, as her fin de siècle predecessors might have done. Indeed, it is now an active turn-off. She goes outside to spend time with Walter's childhood friend Ulrich. Musil writes, intermittent waves of random churning sounds reached them. Ulrich knew that Clarice refused her body to Walter for weeks at a time when he played Wagner. He played Wagner anyway, with a bad conscience, like a schoolboy vice. The last phrase may be an insolent wink at Thomas Mann. Walter is a grown-up, washed-up Hanno Buddenbrook, his Wagnerism indistinguishable from masturbation. Buried deep in the collective works of Bertolt Brecht is evidence that the future arch-leftist and scourge of romantic pretension had a weakness for Wagner in his youth. In the anniversary year 1913, when he was 15, Brecht wrote an item for his school newspaper calling the music herrlich magnificent and expressing bafflement that audiences ever rejected such a genius. That enthusiasm faded quickly. A list of cultural favorites from 3 years later specifies Bach, Mozart, nicht Wagner. In maturity, Brecht showed unbending disdain for the world of Bayreuth. This public stance concealed a serious engagement with the legacies of leftist and modernist Wagnerism. As a personality, Brecht was hardly the antithesis of the domineering and mercurial Wagner. Both men could be described as scoundrels, callously exploiting those around them. Both experienced exile, and both compromised with power on their return, Wagner in the Kaiserreich, Brecht in East Germany. As Joy Calico writes in Brecht at the Opera, the opposing poles of Brecht and Wagner are bound together by the current flowing between them. The young Brecht, heavily under the influence of Wedekind, inclined toward themes of criminality and chaotic sexuality. In his first play, Bayle, 1918, a drunken, thuggish poet falls in with the composer, in an erotically charged relationship resembling Rimbaud and Verlaine. The seedy decadence of their world is established when Bayle uses the campy phrase "my dear swan," à la Lohengrin, and when a hurdy-gurdy is heard playing bits of Tristan. In the unfinished poem Siegfried Had Red Hair, Hagen appears to be in love with Siegfried, and kills him when Gunther points this out. With these gay vignettes, Brecht is surely snickering at the well-documented gay atmosphere of Bayreuth, although he had his own history of sexual ambiguity. He admired Hesse's Peter Kamenzind for its cool detachment from social convention. In the mid-20s, as Brecht turned towards social engagement, he seized on the concept of epic theater, which the experimental Berlin director Erwin Piscator was the first to articulate. Borrowing liberally from Meyerhold, the epic theater aimed for stylization, anti-realism, a breaking of the wall between audience and performance. Through alienation effects and adaptation of Victor Shklovsky's theory of defamiliarization, spectators would think critically about the action on stage and draw political lessons. Of the various distortions of the Gesamtkunstwerk that circulated in the early 20th century, Brecht's was the most influential. In the 1930 essay Notes on the opera The Rise and Fall of the City of Mahagani, he announces a radical separation of the elements of the theater: words, music, production, in opposition to a total work in which the arts are muddled together, resulting in a degradation of each element. Margaret Schlegel makes a similar complaint in Howard's End. The Gesamtkunstwerk charade, Brecht goes on, hypnotizes spectators and renders them passive. Such sordid intoxication must stop. Wagner makes clear, however, that the arts should not dissolve into one another. Nor does he traffic only in mesmerism. At crucial junctures, he breaks the spell that his music has cast, leading to defamiliarization avant la lettre. At the end of Rheingold, Loge spoils the gods' entry into Valhalla by quipping that they are hurrying to their doom. His manner is like that of a caustic host at a cabaret, as modern productions have emphasized. Brecht's real target is the popular image of Wagner, especially the Wagner of German nationalism. He means not so much to abolish the Gesamtkunstwerk as to annex it. Matthew Wilson Smith pinpoints the ideological overlap. Brecht, like Wagner, imagines an artwork that overcomes the fragmentation caused by the division of labor, an artwork inseparable from larger political demands. Brecht wants to present a different kind of unity, one that illustrates connections not by organically smoothing over differences but by accentuating jumps, breaks, discontinuities, an art of total montage. The epic theater is bound up with Brecht's idea of gestus, of gestic theater. John Willett defines gestus as both gist and gesture, an attitude or a single aspect of an attitude, expressible in words or actions. The formula brings to mind Wagner's interest in gabard dramatic and musical gestures that encapsulate the action. Even more, it suggests the unavoidable leitmotif, or Grundmotiv, as Wagner sometimes named it. Kurt Weill, the co-creator of the Threepenny Opera, was surely thinking of Wagner when he spoke of the Grundgestus, the fundamental gestus. Its function parallels that of the leitmotif, it comments on the action from a distance, manipulating memory. Calico thinks that this focus on gesture recuperates an element of the Wagner drama that Nietzsche had deemed archaic, the primacy of the body in stylized positions and movements. Every successful avant-garde movement is fated to become the establishment against which the next vanguard rebels. Brecht follows the Wagnerian strategy of aggressive renaming. As opera was replaced by music drama, so now music drama gives way to epic theater. His critique of opera as a culinary form fit for sybaritic tastes recalls Wagner's attacks on the luxuries of French and Italian opera and on the Schwelger hedonists, gourmands who gobble it up. Wagner's ultimate wish was to overcome the culinary consumption of art and theater, yet Bayreuth quickly became a magnet for crowds consuming bratwurst. The irony awaiting Brecht was that his own work would be subject to the same domesticating process. The ascendancy of Mac the Knife as a swanky pop number suitable for Las Vegas acts and Big Mac commercials is another lesson in the decay of ideological purity. Could Wagner be saved from the ultranationalist parties that claimed him as their prophet? Leftist Wagnerites made the case throughout the 1920s. Bernhard Diebold, a Swiss-born progressive, railed against the right-wing appropriation of Wagner in a 1928 pamphlet that had the well-worn title The Case of Wagner. At Bayreuth that year, Diebold was distressed to see few liberal Germans in attendance. A wreath bearing Nazi colors rested on Wagner's grave, the black, red, and gold of 1848 was absent. Diebold asks, who bears the greatest blame for the political loss of the most popular high art of the past few decades? The fault, he writes, lies partly with the leftist press, which has surrendered the immense cultural credit of this world-famous name to the Houston Stewart Chamberlain faction. Gustav Stresemann, the leading German politician of the mid and late 20s, also wondered how it was that Bayreuth had touched up the old Democrat Wagner as a modern swastika type. Many leftist intellectuals, particularly those with ties to the crusading magazine Die Welt Burney, found Diebold's thesis unconvincing. Ludwig Marcuse derided it as progressive reaction, a wedding of fashionable leftism to aristocratic taste. Kurt Tucholsky amused himself by proposing that Clement Doucet's syncopated hit Wagneria improved on the original. Karl von Ossietzky, Die Welt Burney's fearless editor in its last years, called Wagner the most brilliant seducer that Germany has known, and added, "No artist has had a more disastrous influence on the mental and emotional disposition of the people, no one has preached more insistently and alluringly the flight from reality, the cult of the beautiful appearance." The music critics Paul Becker and Alfred Einstein broached the idea that Wagner's works contain anti-Semitic caricatures. Whether or not Wagner was inherently leftist or radical, Weimar stage directors remade him in their own image. By the early 20s, the latest innovations in modern theater, abstract set design, photographic projections, and film, the distancing effects of Meyerhold and Brecht were infiltrating Wagner production. For a Ring in Duisburg, Saladin Schmidt and Johannes Schroeder put into practice what was termed expressionist color light music. Lothar Schenk von Trapp brought stark geometries of light and shadow to Tannhauser and Lohengrin in Darmstadt. Leo Passetti emulated the expressionist painting of Emil Nolde in Designs for Parsifal in Munich. Ludwig Sievert's Frankfurt Ring had a traditionally outfitted Wotan standing in a jaggedly geometric cleft, more futurist than romantic. Tannhauser designs by Karl Moos and Harry Brewer glow with dreamlike color, closer in spirit to Roerike's primal Russian visions. The real breakthrough took place at the Kroll Opera, in Berlin, which had been charged with developing a working-class audience. Its chief conductor was Otto Klemperer, a headstrong Mahler disciple who followed the latest artistic trends. He brought in the painter, sculptor, and designer Ewald Dullberg, who had progressed from Art Nouveau to Expressionism and Cubism. Caspar Neyer, Oskar Schlemmer, and Moholy Nagy also worked at the Kroll. All this rankled right-wing critics, who labeled it cultural Bolshevism. Things came to a head when the company turned to Wagner. The Kroll's 1929 production of The Flying Dutchman, with designs by Dullberg and direction by Jürgen Felling, was called unparalleled cultural shamelessness, an irresponsible attempt to destroy, an artistic betrayal of the people. Dullberg had long been mulling over new images for Wagner. In his 1914 sketches for Parsifal, the hero radiates expressionist ferocity. Dullberg's Dutchman projects that harshness and starkness on a large scale. Mass loomed over the stage as semi-abstract forms geometric cousins to Tedlin's Third International Tower. Both exterior and interior spaces were simplified and stylized. The main characters appeared in modern dress. Senta wore a blue sweater and gray skirt like a figure from the lithographs of Kathy Kollwitz, as Alfred Einstein said. The seaman looked fresh from a grimy Hamburg pier. The Dutchman, lacking his usual beard and hat, struck Einstein as an Ibsenesque, almost Strindbergian man of the sea. But the effect was anything but mundane. Rather, as Wagner's grandson Franz Wilhelm Biedler recalled, the storm wind that blows against you was felt in this performance as in no other. And also the ghostly, the demonic ghostly. Bernhard Diebold spoke of Direction Regie from the spirit of music, a twist on Nietzsche's most idolatrous text about Wagner. In conjunction with the Kroll Dutchman, Ernst Bloch, part of a young left intellectual cohort that also included Theodore W. Adorno and Walter Benjamin, wrote a visionary essay titled Rescuing Wagner Through Surrealistic Colportage. Colportage is cheap, mass-distributed literature pulp fiction, essentially. The provocative thrust of Bloch's essay is to compare Wagner to Karl May, the prolific German author of Western tales. The comparison is not as outlandish as it sounds. Old Shatterhand, May's German-American hero, is cut from the same rough, noble cloth as Wagner's heroes, or, for that matter, Owen Wister's Virginian. Bloch goes on to make the familiar argument that Wagner has devolved into bourgeois kitsch. But this particular brand of kitsch mythology resists obsolescence. It stands as a hieroglyph in the hollow space of the 19th century, awaiting a new interpretation. Surrealistic techniques, montage, found object art, fairground aesthetics, colportage can restore the abrasive vitality of music drama. Bloch even loops in Brecht as he pictures Wagner on board his pirate ship, with 8 sails and 50 cannon, a reference to Siraubergeni from the Threepenny Opera. The time for Wagner's rescue was not at hand. The Dutchman and other Kroll stagings agitated not only the right wing but also the more doctrinaire cultural bureaucrats on the left, who thought that a popular opera house should focus on big singers, big arias, big applause, as Klemperer put it. Decades later, in the 1970s and 80s, directors would attempt what Bloch had in mind, a style of production in which everything questionable in Wagner becomes a modern question, a question about us. 12. Flying Dutchman. Ulysses, The Waste Land, The Waves. Manuscript of The Waste Land. Notting. Frisch Wetter Wind. Silentium. Frag and Frau. Od und Leer das Meer. Lines from Wagner are scattered through James Joyce's Ulysses and T.S. Eliot's The Waste Land, two modernist tours de force that dumbfounded the literary world in 1922. The fugitive German phrases capture the texture of conversation among educated young people of the fin de siècle, many of whom knew their Wagner well enough that they could quote him in apposite situations. Nothin' is what the aspiring writer Stephen Dedalus shouts at the inebriated climax of Ulysses, as he swings his walking stick at a chandelier in a brothel. It is a young man's daydream of heroism, colliding violently and comically with unheroic circumstances. The very idea of Ulysses, a modern odyssey told through the urban adventures of a Dubliner of Jewish descent, is foreshadowed in Wagner's prose writings. Timothy Martin, in his book Joyce and Wagner, A Study of Influence, draws attention to a passage in the 1851 essay A Communication to My Friends, which names two analogues of the tale of the Flying Dutchman, the wanderings of Ulysses and his longing after home, house, hearth, and wife, and the wandering Jew, forever doomed to a long since outlived life. This yoking of Ulysses and the wandering Jew under the sign of the supernatural mariner surely caught Joyce's eye when he read the essay, in the William Ashton Ellis translation. In his copy of the text, he marked a subsequent passage that expands on the longing for home. Eliot's relationship with Wagner is less well documented, but repeated allusions to Tristan and Parsifal in The Waste Land suggest that the composer stands for an internal struggle against disorderly desire. The dialectic of emulation and rejection that governs early modernist responses to Wagner is redoubled in Ulysses and The Waste Land. The principal legacies of Wagnerism in the arts: the all-devouring Gesamtkunstwerk structure, the interior upwelling of the stream of consciousness, the imposition of mythic forms on modernity operate at full force. They exemplify what the philosopher-critic Frederick Jameson calls the great work, the book of the world's secular scripture, sacred text, ultimate ritual mass, Mallarmé's lever, for an unimaginable new social order. At the same time, modernist techniques atomize the world into fragments. Those snippets of Wagner, alienated from their context, appear as so much cultural flotsam and jetsam that the old century has left in its wake. Both Ulysses and The Waste Land depict a society that existed before the World War and Revolution, both bear the scars of the chaos that followed. Their kaleidoscopic montage techniques and their polyphony of voices mimic the new media technologies of phonograph, film, and radio. Wagner breaks in as if someone were turning a wireless dial, looking for the news. Eliot told Virginia Woolf that Ulysses destroyed the whole of the 19th century, Wagner presumably included. In 1931, Woolf put her own imprint on the Book of the World, diverging from the self-mythologizing tendencies of her male counterparts. The Waves, like Ulysses, traces the rhythms of a single day, but entire lives are brought into its current, contours of individual personalities dissolving in the flow. The Waves may go further than any literature of its time into the shadow land between words and music. Wagner once defined his work as an art of transition. Something is always turning into something else, no identity is fully fixed. Tristan becomes Isolde, and vice versa. In The Waves, too, the security of self erodes, the ocean of language rises, consciousness swamps reality. Joyce achieves something comparable in his final opus, Finnegan's Wake, doing away with outer reality almost completely. Ulysses and The Waste Land are works of voluntary exile. Joyce, the renegade Irishman, lived for extended periods in Zurich and Paris, as if following in Wagner's footsteps. Of the Wagner characters, the one who figures most strongly in Joyce's work is the Dutchman, the eternal wanderer. Eliot, the anglicized American, identified more with Tristan's suffering and with Parsifal's lonely quest for the Grail. Woolf, by contrast, remained in England. Her exile was internal, the flight of the mind from the prison of the self. She could see no way out of the state of self-annihilation that Wagner romanticized as a space of artistic possibility. Men were freer than women to become restless outcasts in search of redemption. Young Joyce. Nora Joyce once said of her husband, "I've always told him he should give up writing and take up singing." To think he was once on the same platform with John McCormack. Whatever the merits of that judgment, James Joyce had real musical gifts, and in his youth he contemplated pursuing singing as a career. With his light, McCormack-like lyric tenor, he could never have sung Wagner on stage, although he did participate in a concert rendition of the quintet from Meistersinger. In Joyce and Wagner, Martin plausibly claims that the author was a more serious and better trained musician than nearly all the Wagnerites in the literary world. Mann had a deeper knowledge of Wagner's milieu, Cather and Shaw were better acquainted with Wagner in performance. But Joyce approached music with the canniness of an insider. Joyce's primary allegiance was to bel canto opera. He also treasured Gluck and Mozart, music of the Renaissance and the Baroque, and old Irish airs. It was a determinately anti-romantic canon, one in which the heavy-going Wagner seemed to have no place. Indeed, Joyce took many swipes at the composer in later decades, although one informed observer thought him disingenuous. Sylvia Beach, who published Ulysses, once commented that Paul Valery was a Wagnerite and, unlike Joyce, owned up to it. Born on the outskirts of Dublin in 1882, Joyce showed brilliance in literature and languages from an early age. At University College, in Dublin, he unnerved his teachers with his almost devilish learnedness. Such a mind was naturally drawn to the chief provocateurs of the day, Ibsen, D'Annunzio, Wilde, Wagner. Joyce's college friend J. F. Byrne wrote, "As we grew older, it was Wagner who attracted us, especially by such of his music dramas as Tristan and Isolde, and Lohengrin." According to his brother Stanislaus, Joyce also wrote a long poem on the Valkyrie. He probably first heard Wagner courtesy of the Carl Rosa Opera Company, which made annual visits to the Gaiety Theatre, in Dublin. On various tours the company offered Rienzi, Lohengrin, Tannhauser, Meistersinger, Siegfried, and Tristan. In 1895 and 1896, it revived its production of The Flying Dutchman, first seen in the 1870s. These visits drew large enough crowds that a character in Ulysses uses them as a benchmark. "God, you've to book ahead, man, you'd think it was for the Carl Rosa." As it happens, the preface to Rosa's libretto for The Flying Dutchman calls attention to the remarkable mixture of the characters of the Wandering Jew and Odysseus. Joyce might have encountered the notion of a Jewish Ulysses at a very young age. Wagner crops up periodically in Joyce's university-era essays. In an article titled Drama and Life, he writes, "Every race has made its own myths, and it is in these that early drama often finds an outlet. The author of Parsifal has recognized this, and hence his work is solid as a rock." This could be the prelude to a nationalist manifesto, but Joyce already had a more cosmopolitan understanding of the artist's role, as another nod to Wagner indicates. Lohengrin, the drama of which unfolds itself in a scene of seclusion, amid half-lights, is not an Antwerp legend but a world drama. In another early essay, The Day of the Rabblement, Joyce criticizes the Irish literary theatre for purveying popular fables instead of promoting Ibsen, Hauptmann, and Strindberg. Ibsen was the hero of Joyce's youth. To pair Ibsenism and Wagnerism was not unusual. Both terms appear as chapter titles in Shaw's 1908 book The Sanity of Art, a riposte to the anti-modernist rants of Max Nordau's degeneration. Ibsen and Wagner shared a regard for Nordic myth. The playwright's early work The Vikings at Helgeland drew on the Volsunga saga, and they sparked controversy for similar reasons. The historian Peter Jelavic writes, "In Wagner's Ring, as in Ibsen's plays, the bondage of marriage and the quest for money are trademarks of a bourgeois capitalist order that can be shattered only by heroic individuals inspired by higher visions." Ibsen's final work, When We Dead Awaken, 1899, turns in a mystical, possibly Wagnerian direction. Thomas Mann was reminded of the majestic sclerotic fatigue of Parsifal. Joyce heard a Lohengrin reference in the line, "You said I was the swan that drew your boat." After graduating from university, Joyce went to Paris, where he was a regular at the opera. One day he wrote to his mother, "Tell Stanny to send me at once, so that I may have it by Thursday night, my copy of Wagner's operas." Siegfried was playing, and Joyce evidently wanted to refresh his memory of it. The production would have been a considerable advance over Carl Rosa's. The dragon Fafnir was nearly 40 feet long, with electric lamps simulating fire in its throat. The Siegfried was the tenor Jean de Rieska, whom Willa Cather heard in the same period. Joyce was drawing away from Ireland. He would leave for good in 1904, and Timothy Martin infers that Wagner's musings on the meaning of homeland in exile had a special import for the young author. In a communication to my friends, the composer had written that Germany in the political sense had nothing to offer him, that he sought instead a vaguer kind of Heimat, one comprising a wide community of kindred and familiar souls. This is the passage that Joyce marked when he read the essay. He would find many such communities in his European wanderings. Wagnerism was all around, sometimes in comical guises. Joyce witnessed Arthur Symons wallowing in Parsifal at the piano and blurting out, "When I play Wagner, I am in another world." Evelyn Innes and other novels by George Moore struck Joyce as maddeningly inconsistent, although they affected his development all the same. Through Moore, Joyce learned of Edouard Dujardin, the founder-editor of the Revue Wagnerienne, and at a railway kiosk in France he picked up a copy of Les Lauriers Sont Coupes, Dujardin's novelistic record of one man's perceptions, thoughts, and emotions over a 6-hour period. In later years, Joyce credited Dujardin as the source of his art of interior monologue. Dujardin returned the praise, declaring that Joyce had finally written the true Wagnerian novel. Ulysses gave Dujardin the sensation of swimming in an ocean of spirituality, the very one I experienced at 20 when I first heard, without knowing German, the 4 Days of the Ring of the Nibelung. Joyce's interior monologues dovetail with his technique of the epiphany. In the posthumously published novel Stephen Hero, which was recast as a portrait of the artist as a young man, Joyce's alter ego, Stephen Dedalus, initially Daedalus, defines the epiphany as a sudden spiritual manifestation, whether in the vulgarity of speech or of gesture or in a memorable phase of the mind itself. The literary scholar Paul Devine has linked Joyce's notion of the epiphany to Wagner's leitmotif, noting that the concepts also intersect in Moore's novels. The leitmotif serves not only as a descriptive tag but also triggers swells of emotion, particularly when it stands for a sudden memory or premonition. In much the same way, Joyce gives a cosmic dimension to a motif as straightforward as the snow that falls outside Gabriel Conroy's window in The Dead. The self-styling implicit in the title Stephen Hero is fleshed out in the culminating epiphany of a portrait of the artist, as Stephen metaphorically takes hold of Notting, sword of Siegmund and Siegfried. Preparing to leave home and undertake his artistic mission, Stephen writes in his journal, "I go to encounter for the millionth time the reality of experience and to forge in the smithy of my soul the uncreated conscience of my race. Old father, old artificer, stand me now and ever in good stead." William Blissett notes that Moore used the same metaphor in Vale, the third volume of his memoirs, which was published in 1914, as Joyce was completing the portrait. Pondering Ireland's future, Moore asks himself, if I were Siegfried, son of Sigmund slain by Hunding, and if it were my fate to reforge the sword that lay broken in halves in Mimi's cave. The choice of the word conscience is curious. Martin persuasively argues that it is derived from a passage in Wagner's Art and Revolution, one that Joyce also marked in his reading copy. In a discussion of the gap between ancient and modern attitudes toward art, Wagner uses the word Bewusstsein, which is usually translated as consciousness but which the ever idiosyncratic William Ashton Ellis renders as conscience. In the Hellenic world, Wagner writes, art lived in the public conscience, whereas today it lives alone in the conscience of private persons, the public unconscious recking nothing of it. Grecian art was conservative, because it was a worthy and adequate expression of the public conscience. With us, true art is revolutionary, because its very existence is opposed to the ruling spirit of the community. Stephen, the budding literary Siegfried, assumes the same heroic stance. With the Irish nation yet to be born, with the multitude mired in abhorrent Philistinism, the new conscience or consciousness can be forged only in the soul of the isolated individual. How seriously we are meant to take this swaggering display is unclear. To forge is also to fake, to counterfeit. Joyce may want us to think about the stale, second-hand quality of Stephen's rhetoric. As Joyce grew older, his relationship with Wagner oscillated between passion and boredom. In Trieste, his primary home from 1905 to 1915, he saw most of The Ring, and when Parsifal arrived there he attended 3 or 4 performances. A friend recalled him singing the Good Friday music, in French. But after hearing Götterdämmerung in Rome, he told his brother that nothing in the opera moved me. On one occasion, he dismissed Meistersinger as pretentious stuff. On another, he said it was his favorite Wagner opera. A pupil from his years teaching English in language schools reported that Joyce despised Wagner, though the same pupil remembered him reciting from Tristan. His library was well stocked with Wagneriana. In addition to the first volume of the prose works, he owned the librettos for The Flying Dutchman, Rheingold, Siegfried, and Götterdämmerung, compilations of Wagner's letters, Shaw's The Perfect Wagnerite, Nietzsche's The Case of Wagner, May Byron's A Day with Richard Wagner, and Jewishness in Music. At the end of his time in Trieste, Joyce wrote his only play, Exiles. Of his works, it is the one most obviously saturated in Wagner, as his own notes attest. The plot concerns two couples whose ties are complicated by past loves and jealousies. The writer Richard Rowan, a stand-in for Joyce, his common-law wife, Bertha, a version of Nora Joyce, Richard's former lover, the music teacher Beatrice, and her cousin, the journalist Robert. At the heart of the play is an encounter between Bertha and Robert that may or may not amount to infidelity. Joyce was thinking not only of his own romantic history but also of two Wagnerian love triangles, the composer's affair with Mathilde Wessendonck, conducted under the eyes of her husband, Otto, and the love of Tristan and Isolde, in Betrayal of King Mark. Richard plays the cuckold role of Mark, but he finds a strange strength in his humiliation, stage managing Robert and Bertha's relationship to give himself an ennobling wound. Richard's manipulative masochism averts the kind of disaster that overtakes Tristan or D'Annunzio's The Triumph of Death, which Robert seems to have read, to fall from a great high cliff. Listening to music and in the arms of the woman I love. Joyce read both of D'Annunzio's Wagner-themed novels, and particularly liked Il Fuoco. The alternative to Liebestod, the Joyce scholar Vicky Mahaffey writes, is the hard-won acceptance of human difference that was to usher in Ulysses. It was in 1906 that Joyce first conceived of a story about a cuckolded Jew in Dublin. Nothing came of the plan at the time, but he went on gathering material for it, reading Jewish history, learning about Zionism, following news of Dublin's small Jewish community. Personal connections deepened his sympathies. For a time he was smitten with a pupil named Amalia Popper, the daughter of Leopoldo Popper, a Bohemian Jewish businessman. Later, he befriended Leopoldo, and spent time with him during the years he was writing Ulysses. Joyce also formed a bond with the Triestine writer Ettore Schmitz, better known as Italo Svevo, whose 1898 novel Senilita contains a memorable Wagner scene, a brother and sister attending Walkure. Svevo may have prompted Joyce to read Otto Weininger, the self-hating gay Jewish Wagnerite. Quotations from Weininger's On Last Things appear in the Ulysses notebooks starting in 1917. Joyce must have read Jewishness in Music, although he made no direct reference to it. Neil Davison, who has studied modernism and Jewishness, guesses at Joyce's attitude toward the pamphlet. In the translation that the novelist owned, Wagner writes, "The Jew converses in the tongue of the people amongst whom he dwells from age to age, but he does this invariably after the manner of a foreigner." This is meant as an insult, but, as Davison says, Joyce may have seen Jewish foreignness as a cultural advantage, comparable to his own status as an Irish writer in an Anglophone literary world. He once said, "The Irish, doomed to express themselves in a language not their own, have stamped it with their genius." He was, in a sense, defamiliarizing English in the name of a universal Irishness. By making a middle-aged man of Jewish background the chief protagonist of his modernist magnum opus, Bloom is, in fact, a convert from Protestantism to Catholicism. Joyce may have been deliberately pitting himself against Wagner's legacy. There is no question that he felt an intense rivalry with the composer. Otto Caro Weiss told of going with Joyce to see Walkure in Zurich, where the author lived from 1915 to 1919. When, at the first intermission, Weiss expressed enthusiasm, Joyce asked, "Don't you find the musical effects of my sirens better than Wagner's?" He was referring to the 11th chapter of Ulysses, a musical swirl of motifs. Weiss answered, "No," whereupon Joyce walked out. Ulysses, Stephen. In Joyce's mammoth work, mythic correspondences flicker through mundane reality. The story of the Greek hero Odysseus, known to the Romans as Ulysses, is projected onto a Dubliner named Leopold Bloom, who wanders the city on a June day and night in 1904. Joyce did not, of course, invent this way of working. An architecture of myth looms behind Thomas Mann's Buddenbrooks, Conrad's Nostromo, and D.H. Lawrence's The Rainbow, to name a few. The method is, in a way, an inversion of Wagner's, in which modern social questions are embedded in myth. On the subject of Ibsenism and Wagnerism, Eric Bentley once wrote, "Wagner was a fantasist outside, a realist inside. Ibsen was a realist outside, a fantasist inside." The same applies to Wagner and Joyce. If, as seems possible, Ulysses was at least partly inspired by Wagner's conflation of Odysseus and the Wandering Jew, the debt would have placed considerable pressure on an ego as commodious as Joyce's. The theory of the anxiety of influence, as articulated by Harold Bloom, does not suffice to describe the convoluted action that Joyce performs on Wagner, at once a grand inversion and a gleeful burlesque. Perhaps the best term is Untergang, the notorious final word of Jewishness in music. In Ulysses, Wagnerism experiences its going under. The rite of demolition is all the more effective because of Joyce's willingness to scour his own youthful self as a fund of material. Stephen Dedalus, the would-be Siegfried of A Portrait of the Artist, runs up against the limits of his uncompromising aestheticism. Joyce's treatment of his alter ego is almost a Wagnerian ritual of self-annihilation. The first books of the Odyssey center on Telemachus, the hero's son, who is searching for news of his father's fate. Likewise, Stephen dominates the early part of Ulysses, unconsciously seeking a figurative father he does not yet know. Throughout the first 3 chapters, Stephen senses an unknown presence approaching, a vaguely menacing, possibly supernatural being, floating at the edge of his vision, momentarily visible in scattered portents. This turns out to be Bloom, the Jewish Ulysses. Joyce stages Bloom's entrance in the manner of the Flying Dutchman, leading to a brilliant comic payoff. Decadence and mysticism envelop Stephen as the novel begins, with an odor of anti-Semitism in the air. He has been to Paris, and can drop references to Villers de l'Isle Adam, though he forgets the Adam. He is living with his friend Buck Mulligan in a Martello Tower, a small 19th-century fort, as Joyce did briefly in 1904. The young men use the tower's cliffside setting as a stage for literary and intellectual poses. Mulligan celebrates a mock mass, advocates paganism, flirts with homoeroticism, and declares himself a Nietzschean, "I'm the Übermensch." When Stephen hangs back from this carnival mood, Mulligan chants Yeats at him, and no more turn aside and brood upon love's bitter mystery for Fergus rules the brazen cars. Stephen is indeed brooding, on the recent death of his mother, on his future in or out of Ireland, on the anarchic living conditions of the tower. The irregular household also includes an Englishman named Haynes, who is besotted with Celtic culture and worried about the Jews. Stephen describes himself as a servant of 2 masters, the British Empire and the Catholic Church. He then adds, "and a third there is who wants me for odd jobs." He means the Irish national movement, but Haynes's mind is elsewhere. "I don't want to see my country fall into the hands of German Jews either," the Englishman says. The previous night, we learn, Haynes had been moaning to himself about shooting a Black Panther. This is based on a real incident. During Joyce's stay at the tower, a man named Trench had a nightmare about a Black Panther and fired off a revolver. Chaos of this sort induced Joyce to leave. Stephen, too, has had enough. "I will not sleep here tonight. Home also I cannot go." The figure of the Black Panther is one of Ulysses's more cryptic motifs, and has spurred much debate among Joyceans. The eccentric animal psychology of Weininger on Last Things provides a clue. Weininger had a fearful obsession with dogs. In a passage sampled in the Ulysses subject notebook, the philosopher relates that he had experienced a psychological crisis, bordering on suicidal madness, after hearing a dog barking in a peculiar way. He had visions of a black dog accompanied by a fiery glow. The apparition represented the annihilation, the punishment, the fate of the evil. Haynes's Black Panther is a related animal, and belongs to the series of omens that betoken an uncanny being drawing near. Another crucial motif is that of the drowned man. After Haynes mutters about German Jews, Stephen overhears a conversation between two passers-by, concerning a man who drowned some days before and whose body is expected to wash ashore. "There's 5 fathoms out there," a boatman says. The literate youth will soon think of the tempest, "Full fathom 5 thy father lies." Mutterings about a Jewish threat persist in the 2nd chapter, Nestor, emanating now from Mr. Deasy, the headmaster of a boys' school where Stephen has a temporary job teaching history. "They sinned against the light," Mr. Deasy said gravely. "And you can see the darkness in their eyes. And that is why they are wanderers on the earth to this day." Stephen proceeds to muse about the Paris boors, the gold-skinned men quoting prices on their gemmed fingers. Gabble of geese. They swarmed loud, uncouth, about the temple, their heads thick plodding under maladroit silk hats. The animal metaphor is typical of anti-Semitic discourse. Wagner, in the translation of Jewishness in Music that Joyce Reid, spoke of the hissing, shrill-sounding buzzing and grunting mannerisms of the Jews. At the same time, Stephen shows sympathy for the wandering people, envisioning the rancor massed about them. Dujardin's interior monologue has its golden hour in the 3rd chapter, Proteus, as Stephen goes walking into eternity along sandy Mount Strand. Shells crunching beneath his feet, the young man meditates on the theology of Jacob Boehme, the 17th-century shoemaker turned mystic, who believed that everything in nature is marked with hidden meaning, signatures of all things I am here to read, Seespan and Sirac, the nearing tide, that rusty boot. Boehme had a vogue among the German Romantics and again among the Theosophists. If Stephen has been reading Boehme, he may have an at least theoretical interest in esotericism and the occult. A Germanic mood lingers as Stephen counts his steps and mulls over the words Nakianander, one after another, and Nebuchadnezzar, side by side. He is referring to G. E. Lessing's essay Lacan, which sets forth a distinction between literature, where words and ideas unfurl in sequence, and the visual arts, where objects and impressions are juxtaposed. Lacan figures in Wagner's discussion of the Gesamtkunstwerk. The composer believed that the dramatic artwork transcends Lessing's distinction, folding the literary and the visual into an integrated whole. Whether or not Stephen has Wagner on his mind, he strikes a Siegfried pose. Wielding his ash plant walking stick, he thinks, "My ash sword hangs at my side." This is subtle preparation for the shout of Notting, hundreds of pages later. The stream of consciousness then carries Stephen back to Paris. He touches on Théophile Gautier, Mallarmé, and, less attractively, Edouard Drumont, the author of the anti-Semitic tract La France Juive. Stephen recalls meeting with an absinthe-drinking Fenian nationalist named Kevin Egan, who said, M. Drumont, famous journalist, Drumont, know what he called Queen Victoria? Old hag with the yellow teeth. Va ogress with the dense jaws. The quotation is from Drumont's Testament of an Antisemite. On the beach, 2 cockle pickers are dragging their bags across the sand. They are gypsies, and they stir more ruminations on the earth's wanderers, those who trudge from place to place in search of home. Across the sands of all the world, followed by the sun's flaming sword, to the west, trekking to evening lands. She trudges, school eps, trains, drags, draws sin as her load. A tide westering, moon drawn, in her wake. Tides, myriad island, within her, blood not mine, Oinapapontan, a wine-dark sea. Behold the handmaid of the moon. In sleep the wet sign calls her hour, bids her rise. Bridebed, child-bed, bed of death, ghost-candled. Omnes caro ad te veniat. He comes, pale vampire, through storm his eyes, his bat sails bloodying the sea, mouth to her mouth's kiss. Stephen scribbles something on a piece of paper. Later in the novel, we find out what it is. on swift sail flaming. From storm and south. He comes, pale vampire. Mouth to my mouth. The vampire is the last and perhaps most important of Stephen's omen figures, all of which anticipate the coming of Bloom. In the Joyce literature, the standard explanation for this verse is that Stephen is parodying Douglas Hyde's 1893 poem after an Irish text, "My grief on the sea, and my love came behind me / he came from the south, / his breast to my bosom, / his mouth to my mouth." An early sketch of Proteus points toward a different source. She dreams him, speeding to her kiss a pale vampire, through storm speeding under blue-dread sails, a man's lips mouth to her mouth's kiss. In The Flying Dutchman, the title character is called Der Bleike Man, the pale man, and he enters in the wake of a supernatural storm, in a vessel with blood-red sails and black masts. Stuart Gilbert first alerted readers to the novel's Flying Dutchman atmosphere in his pioneering 1930 study of Ulysses, for which Joyce provided guidance. But the opera casts a longer shadow on the novel than has been noticed previously. The phantom vessel that roves the seas. The French name for the Flying Dutchman is Le Vicia Fantôme, is an old superstition among sailors. It took on new life in 1820s Britain, with the publication of a magazine story and then of a melodrama telling of a Dutch sea captain named Vanderdecken, who swears away his soul while trying to make it around the Cape of Good Hope. Heinrich Heine appropriated the tale and added the conceit that the Dutchman, whom he dubbed the eternal Jew of the ocean, could be redeemed by a faithful woman, a woman who is, in fact, already in love with the mariner, because she has been gazing at an old picture of him in her home. Every 7 years, he comes ashore, seeking salvation. Wagner appropriated the Heine version and accentuated its overtones of Ahasuerus, the wandering Jew, who, in anti-Semitic folklore, jeered Christ on the road to Calvary and was sentenced to roam the earth until the second coming. Ageless and undead, the Dutchman is a kind of vampire. One of the most popular German operas of the early 19th century was Heinrich Marschner's Der Vampir, premiered in 1828. Wagner, cognizant of his story's Gothic roots, took from that work the phrase Der Bleike Man. At the end of the century, Bram Stoker picked up on the same connection. In an early plan for Dracula, Jonathan Harker was to have attended a performance of The Flying Dutchman before setting off to meet a mysterious count in Transylvania. Vampiric trappings aside, Wagner's Dutchman is a charismatic, semi-heroic figure. Disembarking from his vessel, he sings the monologue Die Frist ist the time has come, and 7 years have again elapsed. He suspects that his search for the redeeming woman is futile, and that only the eternal annihilation of the Day of Judgment will release him. Salvation awaits in the form of Senta, daughter of the sea captain Daland. In Act 2, under the spell of the Dutchman's picture, she sings a ballad of his lamentable life. Traftier das Schiff im Meeren. Blutrot die Segel, Swartz der Mast. Joyce would have known the translation employed by the Carl Rosa Company. Saw ye the ship on the raging deep? Blood-red the canvas, black the mast. Stephen's verse about the pale vampire fits Wagner's music, especially with the extra quaver that the Carl Rosa version adds to the first line. As it happens, we know that Stephen likes to fool around with Wagner's texts, because later in the novel he devises new words for the blood oath from Götterdämmerung, importing the phrase Frag and Frau from Walkure, hang and hunger, /Frag and Frau, /mocked uns alle kaputt, drooping hunger, questioning woman, makes us all kaputt. At the end of the chapter, the drowned man reappears, 5 fathoms out there. Full fathom 5 thy father lies. At 1, he said. Found drowned. High water at Dublin Bar. Driving before it a loose drift of rubble, fan shoals of fishes, silly shells. A corpse rising salt white from the undertow, bobbing apace a porpoise landward. Stephen lunges with his ash-plant sword, thinks once more of Drumont, and looks back out to sea. Moving through the air high spars of a 3-master, her sails brailed up on the cross-trees, homing, upstream, silently moving, a silent ship. In The Flying Dutchman, when the wraith-like sailors come ashore, they do it stummend only das geringst geräusch mute and without the slightest sound. Coincidentally or not, Joyce reproduces this redundancy of silence. There follows a sublime joke at Stephen's expense and, perhaps, at Wagner's. We turn the page and read, Mr. Leopold Bloom ate with relish the inner organs of beasts and fowls. Stephen has experienced all manner of forebodings of the other, the Dutchman, the wandering Jew, wanderers toward evening lands, darkness shining in brightness, pale vampires, German Jews, French Jews. Now comes Ahasuerus in the flesh, but the ominous fanfares announcing him are made to sound ridiculous. He is a magnificently ordinary man at the outset of his magnificently ordinary day. It is a jest, but a mystical one. As in The Tempest, a sea change has taken place, the phantom father wears the face of Bloom. Ulysses, Bloom. With the turning of the page, Bloom's consciousness overtakes Stevens as the principal medium through which Ulysses passes. Fin de siècle mists recede, giving way to Bloom's earthier, simpler, but by no means shallower way of life. The chief musical icon is Mozart's Don Giovanni, which Bloom sings to himself throughout the day. Stephen remains a substantial presence, his interior monologue periodically resurfacing. In a way, the novel brings about a merger of these two consciousnesses. Given how much of Joyce is in Bloom as well as in Stephen, the Untergang of the younger man is also the metamorphosis of the author into the older one. Wagner is adept at such subdivisions of self, especially in Meistersinger, where he is present both as the headstrong Walther and as the wise, resigned Hans Sachs. Once the narrative is centered on Bloom, we realize how often Dubliners reflexively identify him as a darksome stranger. The Dutchman, the wandering Jew, and the vampire shadow Bloom throughout. In Scylla and Charybdis, when the two protagonists first brush against each other, Buck Mulligan warns Stephen that Bloom is Greeker than the Greeks. This insinuates something queer in Bloom's sexuality, shades of Otto Weininger on the womanliness of Jewish men. Later, Mulligan says, "The wandering Jew. Did you see his eye? He looked upon you to lust after you. I fear thee, ancient mariner." Coleridge's rhyme of the Ancient Mariner is another tale of a cursed wanderer of the seas. Stephen observes that Bloom moves with the step of a pard, a leopard, a panther, dressed in black. For others, Bloom has a vaguely Gothic allure. In Nausicaa, a daydreaming young woman, Gertie McDowell, sees Bloom on the beach and filters him through the lens of sensationalist Victorian literature. The face that met her gaze there in the twilight, wan and strangely drawn, seemed to her the saddest she had ever seen. His eyes burned into her as though they would search her through and through, read her very soul. She might have been reading Dracula, where the vampire has positively blazing eyes and a deathly pale face. Bloom also reminds Gertie of a portrait she has at home. She could see at once by his dark eyes and his pale intellectual face that he was a foreigner, the image of the photo she had of Martin Harvey, the matinee idol, only for the mustache. He was in deep mourning, she could see that, and the story of a haunting sorrow was written on his face. This seems a comical replay of Act 2 of The Dutchman, where Senta contemplates her melancholy portrait of the ageless mariner. "Do you feel the grief, the deep sorrow, with which he looks down at me?" The recurrence of verbal motifs such as the vampire, the panther, and the drowned man suggests that Joyce is using a leitmotif system much as André Belly does in Petersburg, a novel similarly rich in Dutchman lore. The method attains dizzying complexity in the Sirens chapter, the one that Joyce considered an improvement on Wagner. Around 60 verbal fragments are laid out at the outset. Matthew Hoggart compares them to the catalogue of leitmotifs that appears at the head of Wagner's scores and librettos. Sirens is set in the concert room of the Ormond Hotel, where Stephen's father and his friends sing around a piano. Joyce described it as a fugue of many voices, and advised one of his Zurich pupils that it contains a quintet, as in Die Meistersinger, my favorite Wagnerian opera. Gossipy barmaids are like Rhine maidens, seen in watery light, by bronze, by gold, in ocean green of shadow. The farcical Wagnerism of Ulysses culminates in the drunken dreamscape of the Circe chapter, which finds Stephen and Bloom at a brothel in the Nighttown district. When prostitutes swirl and warble around Bloom, they reenact the flower maiden's attempted seduction of Parsifal, as Martin perceives in Joyce and Wagner. Then, in an extended political hallucination, Bloom becomes not only mayor of Dublin but the ruler of something called the New Bloom-Salem. His platform of anarchist populism smacks of the revolutionary Wagner, our buccaneering Vanderdeckens in their phantom ship of finance, these Flying Dutchmen or Lying Dutchmen as they recline in their upholstered poop, casting dice, what reck they? Machines is their cry, their chimera, their panacea. In the artwork of the future, Wagner goes on about the ravaging synergy of capitalism, entertainment, and technology, this industry that kills man in order to use him as a machine. In the same section, Bloom hails a plan for a tram line as the music of the future. All this pseudo-antique language, the verb reck, for example, recalls the Wagnerish English of William Ashton Ellis. As for Stephen, the drunker he gets, the more Wagnerian he becomes. First he lampoons the blood oath from Götterdämmerung. Then, confronted by the nightmarish apparition of his dead mother, he shouts, non serviam. I will not serve. No. 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 Break my spirit, all of you, if you can. I'll bring you all to heel. And he delivers his famous Siegfried cry. Stephen. Not him. He lifts his ash plant high with both hands and smashes the chandelier. Time's livid final flame leaps and, in the following darkness, ruin of all space, shattered glass, and toppling masonry. Compare the stage directions at the end of Götterdämmerung, the flames immediately flare up. The whole stage seems to be engulfed in flames. From the ruins of the fallen hall, the men and women watch moved to the very depths of their being. But this apocalypse occurs purely in Stephen's sot mind. Bloom, on examining the chandelier, finds only minor damage, and gives the madam a shilling to cover the repairs. In contrast to the grandiloquent smithy of his soul passage in a portrait of the artist, Siegfried imagery here functions mainly to make Stephen look silly. His heroic play acting masks adolescent loneliness and self-absorption. Even so, Wagner has facilitated Stephen's process of self-definition. The jagged gesture in the music, the repeated descent of the octave, which also figures in the Dutchman's monologue, matches the lashing motion of Stephen's thought. His Wagnerism is at once impressive and absurd, typical of a young artist's arrogant identification with towering predecessors. After the Bacchanal, Stephen and Bloom repair to the cabman's shelter of Eumaeus, where the Dutchman theme finds ironic resolution. A sailor named Murphy reminds Bloom of the Irish baritone William Ludwig, who sang the Dutchman in Carl Rosa's staging. It turns out that Murphy came ashore from the same silently moving ship that Stephen had seen that morning off sandy Mount Strand. The real Dutchman, in other words, is a boozy sailor telling tall tales. Against that backdrop, Stephen and Bloom form their bond. By the end of the chapter, they are walking arm in arm and talking about music. Bloom describes his taste, and in the process Wagner receives his only direct mention in the novel. Wagnerian music, though confessedly grand in its way, was a bit too heavy for Bloom and hard to follow at the first go-off, but the music of Mercaden's Huguenots, Meyerbeer's Seven Last Words on the Cross, and Mozart's 12th Mass he simply reveled in, the Gloria in that being, to his mind, the acme of first-class music as such, literally knocking everything else into a cocked hat. Bloom also names his beloved Don Giovanni, Friedrich von Floto's comic opera Martha, and the severe classical school such as Mendelssohn. Stephen chimes in with favorite Renaissance composers. An obscure running joke of Ulysses is that Bloom keeps confusing the German-Jewish composer Giacomo Meyerbeer, best known for Les Huguenots, with the Neapolitan composer Saverio Mercadante, who wrote a setting of the Seven Last Words of Christ on the Cross. Bloom begins ascribing the latter work to Meyerbeer in Sirens. When Bloom is confronted by barroom slurs in Cyclops, he exclaims in protest, Mendelssohn was a Jew and Karl Marx and Mercadante and Spinoza. And the Savior was a Jew. Christ was a Jew like me. Mercatant was not, in fact, Jewish. This time, Bloom means to say Meyerbeer. Mendelssohn and Meyerbeer were the chief targets of Jewishness in music, paragons of Jewish rootlessness. So when Bloom inducts the two of them into his musical Valhalla, he is giving an oblique finger to Wagner. Meyerbeer reappears in the last chapter of Ulysses, in which Molly Bloom thinks of her husband extolling Huguenots and rigmaroling about religion and persecution. Not incidentally, Meyerbeer's opera tells of the massacre of Huguenot Protestants by Catholics, and ends with a hair-raising chorus containing the line "Let us exterminate the impious race." Wagner and Wagnerism have effectively been exorcised. The very fact that Bloom mixes up the composers' names undermines the romantic cult of the genius. Music is music, the two men seem to agree, obscure tunes compete with famous arias, throwaway melodies acquire epiphanic heft, singers outshine the composers they sing. All the same, the vampire Wagner cannot be banished altogether, and he hangs over the book to the end. Molly's monologue might be Joyce's ultimate attempt, at least until Finnegan's Wake, at endless melody, at the ever-unspooling rhythm of "and this and this and this and this," which is most ecstatically articulated by Isolde at the end of Tristan. Joyce's Wagnerian ambitions, in the fullest sense of that damaged adjective, are unmistakable. They are felt not simply in the scale of Ulysses, its mythic modern fusion, but also in its most intimate moments, in its ever-tightening focus on the phenomenon of love in all its forms. If the Flying Dutchman haunts the early chapters of Ulysses, Parsifal, with its ethic of knowing through compassion, might waft over the last ones. Although Stephen and Bloom both gain wisdom from their unexpected bond, Bloom is more like Gurney Mons, the sage elder guiding the pure fool. From Bloom, Stephen learns something of the meaning of love, the word known to all men. This is not just the love of man for woman, but the love of man for other men, of woman for other women, of humanity for nature. Buck Mulligan suspects Bloom of harboring a Wildean love, and Stephen could be thinking the same when he declines Bloom's invitation to spend the night. Perhaps there is some latent physical attraction in Bloom's attachment to Stephen. But the love at issue here is loyalty to friends, kindness toward strangers, equanimity in the face of heartbreak. These are qualities that Bloom displays in quiet profusion, as he plays with his cat, looks after Paddy Dignam's widow, helps a blind man across the street, feeds the gulls, denounces violence at the pub, and feels with wonder women's woe. Bloom consequently gains a kind of heroic stature. He finds his way to one more Good Friday spell, where all creation gives thanks, all that blooms and soon fades away. Young Eliot. In a study of modern literary representations of Jews, Brian Chayette writes of Joyce, "No writer tried, with more success, to rid his fiction of the straitjacket of Semitic racial oppositions which poisoned the language of the first half of the 20th century." In ceding Ulysses to Leopold Bloom, Chayette says, Joyce dismantled the familiar duality of Jew and Gentile, or, to trot out Matthew Arnold's infamous distinction, Hebraism and Hellenism. In a way, Joyce was supplying an antidote to a poison that Wagner helped to spread. Bloom is too richly textured a creation to match any stereotype of who a Jew is or how a Jew speaks or thinks, in no small part because the author invests so much of himself in the character. Joyce thus extends the empathetic project of George Eliot's Daniel Deronda, another novel in which a Jewish protagonist moves to the center as the story proceeds. That empathy is entirely absent in the work of Thomas Stearns Eliot, some of whose poems contain anti-Semitic constructions worthy of the older Wagner and the young Hitler. The rats are underneath the piles. The Jew is underneath the lot. Similar slights and slurs are found in Ulysses, but in Eliot's case the author gives no sign of wanting to separate himself from the bigotry on the page. Lest there be any confusion about his point of view, Eliot said in a 1933 lecture that reasons of race and religion combine to make any large number of free-thinking Jews undesirable, and that a spirit of excessive tolerance is to be deprecated. Hitler had come to power 3 months earlier. Such cold hatred is hard to reconcile with Eliot's acute sensitivity to the frailty and woundedness of human relations. On the evidence of the wasteland, the poet valued Wagner for his excavations of the agony of desire, which are detached from ceremonies of fulfillment or resolution. The spiritual landscape of the poem, with its juxtaposition of Christian, pagan, and Buddhist elements, has something in common with Wagner's fluid idea of the sacred, his way of stitching together multiple mythic sources and religious traditions. These are quite different qualities from the ones that Joyce prized in the composer: all-embracingness, heroic self-definition, the romance of the wanderer. Eliot's Wagner is Tristan without Isolde, the suffering hero in his dilapidated castle by the sea. Of Eliot's very few public comments about Wagner, the most revealing is found in the essay A Dialogue on Dramatic Poetry, from 1928. It stages a kind of internal debate among the author's poetic selves. One voice says to another, "I have also heard you railing at Wagner as pernicious. But you would not willingly resign your experience of Wagner either." Which seems to show that a world in which there was no art that was not morally edifying would be a very poor world indeed. What that experience was remains unknown, but none other than Igor Stravinsky thought that it went deep. Eliot's Wagner nostalgia was apparent, and I think that Tristan must have been one of the most passionate experiences in his life. Although Eliot would have heard Wagner during his youth in St. Louis, Missouri, the passionate encounter in question almost certainly occurred when he was an undergraduate at Harvard, between 1906 and 1909. Like the Cambridge of the Apostles, Harvard was aswarm with Wagnerites. Admirers on the faculty included the philosopher George Santayana and the medievalist William Henry Schofield. In the opposite camp, Irving Babbitt inveighed against the Gesamtkunstwerk aesthetic in the New Lacoon. In addition, Eliot eagerly read Arthur Symons's The Symbolist Movement in Literature, which inflamed his interest in members of the French literary vanguard, so many of whom were Wagnerists: Nerval, Baudelaire, Villers, Huysmans, Verlaine, Mallarmé, and the short-lived Franco-Uruguayan poet Jules Laforgue. The last, a pioneer of free verse who translated Walt Whitman, strongly influenced Eliot's early poetry. Laforgue's attitude to Wagner was neither reverential nor combative. Like Aubrey Beardsley, he took an urbane, mischievous approach, bordering on the naughty. In the prose sketch Lohengrin, son of Parsifal, from the 1887 collection Moral Tales, Elsa comes across as flighty, insipid, and libidinous. Love me on a low fire, inventory me, massacrage me. Lohengrin, an effete aesthete, seems unlikely to satisfy her, on account of his preference for hard and straight hips. Nonetheless, Laforgue's tale attains a kind of surreal grandeur, as an imperial swan carries Lohengrin aloft into the icy altitudes of the metaphysics of love. In Eliot's estimation, Laforgue specialized in the intellectualizing of the feeling and the emotionalizing of the idea. It is the lyrical equivalent to Schopenhauer's philosophy of the unconscious and of annihilation, as Wagner is the musical equivalent. A bit cryptically, Eliot adds, the system of Schopenhauer collapses, but in a different ruin from that of Tristan und Isolde. The likeliest occasion for Eliot's Wagner epiphany was a performance by the Metropolitan Opera on tour, in April 1908, with Olive Fremstad as Isolde and Mahler conducting a breadth and power that fairly shook one in his seat, the Boston Globe said. The following year, Eliot's classmate Haniel Long reported in his diary that Boston was crazy over Wagner. This was, after all, the city that offered swanboat rides on a lake in the public garden. That still flourishing business arose after a 19th-century entrepreneur went to see Lohengrin and decided to replicate the hero's preferred mode of transportation. In the fall of 1909, Eliot wrote a Tristan-themed poem titled Opera. It gives little sign of Wagnerian infatuation, instead cocking an eyebrow at romantic excess. Tristan and Isolde. And the fatalistic horns. The passionate violins. An ominous clarinet. And love torturing itself. To emotion for all there is in it. Writhing in and out. Contorted in paroxysms. Flinging itself at the last limits of self-expression. We have the tragic. Oh no. Life departs with a feeble smile. Into the indifferent. These emotional experiences do not hold good at all. And I feel like the ghost of youth at the undertaker's ball. The poem is difficult to parse. Are we meant to share in the speaker's flippant attitude toward Wagner? Or, with its pursed-lipped tone, oh no, is this a self-satirical display of a shallow collegiate pose? Either way, Eliot is distancing himself from Wagnerian passion. What bothers him most, it seems, is the disparity between precious operatic emotion and the world outside. A similar tableau appears in Ossip Mandelstam's Walk Your Poem. In 1910, Eliot went to Paris to study for a year at the Sorbonne. In that period, he got to know the novelist Henri Albin Fournier and his brother-in-law Jacques Rivière, future editor of the Nouvelle Revue Française. Both were Wagnerites, and in a 1910 essay Rivière described Tristan in terms that the future author of The Waste Land might have found appealing. The music is a suffocating cloud, a black flame, Rivière writes. Act 3 conveys solitude, desolation, harrowing lassitude. As for the ending, never was there a darker, more triumphant entry into nothingness. During his Parisian year, Eliot befriended a fellow boarder named Jean Verdonal. A medical student by day, Verdonal loved Wagner, admired Mallarmé and Laforgue, knew Rivière, and adhered to the right-wing politics of the Action Française. The relationship was sufficiently close that some scholars believe it was physical in nature. In 1952, the critic John Peter dared to write that The Waste Land was an elegy for a young man with whom the poem's speaker had fallen completely, perhaps the right word is irretrievably, in love. Eliot's response was to demand the pulping of the journal in which the article appeared. James Miller, in his book T.S. Eliot, The Making of an American Poet, draws attention to a boat trip that the two friends took together on the Seine, linking that idyll to some suggestive lines in The Waste Land. The boat responded gaily, to the hand expert with sail and oar the sea was calm, your heart would have responded gaily, when invited, beating obedient to controlling hands, but the matter remains as murky as the rest of the poet's emotional life. In the summer of 1911, Eliot spent time in Munich, where he finished a draft of the love song of J. Alfred Prufrock. Verdonal sent him affectionately rambling letters that mixed literary and philosophical speculation with gossip and nostalgia. One letter brings up what sounds like a favorite subject: try, if possible, to see something by Wagner in Munich. I went the other day to the Götterdämmerung, conducted by Niekisch. The end must be one of the highest points ever reached by man. In 1912, once Eliot was back in Cambridge, Verdonal mentions Wagner again, implying that the music is integral to the bond between them. I am beginning to find my way in the tetralogy. Each time the plot becomes clearer, and obscure passages take on meaning. Tristan and I, from the first it is agonizingly moving and leaves you prostrate with ecstasy, craving to return to it. But I'm sputtering, all of this is confused and difficult, and impossible to put in words, inevitably, otherwise, one would not have felt the need to express it in music. All the same, I would be happy to know that you too are listening to Wagner in America. The surviving letters trail off at the end of 1912. I wish so much that you were with me, Verdonal writes in one of the last. Perhaps Eliot ended the correspondence, perhaps it stopped of its own accord. In the spring of 1915, Verdonal was killed in the Gallipoli campaign, felled by a bullet as he was attending to a wounded comrade. Almost immediately, he began to loom large in his friend's imagination. Prufrock and Other Observations, Eliot's first collection of poems, is dedicated to Verdonal. Its 1925 edition includes a Dantescan epigraph picturing the meeting of Virgil and Statius in Purgatory. Now can you understand the quantity of love that warms me towards you, so that I forget our vanity, and treat the shadows like the solid thing. During the war years, Eliot underwent personal crises and wrote little. In 1915, he married the writer Vivian Heywood, an alliance that proved calamitous. His productivity rebounded in 1919, when he found a whittled-down new style in Gerontian, his thoughts of a dry brain in a dry season. Eliot's terse post-war manner goes hand in hand with bursts of anti-Semitism, in lines like "the Jew is underneath the lot" and "the Jew squats on the window sill." This spurt of writing also included a poem called Dirge, which was probably included in the original version of The Waste Land. It takes after the Proteus chapter of Ulysses, with its image of the drowned man, its allusions to the tempest, and its presentiments of bloom. In Eliot's hands, though, the spectral figure of a Jewish other becomes merely vicious, full fathom 5-year Blastine lies / under the flatfish and the squids. / Graves' disease in a dead Jew's eyes. / when the crabs have eat the lids. Anthony Julius, in his study of Eliot's anti-Semitism, concludes that the poet's prejudice is a compound of American, English, and French paranoias. In comparing Jews to vermin, Eliot sounds like Edouard Drummond, who makes a brief appearance in Ulysses. The racial pseudoscience of German anti-Semitism had less impact. Wagner considered Jews too repulsive, too unpleasantly foreign, to be worthy of artistic representation. Eliot, in his high modernist phase, portrays them precisely because of the ugliness he perceives in them. As Julius argues, these assaultive images have a positive function for Eliot, they serve his poetic purposes. In that respect, he is all too close to the Wagner who said that his hatred of Jews was as necessary to my nature as gall is to the blood. Frighteningly, anti-Semitism is set so deep in the artist's nature that it becomes indivisible from the creative process. The Waste Land. In October 1922, Eliot launched a journal called The Criterion. The inaugural issue included the first half of a 2-part essay by T. Sturge Moore, titled The Story of Tristram and Isolde in Modern Poetry, in which Swinburne's treatment of the Tristan romance is criticized for excessive verbosity and Matthew Arnold's version is found somewhat wanting next to the exhilaration and illumination of Wagner's great drama. The next item in the table of contents was The Waste Land, receiving its first publication. The juxtaposition is striking, for Eliot's poem is at least in part the interior monologue of an aesthete who came of age in Wagnerism's heyday. In this respect, it is akin to the Stephen Dedalus chapters in Ulysses. Stoddard Martin, in his book Wagner to the Waste Land, proposes that the personage embodied in the poem, the character who is drawing its references and speaking its lines, is a synthetic type, modeled on Baudelaire, Verlaine, Nerval, Laforgue, Symonds, and Eliot himself. He is a dispossessed bourgeois tied to a literary tradition but adrift in the physical world, an aesthete attracted to Wagner, a voyant preoccupied with modern sex and its futility, a fallen Christian who is attracted to the idea of renunciation, but has a disease of the will which prevents him from developing religious discipline, an unhealthy and incompletely matured man susceptible to catatonic silence, breakdown, madness, and early death. Verdunal must be part of this composite as well. For Martin, the protagonist is Eliot's cryptic warning to himself, to go no further down the decadent path. Wagner is a danger zone, as he was for Henry James and, intermittently, Thomas Mann. Instead, Eliot makes his way toward a blend of Western and Eastern spirituality, with the legend of the Holy Grail at the center. In a sense, the poet backs away from Tristan only to find himself in Parsifal. The Wagnerian content is most obvious at the outset of the poem. 5 out of the first 42 lines of The Burial of the Dead, the first part of The Waste Land, consist of quotations from Tristan. First comes the young sailor's song from the opening of Act I, floating down from the mast of the vessel that is taking the enraged Isolde to Cornwall. Frisch weht der Wind. Fresh blows the wind. Der Heimat zu. Toward the homeland. Mein Irish kind. My Irish child. Wo whilest du? Where do you linger? Eliot changes capitalization and punctuation but otherwise reproduces Wagner's lines intact. A few lines later, he turns to the black as night opening of Act III. The wounded, deranged Tristan is lying beneath a lime tree. A shepherd is playing on his pipe, his gestures matched to a mournfully meandering English horn in the orchestra. The shepherd has been told to watch the sea for Isolde's sail. He sees nothing, O dund leer das Meer, waste and empty the sea. Thomas Mann may have been thinking of that same sea when he had Gustav von Aschenbach die before a mostly deserted beach and a wide, flat ocean. The entire opening section has a German accent. The strangely somber springtime scene. April is the cruelest month, breeding/lilacs out of the dead land is set in the area of Munich. Showers wash over the Starnberger Sea, a lake southwest of the city. People drink coffee in the Hofgarten. An aristocratic character named Marie talks of sledding in winter at the Archduke's/my cousin's. This is Countess Marie Lerisk, whom Eliot met in Munich and whose 1913 memoir My Past he probably read. She was the niece of Empress Elizabeth of Austria, the cousin of two archdukes who met unfortunate ends, Rudolf and Franz Ferdinand, and a cousin of Wagner's patron Ludwig II, whose body was found in the Starnberger Sea in 1886. Lerisk passes along Elizabeth's account of being visited by Ludwig's ghost, an apparition dripping with water. After Ludwig's death, a popular song lamenting him began, Auf den Bergen wohnt die Freiheit, in the mountains lives freedom, an adaptation of a line of Schiller's. Likewise, Eliot has Marie saying, in the mountains, there you feel free. These intimations of Ludwig's death introduce the motif of drowning that will overtake the poem. Between the Marie Lerisk scene and the first Tristan quotation comes a famous 12-line passage that is quite different in tone, solemn, prophetic, Iliadic. It begins. What are the roots that clutch, what branches grow out of this stony rubbish? Son of man. You cannot say, or guess, for you know only. A heap of broken images, where the sun beats. And the dead tree gives no shelter, the cricket no relief. And the dry stone no sound of water. In his notes to the poem, Eliot cites the biblical books of Ezekiel and Ecclesiastes as sources. They may explain Son of Man and heap of broken images, but not the beating sun. Act 3 of Tristan gives a comparable picture of the desert of the soul. Oh, this sun's scorching beams! How their fiery torment burns into my brain against the swelter of this parching heat. Ah, there is no cooling shelter of shade against the fearful torture of my agonies. What balm could bring me relief? The wounded Tristan soon collapses, and his loyal friend Courwenel asks, are you now dead? Do you still live? Eliot inserts a similar limbo just before the citation of Odund leer das Meer, I was neither/living nor dead, and I knew nothing/looking into the heart of light, the silence. Incidentally, Odund leer das Meer was added at a later date, one can see Eliot inserting it into the manuscript by hand. He also adjusted the earlier Tristan quotation. Originally, he had written Frisch schwebt der Wind, fresh hovers the wind, later, he changed it to Frisch weht der Wind, in keeping with the libretto. As William Blissett points out, Eliot apparently cited the lines from memory and then checked them against Wagner's text, presumptive evidence of first-hand knowledge and more than casual concern. So far, The Waste Land has been mostly free of the disdainful slant of opera, Eliot's early Tristan poem. Fragments of Wagner are yoked to honest-sounding cries of despair, both from the troubled aesthete at the center of the narrative and from the nameless hordes who tramp through the unreal city of workaday London. The tone changes, though, in the poem's second part, a game of chess. Vernacular voices break in, including Cockney pubgoers and a sample of literary ragtime, oh that Shakespearean rag/it's so elegant/so intelligent. A book of the world can catch almost any aspect of experience in its web, unburdened by the need to assimilate found objects into a seamless whole. So it is with the Waste Land's touches of ragtime, the music hall, and jazz. Josh Epstein, in his book Sublime Noise, notices that these pop culture fragments often lapse into a mechanical repeating pattern, like a gramophone stuck in a groove. Undercutting the solemnity of the earlier quotations, they bring about an implosion of Wagnerian totality into an unstable multimedia text. When Wagner returns, in the Fire Sermon, he is a depleted force. Much of this section is given over to a vivid, polyphonic vision of the River Thames, with rats creeping through vegetation on the bank. In the midst of urban grit, we catch a glimpse of Wagner's Rhine maidens, who take the form of modern women enduring drudgery and indignity. Their pre-verbal song is taken not from the blissful prelude of Rheingold but from the darkened, wasted terrain of Götterdämmerung. The barges wash. Drifting logs. Down Greenwich Reach. Past the Isle of Dogs. Violalalea. Walalalealala. According to Eliot's notes, each of the Rhine maidens has a brief aria. They sing of trams and dusty trees, of various neighborhoods in Greater London, of the beach at Margate, of the broken fingernails of dirty hands. By the end, their motto is reduced to a pathetic fragment, La La. Eliot once told his fellow poet Stephen Spender that he had studied the whole of The Ring while writing The Waste Land. The intricacy of these Rhine maiden references bears out that report. The Thames scene is also rife with sexual innuendo, louche behavior, morals loosened in the rolling fog. There is a whiff of a gay come-on when a Smyrna merchant, possibly Jewish, offers a weekend at the Metropole, a fashionable and not entirely reputable seaside hotel. The androgynous Tiresias narrates a mechanical assignation between a young man and woman. In a long satirical passage that was cut at Ezra Pound's behest, a pretentious literary woman is baptized in a soapy sea-slash of Symonds Walter Pater Vernon Lee, all three homosexual. Decadence arrives in glory with a citation of Verlaine's Parsifal, et. Oces voix d'enfant chantant dans la coupole. And, oh those children's voices singing in the dome. Recall that Verlaine's hero is tempted not only by the flower maidens but by an inclination toward the flesh of virgin boy. The fire sermon is named after a sermon by the Buddha, one that promises release from the burning suffering of the senses, not least the fire of desire. As the poet seeks such an escape, Tristan, the site of youthful passion, is left behind. Wagner himself is still Germain. He, too, sampled Buddhism and preached the virtues of renunciation. In Parsifal, the hero remains chaste, even as he gains an understanding of Amphrodite's sexual wound. It burns in my heart. Although Eliot never made direct mention of Parsifal, he could have seen the opera in Boston in 1910 and on many occasions thereafter. A glint of the Grail in the last part of The Waste Land leads us once more into the symbolic forest of Wagner's final work. In his notes to The Waste Land, Eliot writes, not only the title, but the plan and a good deal of the incidental symbolism of the poem were suggested by Miss Jessie L. Weston's book on the Grail legend, From Ritual to Romance. Eliot later claimed that the footnotes published with the poem were in large part a comedic exercise in bogus scholarship. Indeed, they mislead as much as they reveal. Still, other sources confirm Eliot's yen for stories of the Grail. In his youth he read Malory's Morte d'Arthur and Tennyson's Idylls of the King. He could also have taken his title from Wolfram von Eschenbach's Parzival, or from Tennyson's Morte d'Arthur, like a wind, that shrills all night in a waste land, or from Swinburne's Tristram of Lyonesse. Jessie Weston was a European-educated Englishwoman who took up folkloric studies after visiting Bayreuth in 1892. 4 years later, she published a book called The Legends of the Wagner Drama. She soon established herself as a leading interpreter of Arthuriana, although she was herself accused of bogus scholarship and occult speculation. From Ritual to Romance arose from another trip to Bayreuth. At the 1911 festival, she met the Vienna-based Indologist Leopold von Schroeder, author of The Completion of the Aryan Mystery in Bayreuth, an attempt at conjoining Wagner's dramas to Vedic texts. Schroeder was one of many theorists of the period who imagined a lost Aryan homeland from which both Northern European and Indian cultures arose. He was not, however, anti-Semitic. In his eyes, Aryans and Jews were building modern civilization together. Weston, like Schroeder, saw the romances of Siegfried, Tristan, and Perceval as a shared inheritance of the great Aryan family. The other major influence on From Ritual to Romance is James Fraser's 1890 study The Golden Bough, which groups the ancient stories of Attis, Adonis, Osiris, and Dionysus under the banner of nature or vegetation cults. In legends of this type, a hero dies or is killed and then is reborn. The recurrence of that resurrection cycle in Christian lore, including tales of the Grail, shows the cultic origins of modern religion. Weston theorizes a close connection between the vitality of a certain king, and the prosperity of his kingdom, the forces of the ruler being weakened or destroyed, by wound, sickness, old age, or death, the land becomes waste, and the task of the hero is that of restoration. That divine or semi-divine ruler, at once god and king, is widely known as the Fisher King. Wagner calls him Amfortas. Fanciful as Weston's ideas are, they do some justice to the multiform spirituality of Parsifal. Waste spaces appear throughout the opera. Parsifal is raised in ode, or wilderness. Klingsor's magic garden is conjured from a wust, or desert, and when Parsifal defeats Klingsor, the garden dissolves back into an inode, another word for desert or wasteland. Tristan plays on similar themes. That waste and empty ocean under the burning sun is a harsh mirror of Tristan's inner state. From ritual to romance hardly explains all of the wasteland, but it gives a context for its rites of spring and fertility, its devastated and desiccated landscapes, its repeated references to fishing, and its belated turn toward Indian texts, in the form of the Upanishads. The final sections of the poem replicate Weston's cycle of death and rebirth. Death by Water revisits the motif of the drowned man, which Eliot adapted from Ulysses. Apparently, this section was to have included the anti-Semitic imagery of dirge, but Ezra Pound talked Eliot out of it, an ironic turn of events, since Pound later outdid Eliot in anti-Jewish bile. Instead, Death by Water consists only of 8 coolly mournful lines depicting the watery decay of Phlebas the Phoenician, who was once handsome and tall as you. Stephen Spender stated that this section crystallizes the hidden elegy that is in the wasteland, the elegy for Jean Verdnal. Spender elsewhere hints. On April 25, 1915, the first day of the Gallipoli invasion, thousands of soldiers died on the beaches. Although Verdnal was killed a week later and on land, Eliot knew few of the details. He later wrote of an unnamed friend greeting him in Paris waving a branch of lilac, a friend who was later, so far as I could find out, to be mixed with the mud of Gallipoli. James Miller relates Eliot's discordant memories of Verdnal's springtime, lilacs, death in the mire not only to the poem's ending but also to its famous first lines, April is the cruelest month, breeding/lilacs out of the dead land. What the thunder said returns to the rocky desert. Pilgrims traverse a sandy path, the air is full of dry sterile thunder without rain. The mountains no longer feel free. Images of falling towers intrude. The travelers find themselves in an empty chapel, only the wind's home, the chapel perilous of many Grail stories, where the questing hero experiences soul-shaking visions. Parsifal lacks such a chapel, but Titurel's demonic funeral procession produces a similar effect. Then rains begin to fall, allowing a flicker of hope to steal in the merest trace of a Good Friday spell. If the wounded king is not cured, he is at least content. I sat upon the shore/fishing, with the arid plain behind me. In the last lines, Eliot turns to the Upanishads, Dutta, De Advam, De Mayata, /Shanta Shanta Shanta. The first 3 words can be translated as give, sympathize, control. Eliot relates Shanta to the phrase the peace which passeth understanding, from the Anglican liturgy. Devotion, renunciation, and compassion happen also to be the guiding themes of Parsifal. The last part of the wasteland is like an afterimage of Wagner's syncretic religiosity, as transmitted through French symbolism. As Stoddard Martin observes, no moment of salvation actually arrives, no holy spear heals the wound. In this respect, Eliot's poem is even further distant from Ulysses, with its recuperative celebration of sensual love and spiritual compassion. Instead, the authorial protagonist quivers with unrelieved pain and shame, my friend, blood shaking my heart / the awful daring of a moment's surrender / which an age of prudence can never retract. For Wagner, renunciation was not the same thing as repression. Even if desire must go unfulfilled, it can still be felt, even enjoyed. As the composer wrote in the early sketch for Parsifal, the one he sent to King Ludwig, strong is the magic of him who desires, stronger is that of him who abstains. In the waste land, desire is a wound that cannot be closed. Works of post-Wagnerian modernism, Ulysses included, superimpose myth and modernity in a way that promises a comprehensive revelation of the world, both its variegated surfaces and its primordial roots. In the waste land, such correspondences tend to break down. Archetypes float up from the depths of the past, but they ultimately find little lasting resonance in contemporary lives. Instead, they provide a reassuring clutter of illusions for the stranded intellect. These fragments I have shored against my ruins. In that sense, Eliot's poem is, more than Ulysses, an irrevocably anti-romantic, anti-Wagnerian work. Woolf and the Waves. Woolf in 1927. Joyce once said that Eliot had put an end to poetry for ladies. It was not a sentiment that Virginia Woolf would have welcomed. She read Joyce and Eliot with wary fascination, registering both the potency of their technique and the gaps in their vision. When chapters of Ulysses began appearing in the Little Review in 1918, she wrote in a notebook, "The thing is that he is attempting to do away with the machinery to extract the marrow." Much later, she recalled reading the book with spasms of wonder, of discovery, and then again with long lapses of intense boredom and ambivalence not unlike her response to Wagner. Ulysses struck her as a vulgar display of male ego. She responded more warmly to The Waste Land, which had its first book publication by way of her and her husband's boutique press, Hogarth. "It has great beauty and force of phrase, symmetry, and tensity," she wrote. Ultimately, though, Eliot mystified her. She had the sense of a man wearing an unreadable mask. Woolf's maturing conception of the flow of consciousness assumes a form distinct from the turbulent experimentalism of Ulysses. Instead of exposing every corner of her characters' worlds, Woolf maps the hazy boundaries of identity itself, including those of gender. Wagner is one tool she uses to poke beneath the surface of the self. Her 1922 novel Jacob's Room is built around a central character who is not a capacious everyman, as in Joyce, but a cipher, an attractive, unworldly, breezily intellectual youth named Jacob Flanders, who is fated to die in the Great War, as his name portends. Men and women alike encircle Jacob, never breaking his defenses. At the heart of the novel is a night at the Opera Tristan at Covent Garden. Woolf paints the doomed splendor of the empire in half elegiac, half mordant tones. The autumn season was in full swing. Tristan was twitching his rug up under his armpits twice a week. Isolde waved her scarf in miraculous sympathy with the conductor's baton. In all parts of the house were to be found pink faces and glittering breasts. When a royal hand attached to an invisible body slipped out and withdrew the red and white bouquet reposing on the scarlet ledge, the Queen of England seemed a name worth dying for. Then Woolf delineates her character's disparate reactions to the music, as Forster had done in Howard's End. But the exercise breaks off abruptly, as if it were too obvious or pointless to be continued. Then 2,000 hearts in the semi-darkness remembered, anticipated, traveled dark labyrinths, and Clara Durrant said farewell to Jacob Flanders, and tasted the sweetness of death in effigy, and Mrs. Durrant, sitting behind her in the dark of the box, sighed her sharp sigh, and Mr. Wortley, shifting his position behind the Italian ambassador's wife, thought that Brangena was a trifle hoarse, and suspended in the gallery many feet above their heads, Edward Whittaker surreptitiously held a torch to his miniature score, and, in short, the observer is choked with observations. In Wagner's thrall, listeners experience a loss of individuality, they conform to type, and there is no need to distinguish details. Woolf finds the entire spectacle hollow and heartless. She acidly notes that well-dressed patrons leaving the opera are indifferent to the fate of a child thief who is caught in the square. A man of valor who has ruled the empire thinks of bridges and aqueducts as he listens to the lonely music of the shepherd's pipe. That indifference will be writ large when millions of soldiers go to their deaths, Jacob among them. One figure stands out from the crowd, a young man with a Wellington nose, sitting up in the cheap seats. He goes away as if he were still set a little apart from his fellows by the influence of the music. This is Richard Bonamy, quiet, fastidious, bookish, a university friend of Jacob's, and fonder of Jacob than of anyone in the world. In other words, he fits the profile of the gay Wagnerite, to whom the music whispers secrets. Afterward, Bonamy knocks on Jacob's door, and the gap between them yawns. About this opera now, Jacob says. This fellow Wagner. I say, Bonamy, what about Beethoven? As in the Voyage Out, Wagner is a divided legacy, some use him as a social prop, others cling to him desperately. Woolf revisits that dynamic in her 1937 novel The Years, depicting a performance of Siegfried that takes place on the night of King Edward VII's death. Amid the usual glitter, two unattached men sit side by side, one listening critically, intently, and the other lost in happy oblivion. Again, Wagner is a double image of the empire in its twilight and of the love that dare not speak its name. The passing of the age of Wagner is essentially complete in Mrs. Dalloway, published in 1925 and set in 1923. When we first met Clarissa Dalloway, in The Voyage Out, she raved about the magic of Bayreuth. Now she favors Bach. Whatever remains of Wagnerism is entrusted to another of Woolf's isolated, vulnerable males, Septimus Warren Smith, a shell-shocked war veteran who is on the verge of suicide. Septimus is a strange double of Clarissa, who, beneath her bustling exterior, feels imprisoned. Together, the two characters capture the split world of the author. Jamie McGregor, in a dissertation on Wagnerism in Joyce and Woolf, proposes that Septimus is a meld of Siegfried and Tristan. He is both an unformed being in tune with nature and a wounded warrior yearning for the release of death. In one scene, he sits with his wife in Regent's Park and imagines that a bird is speaking to him, as the woodbird spoke to Siegfried. Woolf once experienced a similar episode. Another passage weaves a delirious rhapsody around the shepherd's pipe music from Tristan. He lay very high, on the back of the world. The earth thrilled beneath him. Red flowers grew through his flesh, their stiff leaves rustled by his head. Music began clanging against the rocks up here. It is a motor horn down in the street, he muttered, but up here it cannoned from rock to rock, divided, met in shocks of sound which rose in smooth columns. That music should be visible was a discovery, and became an anthem twined round now by a shepherd boy's piping. That's an old man playing a penny whistle by the public house, he muttered, which, as the boy stood still came bubbling from his pipe, and then, as he climbed higher, made its exquisite plaint while the traffic passed. Beneath, he himself remained high on his rock, like a drowned sailor on a rock. I leaned over the edge of the boat and fell down, he thought. I went under the sea. I have been dead, and yet am now alive, but let me rest still. The dull imperial spectator in Jacob's room hears the shepherd's pipe and lets his mind wander to bridge construction. Septimus does the opposite. Amid the noise of the city, he hallucinates the desolate melody that plays against the waste and empty sea. Woolf's great feminist essay A Room of One's Own, published in 1929, heralds a golden age of women's writing. Male fiction has run its course, she says. Virility has now become self-conscious men, that is to say, are now writing only with the male side of their brains. Citing Coleridge, Woolf argues that genius is androgynous, fusing male and female traits. She sounds curiously like Wagner when she says that one must be woman-manly or man-womanly, that in the androgynous mind some marriage of opposites has to be consummated. Opera and drama defines the ideal of the purely human as the loving union of the manly and the womanly, as the fecundation of feeling by understanding. The art of androgyny propels Woolf's 1928 novel Orlando, in which the title character changes sex and gender. In the essay's Phases of Fiction and Modern Fiction, Woolf speaks of some desire still unsatisfied. The novel can amass details, she writes. But can it also select? Can it symbolize? Can it give us an epitome as well as an inventory? Ulysses may be the master inventory of modern life, but for Woolf it feels confined and shut in. She sets her sights on the common life, the interconnected web of being. In her diary, she writes of her aspiration to saturate every atom, to eliminate everything extraneous. She would create a continuous stream, not solely of human thought, but of the ship, the night and sea, all flowing together. She would tell the life of anybody, life in general. I am telling myself the story of the world from the beginning. She would show vast undifferentiated brooding life. These plans come to fruition in the waves. William Blissett considers it the most Wagnerian of Virginia Woolf's novels because the most despotically organized, the most composite in its use of musical and painterly, even sculpturesque and ballet-like effects, and the most pervasively leitmotivistic in its structure and symbolism. A half-dozen other commentators, John Digitany, Tracy Sherrard, Emma Sutton, Gillian Phillips, Kimberly Fairbrother Canton, and Jamie McGregor have isolated Wagnerian motifs in the novel. The Wave stands as Woolf's chief attempt to match the overwhelming unity, the utmost calm and intensity, the smooth stream at white heat that she discerned in Parsifal in 1909. The novel follows the lives of 7 characters of shared background, very like the Bloomsbury group in their squabbling intimacy. Each of the 9 sections is introduced by an italicized passage describing different stages of a day at the seashore, dawn, various hours of morning, noon, the waning of the day, sunset, night. The characters, meanwhile, proceed from early childhood to school days and on to early adulthood and middle age. The superimposition of 2 radically different time scales suggests one form of Woolf's desired synthesis, a novel at once microcosmic and epic in scope. The beginning gives a sense of an even grander temporal dimension, one that might reach back to the beginning of the universe. The sun had not yet risen. The sea was indistinguishable from the sky, except that the sea was slightly creased as if a cloth had wrinkles in it. Gradually, as the sky whitened, a dark line lay on the horizon dividing the sea from the sky, and the grey cloth became barred with thick strokes moving, one after another, beneath the surface, following each other, pursuing each other, perpetually. Gradually the dark bar on the horizon became clear as if the sediment in an old wine bottle had sunk and left the glass green. Behind it, too, the sky cleared as if the white sediment there had sunk, or as if the arm of a woman crouched beneath the horizon had raised a lamp. Slowly the arm that held the lamp raised it higher and then higher until a broad flame became visible, an arc of fire burnt on the rim of the horizon, and all round it the sea blazed gold. The slow gathering power of this passage, ascending from darkness to light and from depth to stratosphere, calls to mind the prelude to Rheingold, as well as the first sentence of Catherine Manfield's At the Bay, very early morning. The sun was not yet risen. The initial sentence of the ensuing chapter is this: I see a ring, said Bernard, hanging above me. It quivers and hangs in a loop of light. The shining of that phantom ring matches the moment in Rheingold when the sun beats down into the waters and sets the gold ablaze. In a series of monologues and dialogues, the novel gives voice to 6 of the 7 characters. One gets to know their attributes: the gregarious Bernard, the melancholy poet Lewis, the avid aesthete Neville, the socialite Ginny, the neurotic outsider Rhoda, the domestic-minded Susan, but by design they blur together. The 6 characters were supposed to be one, Woolf said. I wanted to give the sense of continuity. They represent aspects of her own inner world while at the same time mirroring people she knew. Lewis is almost certainly a version of T.S. Eliot. He is an outsider in the group, the son of an Australian banker, prim, aloof, unhappy. My shattered mind is pieced together by some sudden perception, the character says, recalling Eliot's broken images and fragments shored against ruin. Lewis also speaks of himself in subterranean terms: my roots go down to the depths of the world. He wishes to fix in words, to forge in a ring of steel, a fleeting glimpse of order that the company inspires. Emma Sutton compares him to Alberich, the earth-burrowing forger of the ring. The 7th character is the charismatic, enigmatic Percival, who dies young, at the novel's midpoint. The rest of the company revolves around him, both in his presence and his absence. Percival shares characteristics with the Jacob of Jacob's Room, and is, by extension, Woolf's final memorial to her brother, though by. He is also a conspicuously Christ-like figure, at once naive and knowing. One line in the draft, "I then cursed Percival for being such a fool," makes clear the likeness to Wagner's Pure Fool. Percival is described as an emissary from a pagan universe, a medieval commander. In the novel's central scene, the company bid Percival farewell as he goes off to India, where he will perish in a riding accident. On the table is a vase containing a red carnation. MacGregor ingeniously sees this as a stand-in for the blood-filled chalice of the Holy Grail. It falls to Bernard to articulate the ideal of self-transcendence and mystical communion toward which Woolf has been groping. "I do not believe in separation," he declares. "We are not single." In his closing monologue, an ecstatic 60-page expanse in which Woolf took particular pride, Bernard says, "Let me cast and throw away this veil of being," sounding almost like Schopenhauer. He speaks of seeing without being seen, of traversing the world like a ghost. Entering St. Paul's Cathedral, he thinks of dark, dour Lewis, with his neat suit, with his cane in his hand and his angular, rather detached gait, who liked to visit the place. "I am always impressed, as I enter, by the rubbed roses, the polished brasses, the flapping and the chanting, while one boy's voice wails round the dome like some lost and wandering dove. I stray and look and wonder, and sometimes, rather furtively, try to rise on the shaft of somebody else's prayer into the dome, out, beyond, wherever they go. But then, like the lost and wailing dove, I find myself failing, fluttering, descending, and perching upon some curious gargoyle, some battered nose or absurd tombstone, with humor, with wonder, and so again watch the sightseers with their Baedekers shuffling past, while the boy's voice soars in the dome and the organ now and then indulges in a moment of elephantine triumph. How then, I asked, would Lewis roof us all in? How would he confine us, make us one, with his red ink, with his very fine nib?" The voice petered out in the dome, wailing. In revisions to the draft, you can almost see Woolf pushing the scene a little more toward Wagner. At first, it is the sound of the organ that reverberates around the dome, but then it changes, more unexpectedly, to the voice of a boy. This evokes not only the chanting boys of Verlaine's Parsifal but also Eliot's somewhat jarring quotation of that sonnet in the Waste Land. The illusion is augmented by the apparition of a dove. In Act I of Parsifal, the boys sing, "The faith lives," the dove hovers, and at the end a white dove flutters over Parsifal's head. MacGregor concludes that the unshakable affirmation of Parsifal here proves impossible to recapture. The boy's voice wails, the dove wanders. Woolf steers clear of the monumental bleakness of Eliot's failed Grail ceremony. In the final paragraphs, the elderly Bernard rouses himself from despair, finding freedom in invisibility and selflessness. At the first flicker of dawn the day is completing its cycle and is ready to begin again. He catches sight of the eternal renewal, the incessant rise and fall and rise again. A new desire wells up, like a rising wave. Suddenly, he assumes a heroic pose, riding forth on a horse into battle. His enemy is death. It is death against whom I ride with my spear couched and my hair flying back like a young man's, like Percival's. With that quaintly romantic medieval image the novel ends, although an italicized postscript reminds us of the indifferent eternity of nature. The waves broke on the shore. The last sentence can be joined seamlessly to the first, the sun had not yet risen. Finnegan's Wake. Woolf wrote in The Waves, one cannot live outside the machine for more perhaps than half an hour. What she admired in Joyce, despite his egotism and vulgarity, was his urge to subdue the machine and expose the disorderly flux of being. Joyce never met Woolf, but he was aware of her. He read The Voyage out, though his reaction is not recorded. He made notes regarding Woolf's commentary on his work, which included a cutting phrase about the comparative poverty of the writer's mind. The phrase poverty of mind duly appears in the Omnium Gatherum of Finnegan's Wake. Joyce almost certainly did not read The Waves. His eyesight was too poor by 1931, but his novel In Progress had elements in common with Woolf's creation. The Wake is his novel of night and dream, a transcript not of the stream of consciousness but of the stream of existence itself. It is suffused with references to Wagner, arguably from the first page to the last. Matthew Hoggart and Ruth Bowerell, in Joyce's Grand Opera in Finnegan's Wake, point out that River Run, the first word, could be mistaken for River Rhine, and that the final words, away alone alast loved along the, enfold the Rhine maiden's cry of Wagalaia. In 1937, while staying on the banks of the Rhine, Joyce wrote a letter saying that he could hear the river complaining about being pressed into service by me. Wagner was on Joyce's mind from the outset of the project. In early 1923, he began writing prose sketches based on figures from Irish history and folklore. He was interested in the idea of unconscious memory, of dreams as the wake thoughts of centuries ago. One sketch, developed from notes headed Exiles, was a modern-day send-up of Tristan and Isolde, set on the deck of a pleasure boat, with a jazz band playing under the night sky. Tristan is a 6'2" rugger and soccer champion. Isolde is the belle of Chapelizod, a Dublin suburb associated with the Isolde of Irish legend. The language has the chatty flavor of high society twits. The sea looked awfully pretty at that twilight hour. It was a just too gorgeous sensation. Isolde says, I'm so real glad to have met you, tries, you fascinate her, you. Tristan, who calls her Izzy, spouts some sort of Wagnerian theosophical gibberish about the pancosmic urge and alimanance. Then he thrusts his tongue down Isolde's throat, as if scoring a goal. When Joyce incorporated the Tristan triangle into Exiles, he identified most with the King Mark figure. The same sympathy is felt in the Tristan sketch. The lovers dismiss Mark as a tiresome old orangutan beaver. They noisily argue, curse your stinking putrid soul, you bloody bitch, and then make up with the big kiss of Tristan with Yosade. But a chorus of seabirds salutes the king with a jaunty song. 3 quarks for Muster Mark. Sure he hasn't got much of a bark. And sure any he has, it's all beside the mark. Ho 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 ho, multi-mark. The section of the wake known as Mamalujo begins with this same poem. In 1963, the physicist Murray Gell-Mann borrowed the word quark to describe one of the fundamental constituents of matter. Why did Joyce return to Wagner at a time when Bach, Stravinsky, and Duke Ellington were the rage? Nora Joyce may have been partly responsible. She went through a phase of listening constantly to Wagner records. Or perhaps, in the wake of the scandalous triumph of Ulysses, Joyce could let go of his rivalry with the old sorcerer. Stoddard Martin writes that Joyce's evolving relationship with Wagner is exactly the behavior, in exactly the pattern, that one would expect the developing Stephen Dedalus to exhibit towards an artist father: first reverence, then imitation, then competition, then repudiation, finally peaceful coexistence. Harold Bloom, in The Anxiety of Influence, calls this apophrase: a poet readmits ancestors that he has previously suppressed, but in a way that preserves his priority and mastery. Wagner is present in Finnegan's Wake mainly as a mythic fount, one of those waking beings of the past who now speak in dreams. By Timothy Martin's count, the Wake contains 178 allusions to the Ring and 242 to Tristan. All the other mature Wagner operas are named, plus the early Die Feen. Humphrey Chimpton Earwicker, HCE, the fallen patriarch of the Wake, is cast both as a Flying Dutchman pariah and as a King Mark cuckold. Again, the wronged husband proves more compelling than the lusty hero. The complication is that both HCE's wife, Anna Livia Plurabile, and his daughter, Isabel, play Isolde roles, and that Shem and Sean HCE and Alp's sons are rivals in a web of incestuous relations. Furthermore, Joyce draws elements from Wagner's life, especially the affair with Mathilde Wessendonck. One notebook shows him reading Edouard Squier's book Woman the Inspirer, which touches on that relationship. We see Wagnerian struggles between purity and sin, suffering and redemption, night and day. When Joyce was asked whether the Wake was an attempt at combining music and literature, he responded, "No, it's pure music." The transformation of language into music is evident in the proliferation of leitmotifs, at least 1,000 of them altogether. More than merely decorative, they are essential to the reader's efforts at comprehension. Only when we see clusters of verbal motifs associated with particular characters do we realize that those characters are present. Alp, for example, is signaled by rhythmically lapping phrases that end with of, beside the revering waters of, hither and thithering waters of. Night. Musicality also takes the form of punning variations. The Wagnerian thesaurus includes Sir Tristram, Tristian, Tristis Tristi or Tristissimus, Tristi, Issy, Izzy, Isot, Isolade, Wagoner, Mudhilde Wiesendank, Boerot, or Bayreuth, Fort. Fort. Bayreuth. March. The everlasting ash tree is everlasting ashtray, mild und lies is mildew Lisa, Götterdämmerung is gttrdmmrng, Parsifal is Pussyfors or Persifal or Parsifal. The endless melody of language merges with the master image of the ever-flowing river the Liffey in Dublin, first and foremost, but also the Wagnerian Rhine. The Wake is not merely a dive into the depths of consciousness but a simulacrum of nature itself. In the final pages of the novel, Anne Olivia has become the Liffey, coursing toward the obliterating vastness of the ocean. My cold father, my cold mad father, my cold mad fury father. It is staged as a death, a libestad. For Matthew Hoggart, the words "I sink I'd die down over his feet" are a gloss on Isolde's to drown, to sink, as well as the lover's "Oh sink down, night of love." Once more the modernist mind alights upon the figure of a going under, an Untergang. In the waves, water is the current that carries selves through time. Although Woolf took a dim view of Joyce's Wake style, calling it unintelligible, the sense of confluence with her own work is strong. History is a nightmare from which I am trying to awake, Stevens says in Ulysses. Joyce felt much the same, striving to rise above the maelstrom of politics, nationalism, and war. History caught him in the end. After Germany invaded France in the spring of 1940, Joyce made plans to flee to Lausanne, only to find that Swiss authorities thought he was Jewish and were refusing a visa for this reason. Savoring the irony, Joyce wrote, "I am thunderstruck. There's a remarkable discovery." He reached Zurich, but his health collapsed. He died in January 1941, at a time when it seemed very possible that Germany could win the war. Woolf noted Joyce's passing in her diary, saying that he was about a fortnight younger than I am. She was at work on a new novel, Between the Acts, but the old despair was gnawing at her, and she felt that she was becoming an impossible burden to her husband, Leonard. When, 2 months later, voices sounded again in her head, she made the decision to end her life, and drowned herself in the River Ouse. "Oh bitter ending," Joyce wrote in the last pages of The Wake. "Oh death!" Woolf exclaimed in The Waves. For one, death by drowning was a crypto-romantic metaphor, for the other, it was the final reality. 13. Siegfried's death. Nazi Germany and Thomas Mann. The Festspielhaus decorated for Hitler's birthday, 1939. On February 13, 1933, 50 years to the day after Wagner's death, Thomas Mann walked onto the stage of the Concertgebouw, in Amsterdam, to deliver his lecture Sorrows and Grandeur of Richard Wagner. Beforehand, the Concertgebouw Orchestra, under the direction of the Austrian conductor Erich Kleiber, performed Siegfried's funeral music and the Siegfried Idyll. Afterward, they played the Lohengrin Act I Prelude. The talk was based on an essay that Mann had written for the anniversary, his most ambitious attempt to settle accounts with the greatest talent in the entire history of art. The Amsterdam engagement was part of a brief series of lectures that Mann had begun 3 days earlier, in Munich, and continued in Brussels and Paris. As it turned out, his Wagner speaking tour became a permanent exile from Germany. Mann died in Zurich in 1955, and was buried 5 miles from James Joyce. Mann had many reasons to leave Germany, where Adolf Hitler had been appointed Reich Chancellor on January 30. Beginning in the early 1920s, the formerly conservative author had adopted leftist positions that clashed with Nazi ideology. His wife, Katja, was Jewish, and his children were therefore considered non-Aryan. The Wagner lecture did not improve the family's situation. The Volkischer Beobachter, the official Nazi paper, was aghast that a half-Bolshevik was purveying a distorted view of Wagner abroad even as Hitler honored the composer at home. This was not unexpected. More shocking to Mann was the protest of the Richard Wagner City Munich that appeared in April 1933, bearing the signatures of such musical eminences as Richard Strauss, Hans Pfitzner, and the gifted Wagner conductor Hans Nappertsbus, who instigated the action. The document described Mann as not only cosmopolitan democratic but also unreliable and inexpert, a jarring demotion for a man who had received the Nobel Prize in Literature 4 years earlier. Sorrows and Grandeur is more than a political statement. It delves deep into Wagner's warring identities as mythmaker and psychologist, German and European, anarchist and bourgeois, populist and intellectual. But its disgust for the Nazification of Wagner is clear. Mann concedes that imperialist, demagogic, and crowd-swaying elements have long been part of the Bayreuth mentality, but these cannot be translated into conventional politics. To interpret Wagner's nationalist gestures in modern terms is to blemish their romantic purity. The composer is better understood as a utopian socialist who displays a thoroughly anarchic indifference to governmental structures. Mann recapitulates various fin de siècle Wagnerisms, especially the French version, as a way of countering the folkish reading. Baudelaire is again praised as the first true Wagnerian, the one who gave the music a European sheen. Even more pointedly, Mann inverts Nietzsche's critique of the decadent, effeminate Wagner, categorizing apparent vices as hidden virtues. A portrait of the Meister molding the character of Siegfried while attired in colorful satin robes is sublimation laid bare. Thus equipped, he gains the artistic voluptuous mood needed to summon primal Nordic heroics and noble nature symbolism, to let the golden blonde hero boy forge his sword of victory on the spraying anvil, images that make the breast of German youth swell with lofty feelings of manly glory. Despite his reactionary streak, Wagner ultimately belongs to the party of reform, change, liberation, in other words, to the left. The peroration is brazen. This creative spirit, charged with life and stormily progressive despite all spiritual heaviness and attachment to death, this glorifier of a world destroyer born of the freest love, this audacious musical innovator who in Tristan already stands with one foot on atonal terrain, and who today would most certainly be called a Kulturbolschewist, this man of the Volk who all his life fervently rejected power, money, violence, and war, and who intended his festival theatre for a classless society. Whatever the age made of it, no spirit of reaction and pious backwardness can claim him. He belongs instead to every future-directed will. Mann recited this passage almost verbatim in Munich and Amsterdam. He apparently hesitated to brand Wagner with the Nazi buzzword Kulturbolschewist, for he crossed out that line in his typescript. Then, as press reports attest, he delivered it anyway. After the lecture tour, Thomas and Katja Mann went on holiday in Switzerland. They were still planning to return home, but increasingly unsubtle warnings from their children and friends dissuaded them. The weather is bad in Munich, they were told. The house is being cleaned, there is terrible confusion. And finally, stay in Switzerland. You would not be safe here. Sorrows and grandeur, even in 1933 it was an old-fashioned phrase, calling forth a romantic fable of greatness forged from woe. Heard in the present tense, though, it hints at a different narrative. Wagner is again suffering tribulations, and right-minded Germans must act to save him. Mann takes up the mission that Bernhard Diebold had set forth 5 years earlier, rectifying the political loss of the most popular high art of the past few decades. This project was, of course, doomed. Wagner would now become the chief cultural ornament of the most destructive political regime in history. The literature on Hitler and Nazism is prone to what the writer Ron Rosenbaum calls the single bullet theory, simplistic explanations for a complex horror. It has been variously suggested that the key to understanding Hitler is that he had an abusive father, that he was too close to his mother, that he had encephalitis, that he contracted syphilis from a Jewish prostitute, that he blamed a Jewish doctor for his mother's death, that he was missing a testicle, that he underwent a wayward hypnosis treatment, that he was gay, that he was addled by drugs, and, most insidiously, that he himself had Jewish ancestry. To that dubious list can be added the notion that Hitler received posthumous instruction from Wagner. The first definitive statement of the thesis came in 1939, when the poet and historian Peter Viereck identified Wagner as perhaps the most important single fountainhead of Nazi ideology. An extreme variation occurs in Joachim Kohler's 1997 book Wagner's Hitler, The Prophet and His Disciple, where it is said that Hitler's campaign to exterminate the Jews was part of his love for Wagner. Hitler stoked such speculation with the claim that a youthful encounter with Rienzi propelled him toward a career in politics. Many leading historians of the Third Reich are disinclined to take him at his word, and doubt that Wagner played a significant role in the dictator's political development. Richard J. Evans, in The Third Reich in Power, states that the composer's influence on Hitler has often been exaggerated. Joachim Fest, who had dwelled on the Wagner legacy in his classic biography of Hitler, later concluded that polemics like Kohler's confused the content of the works with the history of their reception, mapping the latter onto the former. Kohler later accepted the criticism and retracted his thesis. Wagner was a malignant antisemite, but antisemitism does not amount to a political philosophy. Much about his erratic ideology, the anarchist tendencies, the disapproval of standing armies, the dislike of organized power is antithetical to the totalitarian mindset. Hans Rudolf Viget takes the view that once we get away from the concept of influence, of some sort of supernatural master-disciple relationship, we can form a more balanced, though still unsettling, picture of the Wagner-Hitler problem. For Viget, the question is how Hitler assumed a self-perceived Wagnerian style. "We need a dictator who is a genius," Hitler said in 1920, at the outset of his political career. This self-styling as genius, in Viget's words, also preoccupies the historian Wolfram Pita, for whom the politician Hitler is unthinkable without the artist Hitler. The porous border between art and politics had been a matter of concern since Walter Benjamin, in his 1935-36 essay The Work of Art in the Age of Its Technological Reproducibility, wrote of fascism as the aestheticizing of politics, as the consummation of l'art pour l'art. Back in 1878, Nietzsche was already linking the overestimation of genius to political irrationality. The young aesthete of Linz and Vienna never went away. Politics and war became, in a sense, a continuation of art by other means. The cultural political apparatus of the Nazi state drew liberally on Wagnerian mythology. The legal and political theorist Carl Schmitt, whose rationalization of dictatorial measures helped to justify Hitler's takeover, was acutely aware of myth's political usefulness, its capacity to direct feeling against real or imaginary adversaries. Schmitt knew his Wagner, and in 1912 wrote an essay for the Bayreuther Blatter in which he characterized Hans Sachs's monologue on Wahn, madness, delusion, as a discourse on the utility of fiction and illusion. For myths to serve political ends, though, they have to be reduced to easily manipulated iconography. Siegfried forging his sword, Hagen stabbing Siegfried in the back. The political scientist Herfried Munkler writes that when the narrative context of these evocative images is restored, they can become counterproductive, even critically destructive, to their political application. Wagner's career in the Third Reich fits that model. He served the Nazi state only when he was shorn of his ambiguities, and even then his presence in mainstream Nazi culture was less pronounced than many accounts let on. In 1937, Mann visited Tribschen, Wagner's Lucerne refuge. "Horrible oil paintings, utterly Hitler," he wrote. "Ghastly, Hitlerish elements conspicuously visible, even if only latent and prefigured, from histrionic kitsch to Germanic boy love." In the same year, however, Man said of Wagner, the German spirit was everything to him, the German state nothing. The two statements appear to contradict each other, yet Mann never sought a pat formula for the disaster of Germany under Nazism. In a turn of phrase that has not been bettered, he declares that his admiration for Wagner remains undimmed, despite the malicious abuse to which its great object somewhat lends itself. Die Handhabietat Wagner offers a handle for his own exploitation. Bayreuth 1924. Franz Stassen's cover design for the 1924 Festival Guide. In 1924, the Bayreuth Festival reopened, ending the 10-year hiatus caused by the First World War. Visitors from abroad took the opportunity to hear Wagner again on his home ground. Among them were Rose Stein-Kirstein, the wife of a Boston department store owner, and her two teenaged sons. They had made reservations at one of the city's best hotels, but when they arrived they were told that they would be happier staying with a co-religionist. At a performance of Meistersinger, a patriotic demonstration erupted and the audience broke into the Deutschlandlied. A Jesuit priest seated near the Kirsteins began howling in a state of hysterical rage or joy. Despite the tumult, the festival made a deep impression on Lincoln, the older Kirstein boy. It was, he recalled, a world wholly, profoundly, dedicated to the realization of the unreal. He went away determined to dedicate his life to such an artistic utopia. More than 2 decades later, with George Balanchine, he founded the New York City Ballet. Although Bayreuth had been hospitable to extremist politics since the days of Bernhard Forster, the aggressive chauvinism of 1924 was something new, a trashing of the festival's polyglot past. It exposed not just the radicalization of the German right but also the radicalization of the Wagner family. In 1915, Siegfried Wagner finally married, warding off the danger of being outed as a homosexual. His bride was an 18-year-old English orphan named Winifred Williams, who had been adopted by a distant German relative of her mother. Her adoptive father, the pianist and pedagogue Karl Klindworth, was a longtime member of the Wagner circle. From the moment Winifred arrived in Germany, she was breathing an ultranationalist, anti-Semitic atmosphere, and once settled at the Wanfried Villa she fell in line with the ideology of Houston Stewart Chamberlain. Winifred soon made herself indispensable, not only by producing male heirs Wieland and Wolfgang but also by handling business matters. Hostile to the Weimar Republic from the moment of its inception, the Wagners welcomed various attempts to overthrow it. When the socialist leader Kurt Eisner was murdered, in 1919, Cosima called his killer a martyr. The family first heard of the Nazi Party that same year, just as Hitler began to involve himself in the organization. The intermediaries were Michael George Conrad, the former patron of Munich modernism, and the music critic Joseph Stalzing-Kearney, who later became the cultural editor of the Volkisker Beobachter and helped to edit Mein Kampf. The latter's real name was Joseph Kearney. The Stalzing was an homage to Walther von Stalzing in Meistersinger. Even before Hitler made his presence felt, the fledgling Nazi Party, or the German Workers' Party, as it was first known, had Wagnerites in its ranks. Many of the earliest Nazis came out of the Thule Society, which gestated from a national network known as the Germain Norden, or Germanic Order. Drawing mainly on Teutonic lore recorded in Tacitus's Germania and other sources, these groups pilfered freely from the Wagner operas. The Thule was the Munich outpost of the Germain Norden Wallvater of the Holy Grail. Wallvater, meaning father of the slain, is an alternate name for Wotan. The Germain Norden in turn took inspiration from the Austrian pan-German guru Guido von List, who dreamed of reviving a pagan Teutonic religion that he called Wotanism, its rituals to be enacted in a festival amphitheater modeled on Bayreuth. Nicholas Goodrich Clark, in The Occult Roots of Nazism, summarizes an initiation protocol from around 1912, which found its way into Nazi Party files and is now held at the German Federal Archive in Berlin. The ceremony began with soft harmonium music, while the brothers sang the Pilgrim's Chorus from Wagner's Tannhauser. The ritual commenced in candlelight with brothers making the sign of the swastika and the master reciprocating. Then the blindfolded novices, clad in pilgrimage mantles, were ushered by the master of ceremonies into the room. Here the master told them of the order's Aryo-Germanic and aristocratic Weltanschauung before the bard lit the sacred flame in the grove and the novices were divested of their mantles and blindfolds. At this point the master seized Wotan's spear and held it before him, while the two knights crossed their swords upon it. A series of calls and responses, accompanied by music from Lohengrin, completed the oath of the novices. Their consecration followed with cries from the forest elves as the new brothers were led into the grove of the Grail around the bard's sacred flame. Paganistic play-acting of this kind did not pass muster in Bayreuth, where Chamberlain's ideal of an Arianized Christianity held sway. Siegfried, for his part, tried to keep up a cosmopolitan veneer, even as he sympathized with the folkish rite. When, in the early 20s, the festival began raising funds to resume operations, some Wagnerites proposed limiting subscriptions to non-Jews. Siegfried wrote in protest, "Is that humane? Is that Christian? Is that German? No." He went on to say, "Whether a person is Chinese, Negro, American, Indian, or Jewish is of absolutely no concern to us." In the period leading up to the 1924 festival, Siegfried attempted to mollify Jewish Wagnerites by writing a letter to Fox Salomon, the rabbi of Bayreuth, in which he made the not exactly reassuring declaration that we have nothing at all against right-thinking nationalist Jews. In fact, the 1924 festival pushed a racial supremacist agenda from the start. The cover of the festival guide bore an illustration by Franz Stassen, a hand gripping a sword hilt, with the Festspielhaus in the background. Surrounding the image is text from Siegfried, "Not him. Not him. New and made young. I have awakened you to life again." This is a far cry from the "not him" shout that resounds in Ulysses. The essays inside dole out tendentious interpretations of the operas. The racist philosopher Hans Alfred Grunsky portrays the dwarf mime as an intrinsically hateful individual for whom Siegfried, the Nordic archetype, feels instinctively the most violent racial aversion. The same author sees Parsifal as an avatar of pure, strong will. Erwin Jeck positions Wagner as a bulwark against parliamentary democracy and international capitalism. Professing to avoid party politics, Jeck nonetheless makes his affiliations clear when he dubs the composer a guide toward National Socialism. At the time of the festival of 1924, Hitler was serving a prison term, having attempted the so-called Beer Hall Putsch in Munich the previous year. The guest of honor at the dress rehearsals was, instead, Erich Ludendorff, the World War I general, who had planned to assume military command if the putsch had succeeded. In Ludendorff's honor, Bayreuth flew the old imperial flag, with its colors of black, white, and red, spurning the black-red-gold of the Weimar Republic. Swastikas, Nazi uniforms, and shouts of Heil were in evidence. Ugly incidents occurred, which Winifred regretted. "Here Jews have been spat at, mocked, and verses like the Borkum-Lied with its throw them out etc. have been passed around." Leftist Wagnerites put up modest resistance. At the 1927 festival, the Social Democratic Party organized a protest, denouncing would-be Siegfrieds who use Wagner and his eternal work for political goals that were foreign to the great deceased. Wilhelm Ellenbogen, a leading explicator of Wagner for the working classes, criticized Bayreuth's elite atmosphere and maintained that its legacy should be available to all. Siegfried made fitful efforts to repair Bayreuth's international reputation. In 1925, a notice asked audiences to refrain from singing at the end of Meistersinger, and a quotation from that work underscored the message, "Hier gilt der Kunst, art is what matters here." When the festival resumed after the Second World War, Wieland and Wolfgang Wagner cited the same formula. The composer's airs ignored the line's ironic context. In Meistersinger, Eva tells Hans Sachs that his age does not matter, because art alone counts. Sachs asks, "Dear Eva, would you mock me?" He is right to doubt Eva's pat little phrase. In the end, her hand goes to the dashing young knight. Wagner was the last person to believe that art could stand apart from reality. The Magic Mountain. Circa 1918, the author of Death in Venice appeared to be heading down the same path that beguiled so many Wagnerites of his generation, the path that led, by so many twists and turns, to fascism. The First World War pushed him toward bellicose nationalism. In his 1914 essay Thoughts in War, he lauded German might, disparaged French and Mediterranean values, and invoked dark, Dionysian energies. Civilization and culture are not only not one and the same, he writes, but they are opposites. They present one of the manifold appearances of the eternal world, opposition and antithesis of spirit and nature. Man is on the side of Kultur, which he defines as a stylish savagery, not excluding oracle, magic, pederasty, Vitzliputzli the Aztec sun god, human sacrifices, orgiastic cultic forms, inquisition, and various other elements. Art, he says, is a sublimation of the demonic. He upholds the purifying effects of war and declares that only a German victory can ensure long-term peace. Such bloodthirstiness appalled Heinrich Mann, who had broadcast his loathing for German militarism in Der Untertan. In a 1915 essay on Zola, Heinrich inserted a coded dig at his brother, precipitating a wildly disproportionate reaction. For the next 3 years, Thomas labored over an essayistic work titled Reflections of a Non-Political Man, in which he scoffs at the democratic views of a character known as the Zivilisationsliterat, civilization's literary man. Thomas's refusal to acknowledge that this person is his own brother makes the Reflections a tortured, even deranged document. It is, however, less a diatribe than a painstaking self-examination, especially on the topic of Wagner. As Thomas talks about his beloved composer, he gives notice that his political philosophy is bending in a new direction. In a chapter titled Einkehr, or Reflection, Mann reconsiders the trinity of Schopenhauer, Wagner, and Nietzsche. He begins with the startling announcement that he is not a very proper German on account of his mother's Latin American heritage. He then claims that his 3 German heroes are European to the core. The ensuing discussion of Wagner anticipates the liberal slant of Sorrows and Grandeur. Indeed, several of its passages reappear in the later text. Following Nietzsche, Mann emphasizes Wagner's distance from conventional Germanness. His music has an unmistakably cosmopolitan cachet. Baudelaire and Maurice Barrès, whose 1903 meditation The Death of Venice influenced Death in Venice, understood the composer better than his German apologists. Mann confesses that for the youth who found no place at home and who lived in a sort of voluntary exile in foreign circumstances he did not like, this world of art was literally the homeland of his soul. In subsequent chapters of Reflections, Mann seems to take it all back, insisting that liberal democratic values are foreign to German culture. The art that Germans prize is inherently amoral, he writes. It has a basically undependable, treacherous grounding. Its joy in scandalous unreason, its tendency to beauty-creating barbarism, cannot be rooted out. Yes, one may even call this tendency hysterical, anti-intellectual, immoral to the point of endangering the world. A citation of Baudelaire's Tannhauser essay follows an uncharacteristic passage in which the poet associates the music with warlike heroes on the march. Despite that reassertion of savage Kultur, Mann had exposed his inner vacillation on the subject of Germanness. A turn toward cosmopolitan liberalism was inevitable. His need to be recognized as a European artist ultimately outweighed his need to be recognized as a German one. The conversion did not happen overnight. During the upheavals of 1919, Mann wavered between moments of revolutionary fervor and a longing for military order. His brother's derision of Wagner could still instill feelings of hate. After the war, Heinrich wrote of the poisoned emotions and falsified spirit that emanated from the Wagner business. The diaries contain approving comments about Oswald Spengler's conservative pessimistic opus The Decline of the West, which, without falling into explicit racism, cast doubt on the mixing of global cultures. Reflections even has a few warm words for Houston Stewart Chamberlain. What jolted Mann awake was the unprecedented viciousness of the far right. In the summer of 1922, militants assassinated Walter Rathenau, then the foreign minister. Mann endorsed the Weimar Republic that fall, in a lecture essay titled On the German Republic. Mann's picture of liberal democracy is an idiosyncratic one, filtered through his erotic fixations. The most unorthodox passage of On the German Republic exalts Walt Whitman's conception of American comradeship, describing it as an all-embracing kingdom of phallically sacred, phallically bursting ardor. Mann had been reading Hans Blücher's studies of homoerotic bonds in all-male organizations, and wished to suggest that such sensual friendships between men could serve peaceful as well as warlike ends. Earlier in the speech, hoping to persuade an imagined audience of restive German youth that democracy is not an alien import, Mann brings Wagner into the discussion. Have you heard the Meistersinger lately? Well, Nietzsche declares in his sparkling way that the Meistersingers are aimed against civilization, that they pit German against French. Even so, they are democracy through and through, democratic in the same degree and in the same exemplary fashion as Shakespeare's Coriolanus is aristocratic. They are, I say, German democracy, and they prove, with the sturdiest pomp and in the most romantically heartfelt way, that this compound word, far from being contrary to nature or betraying rigid logic, is instead as organically correct and well-fitting as perhaps only one other could be, German Volk. How many young Germans were swayed by this quirky gloss of Meistersinger is unknown. But the author had found his mature political path. Casual readers of Mann's fiction might have thought that the author was losing interest in Wagner. The massive novel The Magic Mountain, begun in 1913 and finished only in 1924, is set at a Davos sanatorium called the Burghof, but, in contrast to the Einfried Clinic of Mann's Tristan novella, this facility is almost entirely Wagner-free. Aside from 2 passing references to Tannhauser, the composer goes unmentioned in 1,000 or so pages. Instead, the inmates busy themselves with modern trends, the libido, health fads, seances, the cinema, the phonograph. Hans Castorp, a malleable young man who visits his ailing cousin and ends up staying at the Burghof for 7 years, is no great intellectual and lacks the interior depth of other Mann protagonists. The post-Wagnerian culture of the future is arriving. All the same, no work of Mann's could have escaped Wagner's pull. Viget notes that the title Zauberberg points toward the Venusberg, the Tannhauser pleasure grotto. Indeed, Mann referred to his earliest imagining of the story as the Horselberg idea, the Horselberg, near Eisenach, being a traditional site of the Venusberg. The Burghof is another Venus flytrap, from which most patients can exit only in a coffin. Its chief lure is the seductive Russian patient Klavdia Chowchat, who vaguely resembles Kundry in her Asiatic appearance. Castorp himself is a Parsifalian pure fool, albeit one who never grows into a hero. He survives the Burghof, but at the end of the novel he vanishes into the battlefields of the Great War, unlikely to emerge intact. We know that Parsifal was on Mann's mind as he wrote, because in his diaries he comments on the domain of sickness that his novel in progress shares with Wagner's opera. In 1939, the American poet Howard Nemerov, then a Harvard undergraduate, sent Mann a copy of his thesis, The Quest to Hero, which interpreted the Magic Mountain as a modern Grail quest. Mann replied, I especially noticed the parallel between the repeatedly emphasized plainness and simplicity of my hero and the motivic title Fool, Great Fool, Gillis Fool sick of the quest to heroes, and Wagner's pure fool certainly belongs there as well. Castorp is a German cousin of Claude Wheeler, the doomed youth in Willa Cather's One of Ours. At the Burghof, Castorp stands by as 2 intellectual knights, the Italian liberal humanist Settembrini and the Jewish Jesuit nihilist Nafta, joust for his soul. The latter character, based partly on the Marxist philosopher George Lukács, represents the danger of a slide into charismatic, dictatorial politics, whether on the extreme left or on the extreme right. The fact that Nafta lives in an apartment draped with brightly colored silks gives him a tinge of Wagner. Settembrini is to some extent a satirical figure. He has his origins in the Zivilisationsliterat figure of Reflections of a Non-Political Man, but he speaks for the author as he warns of the hazards of romanticism, aestheticism, morbid pessimism, and, especially, music. Music is politically suspect, Settembrini says. It can numb us, drug us, send us into a dream world. Or it can inflame our emotions without properly directing them. Literature must precede it. By itself, music cannot draw the world forward. By itself, music is dangerous. No music is specified as the subject of this discussion, but Wagner is obviously the dangerous entity in question. In denying that music alone can draw the world forward, Settembrini is opposing the Schopenhauer-Wagner cult of music. His skepticism about music's opiate effects echoes Nietzsche's critique of decadence. Man is giving voice to his own misgivings over his Wagnerite youth and over the path he took during the First World War. He is admitting that his brother may have been right all along. Musical danger flares again in Fullness of Harmony, one of the novel's closing chapters. A high-quality phonograph arrives at the Berghof, with a treasury of records. Castorp takes control of the device and appoints himself its guardian. The episode reflects man's own penchant for home listening. Naturally, Wagner dominated his collection. Castorp's taste is more cosmopolitan, favoring Italian and French music over German. His playlist has only one Wagner item: Wolfram's aria Blick ich her in diesem edlen Kreis, when I cast my eye around this noble circle, from Tannhauser, and when Castorp talks about it he dwells not on the music itself but on the realistic recording of the harp. This multinational selection testifies to Castorp's spiritual progress under Settembrini's tutelage. He has become, Viget says, a good European. Yet Castorp is vulnerable to what Settembrini calls spiritual backsliding, the romantic enticement of sympathy with death. He listens to Der Lindenbaum, from Schubert's song cycle Winterreise, in which the broken-hearted protagonist passes a linden tree and hears it whispering to him, seducing him toward oblivion, "Come to me, friend / here you will find rest." The same invitation murmurs to Castorp. He must overcome the Seelenzauber, the enchantment of souls, and affirm his fundamental love of life. A famous passage follows. In the solitude of night, Hans Castorp's thoughts, or intuitive half-thoughts, soared high as he sat before his truncated musical coffin. They soared higher than his understanding, were thoughts enhanced, forced upward by alchemy. Oh, it was mighty, this enchantment of the soul. We were all its sons, and we could all do mighty things on earth by serving it. One need not be a genius, all one needed was a great deal more talent than the author of this little song about a linden tree to become a Seelenzauberkünstler, artist of soul enchantment, who would then give the song such vast dimensions that it would subjugate the world. One might even found whole empires upon it, earthly, all too earthly empires, very coarse, very progressive, and not in the least nostalgic. His truncated musical coffin, inside which the song decayed into some electrical gramophone music. But the song's best son may yet have been the young man who consumed his life in triumphing over himself and died, a new word on his lips, the word of love, which he did not yet know how to speak. It was truly worth dying for, this song of enchantment, Zauberlied. But he who died for it was no longer really dying for the song, and was a hero only because ultimately he died for something new, for the new word of love and for the future in his heart. Those, then, were Hans Castorp's favorite recordings. What music is really playing here? Schubert's melancholy song is having to carry a rather heavy world historical burden. And who is this dying young man? The first-time reader will think of Castorp's unlucky cousin Joachim. The return reader will think ahead to Castorp's final fate. In the last paragraphs of the novel, he is seen singing Der Lindenbaum amid the chaos of the trenches. But all this is an extended message in code, as man scholars have long been aware. The soul-enchanting artist is Wagner, the young man is Nietzsche. We know this because in November 1924, a few weeks before the publication of The Magic Mountain, Mann gave a lecture about Nietzsche's relationship with Wagner. There he explained that if Wagner was the supreme self-glorifier, then Nietzsche was the supreme self-overcomer. The philosopher succeeded in transcending his weakness for Wagner's magic song of death, the paradoxical and eternally gripping phenomenon of world-conquering death drunkenness. Mann then recited, almost word for word, the passage quoted above, though with no mention of Castorp and no indication that his new novel was the source. When Wagner's name is substituted for Schubert's, the image of an empire founded on music comes into focus. It conjures the Wagnerian Kaiserreich, as Heinrich Mann depicted it in Der Untertan. For the modern reader, it also stirs thoughts of Nazi Germany. In the 30s, émigrés ironically referred to Hitler's Alpine retreat, the Berghof, as the Magic Mountain. But Mann wrote in an optimistic spirit, not in one of gloomy prophecy. Circa 1924, he had a vision of a peaceful world arising from the ashes of war. The new word of love, the dream of love, returns in the novel's final sentences, bringing with it a tremor of Whitman's erotic democracy. It is also not unlike the new idea that glimmers in Cather's One of Ours. As Viget observes, Mann's innocent phrase seems the verbal equivalent of the so-called redemption through love melody that gleams above Wagner's Twilight of the Gods. Still, Mann was prescient enough to end with a question mark, and out of this worldwide festival of death, this ugly rutting fever that inflames the rainy evening sky all round will love someday rise up out of this, too. Hitler in Bayreuth. Hitler with Wagner's Grandsons, 1931. Mann knew very well where Hitler came from. In 1938, in American exile, he wrote, embarrassingly enough, it is all there, the difficulty, the laziness, the pathetic formlessness in youth, the nowhere fitting in, the what do you actually want, the half-stupid vegetating in deepest social and spiritual bohemia, the basic arrogance, the basic feeling of being too good for any reasonable, honorable activity based on what? Based on a vague notion of being reserved for something else, something quite indeterminate, which, if it were named, would cause people to break out laughing. This is from an essay originally titled Der Bruder. Esquire magazine published a translation as That Man Is My Brother. Mann recognized Hitler as a malevolent mutation of the dreamer artist type he so often depicted in his stories. It is all there, including Wagner. Mann makes more definite the connection, already implicit in the Magic Mountain, between Bayreuth sorcery and the fantasy of subjugating the world. The essay uses the same phrase as the novel. He sees Hitler's rise as a twisted fairy tale, the ugly duckling who becomes a swan, the prince who rescues a sleeping beauty, Siegfried awakening Brunhilde. The whole thing is Wagnerish, in a debased form, as has long been noticed, and we know of the well-founded, though a bit unauthorized, reverence that the political wonder-worker holds for the artistic enchanter of Europe. Hitler entered German politics amid the revolutionary and counter-revolutionary turmoil of 1918 and 1919. Because he had remained in the army after the end of the war, he was nominally serving the socialist governments that initially held power in Bavaria. Although he never showed an active inclination toward the socialists, he paid close attention to their tactics and pageantry. In Mein Kampf, Hitler writes admiringly of a demonstration he witnessed in Berlin: a sea of red flags, red scarves, and red flowers, a spectacle grandiose in effect. The historian Brigitte Hamann surmised that Hitler might have encountered leftist Wagnerism during his Vienna years. Wilhelm Ellenbogen, author of Richard Wagner und das Proletariat, was the deputy for Brigittenau, the Viennese district where Hitler lived from 1910 to 1913. In the summer of 1919, after the ratification of the Treaty of Versailles, Hitler began taking army propaganda classes, which responded to Bolshevism by promoting hardcore pan-Germanism and anti-Semitism. He was sent out to monitor political activities in Munich, and it was in that capacity that he first attended a meeting of the German Workers' Party. Also present were Alfred Rosenberg, Hans Frank, and Rudolf Hess, future Nazi stalwarts. Hitler drew particularly close to Dietrich Eckart, a poet, playwright, and critic who was best known for his adaptation of Ibsen's Peer Gynt. A devout Wagnerite, Eckart had first gone to Bayreuth in 1894 and had written about Parsifal for a festival guide. Hitler said in one of his wartime monologues that Eckart had imparted a sense of Bayreuth's wonderful atmosphere. In a 1919 poem titled Patience, Eckart had pictured a Siegfried-like hero waiting for the hour of retribution. Hitler stepped into that role at a February 1920 meeting of the National Socialist German Workers' Party, as it had been renamed. When he recounted his breakthrough speech at the end of the first book of Mein Kampf, Hitler employed a Wagner metaphor: a fire was kindled, from whose glow must come one day the sword that will win back freedom for the Germanic Siegfried and life for the German nation. That August, he delivered the speech Why We Are Anti-Semites, confirming his Führer status with a bloodthirsty attack on Jewish parasites. Wagner was cited twice: first, as a symbol of the period in which Germany grew from the shame of powerlessness to the unified Great German Empire, and, second, as a token of the sacred power of the theater, which elevates the individual from all wretchedness and misery, into purer air. By 1922, Wagner excerpts were introducing Hitler's speeches in Munich. Meistersinger's thunderous chorus of Wach auf Awake blended with the slogan emblazoned on Nazi standards and banners, Deutschland Erwache. Eyewitnesses report that Hitler's Munich apartment contained a record player, a stack of Wagner records, copies of the composer's writings, and Chamberlain's Wagner biography. Hitler's literacy as a Wagnerite assisted his rise, especially when it came to procuring support from the moneyed classes. He won over Edwin and Helene Bechstein, of the piano manufacturing firm. He also formed a bond with Ernst Hanfstaengl, a musically gifted German-American whose paternal grandfather had made photographic portraits of Wagner and Ludwig II. Hanfstaengl had attended Harvard, where he knew T.S. Eliot. In 1922, he heard Hitler speak in Munich, and, mesmerized by his oratory, struck up a friendship. At one of their early meetings, Hanfstaengl played Meistersinger at the piano, sending Hitler into raptures. He knew the thing absolutely by heart, Hanfstaengl recalled, and could whistle every note of it in a curious penetrating vibrato, but completely in tune. He started to march up and down the hall, waving his arms as if he was conducting an orchestra. In September 1919, Gabriele D'Annunzio led a march on the Adriatic city of Fiume, which had been part of Austria-Hungary and which D'Annunzio now wished to seize for Italy. When Italy rejected his initiative, the author proclaimed himself Il Duce of an independent republic. The venture lasted little more than a year, but before it ended D'Annunzio had invented much of the iconography of fascism: black shirt uniforms, straight arm salutes, speeches from balconies, paramilitary cotters, chanting crowds of youth, ritualistic symbols and insignia. By the time Benito Mussolini made his march on Rome in 1922, he had appropriated a good part of D'Annunzio's aesthetic. At the end of September 1923, Hitler arrived in Bayreuth to speak at a German Day gathering. There, according to the later recollections of the Bayreuth Nazi leader Hans Skem, he affirmed that the National Socialist movement was anchored in the works of Richard Wagner. As paramilitary Sturmabteilung, SA, units paraded through the city, Siegfried Wagner offered greetings from outside Wanfried and received shouts of Heil, in return. Chamberlain, who had been debilitated by symptoms resembling those of Parkinson's disease, waved from the veranda of his house, with the frail, 85-year-old Cosima Wagner looking on. After giving a speech, Hitler called on Chamberlain. At a reception at the Hotel Goldener Anchor, he met Winifred Wagner, and received an invitation to Wanfried. He set foot inside the house the following morning, his hands shaking with excitement as he studied relics of the master. He also stood in silence at Wagner's grave. Cosima did not descend. The awe that Hitler evinced at Wanfried was undoubtedly sincere, yet it also served a calculated end. Plans for the beer hall putsch were in motion: a coup in Munich, followed by a march on Berlin, and by basking in Bayreuth's aura Hitler could distinguish himself from the thuggish plotters who had preceded him. In a speech in Nuremberg, he said, "We feel the artist Richard Wagner to be so great because in all his works he represented heroic Volkstum, Germanness. The heroic is the great. That is what our people desire." The failure of the putsch should have ended Hitler's political career, but he shrewdly used the subsequent trial to increase his fame and propagate his ideas. Winifred was one of many who fell yet more deeply under his spell. She told local Nazi party members that Hitler remained the coming man, the one who would pull the sword from the German ash tree just as Siegmund retrieves his father's sword in Walküre. Hitler himself used the Notthung metaphor in a letter he sent to Siegfried Wagner from Landsberg prison, describing Bayreuth as the place where first through the master and then through Chamberlain was forged the spiritual sword with which we fight today. While Hitler was in prison, the Wagners, the Bechsteins, and a distinguished new pair of friends Hugo Bruckmann, Chamberlain's publisher, and his wife, Elsa sent care packages that included records and a phonograph. Wagner's music resounded often in Landsberg, with Hitler listening lost in thought, as a comrade recalled. He must have been encouraged when he received a letter from Chamberlain praising his Parsifal nature. In early 1924, while Hitler was awaiting trial, Siegfried and Winifred took a fundraising trip to America. They played a tricky game. On the one hand, they asked American Jews for contributions, and on the other they met with the outspoken anti-Semite Henry Ford, who had been identified as a potential benefactor of the Nazi Party. Ford, however, was no Wagnerite, and shied away from helping Hitler directly. American Jews, for their part, could not help noticing that Siegfried tended to blurt out anti-Semitic slurs after he had had too much to drink, so a biting Berlin critic reported. In a subsequent letter to Hitler, Winifred tried to explain the family's tortured logic regarding Jews. Bayreuth transcends politics, she wrote, and cannot become an arm of the Völkisch movement. Jewish attendees should not be insulted in public, for the ones who come to Bayreuth are not the Jews who deserve such drastic treatment. When Hitler first attended performances at Bayreuth, in 1925, he kept a low profile, stealing into the Wagner's box just before the music started. He did not return to the festival until 1933, partly in order to avoid causing a political disruption, although he also objected to the continued presence of Jewish singers. Still, he visited Wanfried frequently, often arriving after dark. He fawned over the Wagner grandsons and liked to be called Wolf, the name that Wotan adopts when he roams the earth and sires the Walsung twins. Winifred's rapport with Hitler generated rumors that the two might be romantically involved. Although the chatter had no substance, Winifred was clearly infatuated with Hitler to some degree. Hitler, for his part, was smitten with the family, the name, the place, and, above all, the music. Hitler, Adolf, writer, Munich, reads the entry in the Bayreuth guest lists for 1925. A few days before he arrived, the first volume of Mein Kampf had been published. Several anti-Semitic passages in that book come exceedingly close to Wagner's formulations about the Jews. Hitler deploys the vile word that the composer popularized, Verjudung, Jewification. As Wagner spoke of the Jewification of art, Hitler speaks of the inner Jewification of our people. Wagner wrote, "The Jew has never had an art of his own." Hitler writes, "The Jew never called a culture his own." For Wagner, Jews were a swarming colony of worms that takes up residence in the body of art. For Hitler, they are a parasite in the body of other peoples. On at least one occasion, in a 1929 harangue against Jewish Bolshevism, Hitler fashioned anti-Semitic rhetoric directly from Wagnerian material, warning of an Alberichsherrschaft, a Nibelung empire poised to destroy the German people. Such metaphors were not uncommon in the writings of the most extreme Nazi Wagnerites. For the Völkisker Beobachter, Stalzing-Kearney wrote a multi-part essay titled The World War in the Ring of the Nibelung, which compares the downfall of the gods to the betrayal of the Reich at the hands of Jews and Bolsheviks, with Wilhelm II's superficial glory complicit in the collapse. Alberich is said to embody the dark spirit of Jewish Mammonism, of Judeocracy and social democracy. A Nazi-era guide to the ring put the allegory most bluntly: the German people, Siegfried, smashes the power of capitalism, Fafner, and slays Jewishness, Mime. Hitler must have read Jewishness in music, and he may have perused anti-Semitic Wagner essays such as Stalzing-Kearney's. Somewhat astonishingly, though, he never directly quoted Wagner on the subject of the Jews. Indeed, as both Saul Friedlander and Dina Porat have established, Nowhere in the entire corpus of Hitler's writings, speeches, and recorded utterances is there an unmistakable reference to Wagner's antisemitism. Why is this? The transitional nature of the composer's prejudice may help to explain the silence. Wagner's antisemitism, ferocious as it was, stopped just short of scientific or biological racism. His conception of Jewishness remained quasi-metaphorical and subject to spiritual transformation. Hitler's worldview had no room for miracles of redemption in the Parsifal mode. No less important, Hitler's relationship with Wagner remained one of musical fandom rather than of ideological fanaticism. His knowledge of the operas was pedantically acute. He impressed artists and fellow music lovers with detailed commentary on tempos, cuts, and matters of interpretation. But he gave no sign of having absorbed Wagner's grander themes: the critique of power in the ring, the consecration of compassion in Parsifal. Instead, he indulged in fuzzy speculations. When I hear Wagner, it seems to me like the rhythms of the primeval world. And I imagine that one day science will discover pulses of creation in the relationships between the physically perceptible sound waves of a Rheingold music. Such breathless rhapsodies, documented during the Second World War, recall the postcards that the teenaged Hitler wrote to his friend Kubizek. Powerful waves of sound flood the room. In a paradoxical way, Hitler's uncomplicated, seemingly apolitical devotion to Wagner assisted in the politicization of the composer in the Third Reich. The Meister served the regime better when he was kept away from the specifics of policy. Floating above the fray, enshrined in the German Valhalla, he appeared to look benignly at the work of his disciple, the Nazi Wagner. Benno von Arendt's staging of Die Meistersinger. Hitler was named Chancellor on January 30, 1933, 2 weeks before the 50th anniversary of Wagner's death. On Hitler's third day in office, his cabinet was already discussing the upcoming Wagner commemorations and what role party leaders should play in them. On February 12, Hitler appeared at 2 memorial events in succession. First, in the company of Winifred Wagner and her son Wieland, he attended a morning concert at the Gewandhaus in Leipzig, at which the elderly Karl Muck conducted the Parsifal and Meistersinger preludes. Later that day, Hitler went to Weimar to see Tristan, visiting Elisabeth Forster Nietzsche in her box. He thus aligned himself with 2 German titans, eliding their differences in the process. More elaborate ceremonies unrolled as the year progressed. At the Day of Potsdam on March 21, 1933, the Nazis staged a propaganda spectacle linking the new regime with the heritage of the Prussian state, embodied in President Paul von Hindenburg, who had been present at the founding of the empire. In the same period, Hitler was assuming dictatorial powers, a process made official when the Reichstag passed the Enabling Act 2 days later. A performance of Meistersinger, itself a symbol of the Kaiserreich, capped the day's events. Hitler and his entourage made their way to the Berlin Staatsoper via a torchlight parade, taking their seats in time for the nationalist pomp of Act 3. As the chorus sang Watch Auf, they seemed to address the Führer. The Volkischer Beobachter evoked the savior who sat above in his box and followed the performance with a unique light in his eyes and sympathetic understanding. That summer, Hitler returned to Bayreuth. Perhaps with the demonstrations of 1924 in mind, he ordered the distribution of cards asking audiences not to sing patriotic songs, since there is no more glorious expression of the German spirit than the immortal works of the master himself. Still, Bayreuth warped itself around Hitler's presence. Swastikas flew everywhere. In bookstores, Mein Kampf was displayed in place of Wagner's Mein Leben. Members of the SA sang the Horst Wessel song in cafes. One performance was delayed while Hitler flew in from Berlin. Walter Legge, reporting for the Manchester Guardian, wrote that one could easily have mistaken this year's Wagner Festival for a Hitler festival. When German radio broadcast Meistersinger from Bayreuth in August, Joseph Goebbels gave an intermission talk titled Richard Wagner and the Artistic Taste of Our Time. In the same month, Hitler traveled to Neuschwanstein, Ludwig II's castle, for another Wagner celebration. The castle, Hitler said, was the protest of a genius against pitiful parliamentary mediocrity. Democracy had blocked German greatness, a new golden age was at hand. Wagner selections were sung, and, according to the Beobachter, Hitler listened leaning forward, his eyes shining and his face serious. At the end of the summer came the annual Reich Party days in Nuremberg, the city of Dürer, of Hans Sachs, of Meistersinger itself. Hitler declared that he had chosen Nuremberg as the site of all future rallies because our movement is nothing less than the continuation not only of German greatness but of German culture. Strains of Meistersinger were heard throughout the rally. Trumpets intoned the opera's opening phrase, a children's chorus sang Watch Auf, an orchestra played the Act I prelude, and, at the end of the first day, Hitler attended a performance of the entire work at the Nuremberg Opera. Leni Riefenstahl was on hand with her cameras, and her half-hour propaganda film The Victory of Faith begins with scenes of the Old City, accompanied by the brass chorales from the Meistersinger Act III prelude. Riefenstahl placed a similar sequence in her full-length film Triumph of the Will, based on the 1934 rally. Wagner is heard as an emanation from the past, in pensive contrast to the muscular Nazi present. This flurry of Wagneriana in the first months of the Nazi regime set a pattern that remained in place until 1939. The composer had a consistent ritual function at the annual Nuremberg rallies. The Rienzi Overture was played on opening day, and Gottfried Sontag's Nibelungenmarsch medley set the stage for Hitler's closing speech. The Nuremberg Opera presented gala performances of Meistersinger. Party ceremony and stage ceremony merged. The parade of delegates and banners on the rally grounds resembled the meadow scene in Meistersinger, while the tall, thin banners lining Benno von Arendt's 1935 staging of that scene mimicked Nazi decor. The bass baritone Wilhelm Rode, an ardent Nazi, gave a vaguely Hitlerian mien to his Hans Sachs. In film footage from the Deutsches Opernhaus in Berlin, Rode is seen raising his arm in a gesture that could be mistaken for a Hitler greeting. Wagner and Hitler were often mentioned in the same breath. The critic and composer Siegfried Scheffler wrote of the first Nazi Bayreuth festival, Richard Wagner and Adolf Hitler, two Führers, encounter each other in the fateful year 1933. A writer in the Bayreuther Blatter exclaimed, Heil dem Führer! Heil dem Meister! Heil Deutschland! Heil Bayreuth! Another wrote, Hitler's spirit is Wagner's spirit, Hitlergeist ist Wagnergeist. Weekly party posters with inspirational sayings included messages from the Meister, to be German is to do something for its own sake, I am fully myself only when I create. A new edition of Jewishness in music was billed as one of the nation's most precious documents. Nazi propaganda sometimes cast Hitler as a knight-like figure in the mode of Lohengrin or Parsifal. In one image, he wore shining armor, in another, he held the pole of a swastika flag as a militaristic dove or eagle hovered overhead. Artistic representations of Wagner bestowed similar godlike properties. In a bronze bust by the sculptor Arno Breker, a favorite of Hitler's, the Meister glowers coldly, his righteous rage interchangeable with that of Beethoven and other German geniuses. In 1940, Goebbels recorded Hitler's remarks about this bust, it is the art of sculpture to depict the characteristic and enduring traits in a human head, without recourse to photography or mere fantasy. A smaller Breker bust of Wagner occupied a place of honor at Hitler's Berghof refuge, sitting atop a cabinet that contained a speaker system and phonograph records. Wagner's death mask was also on display. To all appearances, Wagner's position as a Nazi cultural deity was secure. The equation of Meister with Führer found acceptance not only in Germany but also in the outside world. In August 1939, the British humour magazine Punch ran a cartoon titled The Wagnerite, which showed Hitler lost in a reverie at a performance of Walküre, an image inoffensive enough that Winifred Wagner pasted a copy into a portfolio of Bayreuth renovation plans that she gave to the dictator. Behind the scenes, though, the composer's complexities caused trouble. He was too strange, too eccentric, to serve as a reliable ideological bulwark. Nor was his work popular enough, in the mass market sense, to operate as a unifying force. Nazi culture was in large measure a modern, technologically driven, American-style media landscape, and Wagner's place in it was uncertain. Arno Breker's Wagner bust. For members of Hitler's inner circle, trips to Bayreuth were all but mandatory. The signatures of Goebbels, Himmler, Göring, and other high-ranking Nazis are visible in the old guest book of the Hotel Goldener Anchor, which, back in 1912, had hosted a party of young American women from Macon, Georgia. When Thomas Mann passed through Bayreuth in 1949, he looked at the hotel guest book and noted the names of the whole devil's brood. In many cases, the appreciation was genuine. Baldur von Schirach, the head of the Hitler Youth, and Reinhard Heydrich, the chief of the Reich Security Main Office, both came from cultured households. Schirach's father, Karl, had been the intendant of the National Theatre in Weimar. Heydrich's father, Bruno, was a singer, composer, and pedagogue who had success in the major Wagner tenor parts and wrote operas titled Amen, Peace, and Chance. Julius Streicher, the party's chief anti-Semitic propagandist, quoted from Meistersinger when he ordered the razing of Nuremberg's central synagogue, Fangiten. Let us begin. Amid the rote praise, doubts about Wagner's real ideological value arose. Alfred Rosenberg, the party's self-styled philosopher, approved of the composer's outspoken anti-Semitism, but, in the tradition of folkish thinkers like Paul de Lagarde, Julius Langben, and Adolf Bartels, he saw signs of high decadence in the Bayreuth operation, to use Bartels's phrase. In his book The Myth of the 20th Century, a kind of sequel to Chamberlain's Foundations of the 19th Century, Rosenberg criticizes Parsifal for manifesting a strongly church-inflected weakening in favor of borrowed values. In his diary, Rosenberg complained about the Wagner cult, saying that the remorseful side of the heroes Tannhauser and Parsifal contradicted Nazi ethics. Nietzsche deserves to be ranked higher, since Wagner already had his triumph. Parsifal, with its ethos of compassion, caused the most trouble. Goebbels, Rosenberg, and Himmler all thought that it should be removed from the repertory because its quasi-Christian message was irreconcilable with Nazi ideology. Hitler thought this criticism foolish, although he had no use for the opera's churchly trappings. He told the Wagner grandsons to think about designing a timeless Grail temple, a setting that takes us into the mystical, thus into the indefinable and the intangible. Wieland Wagner was nonplussed to hear Hitler saying that he wanted to have Parsifal performed, so to speak, against his own party. Certainly, Parsifal could be construed as a work in praise of racial purification, as early Bayreuther Blätter writers had argued. In 1942, Otto Dobe, a Bayreuth musicologist turned youth leader, posited Parsifal as a second Siegfried and Klingser as the Jewish Oriental spirit of decay. Still, Parsifal's overriding message of knowing through compassion durch Mitleidwissend diverged from a Nazi culture that all but outlawed sentimental weakness. In December 1941, as the slaughter of Jews, Poles, and Russians coalesced into organized genocide, Hitler expressly directed Germans to suppress feelings of Mitleid. Goebbels paraphrased him, saying, "We are not here to feel compassion for the Jews, but only to feel compassion for our German people." A few days later, Hans Frank, the Governor-General of occupied Poland, told senior officials, "Gentlemen, I must ask you to steel yourself against all considerations of compassion. We must annihilate the Jews wherever we find them." Hans Stark, the head of the admissions detail at Auschwitz, had a sign over his desk reading "Mitleid ist Schwach weakness." The Nazis liked to cite Nietzsche as a source of such bloodless sayings, and indeed one finds the following in the Antichrist: "People have ventured to call Mitleid a virtue, in every noble morality it counts as Schwach." For most rank-and-file Nazis, such debates were of remote interest. They had little appetite for Hitler's Wagner appreciation exercises and often fled from them. One party rally Meistersinger turned into a fiasco when, according to Albert Speer, Hitler arrived at the Nuremberg Opera House and was vexed to find it almost empty. He had patrols sent out to fetch high party functionaries from their quarters, beer halls, and wine bars to the Opera House, but this effort did not succeed in filling the auditorium. The next year Hitler expressly ordered theater-averse party leaders to attend the gala. They appeared bored, and many were visibly overwhelmed by sleep. In Hitler's opinion, the thinly scattered applause was far from appropriate to the brilliant performance. At the 1936 Meistersinger, it was observed that places reserved for important guests were instead occupied by 1. The wife of the dentist Eckerlin, 2. A typist from police headquarters, 3. The proprietress of the Cockatoo Cabaret. Evidently, tickets were being given away or sold on the side. Hitler subsequently ordered that Meistersinger should be attended only by those visitors who have a genuine interest in it. To that end, the distribution of free tickets was stopped. Still, the problem persisted. In 1938, guests at a nearby hotel were ordered to fill empty seats. Hitler was also heard to complain that his underlings regularly fell asleep at Berlin performances of Tristan und Isolde, and that he had to wake them up to stop their snoring. Hitler wished to foster a culture in which Wagner and the rest of the classical music legacy would no longer be limited to the elites. Opera houses should hold more people, and tickets should be cheaper. Nonetheless, Wagner's popularity on German stages actually declined during the Nazi era. In the 1932-33 season, there were 1,837 performances of the operas. In 1939-40, there were 1,154. The same period saw an increase in performances of Verdi, Puccini, and Lortzing. Wagnerites sometimes lamented a dwindling of interest in the music dramas among the young. A contributor to the 1936 Bayreuth Festival Guide noted the case of a young female Nazi Party member who had written off Wagner as a typical agent of liberalism. Christian von Ehrenfels, the philosopher who once counted up the orgasms in Tristan, had written in 1931 that a large proportion of asemitic non-Jewish German youth take a position against Wagner. In some Hitler youth circles, Wagner was considered unwholesome, excessively sensual, pessimistic, lacking in Nordic purity. As Goebbels knew, the general public was most avid for hit songs, dance music, operetta melodies, and light classics. The historian Michael Cater finds that radio programming of Wagner and other so-called serious composers fluctuated in accordance with the political situation. There was more of it when Goebbels was worried about foreign perceptions, less when he wished to firm up domestic opinion. Once the war began, some young conscripts showed active distaste for classical music. The soldier who is fighting at the battlefront wants light music, dance, and jazz, a respondent to a Wehrmacht survey wrote. American-style pop, especially jazz, had thrived during the Weimar Republic. Although the Nazis denounced jazz at every opportunity, they never formally banned it nationwide, and later found it expedient to give the public what it wanted. Records by Duke Ellington, Louis Armstrong, and Benny Goodman were played, but with the titles changed and the names suppressed. Anti-American propaganda notwithstanding, the Third Reich was to some extent a fascist makeover of American consumer society, with mass culture, sports, and high-tech gadgetry predominating. In 1930, Ernst Junger, author of Storm of Steel, stated in his essay Total Mobilization that America had won the First World War because it mobilized the entire nation politically, technologically, culturally. The Central Powers, by contrast, were hidebound by a proclivity for the employment of outmoded trappings, for a late Romantic style, especially that of the Wagner operas. The ruling classes, with their high-flown talk of Nibelungentrue, could not relate to the new mass public. Culture makes for poor propaganda, it neglects the primal power of the Volk. This popular orientation, which was the core of the Goebbels strategy, displaced Hitler's Wagnerism in the later years of the regime. Bayreuth was a protected zone within the totalitarian state. Hitler's patronage meant that the festival was beyond the grasp of such warring authorities as Goebbels, Göring, and Rosenberg. The Führer stepped half outside his dictatorial role when he arrived in Bayreuth each summer. For a little while, he would revert to his younger bohemian self free of the pressure to display power, Albert Speer said. Staying at the Siegfried Wagner house, next to Wanfried, Hitler adopted the Wagners as a surrogate family, showering favors on Wieland, the heir apparent. The young man was given a Mercedes, and Hitler's chauffeur monitored his first long-distance drive. During the war, when Hitler stopped going to the opera, he wistfully recalled his visits. "The 10 days of Bayreuth have always been the most beautiful time for me, and how I look forward to the first moment when we return." The day after the festival reminded him of the sad moment when ornaments are removed from the Christmas tree. He spoke of retiring to Bayreuth in old age. With Hitler's backing, Winifred Wagner set about modernizing Bayreuth's productions. By 1933, she had brought in the conductor and stage director Heinz Tietjen, who had prospered in the Weimar era, and the designer Emil Praetorius, who had fashioned book covers for Thomas Mann. The simplified decor and expressive lighting in Praetorius's work represented a cautious move toward the modernist theater of Adolf Appia and Edward Gordon Craig. Hitler's fascination with theater history led him to purchase the personal archive of Craig, who was stranded in Paris during the occupation. When Winifred announced that the old Parsifal staging would be replaced in the 1934 festival, a phalanx of old-time Wagnerites led by Daniela Thode and Eva Chamberlain rose up in protest. Despite their Nazi leanings, the half-sisters shrank from what Thode termed the politicization of Bayreuth. Winifred prevailed. Hitler proposed that Alfred Roller, whose Tristan had so struck him in his youth, should direct the new production, an idea Winifred and Tietjen happily accepted. The Grail Temple became a forest of pillars with a semi-secular appearance. Ironically, though, Hitler's assumption of power sent Bayreuth into financial crisis. Foreign and Jewish visitors, who had remained a crucial part of the festival's audience even after the hypernationalist debacle of 1924, grew scarce. In 1933, thousands of tickets remained unsold within weeks of opening day. Hitler stepped in to save the festival. Government agencies bought up tickets and gave them to party members, students, and the like, even supplying free travel and accommodations. Increasingly, Bayreuth played to a fictitious audience, assembled to validate Hitler's belief that he was bringing Wagner to the masses. For some years, Winifred retained enough independence that she was able to maintain the foundational Wagnerian hypocrisy of holding anti-Jewish views while employing Jewish artists. As Bridget Hammond's biography makes clear, Winifred periodically agitated against official policy, working to protect Jewish friends and acquaintances as well as religious figures, homosexuals, Freemasons, and other undesirables. Among those who benefited from her efforts were Alfred and Hedwig Pringsheim, Thomas Mann's parents-in-law. The gay Heldentenor Max Lorenz was shielded from prosecution, and Aryan papers were obtained for Charlotte Appel, his Jewish wife. At the 1943 festival, the sight of Lorenz socializing with Appel aroused indignation, according to an intelligence report. Despite all these gestures, Winifred's allegiance to Hitler remained absolute. The choicest irony that haunted Bayreuth in the Nazi era was the revival of the old rumor about Wagner's concealed Jewishness. The newly founded Richard Wagner Research Center went to considerable trouble to disprove that tale, which Nietzsche had helped to spread, but it kept circulating all the same. In 1942, as the musicologist Sebastian Ware has discovered, Winifred became incensed over reports that a racial political training course in Würzburg had included a lecture on Jewish kinship of the Wagner family, and that in local Hitler youth groups the Wagner Festival was regarded as a Jewish concern, unsuitable for boys in uniform. Winifred had turned against the Hitler Youth some years before, when she heard people saying, "Well, we'll just have to let the Führer have his Wagner fixation." She wrote a letter to Himmler, begging him to put a stop to such talk. The family feared that in a putative post-Hitler Nazi state the festival would fall by the wayside. This was one problem the Wagners did not have to face. Man in exile. Man near his home in Pacific Palisades, Los Angeles. "Where I am, there is Germany," Thomas Mann said in 1938, on disembarking from the RMS Queen Mary in New York Harbor. When the Nazis took power, Mann at first hesitated to denounce the regime, in the hope that his books could stay on the German market. Only in 1936 did he clarify his position, and by the end of the year his writings had been banned and his citizenship revoked. Mann believed that he could protect the best of German culture, Wagner included, from Nazism. His great work of the 30s was Joseph and His Brothers, a novelistic tetralogy that took 16 years to write and offered itself both as a counterpart and as a corrective to The Ring. In place of Teutonic mythology, Mann turned to the Old Testament, honoring Jewish heritage at a time when the Nazis were desecrating it. Joseph, son of Jacob, is analogous to Siegfried or Parsifal, a hero who discovers and develops his extraordinary abilities. As George Lukács wrote in a 1936 essay, this tactic of posing a good myth against a bad one is not without risk. Fascists were better at exploiting myth to political ends. Mann advertised the Wagnerian heft of the Joseph novels in an autobiographical essay that he wrote for a one-volume American edition of the cycle in 1948. He narrates the entire span of his career from the late 20s to the early 40s, stressing the traumatic caesura of his Wagner lecture tour of 1933. Mann says that his desire to finish the project was only strengthened by certain mythic memories, playful parallels not inappropriate to the subject matter. I stood where Wagner had once stood when, after the grand interpolation of Tristan and Meistersinger, he again took up work on his dramatic epic, the vast fairy tale of the Ring of the Nibelung. True, my method of dealing with myth was in essence closer to the humor of Goethe's classic Walpurgis Night than to Wagnerian pathos, but the unanticipated evolution that the story of Joseph had taken had, I am certain, always been secretly influenced by memories of Wagner's grand edifice of motifs, was a successor to its intentions. The crucial word is playful, verspielt. Mann's sense of himself as a latter-day Wagner operates on at least 3 levels of irony. A Wagner-loving dictator was responsible for the interruption of the cycle. The Jewish subject matter tweaks the anti-Semitic preoccupations of Wagner and Hitler alike, and this weighty saga has a sly, self-aware tone that is generally absent from The Ring. As Mann grew older, he became more unguarded in his approach to sexuality, and young Joseph is given an erotic glow. Just as impish are the interludes portraying God in heaven, surrounded by a disputatious angelic hierarchy. Dignified, evasive, ambivalent, determined to plot the destiny of man in his own oblique, at times perverse fashion, the Almighty is the spitting image of Thomas Mann. Like The Ring, the Joseph cycle begins with a prelude, Vorspiel, and its first words return to the beginning of time. Deep is the well of the past. Should we not call it bottomless? Because this deep past takes a mythic form, it can speak directly to the present. The essence of life is presentness, and only by means of myth does it represent its mystery in past and future tenses. For it is, always is, though the common phrase may be, it was. That is how myth speaks, for it is merely the garment of the mystery. Or, as Wagner says in Opera and Drama, the incomparable thing about myth is that it is always true. Mann extends Wagner's experiments in comparative mythology and syncretic religion. Joseph's rise from the pit is likened to the stories of Tammuz, Adonis, Gilgamesh, and Christ. Joseph is himself a master of multiple tongues, weaving Hebraic thought into tales that a wider audience can grasp. The Joseph text contains dozens of Wagner allusions, as Eckhard Heftrich and other scholars have documented. When Jacob, Joseph's father, is beset by shame after the apparent death of his favorite son, he is like the downcast Wotan of Walkure. In Joseph in Egypt, Huya and Tuya, the brother and sister parents of Joseph's employer and protector Potiphar, parody the incestuous love of Siegmund and Sieglinde. Bickering dwarfs recall Mime and Alberich, as Mann himself pointed out. The bravura sequence in which Potiphar's wife falls desperately in love with Joseph borrows from Tristan and Parsifal as well as from Death in Venice. The final installment, Joseph the Provider, introduces the unconventional young pharaoh Amenhotep IV, later Akhenaten, who summons Joseph from prison, dubs him the unique friend of the great king, and grants him enormous administrative powers. The pharaoh's aestheticism, sensitivity, odd habits, and worshipful attraction to Joseph make him a kind of backward projection of King Ludwig. Nazi commentators took a predictable dislike to the Joseph undertaking. One critic asserted that the racial instinct rebels against man's humanization of a fundamentally Jewish world. Another stated that the Old Testament had been psychologically smeared with the problems of a decadent time. Outside of Germany, readers were at times bewildered by the scale of man's project and fatigued by his innumerable digressions. But the impression that he had created a kind of counter-monument to Nazi culture took hold. Mann's American publisher, Alfred A. Knopf, Sr., also published Willa Cather. In the 30s, Knopf arranged for the two authors to meet, perhaps sensing that these outwardly conservative, inwardly radical writers had much in common. Cather had not warmed to Mann's previous work, but Joseph and his brothers captivated her, and in 1936 she wrote an essay praising the cycle as it then stood. Man has made something like an orchestral arrangement of all the Semitic religions and philosophies, she remarked. At a dinner in 1938, Mann and Cather talked about Joseph face to face. On another occasion, they went to Knopf's home to listen to records and drink champagne. Whether Wagner was on the playlist is not recorded. Mann finished Joseph at the beginning of 1943, in his newly built hilltop villa in Pacific Palisades, Los Angeles. He could see the Pacific Ocean from his study, scents wafted in from a grove of eucalyptus. The prospect of a life after Hitler was in sight. Nonetheless, Mann brooded over his country's fate, its spiritual backsliding, its descent from civilization to barbarism. Within a few months, he was at work on a new book, far darker and more personal in tone. 4 years later, the literary world was confronted with Dr. Faustus, the life of the German composer Adrian Leverkühn, told by a friend. It was the book Mann had been preparing all his life to write, the biography of a Faustian artist as an allegory of Germany's spiritual crisis. It will be my Parsifal, Mann wrote to his son Klaus. Leverkühn belongs to the modernist generation, his advanced idiom similar to that of Schoenberg and Berg, or, at times, Stravinsky. As a personality, he is far removed from the antic, sensuous Wagner. He is cold, intellectual, enigmatic, perverse. He reacts against Wagnerian values by writing music that is at once terse and dense, tragic and ironic, archaic and futuristic. Still, he is cast in a Teutonic mold. The crux of the book is a mysterious encounter with a figure who appears to be the devil. Leverkühn gives up his soul in exchange for 24 years of esoteric mastery. Mann had long sensed something devilish at the heart of the Wagnerian pandemic, and Leverkühn, despite his anti-romantic aesthetic, is a belated exposition of the theme. Mann's great trick in structuring the novel is to delegate the narration to a fussy, upright, loquacious, conservative-minded spirit named Serenus Zeitblom, Leverkühn's lifelong friend. Like Aschenbach, Zeitblom is an Ersatzmann, an exercise in self-parody. He begins telling his story toward the end of May 1943, the period in which Mann set to work on the novel. Zeitblom is not in exile, however. He belongs to the so-called inner emigration, the cohort of intellectuals who profess to oppose Nazism from within. Mann rejected the concept of inner emigration when it surfaced after the war, and Zeitblom, with his ineffectual reservations about the regime, seems to stand in for such compromised figures as Gerhard Hauptmann, Gottfried Benn, Martin Heidegger, and Ernst Jünger. Although Zeitblom favors older music, he inserts occasional Wagner references into his prose, and even turns them against Nazi culture. Echoing Mann's writings on the misuse of Wagner, Zeitblom deplores the sordid abuse and cheap peddling of what was old and genuine, faithful and familiar, of what was fundamentally German, de Trülich Trollichen, de Urduchen. The last phrase nods to the Rheinmaiden's lament, only down deep is it trusty and true Trollich und true. Leverkühn comes from a conservative Lutheran town named Kaisersatzschern, which is modeled partly on the Naumburg of Nietzsche's youth. Nietzsche inspired many aspects of the character, including his eventual descent into insanity. Leverkühn's principal teacher is Wendell Kretschmar, an American-born organist of German extraction. Like his predecessor Edmund Pfeil in Buddenbrooks, Kretschmar casts a cool eye on Wagner, that skilled rabble-rouser. Leverkühn, 2, is a skeptic. His long-range plan was as un-Wagnerian as possible, Zeitblom says. Yet, like Nietzsche, he cannot slip the grasp of the old sorcerer. In a draft of a letter to his teacher, Leverkuhn declares that his quickly sated intellect has no patience for conventional beauty. He gives an example. This, then, is how beauty happens. The cellos intone all by themselves a somber, pensive theme that questions the world's folly in a forthright and highly expressive philosophical way addressed to our hustle and bustle, our hounding and harrying. The cellos enlarge on this for a while, shaking their wise heads in regret over this riddle, and at a given, carefully considered point in their comments, the wind instruments, after a preparatory deep breath that causes shoulders to rise and fall again, enter with a chorale, stirringly solemn, splendidly harmonized, and played with all the muted dignity and gently constrained power of brass. Leverkuhn continues in that vein for many more sentences. Then he writes, "Dear friend, why does this make me laugh? I, the outcast, must laugh, especially at all those supporting grunts from the bombardment boom, boom, boom bang. I may perhaps have tears in my eyes, but at the same time the urge to laugh is overwhelming." Mann later revealed that this passage is a blow-by-blow account of the Act 3 prelude of Meistersinger, the same music that Riefenstahl had employed in her Nazi propaganda films. The world's folly lamented by the cellos is a paraphrase of the one that Hans Sachs will bemoan in Act 3. Mann is again practicing his peculiar tic of talking at length about Wagner without letting on that he is doing so. When Mann read this section to Theodor W. Adorno, who assisted him with musical matters, the latter failed to recognize the reference. The devil promises Leverkuhn a total liberation of the imagination, in contrast to conventional art of a bourgeois moderate, Nurembergish sort. The advanced works that ensue are contrasted with the fusty Wagnerism of Munich, where Leverkuhn spends time before the First World War. His marionette theatre piece Gesta Romanorum, a setting of Latin medieval tales, approaches mythic subject matter in an utterly destructive fashion, in a spirit of bizarre whimsy. Leverkuhn rants against Wagnerian romantic views of redemption and art religion. Emulating Nietzsche, he calls for a new vitality, lightness, healthiness art on a first-name basis with humanity. In The Magic Mountain, Mann advocated Nietzschean values as a way beyond Wagnerian sympathy for death. By the 40s, he was losing faith in that philosophy. Leverkuhn's modernism begins to seem less humane than the creaky Wagnerian apparatus that it wishes to supplant. The composer's later works exhibit diabolical strains. The Apocalypsis cum figuri supplies sonic visions of the Last Judgment, including a howlingly dissonant pandemonium of laughter that represents the entrance of the damned into hell. The lamentation of Dr. Faustus progresses from a hellish choral scherzo to a desolate adagio lamentoso. The lamentation is also described, chillingly, as a taking back of the ode to joy. In place of choral shouts for brotherhood be embraced, millions. Leverkuhn paints a picture of terminal decay, one instrument after another dying out. If Beethoven's Ninth is revoked, so too is the rationale underlying the life's work of Wagner, for whom the entrance of voices in the Ninth marked the beginning of music drama. The synthesis of the Ring is no longer possible. Only the hollowed-out Wagnerism of Nazi Germany remains. In 1943, around the time that Mann began writing Dr. Faustus, the artist George Grosch, a radical Berliner exiled in New York, painted a picture called The Wanderer, a self-portrait in the guise of the itinerant, incognito Wotan of Siegfried. The fallen god is striding into the cold, his coat drawn tight around his neck, his spear reduced to a walking stick. Ravens fly overhead, fire rises in the distance. We don't see the man's face clearly, he could be mistaken for Wagner himself. Hitlerizing Wagner. Program for a 1944 Red Cross benefit conducted by Toscanini. Thomas Mann's bombastic claim that he was carrying Germany's cultural legacy with him into exile found wide acceptance in the Western democracies where the brothers Mann and so many other eminences took refuge. During the First World War, everything German had been demonized. This time, The Allied countries made a point of extolling the good Germany, an intellectual and artistic community that could reconstitute itself abroad. The United States, in particular, congratulated itself on having saved the best of Europe from ruin, even though xenophobic immigration laws prevented hundreds of thousands of German Jewish refugees from entering the country. For most cultural arbiters, the good Germany still included Wagner, who kept his place in the opera and concert repertories of Allied countries. British and American music lovers tended to follow the line taken by Willa Cather when she spoke of Parsifal in 1945, "I still love the opera and the legend, though so much of Wagner has been rather spoiled for us by being boisterously played for very unmusical purposes." When E. M. Forster wrote an essay defending democracy against the fascist cult of force, "The strong are so stupid," he looked to the ring to reinforce his case. Fafnir, coiled round his hoard, grumbles and grunts. We can hear him under Europe today. The leaves of the wood already tremble, and the bird calls its warnings uselessly. The Valkyries are countervailing voices of courage and intelligence. Brunhilde sings of the love which is eternally triumphant and feeds upon freedom. The children's author Elizabeth Enright felt no compunction about sending a character in her 1941 novel The Saturdays to a performance of Siegfried. The boy calls it swell. Arturo Toscanini, the most widely acclaimed classical musician of the era, managed to make Wagner a symbol of the anti-fascist struggle. The maestro was idolized everywhere from Bayreuth, where he conducted in 1930 and 1931, to New York, where he led the Philharmonic and the NBC Symphony. Although he was not immune to the pull of charismatic politics, he performed in Fiume during D'Annunzio's reign, offering the Prelude and Liebestod by request. He resisted the fascists when they encroached upon his turf. At Bayreuth, he caused such a sensation that he was talked about as a successor to Siegfried Wagner. But Nazi persecution of Jewish musicians caused Toscanini to withdraw from the 1933 festival. Winifred tried mightily to change his mind. She even cajoled Hitler into sending an obsequious letter, addressed to Hochgewirrtermeister, highly esteemed master, all but begging the conductor to return. Toscanini was unswayed, and lent his name to anti-Nazi protests. In the late 30s, as Harvey Sachs observes in his biography of the conductor, Toscanini made a habit of performing in countries bordering Germany. In 1936 and 1937, he led Meistersinger at the Salzburg Festival, within sight of Bavaria. Twice in the late 30s, he paid his own way to Palestine to conduct the Palestine Symphony, including the Lohengrin preludes on his programs. He knew of the nascent resistance to Wagner in what would become Israel, but maintained that nothing should interfere with music. Most conspicuously, in 1938 Toscanini went to Lucerne, Wagner's former place of exile, to lead an orchestra that included refugees from Germany and Austria, an early edition of what would become the Lucerne Festival. One program juxtaposed the Meistersinger Act I Prelude with Mendelssohn's Italian Symphony. The following summer, a few days before Germany invaded Poland, Toscanini led the Siegfried Idyll at the old Wagner home in Tribschen. Eva Chamberlain was in attendance. She adored Toscanini's conducting and was distraught when he left Bayreuth. Nonetheless, the former friend of Lurena Aldridge remained loyal to the Nazis. When Eva died, in 1942, her coffin was draped in a Nazi flag, and Hitler sent a wreath. One member of the family broke away and went into exile. Friedland Wagner, the 21-year-old daughter of Siegfried and Winifred, wrote to Toscanini in 1940 with a Thomas Mann-like declaration, "Because I am a German, I am not in Germany now, because this isn't Germany anymore." In 1941, she arrived in the United States, where she made contact with Mann's children Klaus and Erika. As a prize defector, Friedland was invited to speak on a 1942 Tannhauser broadcast from the Met, one that was sent out to German speakers in Europe. Erika supplied her with an eloquent, if not entirely persuasive, anti-Nazi script. Richard Wagner, who loved freedom and justice even more than he loved music itself, could not have breathed in Hitler's Germany. "My grandfather is dead and cannot fight the abuse. But I, his granddaughter, am speaking in his spirit and sense when I tell you, Sent as Pure Love, which redeems the wandering Dutchman, Lohengrin's bright figure, and the Christian tolerance of Parsifal are descended from landscapes where no Nazi jackboot has ever trod. As the 30s gave way to the 40s, a very different perspective began to take hold, one that saw Wagner not as a victim of Nazism but as an agent of it. Émigrés played a crucial role in what might be called the Hitlerizing of Wagner. The critic Ludwig Marcuse, who had earlier scorned the Wagnerian left, wrote in 1938 that the Third Reich has no greater ancestor and no more perfect representative of its ideology than Wagner. This formulation was very close to pronouncements emanating from the Third Reich: Hitlergeist ist Wagnergeist. Nazi Wagnerites and anti-Nazi anti-Wagnerites were essentially in perfect accord about the composer's true nature, a problematic alliance that continues to this day. Peter Vierek, the most determined proponent of the Hitler-centric view, came from a distinguished and notorious German family. His grandfather Louis was a socialist who knew Marx and Engels. His father, George Sylvester Vierek, a German-American who defended Germany during the First World War and became a Hitler admirer as early as 1923. Vierek renounced his heritage, and did so by castigating the composer whom his father's journal Fatherland had called the greatest artist of modern times in any nation. In 1939, the magazine Common Sense published Vierek's two-part article Hitler and Richard Wagner, which argues that Wagner's blend of socialism, national chauvinism, and anti-Semitism foretold Nazi philosophy. A promoter of Nietzsche, Vierek is keen to detach his intellectual hero from Nazism, and therefore shifts the onus onto Wagner, a pattern that would recur in post-war intellectual life. Vierek's 1941 book Metapolitics presents an expanded version of that thesis, influentially labeling Wagner a proto-Nazi. This was the real beginning of the backshadowing narrative, Wagner as Hitler's precursor. In the Common Sense article, Vierek gently accuses Thomas Mann of clinging to liberal illusions about Wagner. Mann responded in a long letter to the editor, effectively an essay in itself, in which he not only accepted many of Vierek's points but said that he would go further and locate Nazi elements in the operas themselves. At the same time, Mann found Vierek's work lacking in nuance, the nuance of love, of passionate personal experience. In the same period, Mann said that his attitude toward Wagner is and remains ambivalent, and I can write about him one way today, another tomorrow. This oscillation continued to the end. In a 1949 letter to his friend Emil Praetorius, Mann wrote, "Certainly, there is much Hitler in Wagner." In almost the same breath, though, he said that the composer had been bound up with Hitler for long enough. In 1940, the Wagner to Hitler thesis reached a much wider readership, that of the New York Times. In an article titled Wagner, Clue to Hitler, the German-American journalist Otto Tolischus identified the composer as the first totalitarian artist. 3 years later, the best-selling émigré author Emil Ludwig, who had once published a book of sycophantic conversations with Mussolini, recommended that the Ring should be banned in Germany for at least 50 years. Around the year 2000 no musical ear will be able to stand this monstrosity, anyway, Ludwig added. Paul Henry Lang wrote a piece on Wagner titled Background Music for Mein Kampf, and Karl Engel entertained the notion that we should ban and burn every scrap of Wagner's music and writings in order to finally extinguish the Wagner fanfare of Nazism. For the time being, such fulminations remained in the minority. During the war, Wagner's popularity in America actually surged. The Met presented the operas as often as ever, making heavy use of the Hungarian Jewish bass baritone Friedrich Schor, whose presence at Bayreuth had struck Hitler as Rassenskandal, or racial pollution. The composer and radio personality Deems Taylor thought that lumping German composers together with the Nazis was itself a Nazi thing to do, or refusal to separate the work from the worker, the art from the artist. Tolischus's Times piece drew heated rebuttals. A Times editorial called The Ring fundamentally immoral, revolutionary document, one that taught the fatal effects of wealth and overlordship. The Times critic Olin Downs wrote that Wagner's operas were the antithesis of Hitler, and crushing condemnation of all that Hitlerism implies. In the 1941-42 season, Downs later noted, Wagner had been the Met's most often played composer. The company's one concession was to drop Meistersinger temporarily from the repertory, having tried out a version in which Hans Sachs's final monologue was cut short. Toscanini mounted a series of wartime Wagner concerts, effectively conscripting the composer to the Allied cause. In 1941, he led the NBC Symphony in a Wagner program for the benefit of underprivileged families. In 1942, at a gala for the Red Cross, he presented an all-Wagner concert with the New York Philharmonic, an event that Thomas Mann attended. And in 1944, before 18,000 people at Madison Square Garden, Toscanini conducted the combined forces of the NBC Symphony and the Philharmonic in another Red Cross benefit, this time pairing Wagner and Verdi, the musical heroes of the enemy powers. Never has the inherent and indestructible greatness of Wagner's art been more triumphantly demonstrated, Downes wrote. The souvenir booklet emphasized the international dimensions of Wagnerism by reproducing artwork by Henry Fantin Latour and Salvador Dali. A note on the right of the Valkyries, evoking the exultant battle cries of the Valkyries as they galloped through the clouds on their steeds, was paired with a photograph of B-17 bombers surrounded by fighter trails. Wagner was thus commandeered on behalf of the Allied assault on German cities. In France, the latest generation of Wagnerists had to adjust once again to German aggression, as in 1870 and 1914. The composer's reputation had rebounded after the First World War. Circa 1933, a quarter of the opera's repertory was Wagner. Hitler's appropriation of Bayreuth caused consternation among left-leaning Wagnerites, as the musicologist Rachel Orzech has documented. The novelist Guy de Pourtal wrote that the Third Reich wants to ignore Wagner's skeptical and troubled soul, deeply uncertain and uneasy, in a constant search for an imperturbable God. Maurice Bouvier-Ajam asked, how to react in France against Hitlerian pseudo-Wagnerism. The literary polymath Paul Claudel reacted by losing faith in a composer he had once esteemed. The product of a symbolist Wagnerian milieu, a Mallarmé disciple like Valery, Claudel was inclined toward medieval settings and mystical Christian themes. In his 1905 play Partage de Midi, Break of Noon, he rang variations on Tristan. By the late 20s, Claudel was acknowledging Wagner's failings, but could still praise the composer's resistance to scientific materialism, his accent of lost paradise. This was in an essay titled Richard Wagner, Reverie of a French Poet, consciously duplicating Mallarmé's 1885 piece for the Revue Wagnerienne. A decade later, Claudel joined the opposition. In the 1938 article The Wagnerian Poison, he speaks of a ratatouille botch, of the endless tossing of a kind of legendary metaphysical salad in which the despair of a lost and irreparable happiness mingles with the most sinister ingredients of paganism. These dishes could perhaps be served alongside Tristan Tzara's Wagnerian bouillabaisse. Events in Germany had clearly sped up Claudel's re-evaluation of Wagner. The leitmotif method is likened to Mein Kampf. Hitler says in his book that the entire art of eloquence and propaganda consists in repetition. Most Wagnerists on the right were caught in the fascist web. Camille Mauclair, once an anarchist symbolist, ended up a reactionary art critic in the Vichy regime. The critic and novelist Lucien Ribetet used categories from Jewishness in music to attack modernist composers. Jean Cocteau, trendily anti-Wagnerian during and after the First World War, turned pro-German in Vichy. His 1943 script for the film The Eternal Return is a modern dress Tristan, with Jean Marais cast as an Aryan heartthrob. The saddest case is that of Edouard Dujardin, editor of the Revue Wagnerienne and progenitor of the interior monologue. Like Mauclair, Dujardin had been a Dreyfusard, and as late as the 30s he was proclaiming himself a Zionist. During the occupation, though, he suddenly became a Hitler idolater. In 1882, he had sent Wagner a letter regarding anti-German sentiment in Paris, and received a thoughtful reply, in French. 6 decades later, he wrote to Monsieur Le Chancelier, mentioning his friendship with Chamberlain, who came to understand so well Hitler's greatness. That letter went unanswered. Wagner and the Holocaust. Wounded soldiers with Winifred Wagner at Bayreuth, 1943. The Bayreuth Festival of 1939 had an atmosphere of déjà vu. As in the summer of 1914, war was imminent, and the tensions of the day crept into the proceedings. Neville Henderson, the British ambassador to Germany, was in attendance, hoping to meet with Hitler and broker a peace. When Winifred Wagner pressed Henderson's case, Hitler rebuffed her. Plans for the invasion of Poland were set, and the would-be conqueror had no interest in negotiations. Hitler did greet two friendly British visitors, Diana Moseley, the wife of Oswald Mosley, the leader of the British fascists, and her sister Unity Mitford, blessed with the middle name Valkyrie. Moseley, in her autobiography, remembered a lunch with Hitler before Götterdämmerung. Never had the glorious music seemed to me so doom-laden. When the war began, a month later, Unity attempted to kill herself with a pistol that Hitler had supposedly given her for protection. Winifred Wagner had assumed that the Bayreuth Festival would be shut down in wartime, as had happened in 1914, but Hitler insisted that it proceed. The leisure organization Strength Through Joy, KDF, brought in listeners en masse. Around 100,000 guests of the Führer visited Bayreuth from 1940 until 1944. Most were from the armed forces. Wounded soldiers had first priority, and they came wrapped in bandages and limping on crutches, sometimes accompanied by nurses. A marine band played as special trains arrived at the Bayreuth station. Introductory lectures were given. Winifred hosted tours of Wanfried. In 1943 and 1944, only Meistersinger was staged, on the grounds that it fit the wartime mood better than the gloomy Götterdämmerung or the pacifist Parsifal. An orientation pamphlet for the soldiers quotes Sachs's closing peroration Hauptakt. But cautions against retreating into an inner world, into a pure sphere of holy German art. Only war can stop the enemy's evil tricks, only Nothen, the German sword, can halt the world flood of ruin. A scene in Karl Ritter's 1941 film Stukas gives a highly idealized, not to say fantastical, impression of how German soldiers might have experienced the war festivals. It plays like a hideous parody of those Wagner scenes in which a young person is energized by the Meister's vision. When a dive bomber pilot named Hans is shot down and wounded, he falls into a depressed, lethargic state. A restorative trip to Bayreuth is prescribed, a sort of magic mountain spa treatment for the warrior spirit. At first, Hans seems uninterested, but he perks up when he hears the brass section play Siegfried's horn call from the Festspielhaus balcony. Inside, the sound of Siegfried's Rhine journey electrifies him. He leans forward, his eyes glowing, his mind filled with happy memories of comradeship. The Wagner music acts upon him as a drug, less the dream-inducing narcotic of the fin de siècle than the hyper-energizing methamphetamine that was fed to German soldiers during the Blitzkrieg. Hans returns to battle, his eyes still gleaming as he sings the less sophisticated strains of the Stuka song with his comrades. We are the Black Hussars of the air, / the Stukas, the Stukas, the Stukas. Stukas, 1941. What did the soldiers really feel? SS intelligence kept tabs on them and gave a generally rosy picture. A 1940 summary says, all the reports are unanimous in affirming that the great attempt, to bring the simple people of the Volk to the greatest and in some ways most difficult works of German art, proved successful and a cultural achievement of the first rank. Informants were particularly pleased that manual workers had lost the inhibitions against serious art that had supposedly prevailed in the bourgeois liberal age. One soldier who had been blinded in battle said that he wished he could stay and listen to Wagner forever. Another said, it is worthwhile to fight to the end for a people that is capable of such cultural events in times of need. On the other hand, as Julia Timp notes in her book Nazi Organized Recreation, some attendees slept through the proceedings or sold their tickets in exchange for alcohol, the same problems that had surfaced at the Nuremberg rallies. Hitler was attempting to impose on the entire military population his own experience as a soldier, when Wagner had been a bomb to him. In 1955, the city of Bayreuth made the curious decision to install Arno Breker's huge bust of Wagner in the park below the Festspielhaus. The sculpture still gazes stonily at festival goers, but in recent years it has been hemmed in by an outdoor exhibition titled Silenced Voices, an array of panels telling of the fates of Jewish musicians who worked at Bayreuth in the pre-Nazi period. A dozen of them perished during the war, whether in ghettos, the model camp at Theresienstadt, or the death camps. One panel honors the baritone Karl August Neumann, grandson of Angelo Neumann, the Jewish impresario whom Wagner entrusted with the touring production of The Ring. Neumann sang Beckmesser in Hitler's presence in 1933. He was imprisoned on account of supposed resistance contacts but survived the war. It is possible that a few of Bayreuth's Jewish victims heard Wagner on the eve of their deaths. Several survivors of the Holocaust remember encountering Wagner in the camps. A Polish musician recalled that when he arrived at Auschwitz in 1944 he was greeted by a full, first-class symphony orchestra performing Lohengrin. Alex Diekel, who as a child was selected for Joseph Mengel's medical experiments at Auschwitz, said that he could hear the blaring music of Lohengrin being piped through loudspeakers as I walked through the gates of Auschwitz. A political prisoner at Dachau told of hearing jingoistic Wagner music in 1933. Mengel is said to have whistled Wagner, among other composers, as he went about making his selections at Auschwitz. Yet the vast majority of survivor testimonies make no mention of Wagner. Instead, they indicate that the music of the camps was popular in nature, marches, dance tunes, hits of the day, light classics. If classical music was playing, it was more likely to be Chopin. Szymon Laux, who conducted the men's orchestra at Auschwitz, remembered playing classical potpourris, one of them based on Schubert melodies, the other on Russian themes. Anita Lasker-Wallfisch and Fania Fenelon, who played in the Auschwitz Women's Orchestra, spoke of German hits, Strauss waltzes, operetta tunes, bits of Brahms and Beethoven, and opera melodies from Carmen, Madame Butterfly, and Tosca. Their conductor was Alma Rose, niece of Gustav Mahler. Lasker-Wallfisch later said, "We certainly didn't play Wagner, not least because the music was too difficult for an ensemble that included many amateurs. Wagner's music was ill-suited to the regime of psychological sadism that governed music in the camps." Primo Levi described the routine in his classic 1947 memoir, If This Is a Man. On arriving in Auschwitz, in 1944, Levi struggled to make sense not only of what he saw but of what he heard. As prisoners returned to the camp from a day of hard labor, they marched to bouncy popular music, in particular, the polka Rosamund. Levi's first reaction was to laugh. He thought that he was witnessing a colossal farce in Teutonic taste. He later grasped that the juxtaposition of light music and terror was designed to destroy the spirit as surely as the crematoriums destroyed the body. The merry strains of Rosamund, which also emanated from loudspeakers during mass shootings of Jews at Majdanek, mocked the suffering of the victims. Laux, too, understood that the music had a numbing effect on the prisoners. It deepened still further their chronic state of physical and mental prostration. Nonetheless, the sonic mirage of Wagner at Auschwitz lingers in the popular consciousness. On a strictly historical level, it is misleading. On a psychological level, it gets at a deeper truth. The fact that the Wannsee Conference, the 1942 meeting at which the plan of genocide was formalized, was presided over by a Wagner singer's son Reinhard Heydrich speaks to the composer's unavoidable presence in the society that carried out the Holocaust. And in one horrifying instance, Wagner was directly coupled with genocidal imagery. In the fall of 1940, the propaganda ministry released an abominable pseudo-documentary titled The Eternal Jew. After the opening titles, which are scored with quasi-atonal music meant to inspire revulsion, a spoken prologue accompanies footage of Jews in Polish ghettos. The narration includes these lines: "We recognize that a hotbed of plague lies here, one that threatens the health of the Aryan population." Richard Wagner once said, "The Jew is the plastic demon of the downfall of humanity." And these pictures confirm the accuracy of his statement. The Eternal Jew was a favorite project of Goebbels's. The phrase about the plastic demon probably appeared at his instigation, since he quoted it often in his speeches. In 1937, Goebbels described the Jew as the enemy of the world, the annihilator of civilizations, the parasite among peoples, the son of chaos, the incarnation of evil, the ferment of decomposition, the plastic demon of the downfall of humanity. 6 years later, in his 1943 speech declaring a condition of total war, Goebbels said, "Judaism once again reveals itself as the incarnation of evil, as the plastic demon of downfall, and as the bearer of an international culture-destroying chaos." Moments later, he advised his vociferously cheering audience that the most total and radical measures might be needed to bring about the elimination of Judentum. Close listening reveals that Goebbels began to say Ausrottung, extermination, before correcting himself. In these instances, Wagner did not receive credit for the phrase. Goebbels apparently hoped that the eternal Jew would induce a new level of anti-Jewish loathing in the German people, easing acceptance of the program of genocide. Footage of swarming rats was intended to suggest Jewish infestation, as in the diaries of Cosima Wagner and the poetry of T.S. Eliot, and a slaughter of cows represented Jews' supposed cruelty toward animals. The film then segues to footage of Hitler's January 1939 address to the Reichstag, which essentially announced the onset of the Holocaust. If international Finanzjudentum inside and outside Europe should succeed in plunging the nations once more into a world war, then the result will not be the Bolshevization of the earth, and with it the victory of Judentum, but the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe. The film ends with Riefenstahl footage of shining Aryan faces, accompanied by sub-Wagnerian music. The Eternal Jew failed to have the desired effect. Some moviegoers reportedly left screenings in distress, a few fainted. Receipts were poor. Still, the film proved to have some usefulness as a training film for concentration camp guards. As war raged across Europe, operations and fortifications again acquired Wagnerian code names: the Siegfried Line, the Pantherwotan Line, Operation Brunhild, Operation Magic Fire. A 1941 directive stipulating that captured resistance fighters should vanish without a trace bore the title Nacht und Nebel, Night and Fog, what Alberich says in Rheingold when he uses the Tarnhelm to disappear. On July 20, 1944, one of these Wagner-coded plans was turned against the Führer. Klaus von Stauffenberg, formerly a youthful ornament of the poetic circle around Stefan George, set off a bomb in Hitler's headquarters, launching a coup attempt nicknamed Operation Walküre. In 1941, the staff of General Friedrich Fromm, the commander of the Home Army, had drafted plans titled Walküre and Rheingold, providing for call ups of reserves in emergency situations. General Friedrich Olbricht, Fromm's deputy, joined Stauffenberg and other members of the resistance in converting Walküre into a blueprint for the overthrow of the Nazi regime. A man of intellectual and liberal bent who avidly attended opera, Olbricht may have savored the ironic code name. He and Stauffenberg were executed immediately after the failure of the July 20 plot. As the end approached, Hitler stopped listening to Wagner, preferring Lehar's The Merry Widow and other operetta fare. Two secretaries who were with him in the bunker in Berlin said that he lost interest in music altogether. Still, he kept Wagnerian artifacts nearby. In 1939, on his 50th birthday, he had been given a collection of documents that had once belonged to Ludwig II, the original manuscripts of Wagner's first three operas, Die Feen, Das Liebesverbot, Rienzi, fair copies of Das Rheingold and Die Walküre, and sketches for the Flying Dutchman, Siegfried, and Götterdämmerung. Winifred later asked that the collection be deposited in Bayreuth for safekeeping, but Hitler said that having Wagner's handwriting in his vicinity meant a great deal to him. As Allied bombings intensified, Winifred and her sons repeatedly attempted to get hold of the trove. As late as April 6, 1945, Wieland and his brother-in-law Bodo Lafrance, an SS officer who had a lead role in the KDF, drove through the war zone toward Berlin, hoping to retrieve the relics. By telephone, Wieland reached Martin Bormann, Hitler's aide, who assured him that they were safe. They subsequently disappeared. A significant piece of Wagner's legacy therefore went missing. The Rienzi manuscript was the only evidence of the uncut original version of the score. Historical cliché requires Hitler's last days to be described as a Götterdämmerung, so Joachim Fest titled the final chapter of his Hitler biography. The analogy had already begun to circulate before the end of the war. An American publication ran a photo of Hitler, Goebbels, and Göring with the caption "The Nazi Big Three, their ending should be Wagnerian." Bertolt Brecht clipped out that picture and attached a sneering text, as part of his War Primer series. "O swan song, you must never ask me. O pilgrim's chorus. O magic fire trick. O song of Rheingold on the empty stomach. I name you the Bayreuth Republic." Romain Rolland, in 1944, wrote that Hitler was writing his Wagnerian epic a tragedy in which he always intended to die at the end. Albert Speer placed Brunhilde's immolation scene on the Berlin Philharmonic's last program of the Nazi era, on April 12, 1945. Yet Götterdämmerung is no apocalypse, it envisions a transfer of power, from gods to people. It is also the redress of a wrong, restoring the ring from the illusory heights to the truthful depths. Wotan, very unlike Hitler, has repented of his megalomania. "I longed in my heart for power. I acted unfairly. I did not return the ring to the Rhine. The curse that I fled will not flee from me now." The conductor Christoph von Dohnanyi, whose father, Hans, was part of the anti-Nazi resistance, once told me, "When I really think about Wagner, I don't discover anything that had to lead to Hitler." And what happens here? We were looking at the score of Walküre, at Wotan's cries of shame is not something that any fascist could have written. Because it is not simplifying. It is a giving up thing. Wagner abused power but hated the state. Götterdämmerung is the wrong word for the scenes that unfolded in Berlin during the war's last days, the double suicide of Hitler and Eva Braun, the suicides of Joseph and Magda Goebbels, the murder of the Goebbels children, the killing of Hitler's dogs. Allied bombers spared Bayreuth until April 5, 1945, when a flotilla of B-17s and B-24s, Toscanini's Valkyries, struck the city's industrial facilities. A veteran of the 446th Bombing Group of the U.S. Air Force, Riley, summarized the action. "Bayreuth, home of the Wagnerian music festivals, heard some hot licks not in the Nazi score when 5 planes of the group got through some extremely bad weather to attack its marshalling yards on Mickey equipment. The Festspielhaus was unscathed, presumably because it lay outside the city center. The Wagner Villa was not so lucky. A bomb crushed the roof and wrecked much of the interior, though the facade remained intact. Long before, its engraved motto had become a majestic absurdity: 'Here where my delusions found peace, let me name this house Wanfried.'" 14. Ride of the Valkyries. Film from The Birth of a Nation to Apocalypse Now. D. W. Griffith's The Birth of a Nation. In February 1915, when Adolf Hitler was an anonymous soldier serving on the Western Front, D. W. Griffith's silent film The Birth of a Nation opened at Clunes Auditorium in Los Angeles. It was advertised as the most amazing motion picture ever made, the eighth wonder of the world. Subsequent showings featured orchestras of up to 50 musicians, playing a multi-composer score assembled by the movie music pioneer Joseph Carl Breuil. Set during and after the American Civil War, the film is based on The Klansman, an historical romance of the Ku Klux Klan, a blatantly racist novel by Thomas Dixon, Jr. In the climactic scene, members of the Klan ride forth on horses to save a southern town from what the creators perceived to be oppressive African American rule. The orchestra accompanies these scenes first with Wagner's Rienzi Overture and then with The Ride of the Valkyries. At the moment of triumph disarming the blacks reads the title card. Wagner gives way to Dixie, the anthem of the South. Another card spells out what kind of nation Griffith wants to see born. The former enemies of North and South are united again in common defense of their Aryan birthright. The Birth of a Nation set the pace for a century of Wagnerian aggression on film. More than 1,000 movies have the composer on their soundtracks, using him to unleash all manner of rampaging hordes, marching armies, swashbuckling heroes, and scheming evildoers. The ride has figured in a particularly dizzying range of situations. In the Bugs Bunny cartoon What's Opera, Doc, Elmer Fudd pursues his archenemy while chanting Kilda Wobbit. In John Landis's 1980 comedy The Blues Brothers, the ride plays while buffoonish neo-Nazis chase the heroes and plunge into oblivion. Arnold Schwarzenegger, trapped on a sadistic reality show in the 1987 movie The Running Man, must battle an operatic villain named Dynamo, who sings a cheesy synthesizer version of the ride. Most indelibly, Francis Ford Coppola's Vietnam War film Apocalypse Now, released in 1979, upends Griffith's racial duality, making white Americans the agents of destruction. A helicopter squadron blares the ride as it launches a brutal raid on a Vietnamese village. Lieutenant Colonel Kilgore, the officer in charge, drops a racist slur as he describes his tactic. "Yeah, I use Wagner scares the hell out of the slopes. My boys love it." Action sequences are only one facet of Wagner's celluloid presence. A colorful and often shady array of Wagnerites have appeared on screen, including Dorian Gray, Penny Dreadful, F.W. Murnau, Shadow of the Vampire, a Nietzschean teenager, Murder by Numbers, a diabolical android, Alien, Covenant, the psychoanalyst Sabina Spillrain, A Dangerous Method, the physicist Stephen Hawking, The Theory of Everything, various incarnations of King Ludwig II, and countless Nazis. The composer himself is portrayed in more than a dozen movies, including Tony Palmer's Wagner, 1983, a nearly 8-hour-long biopic starring Richard Burton. Cinema's integration of image, word, and music promised a fulfillment of the Gesamtkunstwerk ideal. Directors like Sergei Eisenstein, Luis Buñuel, and Abel Gance saw Wagner as a kindred spirit. Film composers adopted the leitmotif system, not to mention the leitmotifs themselves. A familiar platitude holds that Wagner would have embraced the movies if he had lived to see them. The French critic Émile Vuillermoz wrote in 1927, if Wagner had been born 50 years later, he would have written his tetralogy not for the stage but for the screen. Max Steiner, the composer of King Kong and Casablanca, declared, if Wagner had lived in this century, he would have been the #1 film composer. Wolfgang Wagner said the same, if my grandfather were alive today, he would undoubtedly be working in Hollywood. The caveat is that Wagner would have wanted to direct and write as well as to compose. In that regard, Hollywood might have proved less hospitable than Ludwig's Bavaria. As cinema became Wagnerian, Wagner became cinematic. Popular perceptions of the composer are not easily detached from the visual settings in which he has been assigned, whether the Nazi villainy of the Boys from Brazil or the Arthurian fantasy of Excalibur. As those associations multiply, though, the music regains its polyvocal power. If The Ride of the Valkyries makes people think of both Bugs Bunny and helicopters, it signifies everything and nothing. In the end, film has trouble deciding whether Wagner is an inexhaustible store of wonder or a bottomless well of hate. That uncertainty mirrors Hollywood's own ambiguous role as an incubator of heroic fantasies, which can serve a wide range of political ends. When it talks about Wagner, it is often, consciously or not, talking about itself. Kino Bayreuth. When the lights went down at the Bayreuth Festspielhaus in 1876, a kind of cinema came into being. Eduard Hanslick felt that he was looking at a bright-colored picture in a dark frame, as in a diorama display. Wagner had intended as much, saying that the stage picture should have the unapproachability of a dream vision. The sound of the orchestra, hidden in the mystic abyss, wafts through the room, as if transmitted by a speaker system. Wagner himself likened the orchestra to a technical apparatus for bringing forth the picture. The near blackout of the auditorium was not unprecedented, but it felt revolutionary, particularly in combination with the rumbling, almost subliminal bass E-flats that begin the ring. From the Festspielhaus, the media theorist Friedrich Kittler writes, the darkness of all our cinemas derives. Wagner's technical innovations predict cinematic sleights of hand. In the ring, magic lantern projections evoked the Valkyries on their steeds. The electrically glowing grail in Parsifal was a kind of special effect, as was the rolling panorama that covered the transition to the Grail Temple. Clouds of steam, generated by 2 locomotive boilers outside the Festspielhaus, smoothed over changes of scene, in anticipation of the technique of dissolve. The music itself provides hypnotic continuity. When the action of Rheingold shifts from the Rhine to the area around Valhalla, the stage directions say, gradually the waves turn into clouds, which resolve into a fine mist. In the score, rushing river patterns give way to shimmering tremolos and then to a more rarefied texture of flutes and violins, what Peter Franklin describes as an elaborate upward panning shot. In the descent into Nibelheim, the sound of hammering anvils swells in a long crescendo before fading away. This is like a dolly shot, a camera moves in on the Nibelungs at work and then draws back. Sometimes, the equivalent of a jump cut breaks the flow. The interruption of Tristan's central love scene never fails to deliver a visceral shock. Musical close-ups of the lovers are shattered by a loud chord and by a virtual wide shot of Kuerwehnel rushing in, with King Mark and his courtiers close behind. The convocation of the 9 Valkyries in Act 3 of Walküre is Wagner's finest action sequence, a virtuoso exercise in the massing of forces and the accumulation of energy. At the beginning, winds trill against quick upward swoops in the strings, horns, bassoons, and cellos establish a galloping rhythm, at medium volume, then comes a trickier wind and string texture, with staggered entries and downward swooping patterns added, and, finally, horns and bass trumpet lay out the main theme. Successive iterations of the material are bolstered with trumpets, more horns, and 4 stentorian trombones, but the players are initially held at a dynamic marking of F, allowing for a further crescendo to FF. When Rossweiss and Grimgard appear, filling out the Valkyrie ensemble, the contrabass tuba enters fortissimo beneath the trombones, giving the sense of maximum reinforcements arriving. Just a few years after film history got underway, commentators began touting the medium as a conduit for the Gesamtkunstwerk. The American critic W. Stephen Bush wrote in 1911, "Every man or woman in charge of the music of a moving picture theater is, consciously or unconsciously, a disciple or follower of Richard Wagner." Bush quoted the composer's call for the sister arts to consort in an ideal drama. In the same period, Ricciardo Canudo, in France, promoted a Wagnerian mimetic representation of total life, and Hermann Hafker, in Germany, spoke of a cinematic Gesamtkunstwerk in which music would play a crucial role. Eisenstein considered cinema the genuine and ultimate synthesis of all artistic manifestations that fell to pieces after the peak of Greek culture. A Nazi-era theorist declared that the Gesamtkunstwerk of sound film would finally deliver a true art of the people. For some observers, though, Hollywood Wagnerism proved no less oppressive than the German kind. Leftist critics of the Weimar Republic saw an ominous trend in cinema's Wagnerian airs. Siegfried Kracauer wrote in his 1926 essay Cult of Distraction that a glittering, review-like entity has crawled forth from the cinema, the Gesamtkunstwerk of effects. Theodore W. Adorno, Krakauer's protégé, pursued the analogy in the 1944 Jeremiad Dialectic of Enlightenment, written with Max Horkheimer. Television, then in its infancy, was a scornfully laughing fulfillment of Wagner's dream of the Gesamtkunstwerk. Wagner's influence is easily overstated. The film music scholar Scott Paulin argues that Hollywood made the composer a kind of fetish object, using him to ennoble an industry that was struggling for respectability. For Wagner, the Gesamtkunstwerk was ultimately a rubric under which he negotiated the relationship between text and music, with the former privileged in his radical period and the latter paramount from Tristan onward. In film, by contrast, music almost always plays a subordinate role. That reversal of priorities makes Hollywood almost the opposite of Bayreuth. As so often, abstract discussions of Wagner's system run up against the singular fact that composer, dramatist, and director are one and the same. Silent Wagner. In 1895, when the Lumiere brothers first presented film to a paying public in Paris and the Skladnowski brothers did the same in Berlin, Wagnerism was near its height. The composer made his cinematic debut just 3 years later, when he was impersonated by the Italian actor Leopoldo Fergali, famous for his quick change routine, in a movie called Maestri di Musica. The earliest attempt to capture the Wagner phantasmagoria on film may have been Kazimierz Prosinski's short Walküre, 1903, made for a Warsaw production of Walküre. It pictured Valkyries flying through the clouds. Giuseppe Bix as Wagner, 1913. At least a dozen Wagner-themed films were released in the early silent era. One of the more elaborate was the Edison Company's half-hour-long version of Parsifal, 1904, which tried to capitalize on the sensational Met production of 1903. Ads trumpeted it as the greatest religious subject that has been produced in motion pictures since The Passion Play was first produced by the Edison Company about 8 years ago. The director was Edwin Porter, who had essentially invented narrative filmmaking in The Great Train Robbery. His Parsifal, shot in Brooklyn, packs fewer thrills. The hero is first seen as a forest lad in a tunic, then as a bearded, Christ-like figure. Amfortas writhes in agony and points to his body, as if to say, "Stab me." The flower maidens are decorous, Kundry's come-on is discreet. Klingsor skulks about like a stage devil. The large crowds that had been flocking to the Met failed to materialize at the Nickelodeons. The most ambitious Wagner film of the pre-war era was The Life and Works of Richard Wagner, a German production that was timed to coincide with the Wagner centennial in May 1913. Karl Froelich directed, and the Berlin-based composer Giuseppe Bix played the title role. Originally, Bix had been hired to write a pseudo-Wagnerian score, Bayreuth having asked an exorbitant fee of nearly $500,000 for the use of Wagner's actual music. Then, when the lead actor withdrew, Bix volunteered his services. Although Froelich gives a sanitized, fairy tale version of the composer's life, Bix's impersonation is eerily persuasive, especially in scenes shot outside Wanfried and around Bayreuth. At around 80 minutes in length, the film inaugurated the genre of the feature-length biopic. Movie composers relied on Wagnerian techniques from the outset. The film scholar James Bueller argues that leitmotifs gave viewers a red thread of orientation in the unfamiliar landscape of long-form visual narrative. In 1911, Clarence Sin, the music columnist for the Moving Picture World, summarized the system thus: to each important character, to each important action, motive, or idea, and to each important object, Siegmund's sword, for example, was attached a suggestive musical theme. As a rule, the ride was employed for battles and horses, the magic fire music for flickering flames, the Flying Dutchman overture for seas and storms, the Tannhauser Pilgrim's chorus for church scenes, and, of course, the bridal chorus for weddings. Joseph Karl Breuil, a lyric tenor turned theater composer, was probably the first to make a career out of writing and arranging movie music. His score for the 1912 film Queen Elizabeth was, in his own words, built very much upon the motif lines set down by Richard Wagner. 2 years later, Breuil supervised musical accompaniment for the American release of Giovanni Pastrone's epic Cabiria. That spectacle of the Second Punic War drew on a scenario by Gabriele D'Annunzio, who also talked up the cinema's Gesamtkunstwerk potential. Those projects prepared Breuil for his work with David Wark Griffith, the godfather of Hollywood film. The Kentucky-born son of a Confederate Army colonel, Griffith worked as an actor before taking up directing in 1908. 2 years later, he shot a short in Hollywood, California, helping to start the movie business there. A technical wizard, Griffith pioneered the alternation of wide shots, medium shots, and close-ups, the intercutting of multiple scenes of action, and kinetic tracking shots for scenes of chase and battle. In The Birth of a Nation, his second feature, Griffith used the methods perfected in his short films to sustain a sweeping historical narrative, from the Civil War to the assassination of Lincoln and on to the roiling tensions of the Reconstruction period. That this foundational work of cinema history is racist to the core recapitulates the Wagner problem in an American context. Infamously, President Woodrow Wilson hosted a screening of the film at the White House, giving it an official imprimatur. When Griffith read Dixon's novel, The Ride of the Clan seized his attention. I could just see these clansmen in a movie with their white robes flying. The idea of a Wagnerian accompaniment may have occurred to him early on. According to Lillian Gish, who starred as a damsel in distress named Elsie, akin to Lohengrin's Elsa Brille, and Griffith squabbled over the ride, with Griffith wanting to make adjustments to the music and Brille saying, "You can't tamper with Wagner. It's never been done." Griffith apparently won the argument. As the clan hordes assemble, a famous shot shows hundreds of white-clad horses and riders traversing an open field. We hear a bit of the Rienzi overture. Then, as the riders enter the town and engage in combat, the rearranged ride is heard. The effect of all this on audiences of the day can be gauged by a report from a screening in Atlanta: "They are coming, they are coming. Gallery goes wild / you know it and your spine prickles, and in the gallery the yells cut loose with every bugle note." The Birth of a Nation is credited with bringing about a revival of the Klan, which had terrorized African Americans after the Civil War. Matthew Wilson Smith, in a penetrating essay on the film, concludes, Griffith's use of Wagner married some of the most reactionary energies of Bayreuth to groundbreaking techniques of filmic integration that proved crucial to the development of classical Hollywood cinema. This is a reasonable assessment, although it bears mentioning that W.E.B. Du Bois of The Coming of John had employed Wagner in a very different way, as an expression of the yearning inner world of a black man about to be lynched by a horse-riding mob. Du Bois might have pointed out that Dixon and Griffith's racism, like Owen Wister's, had no need for a German antecedent. If anything, the influence moved in the opposite direction. As James Whitman has documented, the Nazis admired and emulated American laws that curtailed the rights of African Americans and other ethnic minorities. The genocide of Native Americans in the West became a model for the Nazi Lebensraum policy in Eastern Europe. The insertion of The Ride of the Valkyries into The Birth of a Nation tells us more about the cultural arrogance of American white supremacism than it does about the nefarious influence of Wagner. Murnau and Lang. Fritz Lang's Die Nibelungen. In 1917, Erich Ludendorff, the right-wing German general, lamented that native propaganda was inferior to enemy efforts, and championed a national movie studio to correct the imbalance. Government intervention led to the founding of the Consortium Universum Film AG, or UFA, which presided over a golden age of German cinema in the 1920s. UFA fostered the careers of Fritz Lang, F. W. Murnau, Ernst Lubitsch, William Dieterle, G. W. Pabst, and Robert Siodmak, all of whom later worked in Hollywood. It also abetted the rise of Leni Riefenstahl, perhaps the most infernally skilled propagandist in film history. Klaus Kremeyer, in his classic study of UFA, describes a division between advanced cinematic techniques and a pervasive longing for a pre-industrial world. That contradiction was itself eminently Wagnerian. In Weimar-era film, the composer looms largest behind Murnau and Lang, the one quasi-Wagnerian in style, the other quasi-Wagnerian in ambition. Murnau was born Friedrich Wilhelm Plump, the son of a wealthy textile merchant, and grew up in a Buddenbrooks milieu, reading Schopenhauer and Nietzsche by the age of 12. While studying art and literature in Heidelberg, he befriended and probably became the lover of the expressionist poet Hans Ehrenbaum de Gili, grandson of the Wagner baritone Eugen de Gili. When Ehrenbaum de Gili was killed in battle in 1915, the young man's mother, Mary de Gili, more or less adopted Murnau as a substitute son. Having joined the acting company of the great Austrian director Max Reinhardt, Murnau chose a stage name in honor of the Bavarian town where Kandinsky, Gabriel Munter, and Franz Marc established an artist colony. As a filmmaker, Murnau looked toward musical models, speaking of a symphony of body melody and space movement, the play of pure, vitally flowing, streaming movement. Jo Leslie Collier, in her book From Wagner to Murnau, tallies parallels between composer and director, some more plausible than others. She is most persuasive in linking Nosferatu, a symphony of horror, Murnau's 1922 adaptation of Dracula, to The Flying Dutchman. In both stories, a pure-hearted woman performs an act of self-sacrifice, although in Nosferatu the undead wanderer is a pure monster who must be destroyed rather than saved. In one celebrated shot, the vampire's ship glides slowly into view on the right-hand side of the frame, blotting out a vista of an unsuspecting German town. Wagner staged a similar entrance for his ship with blood-red sails. Logically, Hans Erdmann's score for Nosferatu drew on the Dutchman. The cool, piercing gaze of Fritz Lang is nearly the antithesis of Murnau's wonderstruck camera eye. Born in Vienna, of partly Jewish descent, Lang was trained as an engineer and architect before turning to painting, writing, and film. In place of Murnau's fluid imagery, Lang offers strict compositions, painting in light and shadow, explosions of action within a tight frame. Lang seemed largely indifferent to music as a freestanding art, though he was crafty about using it on film. Patrick McGilligan, in his biography of Lang, says that the director detested Wagner with even more passion than his usual dislike of classical music. It is ironic, then, that the biggest undertaking of Lang's career was Die Nibelungen, based on the medieval Nibelungenlied. The two parts of the film, Siegfried and Kriemhild's Revenge, were both released in 1924, each running over 2 hours. In statements made at the time and in later commentaries, Lang was at pains to differentiate his Nibelung films from The Ring. He said that he was bringing the old epic from the operatic elite to the cinematic masses, and claimed that the theater was incapable of delivering the mystical magical mood that the cinema could create. The screenwriter Thea von Harbu, Lang's collaborator and wife, declared that Die Nibelungen would liberate the exhausted brain of a modern folk that longed to experience great heroic deeds but was too overworked and worn down to imagine them on its own. In keeping with that national conservative mission, Die Nibelungen returns to the source material of the Nibelungenlied and dispenses with psychological, philosophical, and political elaborations. Siegfried reenacts the hero's slaying of the dragon, his appropriation of the treasure, his arrival at Gunther's court, and his deception of Brunhilde. But his true love is not Brunhilde but Kriemhild, Gunther's sister, who appears in The Ring in the smaller role of Gudrun. Furthermore, Hagen is not the villainous son of Alberich but the scheming, dark-minded, but fundamentally loyal figure of the Nibelungenlied, the one who inspires the Nibelung Oath popular in the First World War. In Kriemhild's Revenge, Lang enters a part of the story more or less unexplored by Wagner, as the title character marries Attila the Hun and exacts vengeance on Gunther and Hagen. Still, there is an echo of Götterdämmerung in the conflagration that ends the film, in the midst of which Attila shouts, Allah Wotan, an end. An end. Lang captures the epic razzle-dazzle dragon, shape-shifting, battles, fires in ways that Wagner might have envied. Paul Richter, the blonde, buff Siegfried, looks the part better than any Heldentenor of the day. Lang's compositions convey almost limitless space. On the other hand, Wagner's Ring has Wagner. Despite the director's antipathy, Ufa did apparently try to use music from The Ring, only to meet resistance from Bayreuth. So the studio hired an apprentice composer, Gottfried Huppertz, who had trained as an actor and a singer. Although Huppertz made nominal efforts to distance himself from Wagner, the challenge was to connect an ancient legend with an ancient music. He said his score depends on a rigid leitmotif technique and luxuriates in post-Wagnerian orchestration, at times almost paraphrasing The Ring and Parsifal. In 1925, when Siegfried was released in America, Huppertz's music gave way to a Wagner melange. Lang and Harbu dedicated Die Nibelungen to the German Volk. Leftist critics frowned on its reactionary leanings even as they marveled at its technique. Frank Askaw, of Die Welt Bernie, criticized the rendering of Alberich as a monster straight out of anti-Semitic caricature, a portrayal probably influenced by the Ring illustrations of Arthur Rackham and Franz Stassen. Naturally, the film had admirers on the right. In 1933, Goebbels tried to hire Lang as the head of UFA. Lang declined, and went into exile soon after. Riefenstahl alludes to Lang's work in Triumph of the Will. When Siegfried arrives at Gunther's court, there is an overhead shot of him walking away from the camera, with soldiers flanking him and comrades following. Triumph of the Will has a similar shot, on a vaster scale, of Hitler, Himmler, and Victor Lutze traversing the Nuremberg parade ground. For skeptics like Siegfried Kracauer, Lang's impersonal tableaus symbolize the operation of irreversible fate. As such, they double as emblems of totalitarian might. They can be compared to Wagner's grand choral scenes, such as the Watch auf in Meistersinger. Crowds are seldom a source of wisdom in Wagner, however. The choruses of sailors in the Dutchman and Tristan, of festive notables in Lohengrin and Tannhauser, and of Hagen's vassals in Götterdämmerung make an impressive noise, but they embody a conventional mindset that the heroic individual defies. Furthermore, regimented masses are not in the Bayreuth style. Wagner made clear his aversion to choruses that march about in militarily ordered rows, and asked for varied, informal, lifelike movement. Nothing in Die Nibelungen is more anti-Wagnerian than that cold geometry of manhood on the march. Hollywood Wagner. Marlene Dietrich in The Scarlet Empress. The birth of talkies is usually dated to the release of The Jazz Singer in 1927, but in the previous year Warner Brothers presented a series of sound films with the Vitaphone synchronization process. Their inaugural exhibition, on Broadway, opened with footage of Henry Hadley leading the New York Philharmonic in the Tannhauser Overture. An introductory homily by the motion picture administrator Will Hayes promised that the Vitaphone shall carry symphony orchestrations to the town halls of the hamlets. Willa Cather's Aunt Georgiana would no longer need to travel halfway across the country to experience a Wagner matinee. The notion that sound film would serve principally to advance the national appreciation of good music, in Hayes's words, fell by the wayside, but Wagner remained in play. The lush production values of Golden Age Hollywood invited a kind of sonic carpet from the opening titles to the last frame Endless Melody by the Yard. Max Steiner, who scored more than 300 films between 1930 and 1965, developed the leitmotif system to a near-exact science. In Casablanca, as time goes by is not only heard digitally but also courses through Steiner's score. Erich Wolfgang Korngold, the doyen of the swashbuckler picture, subjected leitmotifs to sophisticated development, variation, combination, and compression. For some critics, admittedly, Hollywood music was more a travesty of Wagner than an homage to him. Hans Eisler and Theodore W. Adorno, in their 1947 book Composing for the Films, said that the mighty, metaphysical leitmotif had been reduced to a musical lackey, who announces his master with an important air even though the eminent personage is clearly recognizable to everyone. Wagner's own music rumbled through action-adventure pictures, The Lion Man, historical epics, The Viking, romantic drama, The Right to Live, gangster pictures, city streets, science fiction, Flash Gordon, westerns, Red River Valley, screwball comedy, Preston Sturges's Sullivan's Travels and The Lady Eve, and horror, Todd Browning's Dracula and Freaks. The Wagner of the Victorian period lived on in Frank Borsage's adaptation of Hemingway's A Farewell to Arms, which ends with Gary Cooper holding the lifeless body of Helen Hayes and exclaiming peace. Peace, while the Liebestod swells. Less sentimental is Borsage's nightmarish montage of war scenes, scored to a mishmash of the ride and other ring motifs. From the birth of a nation onward, the ride almost always signified male derring-do, erasing the femaleness of the Valkyries. One exception is Joseph von Sternberg's The Scarlet Empress, about the rise of Catherine the Great, where a Valkyrie fantasia accompanies Marlene Dietrich's climactic horse charge into the palace of the Tsar. Comedians like W.C. Fields, Will Hay, and the Marx Brothers treated Wagner with the same sort of irreverence that Karl Sternheim and Frank Wedekind brought to bear at the turn of the century. Carolyn Abbate, in an essay on Wagner in Hollywood, speaks of sarcastic misapplications of Wagnerian gravitas, which supply a deflationary corrective. The Marx Brothers at the Circus, 1939, delivers the coup de grace. Marguerite Dumont, the brothers' infallible foil, has hired a snooty French conductor and his orchestra to perform at her Newport estate. Groucho and Company, wishing to eliminate this rival group so their circus act can collect Dumont's paycheck, direct the Frenchmen to a barge at water's edge, then cut them loose. In the closing shot, the musicians play the Lohengrin Act 3 prelude as they float obliviously out to sea, a fine metaphor for the predicament of classical music in a pop culture age. The first Wagnerian masterstroke in the suspense genre comes in Alfred Hitchcock's Murder. 1930, a breakthrough film from the director's early British period. Sir John Mennier, an actor-manager who has recently served on a jury in a murder trial, fears that he and his fellow jurors might have wrongly convicted a young woman. We see him in his apartment, shaving. His butler turns on the radio, the announcer gives a report on the murder trial and then turns to a musical program, which begins with the Tristan prelude. A voice-over communicates Sir John's interior monologue. He muses over the trial, wonders if he should have defied the other jurors, admits that he finds the woman attractive. At the first fortissimo in the prelude, he suddenly focuses on an unresolved question about the case: who drank that brandy? The music goes on playing as he decides to intervene and save the woman from execution. The sequence plays dexterously on Wagner's affiliation with dream worlds and interior monologues. The groping first phrases of Tristan mimic the workings of Sir John's mind as he struggles to make sense of what has happened. At the same time, the slow surge of the love music reveals his growing desire for the accused. In that respect, Murder anticipates Hitchcock's Vertigo, 1958, in which a retired detective falls in love with a woman apparently possessed by a spirit out of the 19th century. The film's scenario is itself haunted by past works: Korngold's opera The Dead City, Georges Rodenbach's symbolist novel Bruges la Mort, and the doomed love triangle of Tristan. Bernard Herrmann's matchless score plays upon Tristan motifs. This upwelling of half-buried romantic obsession raises a modern psychological thriller to the level of the tragic sublime. Eisenstein. From Eisenstein's Sketches for Die Walküre, 1940. Lenin, but he is motionless. Lenin, but he is silent. The central section of Jiří Vertov's 1934 film Three Songs of Lenin is a staggering montage of scenes from Lenin's funeral, some documentary and some staged. Glimpses of the living Lenin mingling with the people, orating on the podium, are juxtaposed with shots of his corpse. On the soundtrack, we hear the halting drum beats and upward slithering figures that introduce Siegfried's funeral music, which was indeed played at Lenin's memorial. The people pay homage, shuffling past the camera in a daze. The double-punching entry of the trombones coincides with a shot of a bearded young worker, staring out with wraith-like eyes. As the brass intone the solemn motif of the Walsungs, Stalin appears watchful, wary, not visibly distraught. With the music's transition from tragic minor to heroic major, we see hopeful signs reading "The revolution lives on and Lenin is our immortality." Images of fires, smoke, and horses make one think that the body is about to be placed upon a pyre. The identification between Siegfried and Lenin is amplified by Yuri Shaporin's muscularly Wagnerian title theme. This is the great art of Soviet montage, an intricate counterpoint of pictures and sound that seeks not to hypnotize viewers with seamless illusion but to jolt them into a new awareness. Vertov and Sergei Eisenstein were its rival standard-bearers. Both drew on the fin de siècle Russian avant-garde. Vertov took a more radical approach, flatly rejecting bourgeois narrative. His montages aimed at a direct, though stylized, representation of Bolshevik reality. Eisenstein, by contrast, could not relinquish the sorrows and grandeurs of 19th-century art. Wagner was one of his idols, receiving dozens of mentions in his voluminous theoretical writings. Like Meyerhold, with whom he studied, Eisenstein saw himself less as a Wagner apostle than as a liberated successor who strove to realize the composer's frustrated utopian aims. Alexander Nevsky and Ivan the Terrible, Eisenstein's collaborations with Sergei Prokofiev, are among the cinema's most plausible realizations of the Gesamtkunstwerk concept. The son of a Russian Jewish architect who specialized in Art Nouveau style, Eisenstein spent his early years in Riga, Latvia, a city with a long-standing Germanic heritage. Wagner had directed the local opera house early in his career, and the city prided itself on the affiliation. The young Eisenstein took a special interest in myth and legend, attempting at the age of 12 to stage Friedrich Hebel's 1861 theatrical adaptation of Die Nibelungen, one of the principal sources for Lang's Nibelungen. The latter were not to Eisenstein's taste. He once wrote, "I have loved the Nibelung since childhood, before Fritz Lang's films spoiled it for me." Eisenstein's theory of montage emerged from the revolutionary tumult of the early Bolshevik period, although it had roots in the aesthetics of modernism and its 19th-century precedents. In his 1923 manifesto The Montage of Attractions, Eisenstein argues for a free arrangement of effects that abandon conventional logic but build to a decisive impression. In The Montage of Film Attractions, written in the wake of his 1924 feature strike, he holds that schemes of juxtaposition and accumulation can lead the audience from purely emotional reactions to a broader intellectual understanding. In Strike, when a factory protest is put down with mass shootings, the desperate movements of the crowd are intercut with footage of a bull being slaughtered with a knife. The instinctive disgust caused by those images, uneasily similar to the anti-Semitic devices of the Eternal Jew, prevents the crowd scenes from becoming an abstraction. In the Odessa step sequence in the battleship Potemkin, filmed in 1925, a precariously poised baby carriage becomes the focus of the audience's sympathy. Eisenstein thought more deeply about Wagner as he theorized the use of sound on film. His 1928 statement on sound, co-written with V. Vsevolod Pudovkin and Grigory Alexandrov, advocates a contrapuntal, asynchronous relationship between image and music. Yet Eisenstein seldom adhered strictly to this philosophy, and often sought a more direct synchronization of the sonic and the visual. He enjoyed Disney's silly symphonies, with their split-second choreography of animation and music. In time, he came to speak of this audiovisual fugue as a unity of opposites, as unity in variety. Wagner was a recurring point of reference. In Antonio Somani's words, the composer gave Eisenstein a model of how one could interpret what he called vertical montage, the arrangement of various expressive elements into a powerful, polyphonic, vibrating whole. When Potemkin was released in Germany, it had a score composed by Edmund Meisel, a collaborator of Erwin Piscator's in the Political Theater of Berlin. Meisel's music is primitive in technique but packs a wallop in the Odessa step sequence. Eisenstein planned to work again with Meisel on what was to have been his first synchronized sound film, The General Line, also known as Old and New, 1929. A paean to collectivized agriculture, The General Line follows a peasant worker, Marfa, as she finds happiness on a collective farm. Eisenstein's notes ask for leitmotifs through all types, timbres, of sound, including mechanical and animal noises. In the most famous scene, Marfa takes delight in the operation of a cream separator. Milk shoots up in fountains, Marfa lets it run through her fingers, her face fills with awe. Eisenstein wanted the sequence to play like a Soviet Parsifal. He spoke of the cream separator as being lit by an inner light, as if an image of the Holy Grail. Another fantastical sequence depicts a marriage of cows. Here Eisenstein wanted a kind of bovine Liebesnacht, moos in industrial theme syncopation, swelling into a gigantic Wagnerian moo as the bull mounts in the sky. Meisel's score never materialized. The General Line was the first of a series of Eisenstein projects that faltered as Bolshevik avant-gardism gave way to socialist realism. In the same period, Wagner was deemed an ideologically unacceptable product of bourgeois pan-Germanism. Still, Eisenstein kept pondering Wagner. In a 1932 interview, he said, "I would like to create one day, on film, a kind of modern Götterdämmerung, a kind of dynamic Pergamon frieze, possibly with Richard Wagner's music post-synchronized." In a later account of this project, Eisenstein specified that titans of finance would substitute for gods. The film was to show the decline of capitalist society, and I proposed to base it on the sensational stories about the recent disappearance of the match king Ivar Kreuger, Lowenstein, the financier who threw himself out of an aeroplane, and a number of other sensational catastrophes that overtook the representatives of big capital. Although the Ring plan came to naught, it gives a tantalizing glimpse of how Eisenstein might have developed Wagner's revolutionary allegory, along the lines of Shaw's The Perfect Wagnerite. As Dieter Thomar remarks in a book on Wagner and Eisenstein, these two very different artists are both marked by a productive tension between totalizing and fragmentary visions between the pageant of community and the agony of the individual subject. In August 1939, the signing of the Nazi-Soviet non-aggression pact temporarily returned Wagner to favor in the Soviet Union. Eisenstein, whose Nevsky film had been pulled from circulation because of its anti-German message, was asked to direct Walküre at the Bolshoi, the first time he had worked in theater since the mid-20s. Happy to resume his interest in Germanic myth, Eisenstein undertook frenzied research, as his teacher Meyerhold had done when directing Tristan. Soon he was sketching ideas not only for Walküre but also for Rheingold and Siegfried. Meyerhold had taken pride in Eisenstein's ascent, saying in 1936 that his disciples' work had its origins in the laboratory where we once worked together. By the time the rehearsals for Walküre began, in the spring of 1940, Meyerhold had fallen victim to Stalin's terror. As a precaution, Eisenstein had taken possession of his mentor's archives, including the Tristan notes. He would preserve them for posterity by hiding them in his dacha. In an essay titled The Incarnation of Myth, Eisenstein interpreted Walküre as a narrative of transition from the primitive to the modern. Wotan incarnates nature in all its anarchic power, rough hunting marks the earliest stage of human development, Siegmund and Sieglinde are victims of a shift toward the sort of bourgeois morality propounded by Fricka, Brunhilde represents the future. Civilization overcomes primitive urges, but at the same time it loses the original harmony between man and his surroundings. The Hitler-Stalin pact notwithstanding, Eisenstein wished to distance himself from the Nazi Wagner. Early in the process, in December 1939, he wrote the following, in a mixture of German and English. Our interpretation of the work will probably go from the unhuman to the human. The main point of the piece, Brunhilde opens herself to human feelings. She opens herself up to love in Siegfried, to hatred in Götterdämmerung. But here the complexity of human feelings in which she sees how others love one another, also compassion and self-sacrifice. What is fascistic in this play? Wonder. That the production had failed to conform to Nazi aesthetics became clear when officers from the German embassy dismissed it as deliberate Jewish tricks. Eisenstein mobilized various techniques to flesh out his vision of humanity evolving within nature. Cliffs rose and fell, trees bowed and stood. Actors performed pantomimes of Hunding's tribe and Fricka's rams. Papier-mâché figures evoked a Valkyrie horde. The production taxed the Bolshoi's resources, and some cherished ideas fell by the wayside. Eisenstein had wanted the branches of the ash tree in Act I to extend into the auditorium. He also spoke of projecting a film when Siegmund narrates his past and amplifying the ride on loudspeakers arranged around the hall. The siblings were to have made love beneath a wheel representing the Ouroboros, the dragon that eats its own tail. Eisenstein here drew on the Wagnerian theories of Carl Jung, as Håkan Lovgren has established. Other effects came off successfully, in particular, a light show for the finale. Eisenstein relished the pathos with which the blue flame grew to the sound of the magic fire music in the last act, sometimes repeating it, then conflicting with it, then isolating it, then absorbing it. The blue flame grows, devouring the red, red subduing the blue. This sequence, he said, showed him how to work with color on film. In his memoirs, Eisenstein associates the Valkyries with pine trees, saying that he had once heard someone play the ride on the piano among the giant pines in the forests of Finland. Then, falling into a meta-Wagnerian stream of consciousness, he thinks of the famous redwoods around San Francisco, where he stayed for a week in 1930, bringing with him a copy of Ulysses. The novel taught him to appreciate the structure of leitmotif and counterpoint. While he followed fragmentary phrases across the page, tiny squirrels hopped about gnawing nuts at the feet of these gigantic trees. The reverie includes a sketch of a scene from Eisenstein's final finished film, the second part of Ivan the Terrible. It is the Dionysian dance of the Oprichniki in Ivan's court, their red, gold, blue, and black robes swirling in a dance of colors, shades of Loy-Fuller's fire dance. Totalitarian reality encircled Eisenstein's joy in creation. Stalin commissioned Ivan the Terrible in the expectation that it would glorify Ivan's ruthlessness and thereby justify his own rule. That the dictator refused to allow the release of Ivan, Part 2, in which the Tsar experiences Wotan-like spasms of doubt and remorse, does not absolve Eisenstein of having lent his talent to a totalitarian regime. The ideological contradictions at the heart of Eisenstein's work are Wagnerian in every sense. When the director called Ivan a fugue on the theme of power, he might as well have been describing the Ring. War movies. The Hitlerizing of Wagner in Hollywood began with the onset of the Second World War. For most of the 30s, the studios had shied away from anti-Nazi messages, unwilling to alienate the sizable German market for genre pictures. Warner Brothers' 1939 thriller Confessions of a Nazi Spy marked a turning point. When the film was re-released in 1940 with a semi-documentary epilogue about recent German victories, Max Steiner augmented his score with gratingly harmonized references to Siegfried's principal theme and to the Ride of the Valkyries. In the same period, the cliché of the Wagner-loving Nazi started to take hold. In the 1940 drama Escape, a Nazi general has an affair with a widowed aristocrat, who grows disenchanted with Wagner as she becomes conscious of the evil of the regime. Norma Shearer, "Oh, do play something else, Kurt." Conrad Vade, "I thought Tristan was our favorite opera." Norma Shearer, "Well, perhaps I've heard it too often." In Bombsight Stolen, Nazi spies play Meistersinger to cover their perfidious conversation. In Secret Mission, a German armored truck blasts the Pilgrim's Chorus from loudspeakers. In Jean Renoir's This Land Is Mine, the Ride of the Valkyries heralds Nazi invaders, and in Reunion in France, Joan Crawford notes with dismay that Meistersinger is Hitler's favorite melody. Such associations would have had a familiar ring for filmgoers who had been watching newsreels of Nazis on the march. The 1938 March of Time segment Inside Nazi Germany, an unusually critical look at the regime, explained the idea of Lebensraum with the aid of the dance of the apprentices from Meistersinger. The newsreels, in turn, took their cues from Nazi propaganda or, at least, from the perception of Nazi propaganda. Many people had the impression that Triumph of the Will is awash in Wagner. A correspondent wrote of its opening scene, to the accompaniment of Wagnerian-like music, Hitler's Junker plane is seen flying above summer clouds en route to Nuremberg. A later book about Triumph of the Will claimed that the Meistersinger prelude is playing at the outset. In fact, the music is by Herbert Windt, mostly in the style of Richard Strauss. A 90-second excerpt from Meistersinger is heard during the Old Nuremberg sequence, and Gottfried Sontag's creaky Nibelungenmarsch appears toward the end, but Wagner is otherwise absent. The historian Celia Applegate calls it a case of phantom hearing. Listeners imagine more Wagner than there is, because he seems to belong in an ode to Hitler. Nazi film composers, like their American counterparts, drew liberally on Wagnerian techniques. Giuseppe Bix, the former star of the life and works of Richard Wagner, wrote a Siegfriedish main theme for a German Western titled The Emperor of California. For the most part, though, Wagner was strangely shunned in Nazi cinema, to quote the scholar Lutz Koepnick. No biopic was made, nor were the music dramas adapted for film. Wagner scenes like the one in Stukas, where an airman recuperates at Bayreuth, were rare. Goebbels's push for a culture of mass distraction American bunk, he called it, left little place for Wagner and his complications. Counterintuitively, the composer figured more often in Hollywood films of the 30s and 40s than in Nazi ones. Shortly after America entered the war, Frank Capra, the director of It Happened One Night and Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, set to work making propaganda films that would explain to young recruits what they were fighting for. As part of his research, Capra watched Triumph of the Will, and his first reaction was to think, "We can't win this war." In his memoir, he wrote of Riefenstahl's film, though panoplied with all the pomp and mystical trappings of a Wagnerian opera, its message was as blunt and brutal as a lead pipe. We, the Herrenvolk, are the new invincible gods. The opening sequence sounded to him like Götterdämmerung. On reflection, Capra decided that Nazi sound and fury could be turned against itself. The result was Why We Fight, a series of 7 films that mixed sober history lessons with taunting commentaries on fascist and imperial Japanese poses. The project's primary composer was Dmitry Tiomkin, last seen directing music for the Bolshevik mass spectacle The Mystery of Liberated Labor. Less than 5 minutes into Prelude to War, the first episode of Why We Fight, we have heard a musical answer to the series' guiding question. As the narrator speaks of a battle between a free world and an enslaved one, the orchestra quotes Siegfried's theme in muted, menacing form. That theme recurs dozens of times in the opening episodes, in increasingly dissonant variations. These creative manglings serve 2 distinct purposes. On the one hand, they give the enemy a readily identifiable sonic tag. At the same time, they supply a forward-thrusting energy. Even as Wagner is being painted black, he lends a heroic dimension to the proceedings. Soon enough, we hear patriotic tunes orchestrated à la Wagner. The American side, too, had its Herrenvolk mentality. Why We Fight opens with a statement to the effect that by war's end the American flag should be recognized throughout the world as a symbol of freedom on the one hand, of overwhelming power on the other. Animated films provide a raucous summary of Wagner's overlapping tropes. The movie historian Daniel Ira Goldmark counts well over 100 Warner Brothers cartoons with the composer on their soundtracks. During the war, cartoons were requisitioned for propaganda purposes, and Wagner quotations in Der Führer's Face, Scrap Happy Daffy, and Daffy the Commando helped to identify Nazi characters as malicious buffoons. In Hare Meets Hare, Bugs Bunny finds himself in the Black Forest, where he confronts a Hermann Göring type. Carl Stalling's score dresses Göring in a frantic cluster of Wagner themes. Later, Bugs assumes the bearing of Brunhilde, riding a white horse to, oddly, the tune of the Pilgrim's Chorus. The Disney cartoon Education for Death is even more of a didactic anti-Nazi exercise, teaching how the enemy sullies fairy tales. We see a German child brainwashed into believing that the wicked witch in Sleeping Beauty is democracy, that the princess in distress is Germany, and that the prince who rides to save her is Hitler. A gigantic Valkyrie sings Heil Hitler to the music of the ride, with glissando trombones jeering her on. Still, classic cartoons of the 40s and 50s were too addicted to Wagner's sonic zest to demonize him entirely. Citations in Here We Go and Captain Hairblower bear no trace of Nazi evil. The operatic citation in The Whale Who Wanted to Sing at the Met essays the love duet from Tristan. In one anti-Japanese cartoon Bugs Bunny nips the nips Wagner is actually converted to the Allied cause. Carl Stalling's score uses the Siegfried motif to signify the prospect of Bugs' rescue by an American warship, a rescue he ultimately refuses, in favor of the company of a sexy female rabbit. The film music historian Neil Lerner has noted the uncomfortable alignment of an Americanized Wagner with a gratuitously racist and dehumanizing depiction of Japanese people. When Charlie Chaplin watched Triumph of the Will, his immediate reaction, according to Luis Buñuel, was to burst into laughter. The orator on screen seemed an insane variation on his own little tramp persona, down to the toothbrush mustache. The experience unnerved him, though, as it did so many leftist filmmakers who witnessed the technical virtuosity of German cinema being applied to sinister ends. In 1940, Chaplin released The Great Dictator, a lavish satire of Hitler's histrionics. Inevitably, Wagner is on the soundtrack, yet Chaplin makes the surprising choice to detach the music from the Nazi context, almost as if he were carrying on the rescue mission of Thomas Mann, his friend in Los Angeles. The prelude to Lohengrin is heard twice in the film, serving first to puncture Nazi iconography and then to amplify a message of peace. Hitler is caricatured as Adenoid Hinkel, a nincompoop of a Führer who jabbers mock German and is more than a little fey in manner. He clutches his breast, prances about, tinkles on a piano with candelabra all around, and, at one point, holds a flower in an Oscar Wilde-like pose. When his propaganda minister, Herr Garbitsk, raises the idea of killing all the Jews and making Hinkel dictator of the world. Hinkel becomes so excited that he scurries up the drapes and exclaims melodramatically, "Leave me, I want to be alone." Here the Lohengrin prelude begins, that high, thin, shining music that Baudelaire greeted as the gateway to another world. Hinkel slides down the drapes and prowls across the floor to an enormous globe. "Emperor of the world," he murmurs. He then plucks the globe from its stand and spins it on his finger, laughing hysterically. A singular ballet ensues, as Chaplin bounces the ball from hand to hand, off his head, off his foot, and so on. Twice he bumps the ball into the air with his butt, a gesture that cannot be described as conventionally masculine. Even as Chaplin ridicules Hitler's pose of manly steeliness, he is exploring his own fluid conception of gender roles. It's almost as if the Wagnerism of Magnus Hirschfeld were stealing in. A parallel story arc shows the travails of a Jewish barber, identical in appearance to Hinkel. He is consigned to a ghetto and then to a concentration camp. At the climax of the film, the oppressor and the oppressed switch roles. Hinkel is mistaken for the barber and sent to the camp, while the barber finds himself addressing a party rally. His closing speech is a stirring critique of capitalist ruthlessness and a plea for brotherhood. After the crowd cheers, he addresses his girlfriend, Hannah, who is in exile in neighboring Austerlitz. The music of Lohengrin returns as the barber reaches his peroration, "We are coming into a new world, a kindlier world, where men will rise above their hate, their greed, and brutality. Look up, Hannah." Hannah, in a field, gazes in wonder. She has heard the barber on the radio. "Listen," she exclaims, her eyes shining. Lohengrin swells all around her, as if playing from on high. Chaplin's manipulation of Wagner is at once a dismantling and a rebuilding. As Lutz Koepnick writes, the composer is used both to condemn the abuse of fantasy in fascism and warrant the utopian possibilities of industrial culture. The musicologist Lawrence Kramer, contemplating the same ideological reversal, observes that in Chaplin's retelling of Lohengrin the Grail Knight has been replaced by a Jewish exile, and a woman to boot. For some viewers, Chaplin's idealism may seem wincingly naive, just as his lampoon of Hitler may seem to trivialize the horror of the Nazi regime. Mann himself had doubts about the film's reliance on farce when he saw it. Yet naivete is at the core of Chaplin's enduring appeal. Eisenstein once called Chaplin the true and touching holy innocent, whose image the aging Wagner dreamed of. Wagner noir. Hume Cronin in Brute Force. Chaplin's fantasy of a post-war utopia evaporated in the Cold War era, as the American military machine shifted its attention from Nazi Germany to Soviet Russia. A grim succession of events, the atomic bombing of 2 Japanese cities, the rise of red hunting paranoia, undiminished violence against African Americans in the South left marks on Hollywood. The film noir genre, characterized by hard-boiled plots, acidulous dialogue, and high-contrast Weimar-style cinematography, was symptomatic of the altered national mood. Technicolor epics and musicals provided a countervailing mode of escape. Wagner played his usual ambiguous role, feeding anxiety and fantasy alike. The prominence of Central European émigré directors in Hollywood added to the tension surrounding the composer, as the likes of Fritz Lang, Billy Wilder, and Robert Siodmak examined the Germanic legacy. The Nazi Wagnerite remained a commonplace. In war and spy movies, a liking for the composer is nearly as reliable an indicator of Nazi affiliations as a swastika armband. In The Boys from Brazil, Franklin J. Schaffner's 1978 thriller about the fugitive life of Joseph Mengele, Gregory Peck savors the Siegfried idol as he supervises a scheme to clone Hitler. Laurence Olivier, in the role of a Jewish Nazi hunter, speaks of Mengele in Auschwitz, amputating limbs and organs, with the strains of Wagner providing an obligato to the screams of the mutants he was creating. Such dialogue helped to popularize the idea, not supported by the historical record, that Wagner was an integral part of the soundscape of the death camps. Conversely, when the Franz von Papen character in Five Fingers, 1952, says, "Wagner makes me ill," we know that he is not wholly evil. By metaphorical extension, Wagner can be a favorite musical selection for sadists and cold-blooded killers. In Jules Dassin's Noir Brute Force, 1947, a prison guard who follows a pseudo-Nietzschean philosophy of the weak must die puts on a recording of the Tannhauser Overture as he prepares to torture a prisoner in his office. Modern Hollywood often casts supervillains and serial killers as classical music fans. The equation of Wagner and Hitler encouraged this durable shorthand, though its roots lie much deeper. Already in the time of Mark Twain, some Americans were spurning European culture as a deviant, unwholesome influence. During the Cold War, the instinct to vilify the Germans ran up against a rival agenda. Because West Germany had become an ally in the effort to contain the Soviets, Realpolitik required a measure of forgiveness. Meanwhile, classical music maintained a high profile in American culture, with Leonard Bernstein explicating Beethoven on television and opera singers making the rounds of talk shows. For these reasons, or perhaps because the music remained so rousingly effective, Wagner kept reverting to older, more innocent functions. The composer of torture music also led countless brides down the aisle, including Marilyn Monroe and Jane Russell in Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, where Lohengrin morphs into a reprise of Two Little Girls from Little Rock and Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend. The strangest artifact of Hollywood's muddled attitude toward Wagner is William Dieterle's Magic Fire, 1955, the first full-length biopic about the composer since Carl Froelic's film of 1913. Musical biopics became a fad in Hollywood after the surprise success of A Song to Remember, a stagey 1945 film about Chopin. Dieterle, a German émigré noted for his adroit handling of prestige pictures, had brushed against Wagner before. In his early years in Germany, he had directed and starred in a film about the last years of Ludwig II. In Los Angeles, he listened to Wagner records in the company of Thomas Mann. Magic Fire was to have been the culmination of his career. Instead, it proved a fiasco, and the director returned to Europe not long after. Republic Pictures, a former B-movie studio with upward aspirations, sank considerable resources into the production. In return for a substantial donation, the Wagner family allowed Dieterle to film inside the Festspielhaus, presumably the first such visit since Stucke's in 1941. Erich Wolfgang Korngold, the production's musical director, condensed the entire ring into a 5-minute montage and conducted it on site, wearing a Hans Richter beard. Dieterle's creation suffered from heavy-handed cutting in post-production, although not even the most artful editing could have redeemed the dialogue, which the director wrote with Bernadette Harding. No doubt you'll notice that there are several themes in the overture which will be repeated again and again throughout the opera. I call them leitmotifs. An opera by Richard Wagner is not a vaudeville show. Tristan is dying and you ask me how I am. Everyone who comes too close to you is consumed by the magic of your fire. Alan Badel portrays Wagner as a manic romantic in the grip of a controlling muse. At the end, with Parsifal on the soundtrack, a bereft Cosima stumbles through palatial rooms purporting to be the Palazzo Vendramine. She closes the Maestros piano and collapses on his death sofa as the camera moves past billowing drapes toward a painted Venetian sunset. It is a sad caricature of the woman George Eliot acclaimed as a genius. Dieterle was not the only émigré director to take a surprisingly soft-focus approach to Hitler's favorite composer. Curtis Bernhard's Interrupted Melody, also from 1955, tells the story of the Australian-born soprano Marjorie Lawrence, who found fame as a Wagner singer before being struck by polio. Early in the film, she is seen riding her horse across the outback, in a sequence that brings to mind Cather's The Song of the Lark. In her Met debut, she uses her horsemanship to make an impressive exit in Götterdämmerung. Then, while Lawrence is rehearsing Isolde's Transfiguration, the disease takes hold of her body. For a time, she is on the verge of suicide, but her love of music overcomes her despair. When she makes a triumphant return to the Met, as Isolde, the Liebestod has reversed its fatal effect, guiding her to new life. One can imagine Billy Wilder, the acerbic master of mid-century Hollywood comedy, smirking at such a rosy scenario. A product of 1920s Vienna and Berlin, Wilder treated Wagner with casual contempt. In A Foreign Affair, 1948, set in occupied Berlin, American authorities investigate the Nazi past of a cabaret singer played by Marlene Dietrich. They watch a newsreel of a gala performance of Lohengrin, at which Hitler is seen kissing the singer's hand. They certainly fiddled big while Berlin burned, one observer snaps. Lohengrin, you know, swan song, says another. In Love in the Afternoon, 1957, Wilder stages a performance of Tristan in Paris and adds droll commentary. Maurice Chevalier, playing an exceedingly suave private investigator, quips, Tristan and Isolde. Very sad case. Now, if instead of doing all that singing they would have hired a good detective, Fritz Lang, having tussled with Wagner's shadow in Die Nibelungen, exacts revenge in his 1953 noir The Blue Gardenia, inserting a recording of the Liebestod into a sordid story of sexual predation, jealousy, and murder. In one classic noir plot, a powerful older man engages a younger, handsomer man on a mission involving a wife, girlfriend, or daughter, triggering an affair between the latter two. Versions of this triangle appear in Jacques Tourneur's Out of the Past, Howard Hawks's The Big Sleep, Otto Preminger's Laura, and Hitchcock's Vertigo. Elizabeth Bronfen has plausibly linked such stories to Tristan, in which King Mark sends Tristan to fetch Isolde. The difference is that high passion gives way to a cooler, bleaker kind of love-death. In Wilder's incomparable 1944 noir Double Indemnity, where Barbara Stanwyck's femme fatale drives the action, Edward G. Robinson says of the lovers, they're stuck with each other and they've got to ride together all the way to the end of the line. And it's a one-way trip and the last stop is the cemetery. Such fatalism conveys unease within the American psyche at its moment of global triumph. Jean Negulesco's Humoresque, 1946, a melodrama with a streak of noir, makes the Tristan subtext explicit. A dissipated socialite, Joan Crawford, married to an ineffectual older man, falls in love with a rising violin soloist, John Garfield, who comes from a lower-class immigrant background and speaks a hard-boiled patois. His vacillating responses to her advances send her into terminal despair, and she commits suicide by walking into the ocean. As she goes to her end, the radio is broadcasting a bizarre double concerto arrangement of Isolde's Transfiguration, which Garfield plays alongside the celebrity pianist Oscar Levant. The female lead has all the characteristics of the femme fatale, and her death is necessary for the maturation of the male protagonist, as the musicologist Marcia Citron has argued. Nonetheless, the disconcerting intensity of Crawford's performance dominates the film, restoring the dire, desperate romantic aura that tends to fall away when Wagner goes to Hollywood. The greatest of Wagner noirs, admittedly a limited genre, is Siodmak's Christmas Holiday, 1944, whose central Tristan sequence rivals the most sophisticated Wagner scenes of fin de siècle literature. A native of Dresden, Siodmak came from a cultured German Jewish family that knew Ernst Toller, Emil Nolde, and Richard Strauss. Siodmak's regard for Thomas Mann would lead him to make a failed attempt at filming The Magic Mountain. In Christmas Holiday, he settled for a somewhat seedy novel by W. Somerset Maugham. The script was by Herman J. Mankiewicz, the brilliant, erratic screenwriter who wrote Citizen Kane for Orson Welles. The story is, of course, one of fatal passion, although here the overtones of decadence and madness belong to the male. The musical comedy star Deanna Durbin ventures the role of Abigail, a naive young woman who likes nothing more than to go to orchestra concerts. Gene Kelly, also cast against type, plays Robert, a shiftily charming Southerner from a privileged background. They marry, and, this being en noir, the marriage goes south. Robert, an inveterate liar and gambler, kills a bookie and is sentenced to life in prison. Abigail becomes a bar singer, allowing Durbin to trot out numbers like Irving Berlin's Always. In the bar, Abigail meets a winsome GI, to whom she tells her woes. In the denouement, Robert, having escaped from prison, is on the point of killing Abigail when the police cut him down. Robert Siodmak's Christmas Holiday. Like Citizen Kane, Christmas Holiday is told in flashbacks, one of which shows the moment Abigail and Robert first met. The sequence opens with a long shot of an orchestra in a packed concert hall, seen from a high balcony. The music is Isolde's Transfiguration in its standard orchestral arrangement. It is played straight to the end, without cuts or emendations, for 2.5 minutes, an eternity in Hollywood terms. The camera slowly pans to a balcony high on the side, in the cheap seats. It comes to rest on Robert and Abigail, sitting side by side, listening raptly, oblivious to each other. She moves her head slowly from side to side. He stares fixedly, with a certain blank sadness. Where Isolde would be singing unconscious, highest bliss, Abigail closes her eyes and then opens them again. The music ends, the crowd applauds. She bumps into him as she is getting ready to leave. "Oh, excuse me, I guess I just didn't realize it was over," Robert says. "You know, sometimes when a concert's over I get a feeling I've left myself for a long time. Of course, you wouldn't know it, but that's the greatest thing that could happen to me. I'm the most wonderful person in the world to leave. Unfortunately, you can't make a living out of being absorbed in music. You know, sometimes when I listen to it I feel that there's nothing man is capable of that I can't do. Then it stops, and it's over." "Oh, not for me," Abigail says. "When I hear good music, I feel well, I feel as if something has been added to my life that wasn't there before." He answers, with a suddenly charming smile, "I'd like that. Think you could teach me?" Mankiewicz and Siodmak's use of Tristan as a marker of tragic love is a defiantly retrograde gesture, falling back on a Gilded Age mode of Wagnerian infatuation and uplift. The opera does not figure in Mom's novel. No one utters Wagner's name beforehand, the music simply materializes. When Abigail introduces the flashback, she lays emphasis on the universality of musical experience. "Those days, anytime I had a $50 that didn't belong to the butcher, the landlady, the streetcar company, I'd go to a concert." She could be a future Kronborg, awaiting musical revelation. As in many Wagner scenes, Abigail's Wagnerism also leaves her vulnerable to predation. Her eyes closed in bliss, she fails to take the measure of the man next to her. As for Robert, he is a shadowy dreamer, receiving a glimpse of future greatness. "There's nothing man is capable of that I can't do." Richard Dyer notices that certain traits of Robert's personality, his attachment to a possessive mother, his inexplicable nocturnal absences, hint that he is gay, according to the stereotypes of the day. Wagner speaks in different ways to both of these isolated, needful people. Tristan returns at the end, in a gauzy scene recalling Borsage's farewell to arms. When Robert is shot, we hear a bit of the Transfiguration, which gives way to the strains of Always, I'll be loving you, always, with a love that's true, always. The Wagnerian connoisseur might hear an echo of the Liebesnacht, Wig-einig, /ohne end, or ever one, without end. Robert says, "You can let go now, Abigail." She sobs. The Transfiguration resumes. Abigail walks to the window, tears streaming down her face. She looks up and sees clouds parting to reveal stars, a sign that Charlie, her new soldier friend, will give her a more stable form of love. As in The Great Dictator, Wagner provides a hopeful finish, his score gussied up in high Hollywood style. But the noir atmosphere lingers, the loneliness, the desperation, the expressionistic grit of Siodmak's black and white compositions. Wagner is, finally, an ironic presence in a picture where endless love comes to a quick, dark end. Art house Wagner. Griffith, Lang, and Eisenstein demonstrated, in their very different ways, that film directors could exert the same world-shaping power that Wagner once wielded in opera. In Hollywood, the rise of the studio curbed their authority. In Europe, especially in the post-war years, they found greater freedom. Italian neorealism, Spanish surrealism, the French New Wave, the Japanese avant-garde, and other art house styles introduced a formidable array of film languages. In that sprawling body of work, Wagner is a frequent visitor, conjuring both the dreamscape of 19th-century Romanticism and the nightmare of the century that followed. Variously tormenting, enraging, and inspiring, he is an index of the rise and fall of European culture in an Americanized world. Mon amour, Buñuel's L'Age d'Or. Wagner's most ardent fans in post-war European cinema were Luis Buñuel and Luchino Visconti, dissimilar figures who shared a propensity for romantic decadence. Buñuel, cinema's leading surrealist, featured the composer in his first film, Un Chien Andalou, 1929, and in his last, That Obscure Object of Desire, 1977. He had discovered Wagner during his childhood in a small town in northeast Spain, where, he wrote, the Middle Ages lasted until World War I. As a teenager, he would entertain his sisters by spinning Wagnerian tales and illustrating them on the violin. Later, he attended performances at the Teatro Real in Madrid, score in hand. Salvador Dalí, a Catalan in Madrid, shared Buñuel's interest. Wagner, too, was completely surrealist, Dalí said. In 1929, Buñuel and Dalí collaborated on the scenario for Un Chien Andalou, a short silent film that became a surrealist landmark. The opening delivers an incomparably disturbing series of images: Buñuel on a balcony, holding a sharpened razor, a thin trail of cloud approaching the moon, the razor being raised to a woman's eye, the cloud cutting across the moon, a dead calf's eye being sliced open. At the premiere, Buñuel stood behind the screen with a phonograph, playing a tango record, and his ad hoc score was replicated for the sound version of the film. The resulting juxtaposition of elements, a romantic moon, misogynist violence, propulsive tango music, typified surrealist concerns, for better or worse. The next item on Buñuel's playlist is Isolde's Transfiguration. It accompanies a man dressed in a nun's habit bicycling down nearly empty city streets. The audiovisual dissonance is beyond anything Eisenstein had imagined. Buñuel had Tristan in mind from the beginning. "Stare out the window and look as if you're listening to Wagner," he instructed Pierre Batcheff, who played the bicyclist. For the remainder of the film, the soundtrack alternates between Tristan and two Argentinian selections, as if in defiance of Marinetti's manifesto, Down with the Tango and Parsifal. During the first Wagner sequence, the bicyclist falls over, a woman comes to his aid, ants crawl out of a hole in his palm, an androgynous young woman probes a severed hand with a stick, and the androgyne is run over by a car. During the second, another young man, also played by Batcheff, is killed by the first with books that turn into pistols. When Buñuel was asked if this was a case of comic counterpoint, he replied that he used Wagner simply because he was very fond of him. Indeed, as Torben Sanjild writes, Tristan gives a tragic continuity to these displaced lovers. They are no longer metaphysical heroes from a distant past, but confused and immature beings in a chaotic world of desire and violence. Tristan becomes an anthem of outlaw desire in L'Age d'Or, 1930, Buñuel's first feature. The film follows the misadventures of a passionate couple at odds with bourgeois convention. In the midst of an outdoor ceremony involving civil servants, soldiers, and clerics, the synopsis claims that this is the founding of Rome. The lovers are discovered thrashing about lustily in the mud. The Tristan prelude begins playing as they are pulled apart. Later, the couple makes love in a garden at night while a nearby orchestra performs Isolde's Transfiguration for a well-dressed crowd. What joy, to have murdered our children," the woman says. The man, his face covered in blood, answers, "Mon amour, mon amour." At this point, the conductor breaks off, discarding his baton and burying his head in his hands. The crowd murmurs as he staggers away. Soon he is locked in an embrace with the female lover. These anarchic goings-on have a political edge. The conductor might be quitting his podium because he senses the disparity between his bourgeois public and Wagner's revolutionary music. The sequence may be a parable of the artist attaining social independence. Buñuel returned repeatedly to his beloved Wagner, though never in predictable fashion. Tristan drives the climax of Abismos de Passion, an adaptation of Wuthering Heights. The title and plot of Tristana, based on Benito Pérez Galdos's 1892 novel, are implicitly Wagnerian. The Phantom of Liberty has dinner party guests chatting about a new Tristan production while sitting on toilets. The Exterminating Angel has an opera singer character nicknamed La Valkyrie. Finally, that obscure object of desire transposes Wagner to a modern-day Europe scarred by terrorism. The scenario is taken from Pierre Louis's sadomasochistic love story The Woman and the Puppet. In the last scene, the lovers, Matthew and Conchita, stroll through a Paris arcade as a voiceover describes shifting alliances among radical groups, including the Revolutionary Army of the Baby Jesus. And now, to clear our heads, let's have some music, the voice says. As Matthew and Conchita watch a woman mend a bloody white garment, Siegmund and Sieglinde sing of their love, a dream of love / comes to my mind as well, / burning with longing / I have seen you before. Buñuel hints that Wagner's characters undergo an eternal return in the modern world, replaying their fate. A bomb goes off, and the movie ends. The sexually heretical novelist Henry Miller touched on Buñuel's Wagnerism in a 1931 essay. Remembering that early audiences were shocked by the use of Tristan in L'Age d'Or, Miller wrote, "Was it possible that the divine music of Wagner could so arouse the sensual appetites of a man and a woman as to make them roll in the gravelled path and bite and chew one another until the blood came? Was it possible that this music could so take possession of the young woman as to make her suck the toe of a statued foot with perverted lasciviousness? Does music bring on orgasms? Does it entrain perverse acts? Does it drive people truly mad? Does this great legendary theme which Wagner immortalized have to do with such a plain vulgar physiological fact as sexual love? The film seems to suggest that it does. Visconti was the gay scion of an ancient Milanese family whose long decline the director compared to that of Thomas Mann's Buddenbrooks. He grew up on German literature and music. "All my films are dipped in Mann," he said. In the 30s, he flirted with Nazism, more on erotic than ideological grounds. On a visit to Germany, he saw Hitler speak and attended rallies at which he admired, according to others' recollections, the discipline and strength of handsome youths, including blonde, sadistic boys in uniform. Although he later turned to the political left, German culture still held him transfixed. Between 1969 and 1973, he produced 3 films on Germanic themes, moving backward from the Nazi period to Wagner's lifetime, The Damned, or The Fall of the Gods, in Italian, Death in Venice, and Ludwig. Trevor Howard as Wagner in Visconti's Ludwig. The last 2 are loving, immaculately detailed, glacially slow-moving recreations of 19th century and fin de siècle settings. In Death in Venice, the character of Gustav von Aschenbach is changed from a writer to a composer, although an attempt to fuse Mann's doomed Wagnerian Vacation with the life and music of Gustav Mahler does no favors either to Mann or to Mahler. Ludwig delivers faithful replications of the Mad King's Wagnerian kitsch. A gauzy arrangement of Tannhäuser's Song to the Evening Star accompanies a scene in the King's Venus Grotto, and the same music is heard tinkling from a music box. The prevailing torpor is disrupted by Trevor Howard's flamboyant turn as Wagner. No actor has better captured the composer's clownish vitality. We first see him ensconced in Munich, in the flush of Ludwig's patronage. He strides about, he babbles, he flits from one topic to another, a crafty gleam in his eye all the while. He then starts making woofing noises and wrestling with his dog. A later scene depicts the first performance of the Siegfried Idyll, on Christmas Day in 1870, Richard's lavish gift to Cosima. Sadly, a plan to reenact the composer's death and funeral was abandoned. In The Damned, Visconti arrives in territory he knows firsthand, the crossroads of Romanticism, Nazism, and gay desire. A gruesomely vital film results. A German industrialist clan, the Essenbecks, are in business with Nazis. They are a blend of Mann's Buddenbrooks and the Krupp armaments dynasty. The paterfamilias, Joachim, symbolizes the lost values of the Kaiserreich. His son, Constantin, is an SA leader, Joachim's grandson begins as a cross-dressing Weimar decadent and ends as an ICSS man. The stupefying centerpiece of the film is an all-male SA orgy that gives way to the slaughter of the Night of the Long Knives. Visconti shot the sequence in Bad Wiessee, where, in 1934, Hitler arrested the SA chief Ernst Röhm and many of his henchmen. Just before the purge begins, Konstantin Essenbeck is seen drunkenly howling the Liebestod while a glistening young man dressed in nothing but garters takes a cigarette break. The scene is not entirely ahistorical, since Rome was a gay Wagnerite of a rough and ready sort. But the ensuing bloodbath is invented. Most of the killing during the Rome purge took place elsewhere, and the whole tableau feeds the discredited idea that sexual deviancy lay at the heart of the Nazi phenomenon. What might be called freak show Wagnerism figures in several other movies of the post-war period. Federico Fellini's 8½ contains a feverish fantasy sequence scored to the ride, in which the film director protagonist loses control of a harem of women and then regains the upper hand with the aid of a whip. Fellini also has an orchestra playing the ride at a high-end spa, in a nod to Magic Mountain culture. John Waters's Mondo Trasho mixes the ride with the sound of snorting pigs in a ghastly death scene for the drag performer Divine. And Claude Chabrol's new wave classic Les Cousins features a foppish, decadent law student who stages orgiastic parties at his apartment. One evening, he puts on a record of Tristan, dons a Nazi officer's cap, and marches around with a candelabra shouting in German. There is no need to specify what music is playing as he meets his inevitable bad end. The grisliest Liebestod of all, grislier even than the necrophiliac love scene in Marcel Batiliot's Mystic Flesh or the doings in the Damned transpires in Yukio Mishima's Yukoku, or Patriotism, The Rite of Love and Death, a half-hour-long ode to seppuku. The film has no dialogue, only intermittent hand-written titles. The soundtrack consists entirely of Leopold Stokowski's symphonic synthesis of Tristan, recorded in 1932. Mishima made Patriotism in 1966, 4 years later, following a failed attempt to overthrow the Japanese government. He killed himself according to the same procedure, cutting his abdomen open while his beloved acolyte prepared to behead him with a sword. Wagner had arrived in Japan toward the end of the 19th century, in the Meiji period, when the nation began opening itself to ideas from the West and instituted an expansionist nationalist ideology on the Prussian model. Japanese intellectuals detected Germanic values of order and discipline in the operas, while commercial middle-class culture absorbed their legendary motifs. The musicologist Brooke McCorkle has uncovered a 1928 book called Children's Wagner, evocatively illustrated in ukiyo-e style. An early translation of Tannhauser, by Rofu Okamoto, transmutes the libretto into the style of Japanese epic poetry, infusing it with archaic words and images that parallel Wagner's bygone language. Mishima took an interest in Wagner at an early date, apparently discovering the composer through Nietzsche, whom he devoured in his teenage years. He also idolized Thomas Mann, and, like Mann, wallowed in the very Wagnerian decadence that Nietzsche deplored. His 1951-53 novel Kinjiki, or Forbidden Colors, pays direct homage to Death in Venice. Like the young Visconti, Mishima was a gay man attracted to fascist aesthetics, subscribing to a masculinist conception of gay identity that had something in common with the homoerotic conservatism of Hans Blücher. Ernst Röhm is a character in Mishima's 1968 play My Friend Hitler, although The Night of the Long Knives is left offstage. He should have listened to Wagner more, the Hitler character says, after consigning Röhm to death. Patriotism is set in 1936, in the wake of an attempted coup by military officers who wanted to cleanse Japan of Western influences. An officer named Lieutenant Takeyama, caught between loyalty to the emperor and loyalty to his comrades, commits seppuku, and his wife, Reiko, dies with him. The film is staged like a no play, in a severely stylized domestic setting. Mishima skips the Tristan prelude and begins with dark, roiling music from later in Act I, as Isolde orders up the potion that her mother brewed for times of deepest woe. On screen, we see Reiko in a traditional kimono, writing her will and remembering scenes of past happiness. Placid and pliant, she is nearly the opposite of Wagner's proud, raging Isolde. When Takeyama appears, Mishima cuts to the introduction to the Act 2 Liebesnacht. According to the text, Reiko tells her husband, "I will follow you wherever you go." Having sworn to die together, they are able for the first time in their lives to reveal unabashedly their most secret desires and passions. These formulations draw on the Tristan libretto where Tristan now parts, "Will you, Isolde, follow him?" But the underlying meaning is completely changed. In McCorkle's words, Mishima rewrites Wagner's apolitical drama as a story of nostalgic nationalism as well as a tale of the melding of Japanese and German aesthetics. Just as the Liebesnacht is reaching its gentlest phase of ecstasy, Lass mich sterben, or listen, beloved, let me die, the lovemaking ends and the seppuku begins. Takeyama dons military garments, fondles his sword, and exposes his torso. He then inserts the blade into his abdomen. Blood begins to flow just as Stokowski's arrangement arrives at the serene, even quavert phrase associated with the Liebestod, "So starben wir, ungetrennt, or thus we died so that, undivided." His intestines follow an effect produced by dressing Mishima's body in pig entrails. The final section shows Reiko's suicide. Having lovingly tended to Takeyama's corpse, she takes out a knife and licks its tip at precisely the moment Isolde would be singing unconscious, "Highest Bliss." This time we are spared the sight of the blade entering flesh. The last image is of the bodies intertwined in a rock garden, in a pose resembling Jean Delville's mystical drawing of the lovers. The fetishism of violence in patriotism is foreign to Wagner's world. The lovers in Tristan express longing for death, but the surge of the music belies their renunciation of life. As in so much romantic literature, the salutation to death is a way of metaphorically marking an erotic intensity that cannot be made altogether explicit. Patriotism, by contrast, is an eminently 20th century work that combines semi-fascist ideology with a narcissistic worship of the body. Not long before his own suicide, Mishima described seppuku as the ultimate masturbation. The autoerotic atmosphere of patriotism bears out that alarming notion. Susan Sontag mentions both Mishima and Visconti in her 1975 essay Fascinating Fascism, which studies the vogue for a kind of Nazi chic in gay pornography and in the broader culture. Sontag speculates that the affluent democracies of the West are reacting against an excess of choice, an unbearable degree of individuality, in favor of a theater of discipline and mastery. In the same period, punk bands were sporting swastikas, Mick Jagger was paying tribute to Riefenstahl, and David Bowie was issuing provocations along the lines of Adolf Hitler was one of the first rock stars. Wagner, who understood how crowds long for direction, received dutiful citations in such discussions, although the heroes of stadium rock had devised a far more efficient way of casting a spell over vast numbers of people. In 1975, Wagner arrived at the scene of the ultimate crime, by way of Lena Wertmüller's black comedy Seven Beauties. The Second World War is at its height, and a Neapolitan ruffian named Pasqualino escapes from a troop train bound for the Russian front. He and a companion stumble upon an isolated hunting lodge, where a scantily clad woman of aristocratic bearing is singing Wagner's Traum at the piano, a setting of a poem by Mathilde Wessendonck, repurposed in Tristan. Moments later, as the runaways are wolfing down stolen food, they are captured by German troops. The Ride of the Valkyries strikes up as Pasqualino and his friend are dragged away to a concentration camp that resembles a comic book Auschwitz. Strutting amid naked bodies and piles of corpses is an obese, sadistic female commandant named Hilda, a Valkyrie gone to seed. Pasqualino must satisfy her needs to survive. He is fed a bowl of sausage and sauerkraut while Hilda smokes a cigar and sings her own croaking version of Traum. Tell me, what wondrous dreams are these that hold my mind in thrall, without vanishing like empty bubbles into the blank void. Ken Russell's Listomania. This appears to be the first sustained cinematic equation of Wagner and the Holocaust, preceding The Boys from Brazil. The tone is weirdly satirical. The grotesque Valkyrie commandant seems a projection of male fears of humiliation. She strikes a dominatrix pose while Pasqualino cowers before his bowl of food like a dog. The Wagner citation feels second-hand, a manipulation of prior cinematic practice. Wertmuller, who worked as an assistant director under Fellini, may have been riffing on the harem scene in 8½ letting a woman wield the whip. This psychedelic Wagnerism matches the changing aesthetic of the 60s and 70s. A generation had come of age for which Wagner was not the threatening soundtrack of wartime newsreels but goofy music for Bugs Bunny. Wagner, rock and roll, and Nazi chic intersect deliriously in Ken Russell's Listomania, 1975, starring Roger Daltrey, the lead singer of The Who. A director who specialized in absurdist biopics, his Mahler features Cosima Wagner as a Nazi dominatrix. Russell devotes the first part of Listomania to a riotous send-up of solemn Hollywood fare like Magic Fire and A Song to Remember. Wagner shows up as a rascal in a sailor suit and a cap stamped Nietzsche. Halfway through, the movie morphs into a horror schlock homage, with Liszt cast as a vampire hunter and Wagner as his prey. In pitch-perfect Nazi Wagnerese, the Meister pledges to forge the shattered fragments of this country into a nation of steel. The final showdown takes place in a castle fit for Dracula, where Wagner romps about in a superhero cape and Aryan children wear a W on their chests. The Ride of the Valkyries is outfitted with the lyric "We will be the master race." Russell also supplied new words for the ride in Mahler, "No longer a Jew boy / winning strength through joy, / you're one of us now, / now you're a goy." Wagner is temporarily defeated, then rises from the grave in the form of a Hitler zombie. Up in heaven, Liszt says, "I think we should put him out of his misery. He's giving music a bad name." A sort of pipe organ spacecraft is launched, with Liszt at the helm. It plays a bit of the ride as it rushes down to blow up the Wagner Hitler zombie. Evidently, the devil's music can also serve the side of good. Is Russell endorsing or mocking the demonization of Wagner? One guesses the latter. Contemporary discourse around the composer frames him as a kind of devil, sulfurously consuming everything he touches. Russell accepts that claim at face value and gives it an appropriate staging, whereupon it collapses into nonsense. Listomania is best enjoyed as a belated exercise in Wagnerian ultra-decadence, a reminiscence of the time when Tannhauser and Tristan were the favorite music of vampires and succubi, preaching the Satanism of love. Apocalypse Now. For decades, aerial warfare had been stirring thoughts of the Valkyries and their air horses, as Wagner called them. When Proust's Saint Loup watched a Zeppelin raid on Paris circa 1916, he exclaimed, "That's it, the music of the sirens was a ride of the Valkyries." During the Second World War, Toscanini's performances of the ride were compared to B-17 bombers in flight. The Nazis employed the same conceit. In a German newsreel, the ride underscores a segment documenting a paratrooper assault on Crete. More than one American bomber crew adopted the name Valkyrie for their plane, attaching the customary decal of a scantily dressed female. Part of the thought was romantic, an airman explained. "We equated ourselves with Odin's battle-watching maidens who picked out the warriors who were to die and took the worthy to Valhalla." When, in the 50s, the U.S. Strategic Air Command began developing the XB-70 long-range bomber, it ran a contest among service members to select a name. Out of 20,000 entries, the winner was Valkyrie. Given that history, the ride seems a foreordained choice for the helicopter operation in Coppola's Apocalypse Now. The idea of an air cavalry unit blasting Wagner first arose in the mind of the screenwriter John Milius, who finished the first draft of Apocalypse in 1969, a decade before the film's release. Milius had heard that American forces in Vietnam were using music as a weapon, to galvanize troops and demoralize the enemy. The American military and intelligence community had long been interested in psychological warfare, and it was also thought that loud music could be used to subject prisoners to no-touch torture. Years later, Milius recalled, "I knew that they did have psyops where they put speakers and played things. They didn't play Wagner, they played rock and roll and stuff like that. But I really thought the Wagner would work." I thought that it would be something that fit with helicopters and a helicopter assault. The dialogue Milius wrote in 1969 appears in the film almost word for word, although Carnage is renamed Kilgore and Willard's dialogue is given to a champion surfer named Lance, who adds, "Hey, we're gonna play music." Carnage. To Willard. "We'll come in low out of the rising sun, we'll put on the music about a mile out." Willard. Music. Carnage. "Yeah, I use Wagner scares hell out of the slopes, the boys love it." It goes on, the ocean rushes below as suddenly the loudspeakers blare out Wagner's Ride of the Valkyries. From on the water we see 8-5 Huey's gunships, troop carriers Medevac and Recon roar over low in battle formation, blaring out Ride of the Valkyries. Nothing if not ambitious, Milius's apocalypse script gestures toward exalted literary models. The chief point of reference is Conrad's Heart of Darkness. Willard, a special ops soldier, is sent on a mission to track down and kill a renegade officer named Colonel Kurtz, who, like Conrad's villain, has gone mad in the jungle and created a private empire there. Milius also aspired, in Joycean fashion, toward a modernization of Homer's Odyssey. Kilgore is the equivalent of the Cyclops. Toward the end, Kurtz recites passages from T.S. Eliot's The Hollow Man, which has an epigraph from Heart of Darkness, "Mr. Kurtz he dead." Milius, a Jewish American of politically conservative leanings, did not intend an anti-war message. He was working on Apocalypse during the Arab-Israeli War of 1967, and excitedly followed the Israeli advance. He told the journalist and author Lawrence Weschler, "Tracking that victory day by day, I was throbbing to the Doors' Light My Fire was the big hit that summer, and of course to Wagner." When Weschler expressed surprise, Milius said, "The Israeli army prided itself on its Teutonic tactics." Although some scholars have linked the helicopter scene to the Ku Klux Klan assault in The Birth of a Nation, the RCAV men style themselves as horsemen. Milius was apparently unaware of Griffith's use of the ride. Coppola, a denizen of the Northern California counterculture, saw Apocalypse as a journey into the surreal. Some of his images are worthy of Buñuel. In one shot, a priest recites the Lord's Prayer while a cow is airlifted behind him. Like Milius, Coppola has no memory of hearing Wagner in The Birth of a Nation, but he does remember seeing Wertmüller's Seven Beauties, one of very few films in which the ride is heard with a full complement of Valkyrie voices. When the New Yorker critic Pauline Kael heard of Coppola's plans to use the ride in Apocalypse, she warned him that audiences would be reminded too strongly of Seven Beauties. Kael underestimated Coppola's ability to make Wagner his own. The director came from a musical family. His father, the flutist and composer Carmine Coppola, played under Toscanini, and his uncle Anton was both a composer and a conductor. The version of the ride that we hear in Apocalypse comes from the Decca label's celebrated complete recording of The Ring, which was begun in 1958 and finished in 1965. The venue for the project was the Sophiensaal in Vienna, where, in 1883, a Wagner memorial had turned into an anti-Semitic demonstration. George Solti's interpretation of the score is notable for its punchy, brass-heavy sonorities. Few renditions of the ride articulate more aggressively its driving rhythms. Coppola took about 5 minutes of music from the first 143 bars of Act 3 of Walküre, with a few cuts and some telescoping of sections. The sound designer and editor Walter Murch played a crucial role in creating a seamless flow of sound and image. At the outset of the sequence, Willard and his squad have temporarily joined Colonel Kilgore's RCAV unit on one of its missions. A soldier is heard humming the ride before the operation begins, letting us know that Wagner has been used in this way before. Once the helicopters are in flight, Kilgore gives his order, and a tape machine begins to roll. Shots timed to Wagner's downbeats show speakers affixed to the aircraft. That strict rhythm is broken when the camera focuses on the two African American members of Willard's company, played by Albert Hall and Lawrence Fishburne. Their disbelieving faces point up the subtext of the scene: white Americans are assaulting a non-white village to the music of a racist composer. Another irony is that this pageant of masculine aggression is driven by music that once had feminist connotations. The entrance of the main Valkyrie motif coincides with a wide shot of 14 helicopters in flight. The soldiers ready their guns, Kilgore nods to the music. Another wide shot coincides with a gleaming B major chord, after which the trombones take over the theme. Then comes a brilliant stroke, devised by Murch. 1 bar before the trombones complete their phrase, the camera cuts away to the Vietnamese village that is about to be struck. The adrenaline rush of men, machines, and music abruptly ceases as the camera lands in a quiet courtyard outside a school. Milius had specified an armed Viet Cong camp in his screenplay, but Coppola paints a more idyllic scene, with children singing as they come out to play. A female soldier runs in, ordering an evacuation, and Wagner seeps in from a distance. The trombones now finish their statement, and the Valkyries enter with their Hojo Toho. The first missile is fired on Helm, which sustained high B houses explode, and villagers are mowed down from above. The Wagnerian bravado falters amid the chaos of battle. Copters land, soldiers jump out. A panicked soldier shouts, "I'm not going." He is yanked out of the helicopter all the same. A young black soldier is badly wounded when a comrade fires into a house and sets off an explosion. He is taken to a helicopter, at which point a Vietnamese woman runs in and explodes a grenade. "Fucking savages," Kilgore says. Tellingly, Wagner drops out at the moment the young soldier falls. The sight of blood gushing from his leg shuts down the Valkyrie fantasy. Apocalypse now captures an empire in its decadence, to adapt a phrase from Paul Verlaine. The helicopter sequence is one stage of a descent into insanity that will culminate in the rambling, Eliot-quoting monologues of Marlon Brando's Kurtz. The Mad Colonel has a copy of From Ritual to Romance, Jesse Weston's study of the Grail. A grand indictment of American hubris is intended, yet the visceral impact of the filmmaking saps its capacity for critique. Apocalypse soon became a military fetish object, its Wagner scene influencing real-life behavior. Black Hawk helicopters blared the ride during the American invasion of Grenada in 1983. In 1991, a PSYOPs unit played it at the Battle of 73 Easting, in the Iraqi desert, during the First Gulf War. Loudspeakers mounted on Humvees boomed out the ride at Fallujah in 2004, during the Second American invasion of Iraq. In a Wagnerian Mise en Abîme, Sam Mendes's 2005 film Jarhead, based on Anthony Swafford's memoir of military service during the Gulf War, has a scene in which Marine Corps trainees thrill to a screening of Apocalypse, singing along with the ride and pumping their fists in the air. Walter Murch, the mastermind of the Apocalypse sequence, also edited Jarhead, and found himself in the peculiar position of showing the defeat of his and Coppola's intention to leave the audience energized but also upset, in his own words. The cut to the quiet village conspicuously fails to have a sobering effect. When the Wagner resumes, the Marines shout, "Shoot that motherfucker." Swafford, commenting on movie nights with fellow Marines, writes that filmic images of death and carnage are pornography for the military man. It is an astonishing cultural transformation, the ride made over as an anthem of American supremacy. This displacement is of a piece with troubling historical continuities of the post-war era, as Nazi scientists migrated to America, as Gestapo-style torture techniques resurfaced in Iraq, as the cult of the sculpted body perpetuated Riefenstahl's Aryan ideal. Eric Rentschler, in his book The Ministry of Illusion, writes, "Contemporary American media culture has more than a superficial or vicarious relationship with the Third Reich's society of spectacle. Nothing in film history demonstrates that idea as vividly as Apocalypse Now, where the German will to power gives way to God Bless America imperialism." 15. The Wound. Wagnerism after 1945. On July 24, 1976, a new production of The Ring opened at the Festspielhaus in Bayreuth. On the 100th anniversary of the Bayreuth Festival, Wolfgang Wagner, the heir to the family business, had entrusted the cycle to an outsider. Having first attempted to engage the film director Ingmar Bergman, Wolfgang settled on the young French actor-director Patrice Chéreau, who joined forces with the composer-conductor Pierre Boulez, a lion of the musical avant-garde. Wolfgang's wish for a bold departure came true. During the Rheingold prelude, the mists of prehistory parted to reveal a hydroelectric dam, at the top of which Rhine maidens frolicked about, costumed as high-class prostitutes. The staging caused a major scandal that first summer. Boos and whistles resounded not only after the performances but during them, à la Tannhauser in Paris. Now the lunatics are really on the loose, Wolfgang's mother, Winifred, was heard to say. By the time of its final run, in 1980, the production had become a modern classic, and the ovations went on for more than an hour. Chirot's Ring, as recorded for television in its last 2 summers, gives a panorama of Wagnerism in all its variegated glory. Shaw had proposed that the Ring really demanded modern costumes, tall hats for Tarnhelms, factories for Nibelheims, villas for Valhallas. This is more or less what happens on Chirot's stage. Nibelheim is a hellishly lit factory floor. The gods are Victorian aristocrats struggling to find their bearings in an industrialized world. Riskily, Alberich, Mime, and Hagen are costumed to look like German Jewish economic managers. Chirot accepted that these characters are anti-Semitic caricatures and tried to humanize them. Time creeps forward as the cycle goes on. Brunhilde's rock evokes the symbolist gloom of Arnold Böcklin's Isle of the Dead, and the shuffle of mourners past Siegfried's body recalls the funeral sequence in Gigi Verhofstadt's 3 Songs of Lenin. The philosopher Michel Foucault, one of Chirot's many admirers, noted the fragments of utopia, pieces of machinery, elements of engravings, social types, glimpses of dream cities, dragons for children, domestic scenes in the Strindberg manner, the profile of a Jew of the ghetto. By the end, we are nearing the present. Siegfried and Gunther don black tie, Hagen wears a rumpled suit. Part of the outrage in 1976 stemmed from Chirot's challenge to the elite audience. Wagner's critique of bourgeois society is turned on Bayreuth itself. The Chirot Ring gave a potent answer to the question that hung in the air as the 20th century wound down: what can Wagner say to a contemporary culture that seems poised to reject him on both aesthetic and political grounds? The project of renovation moved on many fronts. Stage directors looked for ways either to diminish the Nazi association or to confront it head-on. Philosophers from Theodore W. Adorno and Walter Benjamin to Alain Badiou and Slavoj Žižek assessed Wagner as a problem of late capitalist modernity. Creative figures both inside and outside Germany, the writers Günter Grass and Ingeborg Bachmann, the multimedia artists Joseph Beuys and Anselm Kiefer, the sci-fi novelist Philip K. Dick, wrestled with the implications of the Nazi Wagner. Fantasy and sci-fi epics, from The Lord of the Rings to Star Wars and The Matrix, updated Wagnerian tropes. Wagner fandom became global and diverse, belying Bayreuth's historic image as an exclusive enterprise. Wagner societies spread to over 40 countries, from Venezuela to Singapore. The Ring received stagings in Australia, China, Japan, Thailand, and Brazil. The advent of the long-playing record and, later, of the compact disc, VHS, and DVD, the MP3, and streaming audio meant that home listeners could immerse themselves in the music dramas without interruption. George Solti's Vienna recording of The Ring, with such great post-war singers as Hans Hodder, Birgit Nilsson, Christa Ludwig, and Wolfgang Windgassen, was a landmark. John Culshaw, the producer, aimed for a kind of home staging, with special audio effects adding atmosphere. Theatrical productions such as Chirot's were enshrined on home video. Yet the emergence of a technologically mediated mass-market Wagner failed to resolve the enduring political question. The thoroughgoing Hitlerization of the composer made him exhibit A for the supposition that German culture had been complicit in the Holocaust. The virtual ban on playing Wagner in Israel has given him a singularly baleful aura. Alexander Kluge, a major presence in post-war German intellectual life, gives a wry view of the Wagner case in his 1983 film The Power of Emotions. A kind of montage essay with fictional episodes, Kluge's work criticizes opera as a power plant of emotion, a cultural machine that habitually does violence to women. One sequence tells of a wartime air raid that endangers a German opera house. A fireman is seen running up a narrow staircase. The narrator says, since childhood, Skeneck always wondered what was hidden inside the Grail in the opera Parsifal. He takes the opportunity to satisfy his curiosity. Skeneck goes into the props room and picks up the Grail. There is nothing inside except a bolt holding the prop together. Wagner seems used up, an empty vessel. Elsewhere in the film, though, Parsifal is superimposed on time-lapse shots of glass and steel buildings in Frankfurt. Night gives way to day, clouds race across the sky, an airplane floats in the distance. Inexplicably beautiful, the sequence suggests how the composer can act in counterpoint to modern life, not the god in Valhalla but the wanderer in disguise. The new Bayreuth. Bayreuth's renaissance in the 1950s was a spectacular and unexpected development. In the first few years of the post-war era, a resumption of the festival had appeared unlikely. During the American occupation of Bavaria, the Festspielhaus became an all-purpose variety theater, featuring Jack Benny, the Glenn Miller Orchestra, and the Rockets. If Bayreuth were to return, anti-Nazi members of the family seemed the most promising candidates to lead it. At the end of 1946, Franz Wilhelm Biedler, son of the familial outcast Isolde von Bülow, drew up a plan for a new festival and approached Thomas Mann about serving as the honorary president of a Bayreuth foundation. The idea struck Mann as the fantastical fulfillment of a youthful dream and a youthful love. When Biedler's plan foundered, a social democratic mayor engineered a solution. Winifred Wagner agreed to step aside, handing the festival to her sons, Wieland and Wolfgang. The Americans assented, and the festival resumed in 1951. The new Bayreuth, as it was called, transformed Wagner's image. In a feat of sorcery worthy of their grandfather, the brothers convinced the world that they had decisively broken with the Nazi past. According to their narrative, Wieland's pared-down productions were a repudiation of the traditional styles that had prevailed during the Nazi period. That Hitler had advocated a timeless, abstract approach was not yet known. Wieland kept his quasi-filial relationship with the dictator well hidden. As Biedler bitterly observed, little changed behind the scenes. The conductors at the 1951 festival, Wilhelm Furtwängler, Herbert von Karajan, and Hans Nappertspes, had all been active in the Nazi period. Much of the financial support came from industrialists with questionable pasts. Former Nazis dotted the audience. No fewer than 3 Arno Breker sculptures of Wagner, Cosima, and Liszt cropped up on the Green Hill in the post-war years. Most gallingly, Winifred generated headlines with frank, fond remarks about Hitler. When the filmmaker Hans-Jürgen Sieberberg interviewed her in 1975, she said that if her old friend were to walk through the door, I would be as happy and glad to see him and have him here as ever. Wieland Wagner's Siegfried at Bayreuth. However intractable the family's attitudes, the metamorphosis of the Bayreuth stage was real and profound. In the Parsifal of 1951, most of the familiar settings and props vanished. The Grail Temple was reduced to 4 tall pillars surrounding a circular table. The lighting was kept low, so that it took the eye some minutes to adjust and pick out shapes in the gloom. This was the theater of suggestion of which Adolf Appia had dreamed. E. M. Forster, visiting the festival 3 years later, appreciated the purity of the concept but struggled with its austere execution. All human life had vanished, but on the walls of the temple what looked like a motor tire became visible as the curtain fell. Wieland's innovations were rooted in years of study. He read Appia, Craig, Freud, and Jung. He caught up on modern art that the Nazis had shelved as degenerate. In 1961, he shocked old-time Wagnerites by assigning the role of Venus in Tannhauser to the African-American soprano Grace Bumbry 65 years after his grandmother cast Lou Renat Aldridge as a Valkyrie. After the stark simplicity of his Appia phase, Wieland began to fill the stage with phallic forms, totems, masks. By the mid-60s, having come to terms with Brecht, he was moving toward a Wagnerian epic theater. Shortly before his early death, in 1966, Wieland made the provocative claim that Wotan, Alberich, and Mime were all proto-fascist figures, and that Nibelheim was the first concentration camp in history. When the festival was first revived, the Wagner brothers tried to hide behind the same line from Meistersinger that their father had used at Bayreuth in 1925, "Art is what matters here." But the formalist defense was failing. After Wieland's death, Wolfgang carried on alone for a few more years. Then, to his credit, he recognized that new voices were needed. He looked first to a group of directors who had come to the fore in the German Democratic Republic, where the theatrical legacy of the Weimar Republic lived on. Stalinist culture had a stifling hold on East Germany, yet when Brecht arrived in Berlin, in 1949, he was able to win a degree of independence for his Berliner ensemble. Likewise, Walter Felsenstein, the director of the Komische Oper in East Berlin, transcended socialist realist routine with ferociously naturalistic stagings. Felsenstein, like Brecht, resisted Wagner, but three of his protégés Götz Friedrich, Harry Kupfer, and Joachim Hirsch rose to international fame on the basis of their path-breaking Wagner productions. Wolfgang inaugurated Bayreuth's new phase by inviting Friedrich, whose father served on the staff of the anti-Nazi general Friedrich Olbricht, to direct Tannhauser in 1972. This, too, caused a scandal. John Neumeier's choreography of the Venusberg, orgiastic and violent, came close to fulfilling Baudelaire's vision of the opera as satanic religion. Hirsch effectively launched this second revolution in Leipzig, Wagner's birthplace. While professing to admire Wieland's symbolic dream world, Hirsch pointedly added that theater should make spectators think, not dream. His 1960 Meistersinger placed the action in an Elizabethan-style theater, with galleries doubling as the balconies of Nuremberg houses and other architectural features. 2 years later, at the Komische Oper, he directed The Flying Dutchman, and also made a film out of the material. In the film, a silent prologue shows a terrified Senta in her bedroom, watching as a door creaks open and shuts. We sense that she is confined in her father's home, perhaps imperiled. The story of the Dutchman is her fantasy of escape. The overture arises from the whistling of the wind. Scenes of working-class ordinariness, reminiscent of the Kroll Opera's 1929 production, alternate with expressionistic images of the Phantom Dutchman and his crew, recalling Murnau's Nosferatu. Montage sequences heighten the tension between imagination and reality. At the end, Senta breaks free, taking the Dutchman's portrait off her wall and walking off into a presumably better future. Kupfer echoed this concept in his 1978 Dutchman at Bayreuth, making the entire opera Senta's neurotic dream. Hirsch's culminating achievement was his Ring in Leipzig, 1973-76. Patrick Carnegie describes it at length in his magisterial book Wagner and the Art of the Theatre. Two principal sources of inspiration were Shaw's The Perfect Wagnerite and The Ring as Bourgeois Parable, an essay by the German Jewish literary critic Hans Meyer. Costumes and sets suggest a kind of photomontage of historical settings, going back to the feudal period. In Rheingold, the gods evolved from primitive people to pompous aristocrats. Walkure is set in the high bourgeois period. Valkyries cavorted beneath a sculpture of the Roman war goddess Bellona, in a style somewhere between Wilhelmine bombast and Nazi brutality. By the end, the staging has entered the electrified fin de siècle, with intimations of fascist thuggery. Workers in street clothes watch Valhalla collapse, and the stage goes bare. The message is blunt: capitalism tends toward fascism, and must be overturned for a just society to emerge. Corot's Ring at Bayreuth made such revisionist conceits emotionally precise and dramatically urgent. Wotan's despairing monologue in Walkure is a tour de force in this respect. For much of the act, a pendulum swings from side to side, a symbol of fate in motion. When Donald McIntyre, as Wotan, reaches the line Das Ende, he stops the pendulum with his hand. That gesture matches the seismic lurch of Wagner's harmony. The Ring underwent many more permutations in the 70s and 80s. A production in Kassel, by Ulrich Melchinger, mounted the Valkyries on motorcycles and rendered the Gebeischung court in the style of Albert Speer. Kupfer, at Bayreuth in 1988, removed the cycle to a futuristic wasteland crisscrossed by laser patterns. Friedrich, in a Berlin ring introduced in 1984 and 1985, confined the action to a time tunnel, a cavernous underground bunker in which the gods and heroes of a now destroyed civilization endlessly reenact its downfall. In the same period, Ruth Burgos's Ring in Frankfurt cast most of the principal characters as puppet-like, mechanical beings. By the beginning of the 21st century, audiences had to be prepared for all manner of perplexities: footage of a decomposing rabbit at the end of Parsifal, Christoph Schlingensief in Bayreuth, Tristan and Isolde sipping cocktails on the deck of an ocean liner, Peter Konwiczny in Munich, with shades of Joyce's Tristan Tales, Brunhilde depositing the ring on the prompter's box and slashing her wrists, David Alden in Munich, Parsifal staged at Haus Wanfried, Stefan Herheim in Bayreuth. In one notorious Tannhauser, naked extras were seen entering a gas chamber. Such deconstructive approaches to Wagner, generally known as Regietheater, or director's theater, have elicited howls of indignation from spectators who want to see the operas given in accordance with the composer's scenic instructions. They have been able to take refuge in productions of a more traditional cast, such as the Otto Schenk Ring that played at the Met between 1987 and 2009, with Gunther Schneider-Siemsen's sets harking back to the Bayreuth of 1876 and 1896. To be sure, such museum decor is equally at odds with Wagner's aesthetic of flux, make something new. The sometimes arduous regime of Regietheater is worth enduring because of the extraordinary insights it can yield. Wagner demonstrates again his adhesive power, his capacity to assimilate himself to almost any visual backdrop. The story of Wagner in Hollywood is much the same. It may be no accident that the Tarot Ring and Apocalypse now appeared in the same era. Wagnerian philosophy. The proliferation of Wagnerian imagery on stage and screen raises a kind of ontological problem. What irreducible identity lies behind the composer's transformations? What breach in the border between art and life allowed one man to exercise such outsized influence in aesthetics and politics alike? These questions crop up periodically in philosophical discourse, which has used Wagner to track the crises of Western culture in an age of totalitarianism and total war. The exercise of taking on Wagner, in Alain Badiou's words, is now a distinct intellectual subgenre. Nietzsche's aphorism from 1888: Wagner sums up modernity changes character when the scene shifts from the 19th century to the 20th. After Auschwitz and Hiroshima, modernity's horizon has darkened. An essential issue is whether the composer helped to usher in that modernity or whether he warned against it. Either way, Nietzsche was right to say that the philosopher is not free to dispense with Wagner. His persistence as an object of philosophical scrutiny has much to do with Nietzsche's own ascendancy, which began in the 1890s and accelerated as the 20th century went on. Phenomenologists, existentialists, critical theorists, and post-structuralists all registered Nietzsche's assault on the absolutes of modern Western thought, universal truths, moral norms, the metaphysics of origins and goals. The primal contest between Wagner and his acolyte takes on symbolic significance, with the narrative usually weighted in Nietzsche's favor. Jean-Paul Sartre made a fable out of the clash in his unfinished youthful novel A Defeat, c. 1927, which concerns triangular relationships among a famous, aging composer named Richard Organt, his wife, Cosima, and Frederick, the brilliant young tutor of Cosima's daughters. Organt is revealed to be a feeble, spent old man, a father figure whom Frederick rejects. The 20th century surpasses the 19th, the incipient existentialist supplants the fading romantic. A Nietzsche bias colors the work of the young Heidegger, whose explorations of the contingency of human existence strongly influenced Sartre. Having endorsed the Nazi takeover in 1933, Heidegger sided with those who saw Wagner as a decadent Dieter of the German spirit. Lecturing on Nietzsche in 1936, Heidegger characterizes the Gesamtkunstwerk as the dissolution of everything solid into a fluid, flexible, malleable state, into a swimming and floundering. This soup of feeling is a poor substitute for a solidly grounded and articulated position in the midst of beings. Although Heidegger ends up rejecting Nietzsche's will to power as a last gasp of metaphysics, he favors his predecessor's clear, forceful masculine aesthetics. By uncritically adopting Nietzsche's attack on the feminine Wagner, Heidegger exposes the regressive tendencies in his own thought, an ironic outcome, given the widespread perception of Wagner as the more reactionary, Nazi-leaning figure. Surveying the trajectory of German culture from the vantage point of exile, Theodor W. Adorno saw the Wagner quandary in starkly different terms. He belonged to the cohort of post-Marxist theorists who first achieved prominence during the Weimar Republic, becoming known as the Frankfurt School. They are best remembered for their pioneering dissections of the totalitarian mentality and for their parallel critiques of liberal democratic culture, which in their eyes was compromised by the domineering logic of late capitalism. Walter Benjamin's famous dictum against bourgeois art worship, "There is no document of culture that is not at the same time a document of barbarism," could have been invented for the study of Wagner, although Benjamin had little to say on the topic, leaving such matters to Adorno. A trained composer and sharp-eared critic, Adorno had studied with Alban Berg, who wrested one of the great 20th-century operas from Frank Wedekind's Lulu plays. At first glance, Adorno's study, which assumed finished form in the 1952 book Essay on Wagner, is an act of demolition. Disavowing leftist Wagnerism, Adorno says that the composer never needed to renounce his revolutionary phase because he was never a revolutionary to begin with. He was a bourgeois rebel who acquiesced in the status quo even as he fantasized about laying waste to it. His music encourages the listener to cast off humanity together with mundane reality, it mimes the gesture of hitting. It brings to mind the gesticulations of an agitator who substitutes physical frenzy for intellectual coherence. Adorno repeatedly implies or says straight out that Wagner presages Hitler, World War, and genocide. The operas themselves, with their apparent Jewish caricatures, cannot be excluded from the equation. Adorno delivered his most stinging judgment in a 1947 review of Ernest Newman's Wagner biography. "Redemption, in Wagner, is tantamount to annihilation. Kundry is redeemed the same way in which the Gestapo may claim to have redeemed the Jews." When Walter Benjamin read a draft of Adorno's book, he worried that it was too polemical in style. Adorno protested that he had been true to the intricacy of the Wagner matter, demonstrating the unity of the progressive and the regressive. Reductive, either-or arguments had bedeviled writing on the subject from the beginning. As Frederick Jameson observes in his book Late Marxism, Adorno insists not only on the ideological falsehood of Wagner's work but also on its utopian dimension. The daring instrumental writing augurs musical modernism. Dissonances in Tristan destabilize the harmonic order, and, by extension, the social order that music is supposed to prop up. The revolutionary dimension of The Ring, with its hostility to private property, remains viable. Even Wagner's decadence gives glimpses of a better future. The composer has the neurotic's power to look his own downfall in the face, and to transcend it in an image that can withstand the devouring gaze. That grandiose weakness might be preferable to Nietzsche's philosophy of health, a conclusion that Thomas Mann had already reached. Adorno closes with an ode to Tristan as a protest on behalf of helpless, suffering souls, holding out the promise of life without fear. Mark Berry is right to say that the essay on Wagner is as much an inverted panegyric as Nietzsche's The Case of Wagner. Unlike so many fin de siècle youths, Adorno had begun as a Wagner skeptic. Reversing the Nietzsche progression, he became more admiring in his later writings, even rhapsodic. In his 1963 essay Wagner's Relevance, Adorno asserts that we are still coming to terms with this seemingly overfamiliar figure, scraping away one layer only to discover another underneath. We are ambivalent toward Wagner because we do not fully understand him. We cannot forget the frightening elements in his worldview, the propensity toward violence, myth-making, domination, but the negative consequences of such ideological strains are made clear in the dramatic context. Nothing is stable, nothing remains fixed, the feeling of leaving firm ground, of drifting into the unknown, is the thrilling and also compelling aspect of the experience of Wagner's music. Ernst Bloch, the great leftist philosopher of utopia, arrived at a similar judgment along a less circuitous path. He had loved Wagner from childhood, and right-wing exploitation of the composer during and after the First World War spurred him to fashion an alternative. He was not uncritical, acknowledging in his 1918 work Spirit of Utopia that Wagner succeeds all too well in summoning the flow of Schopenhauer's will, with its unconscious, pathological, and subhuman forces. Carried along like tossing ships, his characters fail to become fully individual. Nonetheless, Bloch is alert to moments where a different spirit breaks through, where utopia appears amid rubble. Act 3 of Walküre follows that trajectory, from the tumult of the ride to the tenderness of Wotan's farewell. In The Principle of Hope, his post-war magnum opus, Bloch singles out the bliss-making melody at the end of Götterdämmerung, the opposite of the bombastic entry into Valhalla. Despite their divergences, Adorno and Bloch both believed that Wagner had a constructive role to play in the fractured culture of modernity. They took heart from the new Bayreuth and other trends in opera production. Bloch had set forth his surrealist, Coal-Portage philosophy of staging Wagner in 1929, at the time of the Kroll opera's Flying Dutchman. Adorno, in 1963, stated that only experimental solutions are justifiable today, only that which injures the Wagner orthodoxy is true. In the philosophy of Adorno and Bloch, in the stagings of Hirsch and Chirot, in the biographical writing of Hans Meyer and Martin Gregor-Dellin, the Wagner left was resurgent to the point that skeptics like the cultural historian Hartmut Zielinski saw a whitewash of the composer's Nazi legacy. Adorno, at least, could not be accused of concealing the worst. His governing thesis was that this towering, damaged over mirrors the society that produced it. Great artworks cannot lie, he writes in his aesthetic theory, with an eye on Wagner. For Adorno, the entire project of modernity, rooted in the Reformation, the Enlightenment, and Romantic idealism, had ended in disaster. Hegel held that truth dwells in the whole, Adorno replied, the whole is the false. The Hegelian paradigm of historical progress collapses into the category that Adorno named Auschwitz, where the world spirit is pressed into the service of mass death. According to his late work Negative Dialectic, thinking that fails to resist totality's grip is in the mold of the musical accompaniment with which the SS liked to drown out the screams of its victims. The anthropologist Claude Lévi-Strauss emerged from the war with a much different view of Wagner. Born into a Jewish family, he had fled Vichy France in 1941 and spent most of the remainder of the war in New York, where he worked through the implications of fieldwork he had done in indigenous Brazilian communities. Lévi-Strauss saw universal patterns undergirding the social norms and the mythic narratives of diverse cultures. Appropriating terminology from linguistics, he began to speak of generalizable structures that impose order on the world. This insight animated the new philosophical discipline of structuralism. Lévi-Strauss's work was of a piece with the internationalist, central planning ethos of the post-war era, not to mention the all-encompassing scope of the high modernist book of the world. Significantly, it also took a stance against racism and colonialism. By refusing to draw a clear boundary between Western civilization and so-called primitive peoples, as he put it, Lévi-Strauss took aim at the racial hierarchies that had brought Auschwitz into being. Some of Lévi-Strauss's readers must have been puzzled to find the thinker publicly declaring his debt to the god Richard Wagner a nod to Mallarmé's sonnet. Lévi-Strauss had fallen for the composer in childhood, going to the opera and attending the Pastilope and Colonnade concerts with his father. He later said, "Wagner played a capital role in my intellectual development and in my taste for myths." In The Raw and the Cooked, the first volume of his Mythologics tetralogy, Lévi-Strauss crowned Wagner the godfather of the structural analysis of myth. Carl Jung had already recognized Wagner as a master of comparative mythology. Lévi-Strauss, like Jung, made an especially close study of incestuous relationships in myth and literature. In the case of The Ring, Lévi-Strauss sees the decline of the gods and their progeny as a transition from primitive tribalism to a civilized order, the brother-sister pairing of Walküre, in which Wotan invests his hopes, must give way to a more modern community. In various writings on Wagner, Levi Strauss shows how the leitmotif system serves to unify the mythic material. He analyzes recurrences of the renunciation motif in The Ring, noting how it uncovers similarities between Wotan and Alberich. And he recognizes a fundamental link between the leitmotif and his own concept of the mytheme, the recurring sentence-like constituent unit of legendary stories across many cultures. Eventually, Levi Strauss found his way to the new Bayreuth. The 1975 festival program book featured his analysis of Parsifal, which begins by quoting Gurneeman's line, "Here time becomes space." This, Levi Strauss writes, is probably the most profound definition that anyone has ever offered for myth. In The Raw and the Cooked, he says that music and myth are alike in having the ability to eradicate time. In both, historical time disintegrates into an internal continuum. Parsifal's heroism resides in the way he navigates an incoherent world defined on the one hand by Klingsor's depravity and on the other by the cold silence of the Grail Knights. The American mythographer Joseph Campbell paid similar tribute to Wagner when he wrote that the composer's work on myth was far in advance of the allegorical readings suggested by the Orientalists and ethnologists of his time. In his 4-volume study The Masks of God, 1959-68, Campbell credits Wagner with launching a modern art of creative mythology, in which venerable motifs are filtered through the unpredictable, unprecedented experience in illumination of an object by a subject. Wagner's two great successors, Campbell goes on to say, are James Joyce and Thomas Mann. The social ferment of the late 1960s coincided with another philosophical upheaval, one that resulted in a further prosecution of the case of Wagner. In 1966, the French theorist Jacques Derrida, having criticized Levi Strauss's nostalgia for origins, advanced a radically dissenting understanding of the all-powerful medium of language, the affirmation of a world of signs without fault, without truth, and without origin. Roland Barthes, in his 1967 essay The Death of the Author, wrote that a text's unity lies not in its origin but in its destination, a conclusion that follows naturally from the interpretive pandemonium of Wagnerism. These and allied thinkers came to be called post-structuralists, although their project went deeper than a disagreement with Levi Strauss. Revisiting symbolist terrain, Derrida revered Mallarmé as the poet of undecidability, of the excess of syntax over meaning. Post-structuralism leaned heavily on Nietzsche and Heidegger, both of whom undermined traditional claims of truth and being. A difficulty arose: in the wake of Nazism, suspicion had fallen on those thinkers, as it had on Wagner. The solution devised by Derrida's younger colleagues Philippe Lacaille-Labart and Jean-Luc Nancy was to offer up Wagner as a kind of sacrifice, assigning him exaggerated responsibility for the general deterioration of German culture and thought. In their 1980 article The Nazi Myth, Lacaille-Labart and Nancy supply a sharpened and simplified version of Adorno's critique. The Gesamtkunstwerk becomes not simply a harbinger of Nazism but a totalitarian political gesture in itself. Although the authors do not call Auschwitz a Wagnerian performance, the implication is present between the lines. Lacaille-Labart amplified his critique in his 1991 study Musica Ficta, a deft but often deceptive analysis of the Wagnerisms of Baudelaire, Mallarmé, Heidegger, and Adorno. For Lacaille-Labart, all four figures fail to escape the false religion of art. One problematic passage concerns Heidegger's writing on Nietzsche and Wagner. Like Peter Viereck before him, Lacaille-Labart sees Nietzsche's break with Wagner as a prophetically anti-Nazi gesture. Thus, when Heidegger affirms that break, he is tearing Nietzsche away from the Nazi interpretation, a highly fanciful notion, given Heidegger's friendliness toward Nazism in the 30s. Elsewhere in the same essay, Lacaille-Labart recycles Nietzschean figurations of Wagner as a hysteric, as insufficiently virile. Such masculinist language is regressive on its face. In the end, the displacement of proto-Nazism onto Wagner is a transparent attempt at protecting post-structuralism from its own questionable intellectual sources, which are most clearly visible in the collaborationist past of the theorist Paul de Man. The work of Lacaille-Labart and Nancy provoked a response from Alain Badiou, who, like Levi Strauss, inherited Wagnerism from his father, a resistance fighter and socialist politician. The philosophy of Badiou turns away both from the Derridean questioning of fixed truths and from the monolithic modernist paradigms that came before. He proposes an ontology based on the rational operation of mathematics. At the same time, he stresses the infinity of being, defining it in terms of multiplicity. The one is not, he writes, in an echo of Adorno's The whole is the false. The fields of science, politics, art, and interpersonal love are marked by ruptures, or events, which reveal limitations in extant paradigms of thinking and precipitate new truths. Retaining a strong political commitment amid postmodern doubt, Badiou believes in the enduring possibility of revolutionary change. Wagner appears to be one such world-altering event, but not in the form of the oppressive totality perceived by Lacuélab art. Badiou's 2010 book 5 Lessons on Wagner summarizes the accumulated charges against the composer, that he deals in fake salvation and redemption, that his complexities give way to totality, that his religious politics or political religion foreshadows fascism. Badiou contrasts that familiar critique with his own experience of the operas as a heterogeneous, open-ended, future-oriented corpus. For him, the truth of a work of art does not reside in the work itself or in the author's intention. Rather, it composes a truth as it moves forward in time. This applies especially to a theatrical art such as Wagner's, which is never a static object, like a painting, but changes each time one of the operas is staged. Badiou's aesthetic vision knocks away one credo espoused by rightist and leftist Wagnerites alike, that theater has a special power to form a community. The public represents humanity in its very inconsistency, in its infinite variety, he writes in his Handbook of Anesthetics. In that sense, the theatrical dimension, which Nietzsche felt to be Wagner's great failing, is what perpetuates his work and allows it to elude the abuse that threatens to consume it. In 5 Lessons, Badiou paints the ring as a mythological tale that annuls, one by one, the consolations of mythology. Even Parsifal, that sacred act in theatrical guise, is not what it seems. For Badiou, it asks whether a ceremony without transcendence is possible. The ruins of Wagnerian totality have brought out other recuperative readings. For Frederick Jameson, the Gesamtkunstwerk is an apparatus, a formal device, designed to intensify difference. Wagner means multiple positions which are scarcely reducible to each other and which cannot really be synthesized into a single history. Slavoj Žižek approaches Wagner from the perspective of the psychoanalytic theory of Jacques Lacan, with his competing orders of the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real. Parsifal, with its phalluses and wounds, lends itself well to such treatment. Like Badiou, Žižek sees in the Grail ritual a complication of existing belief systems rather than a resolution of them. The opera is secretly pagan in orientation, demoting Christ from the cross and turning him into a fertility god. That analysis contradicts the theological gloss of the Jesuit prelate Jorge Mario Bergoglio, who became Pope Francis in 2013. A longtime Wagnerite, Pope Francis has used Klingser's magic garden as an analogy for rigidification and self-deception in the Catholic Church. Susan Sontag, a theorist averse to pure theory, reverted to one of Wagner's older incarnations, that of the artist of erotic danger. In her journals from 1978, Sontag duly records the composer's vulgarity, his kitsch, his proto-Nazi vokishness. But, she insists, the music is about sex eroticism voluptuousness. That's why one goes on loving Wagner. Extending Nietzsche's insight about Wagner as miniaturist, Sontag locates the music's real power in the intimate, even delicate space that falls between the summits of mass sound. In the gradations of Wagnerian emotion, from euphoria to dejection, from lust to the tenderest love, a new romantic sublime emerges. Sontag called for an erotics of art that would allow us to see more, to hear more, to feel more. Her musings on Tristan raise the possibility that the apogee of artistic eroticism is to be found not in the shameless present but in the shameful past. Holy German Art, 2. Hans-Jürgen Syberberg's Hitler. The Nuremberg tribunal should have ordered Richard Wagner to be beaten in effigy once a year in the streets of every German town, writes Pascal Quignard in his 1996 book The Hatred of Music, an unnerving meditation on music's capacity to serve inhuman ends. Quignard also says, in a variation on Walter Benjamin's aphorism about culture and barbarism, I am surprised that people are surprised that those among them who love the most refined and complex music, who are capable of crying while listening to it, are at the same time capable of ferocity. Art is not the opposite of barbarity. Reason is not the contradiction of violence. Although no beatings or burnings in effigy took place, Wagner was branded with the swastika in his native land, his work symbolic of the marriage of civilization and barbarism that Adorno mourned. For many German-speaking artists and writers who came to the fore in the post-war decades, Wagner was the god that failed. Heinrich Böll's 1950 story Lohengrin's Death, set in the aftermath of the war, tells of an orphaned boy who suffers a fatal fall while trying to steal coal from a moving train. He is named Lohengrin because he was born in 1933, just when the first photographs of Hitler at the Bayreuth Wagner Festival started flooding all the illustrated weeklies. Lohengrin's pitiful death epitomizes the decrepitude of the Nazi Wagner fantasy. Günter Grass's novel Dog Years, 1963, which tracks the fate of a half-Jewish boy and his non-Jewish friend under Nazism, features as a supporting character a German shepherd named Prinz, who, as a puppy, was given to Hitler. After the war, in a hallucinatory trial scene modeled on Joyce's Circe, Prinz is unmasked. A boy, we might as well start right in with Götterdämmerung. Chorus, Götterdämmerung. Götterdämmerung. Wally S. puts on the record. The music from Götterdämmerung plays at length. The dog howls throughout. Discussion leader, here we have conclusive proof that the dog Pluto must have belonged to an admirer of Wagner. If any doubt remains, the dog proceeds to lick a picture of Hitler's face. For others, Wagner was not entirely a lost cause, although he had to be approached with caution. The charismatic conceptual artist Joseph Beuys believed that art should escape from confined spaces and integrate itself into daily life. Although Beuys vacillated in describing the degree of Wagner's influence on him, the composer typified a politically engaged aesthetic that privileges subjectivity. Prone to esotericism in the Paladin and Rudolf Steiner vein, Beuys took a particular interest in Parsifal, repeatedly drawing the image of the Grail and enacting related ceremonies. In the action Vitex Agnus Castus of 1972, he lay on the floor for 3 hours, representing himself as an androgynous conductor of sacred energy, and a decade later he envisaged a Parsifal staging that would consist simply of a staff resting on the stage, pointing in different directions. Reception of Beuys often cast him as a Wagnerian artist, in both a positive and a negative sense. In an article titled Beuys, The Twilight of the Idol, the art historian Benjamin Bucklow accused Beuys of mimicking Wagner's collective regressions into Germanic mythology and Teutonic stupor. Similar questions have trailed the Austrian action artist Hermann Niss, who stages rituals of orgy mystery theater in a Dionysian Gesamtkunstwerk spirit. Niss's Parsifal action of 2004 featured a freshly slaughtered bull, various pig carcasses, and a naked Parsifal wielding a 13-foot spear. If Beuys tried to rise above the nightmare of German history, Hans-Jürgen Syberberg marched into the thick of it. Between 1972 and 1982, the filmmaker produced 4 extended cinematic essays partly or wholly about Wagner, Ludwig, Requiem for a Virgin King, Winifred Wagner and the History of Haus Wanfried, 1914 to 1975, Hitler, a film from Germany, and Parsifal. They combine quasi-Brechtian techniques circus-like tableaus, masks, puppetry, kitsch assemblages with a somewhat queasy veneration for the German cultural past. The Hitler film, more than 7 hours long, attempts the complex maneuver of satirizing the dictator's fetish for Wagner while extracting the music from his grip. Its most memorable image is of a toga-wearing Hitler rising from Wagner's grave, a parody of Nazi propaganda that fails to demystify its target. The Parsifal, essentially a filmed Regia Theatre production of the opera, goes deeper into the genealogy of Wagnerism as it explores the theme of androgyny. The role of Parsifal is divided between male and female actors. Kundry and Amfortas are two sides of the same wounded being. The redemption for the Redeemer proclaimed at the end is clearly redemption for the composer, released from the Nazi spell. For the Austrian poet Ingeborg Bachmann, Wagner's ravaged landscapes had a more personal, less historically portentous meaning. In the early 60s, Bachmann underwent a psychological crisis and became addicted to medications. There followed a flood of fragmentary poems, posthumously published as I Know of No Better World, in which the seductive fatalism of Tristan becomes an idée fixe of Bachmann's hallucinatory state. She echoes Mark's cry of "dead all are dead," phrases from Isolde's Transfiguration, softly and gently, "Do you see it, friends, / do you not see it, the lovers thus we died." At times, a lofty Wagnerian phrase is bent toward the mundane or the morbid, "Let me die / playing cards at night / is not for me." One stark passage incorporates the black flag that flutters in the old Tristan legends and in the final tableau of Death in Venice. "Don't you see, my friends, don't you see? For who wants to live where he has no breath, the black sail always hoisted." Many of these motifs recur in Bachmann's 1971 novel Malina, the first in an unfinished cycle called Death Styles. In a section titled The Third Man, the female narrator records a series of horrific dreams involving an abusive male whom she identifies as her father, although in the end he seems a personification of Teutonic masculinity. In one scene, the protagonist is performing in an opera composed by her father, one in which she is supposed to act but not sing. Defiantly, she sings familiar fragments of Tristan, "Thus we died. Dead all are dead. Do you see it, friends?" She is left alone on stage, and falls into the orchestra pit. "I have rescued the performance, but I lie among the empty stands and chairs with a broken neck." Historical and personal traumas collide explosively in the paintings of Anselm Kiefer, whose decades-long negotiation with Wagner deserves comparison with that of Thomas Mann. Born in the last weeks of the Second World War, Kiefer came of age with a generation that broke away from the Dante look-back mentality of the immediate post-war years. When he was young, his mother had him listen to a broadcast of Lohengrin from Bayreuth. He was smitten at once with the music's sense of longing. "I was attracted to the idea of the Holy Grail as something far away and enigmatic and a sort of destination where you desperately want to get to, but you know you will never arrive." A protege of Buey's, Kiefer won early notoriety with a provocation called Occupations, in which he photographed himself mimicking the Hitler salute in front of various public buildings. Controversy erupted, and Kiefer was accused of trivializing the Nazi past. But with these Chaplin-esque poses he succeeded in breaking the silence surrounding Germany's recent history. Mock Hitler poses were subsequently perpetrated by the artist provocateurs Christoph Schlingensief and Jonathan Mies, both of whom also laid gleeful siege to Wagner. In Schlingensief's 1999 play The Berlin Republic, a character purporting to be Chancellor Gerhard Schroeder unveils an absurdist project to stage the Ring in the former German colony of Namibia, with 100 jeeps blaring Wagner in the desert. Later, Schlingensief took that conceit more seriously. At the time of his death, in 2010, he was planning an opera village Africa in Burkina Faso, with the aim of fostering native arts in a reformed Gesamtkunstwerk spirit. In the early 70s, Kiefer began to produce large-scale paintings on mythological, cultural, and historical subjects. He repeatedly used the image of an attic space modeled on his own studio as a kind of stage set for a procession of ghosts. In Germany's Spiritual Heroes, 1973, the elongated attic is empty except for burning torches on the walls. Inscribed on the floor are the names of artists and writers, ranging from Nikolaus Lenau and Caspar David Friedrich to Robert Musil and Joseph Beuys. Wagner's name is on the lower left. A quartet of paintings titled Parsifal, also from 1973, resume Wagnerism in the grand manner. The first evokes the hero's birth with a creepy white cot. The second, showing a gleaming sword next to a broken one, suggests his fight with the Night Ether. The third depicts the wounding wonderful holy spear, here a stick-like object spattered with blood. At the center of the last is a wooden stool on which rests a bowl filled with blood. Scrawled in white above it is the Parsifal motto, highest miracle of salvation. Redemption to the Redeemer. The effect of these works is at once overpowering and ambiguous. They crash upon the eyes at first encounter. Parsifal 4, at the Kunsthalle in Zurich, fills one's entire field of vision. The canvases, made of wood chip wallpaper, have the texture of lived-in, weathered spaces. The paint is laid on thick and dark. At the same time, the images have a kind of deliberate tackiness. The swords and spear look like toys. The dripping grail looks like something out of a low-budget horror movie. In another 1973 work, Nothen, Siegfried's blade takes the form of a charcoal drawing on cardboard, stuck on the painting's surface. As Sabina Schutz writes in a study of Kiefer, the ersatz sword cannot bear the weight of its historical context, and tragedy veers toward farce. Since then, Kiefer has produced a gallery of Wagneriana, Tannhauser seeing the Grotto of Venus, Siegfried forgets Brunhild, my father pledged me a sword, namely, Nothen, Unternehmen Hagen bewegen, named after Operation Hagen in World War I, Brunhild's death, Weltesch, the world ash tree of the ring, Brunhild and her fate, Siegfried's difficult way to Brunhilde, Herzelida, Parsifal's mother, Johannesnacht, the holiday celebrated in Meistersinger. Brunhild sleeps, Brunhild/Grain, Die Meistersinger, Klingsersgarten, Valhalla, Montsalvat. Some of these works are playful in tone. The name Brunhilde is affixed to snapshots of models, porn actors, and Catherine Deneuve. Elsewhere, Wagner motifs converge with furrowed fields, fire-blackened trees, and brush, shattered monuments, railway tracks leading to a bleak horizon. In one of the Meistersinger paintings, the proud musical tradesmen of Nuremberg are reduced to bunches of straw attached to a canvas, some splotched with red. Numbers are attached, as if marking evidence in a police investigation. Gesamtkunstwerk Incorporated. Dolly S. Wagner Fountain, Castle of Puyball. At the dawn of the 21st century, the sculptor and conceptual artist Robert Morris named Anselm Kiefer as a symptom of what he called the Wagner effect, a tendency toward looming icons of dominating presence, toward an artistic style that is massive, unwieldy, dizzyingly costly, and Wagnerian to its core. Morris's catalogue of gigantism includes the wall-filling canvases of the abstract expressionists, the large-scale actions of Beuys and Yves Klein, the lead and steel sculptures of Richard Serra, and the earthworks of Michael Heiser. For Morris, all this work suffers from an aesthetic of cheap transcendence, one that mirrors the ambitions of the ruling class that pays for it. Its abstractions show indifference toward 20th-century terror. It is Wagnerian art that has failed to learn any lessons from Wagner's downfall. Morris's essay testifies more to the chronic overuse of the adjective Wagnerian than to any palpable cultural legacy. The same goes for the ubiquity of the word Gesamtkunstwerk in the modern art world. A vast range of interdisciplinary projects, from the happenings of John Cage to the factory carnivals of Andy Warhol, have been called total works of art. By 1983, enough examples had accumulated that the visionary Zurich curator Harald Zeeman could mount a sprawling exhibition titled The Tendency Toward the Total Work of Art. More recently, as Matthew Wilson Smith notes, the Gesamtkunstwerk has figured in the thinking of cyberspace artists like Randall Packer and Roy Scott. In 1990, amid euphoric predictions about the future of the World Wide Web, Scott spoke of a Gesamtdatenwerk, of an energizing stream of integrated digital images, texts, and sounds, which could constitute a kind of invisible cloak, a digital noosphere that might contribute to the harmonization of the planet. The metaphor of a virtual Tarnhelm would prove all too apt in the coming Internet age, as tech companies invaded the private sphere and gathered enormous quantities of data. In some sectors of the art world, the link to Wagner has more specific substance. Robert Rosenblum, in modern painting and the Northern Romantic tradition, argues that abstract expressionist painters made conscious use of motifs of romantic sublimity as they attempted to forge authentic religious experience in a modern world of doubt. Rosenblum likens Jackson Pollock's 1934 seascape, an early, transitional work in the artist's output, to Albert Pinkham Ryder's Flying Dutchman picture of the 1880s, in which Wagner's ocean rages to the edge of painterly abstraction. Franz Klein, who liked to blast Götterdämmerung in his studio late at night, produced slashing, bold-gestured canvases titled Wotan, Siegfried, and Kerwinel, the last a variant of Kurwinel, Tristan's steadfast friend. Cy Twombly listened intermittently to Wagner while working on his 10-painting cycle 50 Days at Ilium, 1978, a bloody-hued fantasia on Homeric themes. Nicola Del Rossio, Twombly's longtime partner, recalls that the painter drew on that perfect, aggressive emotion that Wagner's music radiates, like waves of heat that melt you into frightened tears. Late-stage Wagnerism most often flourished in communities where the composer was still a vital cultural presence and not merely a free-floating signifier. Barcelona, with its strong Wagner tradition, was one such locale. The Catalan painter and sculptor Antoni Tapis had a Wagnerite father, who told of the all-night Parsifal at the Liceu in the first hours of 1914. Early in his career, in 1950, Tapis produced cryptically cluttered canvases titled Wotan's Sleight of Hand and The Sorrow of Brunhilde, which come across like set designs for future avant-garde productions, a stage on which nightmares might well play themselves out, to quote the art historian Andreas Franzke. This semi-surrealist manner soon gave way to a roughly textured mixed media style, known as matter painting, which anticipates Kiefer's huge constructions. Tapis often listened to and discussed Wagner in the company of the poet and conceptual artist Joan Brossa, who, as it happens, was born on a Barcelona street named Carrer de Wagner. In 1988, Tapis and Brossa applied the title Carrer de Wagner to a limited edition illustrated book, which combines 13 Brossa poems on Wagner themes with savage abstractions by Tapis, featuring imperial gashes of red and black and the scrawled letter W. This concerted fusion of word and image seems an unusually pure homage to Wagner's Gesamtkunstwerk, which, in its original formulation, envisioned a community of artists sharing a dedicated vision. Brossa's poems dwell on the composer's abiding contemporaneity. A compact crowd leaves the factories. And Wagner presents many things to the spectator that are not confined to the past, like the sulphurous fog, or the nocturnal uneasiness that extends from one being to the other. Reflecting on his love for the composer, Brossa said, "There's a certain type of Mediterranean who feels strongly attracted to Wagner. It's a curious phenomenon, due, I think, to the fact that people always want what they haven't got." Wagner himself went to Venice to die. For Salvador Dali, the gaudy showman of surrealism, Wagner was a kindred spirit of multimedia extravagance, a real mountain of mythological images and hallucinations. Dali, too, was born into the Catalan Wagnerian milieu. His father would sit in front of the family phonograph listening to Lohengrin, and his uncle Anselm Domenech was active in the Barcelona Wagner Association. A dozen or so recordings of the operas can be seen at the Dali Castle in Pujol, as well as an 8-track tape of Wagner's greatest hits. That playlist matched one of the most distinctive features of the Pujol complex, 14 multicolored Wagner busts overlooking a fountain in the back. Dali especially loved a scratched old record of Tristan, which, he said, made a sizzling sound, as if one were cooking sardines. Monsieger, the director of the Dali Museums, recalls the playlist, Sati, Tangos, and, always, at the end of the day, Tristan. The last was playing on the day Dali died, in 1989. Dali's reworking of Wagner, at once subversive and adoring, has much in common with that of his sometime collaborator Buñuel. At times, the composer is deposited like a kitsch object in pristine landscapes of juxtaposition and dissociation. He makes a majestically absurd appearance in the 1936 painting A Chemist lifting with extreme precaution the cuticle of a grand piano, sitting on a beach in full beret and robe regalia. The canvas had the alternate title Instantaneous Presence of Louis II of Bavaria, Salvador Dali, Lenin, and Wagner on the beach at Roses, though the other gentlemen are difficult to discern. A scenario that Dali composed for Leonide Mossin's 1939 ballet Bacchanal depicts the Tannhauser Venusberg as Ludwig might have perceived it. Venus is metamorphosed into a fish, and the fish into a dragon. Louis lifts Lohengrin's sword and skewers the dragon. But this heroism proves a boomerang, for the entrails touch his eyelid and his sight is further darkened by hypnagogic visions. In a second Mossin ballet, Tristan Fou, 1944, the hero is devoured by Isolde in the manner of the perverse and tragic nuptial rites of the praying mantis. The poet and critic Edwin Denby reported that during the Liebestod scene a repulsive mummy is lowered into a vault caressed by white worm-like dismembered living arms. The ballet murders Wagner, but does it to the hilt. Dali also brushed against the tradition of gay Wagnerism. Gay men and lesbians remained a vital part of the opera-going public into the late 20th century, even as Broadway musicals and dance pop were usurping Wagner's place on questionnaires of gay taste. Dali's proclivities took a Baroque turn when he developed an erotic interest in Hitler, disclosing that a rear view of the Führer gave him a delicious gustatory thrill, a Wagnerian ecstasy. Dali theorized that Hitler secretly wished to lose the war so that he could experience it as a masochistic Götterdämmerung. The end to which Hitler at heart aspires is to feel his enemy's boot crushing his face. This fantasy is of a piece with Visconti's Liebestod orgies in The Damned and the outre pornography described by Susan Sontag in Fascinating Fascism. In the 70s, strains of Parsifal are said to have wafted through the New York gay club The Mineshaft, which specialized in extreme sexual practices. The management of that establishment once posted a sign asking patrons not to distract other customers with loud discussions of the ring. No Wagnerian artwork was more massive or unwieldy, in Robert Morris's terms, than the one the artist David Hockney named Wagner Drive. Yet it cost no more than a tank of gas. In the 80s and 90s, Hockney regularly took friends on sunset drives along twisting Southern California roads, playing carefully timed excerpts from The Ring and Parsifal on the car stereo. Vistas of canyons, mountains, and ocean aligned with the shifting contours of the music. Wagner had particular power for Hockney during the AIDS plague, which killed thousands of gay men in the world of the arts. In 1987, he created intimately luminous sets for a production of Tristan at the Los Angeles Opera, which ended with an image of transcendental dawn, the Brittany cliffs going black while the sky lit up behind them. When you suddenly find yourself surrounded by so much suffering, you begin to think of death differently, Hockney told the writer Lawrence Weskler. He spoke of two friends, Nathan Kolodner and Renee M. Rain, who had died of AIDS. Death ended up joining them really, as they'd both fervently desired, he said. That's the higher possibility Wagner's music holds out. Grail Temple, 2. At the outset of William Gaddis's 1975 novel J.R., a colossal satire of post-war America, a junior high school on Long Island is putting on an improbable spring theater production, Das Rheingold. The project is the brainchild of Edward Bast, a would-be Leonard Bernstein who teaches music at the school. Because a driver's ed class is occupying the school cafeteria, the Rheingold rehearsal is moved to a Jewish temple. J.R., an 11-year-old schoolboy, has been cast as Alberich. Unsurprisingly, he is up to no good. The Rheingold rehearsal is proceeding fitfully. The bugle player substitutes call to the colors for the motif of the gold when it is noticed that a paper bag full of money, representing the gold, has disappeared. On a class trip to the stock exchange, J.R. begins a precocious round of wheeling and dealing that eventually makes him the chairman of a paper empire, including a chain of Wagner funeral homes. At the end, J.R.'s ruses are exposed, but one has the feeling he will rise again. Gaddis's agile updating of The Ring, worthy of Shaw and Upton Sinclair, showed that literature's agon with Wagner had not ended with the spiritual firestorm of Dr. Faustus. As in film, the composer's most obvious function is as a signpost of Nazi menace, particularly when authors introduce Hitler himself as a character. Norman Mailer, in his 2007 novel The Castle in the Forest, tries to get to the heart of the matter by dramatizing the young Hitler's first experience of Lohengrin. Wagner was a genius. Adolf had come to that opinion instantly. But could he say this was also true of himself? Or was he not a genius after all? Not next to Wagner. The protagonist of Harry Mulisch's Siegfried, 2001, is a Dutch novelist who has written a modern retelling of Tristan und Isolde. On a book tour, he comes across a tale of a secret love child of Hitler and Eva Braun, naturally named Siegfried. Hitler operates as an undying, satanic presence, with Wagner hovering as his medium of influence. The final resolution of the Tristan chord is described as a harmonic final solution. The shadowy aristocrat Henry de Corinth, a recurring figure in Alain Robbe-Grillet's novelistic trilogy Romanesques, 1984-94, is a subtler creation, laying bare the predicament of the unreconstructed Wagnerian aesthete. Corinth flirts with fascism and compares the Nuremberg rallies to a Parsifal he saw in Bayreuth. Robbe-Grillet modeled the character on French Wagnerites who fell into the Nazi orbit, including Lucien Ribetet, author of the post-Proustian novel Les Deux Étendards. Corinth is not simply a collaborator, however. His quasi-demonic energy stands in for the author's own anarchic politics and aesthetics. Discoursing on the Ring, he contends that the real hero of the cycle is Hagen, the solitary man who says no to the order of things. In this way, as Timothy Picard writes in his Dictionnaire Encyclopédique Wagner, Corinth represents the shipwreck of ideologies and systems in modern Europe. His active negativity prepares the way for a possible liberation, or at least a banishing of old illusions. The gnomic French surrealist author Julien Gracq flatly refused the Hitlerization of Wagner, and did so by holding fast to an older mode of reception, using the composer as a kind of symbolist intoxicant, a gateway to a netherworld of feeling. Having served in the French army during the first stage of the Second World War, the so-called Phony War of 1939, Gracq reflected the experience in his slender, haunting 1958 novel A Balcony in the Forest, which has as its epigraph Gurneeman's opening lines from Parsifal, he, ho. You forest guardians, or rather guardians of sleep, at least wake with the morning. For most of the novel, a lieutenant posted at a blockhouse in the Ardennes wanders about in a pensive haze, listening to the long, deep rustling of the forest imagery echoing Baudelaire and other early Wagnerists. When the blitzkrieg begins, the protagonist is reminded of the dragon Fafnir and of Wotan's ravens. One might expect this Parsifalian dreamer to awake to cold reality, but he stays in his trance to the end. Even in the face of the German war machine, Wagner remains a meta-historical presence, melting into the murmurs of nature. The entire torrent of Wagnerian signification, political, psychological, mythological, mystical, runs through the science fiction novels of Philip K. Dick, whose attachment to the composer approached the feverishness of Joséphine Pélatin. Dick first heard Parsifal when he was a high school student in Berkeley, California, in the mid-1940s. Nothing satisfied me in life thereafter, he wrote. Q. Where do you go next from Act 3 of Parsifal? A. There is only one place, one next step, one answer, to Christ himself. He owned a number of recordings of the opera, including Karl Muck's assembly of excerpts from the 20s. Friends recalled him playing Wagner at high volume, to the distress of the neighbors. He named his second child Isolde Freya. Only in his later work did Dick set his esoteric ecstasies before the public. Early on, Wagner carried a negative charge. In the mordant 1953 story The Preserving Machine, a music-loving experimenter hopes to immortalize classical music by imprinting characteristics of the great composers onto genetically fabricated organic creatures. Mozart is a bird, Brahms a centipede, Schubert an innocent sheep-like thing. As for the Wagner animal, it is large and splashed with deep colors, and has a bad temper. Doc Labyrinth was a little afraid of it, as were the Bach bugs. Soon enough, the Schubert animal is found slaughtered, Wagner has run amok. But it's changed. It's changed. I hardly recognize it, Doc Labyrinth laments, sounding like many a music lover who has pondered Wagner's posthumous reputation. The dystopias of Dick's classic sci-fi novels, often involving authoritarian regimes on American soil, frequently include the Nazi Wagner. In The Man in the High Castle, 1962, an alternate reality narrative in which the Axis powers win the Second World War, Herbert von Karajan is the permanent conductor of the New York Philharmonic, programming heavy German bombastic Wagner and Orff. In The Totalitarian America of the Simulacra, 1964, an all-powerful First Lady fetches Hermann Göring with a time travel machine and looks for proper entertainment for him. We could have the brass band play arrangements of themes from Parsifal. And in Flow My Tears, The Policeman Said, 1974, a music-loving head of police prefers John Dowland and Karl-Heinz Stockhausen to Wagner, but finds Walküre a useful point of reference in justifying an incestuous relationship with his sister, Sigmund and Sigelind. Schwester und Braut. Sister and Bride. And the Hell with Hunding. In 1974, Dick experienced hallucinations in which he felt himself to be in communication with past worlds. In a collection of journals published posthumously as The Exegesis, he related these episodes to his old love for Parsifal, saying that the opera showed him how one could attain ultimate spiritual clarity through a fusion of Christianity and Buddhism. In the 1981 novel Valis, those Parsifal epiphanies assume fictional form. A man with the inimitable name Horse Lover Fat Philip means lover of horses in Greek. Dick is German for Fat becomes aware of an entity known as the vast active living intelligence system, which seems to be guiding his visions. Trying to make sense of the malleability of space and time, Fat ponders Gurneeman's line here time becomes space, associating it with Hermann Minkowski's theorization of four-dimensional space-time. A subsequent disquisition on Parsifal plausibly ties the slogan Redemption for the Redeemer to the Gnostic Christian principle of Salvator Salvandus, the Savior saved. Where is the Savior in the present? She turns out to be a 2-year-old girl named Sophia, who does not live long. It is in the nature of saviors to be born, to die, and to be born again, time after time. Some of Dick's reflections remain inscrutable, but one passage in Valis neatly captures the hypnotic riddle that Wagner has never ceased to pose. Horse Lover Fat says, Parsifal is one of those corkscrew artifacts of culture in which you get the subjective sense that you've learned something from it, something valuable or even priceless, but on closer inspection you suddenly begin to scratch your head and say, wait a minute. This makes no sense. Dick then conjures the unlikely image of Wagner at the gates of heaven. You have to let me in, he says. I wrote Parsifal. It has to do with the Grail, Christ, suffering, pity and healing. Right. And they answer, well, we read it and it makes no sense. Slam. Dick goes on, Wagner is right and so are they. What we have here is a Zen paradox. That which makes no sense makes the most sense. Everybody knows that Aristotelian two-value logic is fucked. The Meister might have agreed, in so many words. Wagner in Israel. The partial rehabilitation of Wagner in the 1960s and 70s, capped by Decca's recording of The Ring and worldwide television broadcasts of the Chiro Ring from Bayreuth, faltered in the decades that followed. At a time when consciousness of the enormity of the Holocaust was deepening, both in Germany and abroad, the conversation around Wagner increasingly focused on his anti-Semitism and his effect on Hitler. The publication of Cosima Wagner's diaries, in 1976 and 1977, revealed that the composer was even more bigoted than his published writings let on. In 1978, Hartmut Zelinsky used the diaries to draw a straight line from Wagner's images of Untergang and annihilation to the Holocaust. In the 90s, scholarly work by Barry Millington, David Levin, and Mark Wiener developed Adorno's thesis that anti-Semitism resides in the operas themselves. Gottfried Wagner, son of Wolfgang Wagner, wrote that his great-grandfather had prophesied the final solution. In 1981, just as the focus on Wagner's anti-Semitism was intensifying, Zubin Mehta, the music director of the Israel Philharmonic, tried to break the unofficial Israeli ban on performances of the composer. Mehta said from the stage that the orchestra would play the prelude and Liebestod from Tristan as an encore, and that anyone who preferred not to hear it could leave. Soon after the music began, someone shouted, "You will not play Wagner." Bedlam ensued. At a subsequent concert, the noise became so loud that Mehta halted the performance. Ben-Zion Leitner, a hero of the 1948 War for Israeli independence, bared his scarred stomach, saying, "Play Wagner over my body." Avraham Melamed, a Holocaust survivor who played in the Philharmonic, spoke of how unexpected encounters with Wagner could be traumatic for Jews. "Some time ago I saw the film Apocalypse Now, and in one of the scenes helicopters came down and bombed to the sound of music that made my stomach turn over." The Wagner moratorium had begun in 1938, when Toscanini agreed to remove the Meistersinger prelude from a Palestine symphony program. News of Kristallnacht prompted the decision. At intervals after the war, conductors attempted to restore Wagner to the repertory. When Mehta first tried, in 1974, a workers' committee declared, "Woe to the Jew in the state of Israel who agrees to play the music that accompanied the 6 million, the children, women, men and babes, to the death camps." Next into the fray was the Argentine-Israeli pianist and conductor Daniel Barenboim, one of a number of Jewish musicians who pointedly embraced Wagner. In 1991, Barenboim announced a Wagner concert in Tel Aviv, then cancelled it. He tried again in 2001, asking an audience in Jerusalem whether they wished to hear the Tristan prelude as an encore. During the prolonged debate that followed, protesters shouted "fascist" and "concentration camp music." The cheers won out, and Barenboim went ahead. In 2012, a planned concert by the Israel Wagner Society at Tel Aviv University fell foul of another media frenzy. Asher Fish, who was to have conducted the program, had personal reasons for resisting the ban. His mother, who left Vienna in 1939, felt that if her son were to conduct Wagner in Israel it would be a final victory over Hitler. As of this writing, the music remains forbidden. Naama Shefi, in a study of the Israeli Wagner controversy, finds that the discussion has been driven largely by people who do not attend concerts regularly. At the time of Mehta's 1981 action, a majority of concertgoers favored playing Wagner. Shefi believes that the Wagner ban was at first a kind of compensatory action for normalized relations with the West German state. Later, Shefi speculates, the abstention from Wagner became symbolic of the very act of Holocaust remembrance. Playing him would be tantamount to forgetting. Assisting in this mechanism was the historically shaky but emotionally tenacious idea that Wagner had been heard in the death camps. Films like The Boys from Brazil and Seven Beauties helped to cement that impression. The Israeli detective novelist Bat Yeager capitalized on this tangle of associations in her 1996 novel Murder Duet, in which a ruthless Wagner-loving conductor is exposed as a cold-blooded killer. Some Jewish intellectuals, even those who subject Wagner to strenuous criticism, consider the Israeli ban a problematic mode of cultural politics. The sociologist Moshe Zuckerman has called it an ideologically preformed trivialization of show commemoration. The historian Michael P. Steinberg wonders whether the Wagner taboo is a symptom of anxiety about the nation itself, in this case, the national self that wishes to equate the Israeli with the Jewish as authentic and equal marks of citizenship. No matter where it is made, the claim of cultural purity remains the gravest political danger of all. Woody Allen made an often quoted crack about Wagner in his 1993 film Manhattan Murder Mystery. As his character walks out of a performance of The Flying Dutchman at the Met, he says, "I can't listen to that much Wagner, ya know? I start to get the urge to conquer Poland." It's a joke with a serious undertow. In the minds of many, Wagner still poses a palpable threat. Could the composer somehow stoke new horrors or rouse some future Hitler? In an age when classical music has a marginal role in mainstream culture, the possibility seems remote. Politicians play pop music at their rallies, and, Occasional deployments of the right aside, military operations are fueled by hard-hitting rock and rap. At times, the demonization of Wagner feels like an alibi and evasion of questions about pop culture's own relationship with misogynist violence, patriotic mythology, and the domination of the many by the few. Allen's joke lost its zing when moral questions encircled his own life and work. Still, the threat cannot be discounted, especially when authoritarian and neo-fascist politics are gaining ominous new momentum. Wagner does make scattered appearances in white supremacist literature and propaganda. He has been quoted on the online forum Stormfront, "The Jew is the demon behind the corruption of mankind." An article featured in the Daily Stormer, modeled on Der Stürmer, says of Jewishness in music that the remarkable clarity of its insight retains almost startling relevance. Tellingly, though, some white nationalists lament that Wagner is not as popular with their cohort as he should be. Citations of Nietzsche are much more common, not to mention black metal bands and the pop star Taylor Swift, hailed as an Aryan goddess. White supremacist enthusiasm for Wagner is centered on a small group of European and American writers who see no shame in the racism of the Bayreuth Circle. The movement has roots in the politics of post-Gaullist France. Self-identified members of the New Right gathered under the banner of GRES, Groupement de Recherche et d'études pour la Civilisation Européenne, or Research and Study Group for European Civilization, which was founded in 1968, in opposition to multiculturalism. Alain de Benoist and Giorgio Locchi, in particular, reaffirmed Wagner's bond with pagan, Aryan beliefs. In a 1977 article, Bayreuth and Wagnerism, Benoist respectfully cites Houston Stewart Chamberlain and dismisses Chirot's Ring as a vaudeville. In Russia, where the neo-fascist guru Alexander Dugin drops Nietzsche and Wagner allusions, a mercenary unit known as the Wagner Group appears to have been named after the composer. Those who monitor the German far-right record few Wagner references, although in 2017 a politician linked to the Alternative für Deutschland party adorned an Islamophobic speech with a maladroit mention of a Wagner opera called Tannenhäuser. In America, disciples of the New Right have styled themselves the alt-right. Although they cite European sources, their white supremacist thinking stems from the ideology of slavery-era America. In their circles, Wagner is occasionally acclaimed as a cultural hero who has rich potential to re-emerge as a potent rallying point for white nationalism. The alt-right leader Richard Spencer spoke of an ambition to become Minister of Culture and spend millions of dollars on Wagner. At the University of Chicago, Spencer wrote a master's thesis proposing that Theodore W. Adorno's part Jewish descent prevented him from fully appreciating Wagner. There is no sign that Donald Trump, whom Spencer welcomed to the presidency with a shout of "Hail Trump," shares this taste. After an encounter with The Ring at the Met in the 1980s, Trump said to the Vanity Fair editor Tina Brown, "Never again." Fantasy culture. In 1911, a British schoolboy named Clive Staples Lewis, the future author of the Chronicles of Narnia, came across a review of a book titled Siegfried and the Twilight of the Gods, a translation of the last two parts of The Ring. It included an illustration by Arthur Rackham, in which the hero celebrates the forging of Notting by flinging his arms upward. Lewis immediately felt a passion for Wagner, even before he had heard the music. When he found a record of The Ride of the Valkyries, he experienced a new kind of pleasure, a conflict of sensations without name. He set to work on his own Wagnerian poem, which began, "Descend to earth, descend, celestial 9/ and chant the ancient legends of the Rhine." 15 years later, when Lewis was a young tutor at Oxford, he met J.R.R. Tolkien, a professor of Anglo-Saxon who was in the process of inventing his own legendary world. Lewis, Tolkien, and like-minded connoisseurs of fantasy began meeting in a circle known as the Inklings. Wagner was a recurring topic on the agenda. In 1934, Lewis and Tolkien spent an evening reading aloud the libretto of Walküre, as Lewis's brother Warnie reported in his diaries. Arising out of the perplexities of Wotan, we had a long and interesting discussion on religion which lasted until about 11:30. In later years, Lewis was quite open about his love of Wagner. Tolkien was considerably cagier. The author of The Lord of the Rings knew the composer's work and evidently found some enjoyment in it, but he resisted comparisons between his novels of Middle-earth and the operatic Ring. Tolkien's proprietary attitude toward the Icelandic sagas harks back to that of William Morris, for whom the Ring was a theatrical desecration. Like Morris, Tolkien could read Old Norse, and in the 30s he devised his own English-language version of the various Siegfried stories, calling it The Legend of Sigurd and Gudrun. That project, which was published posthumously, comes across as an emendation of Wagner's more cavalier composite. As the author and translator René Vink points out, Tolkien proceeds to assert his own agenda. His Sigurd is a more sexually virtuous character than the one in the sagas or in Wagner, serving as a kind of Nordic Christ. Tolkien's tales of Middle-earth cover familiar ground. The Hobbit, 1937, features a treasure hoard guarded by a dragon, a contest of riddles, a talking bird, and a magic ring that confers invisibility. The Lord of the Rings, 1954-55, in which that same ring is endowed with ultimate power, has a fratricide for the sake of the ring, as Fafnir kills Faizalt, Smeagol kills his cousin Diagol, a sword shattered and reforged, Nodhen, Narsil, an ancient tree dying, and a woman losing her immortality, Brunhilde, Arwen. At the end, evil is subdued with the return of the ring to its place of origin, the Rhine, Mount Doom, even as one last seeker plunges to his death, Hagen, Gollum. Tolkien fans have sometimes argued that the manifest resemblances to Wagner result from a common use of older sources, but the claim does not withstand scrutiny. The one ring to rule them all, which masters its wearer even as it enables mastery over others, has no plausible antecedent except in the ring. The same is true of the restorative ending. When Alberich delivers his curse, he speaks of the Lord of the Ring as the slave of the ring. Not just the central idea but the title of Tolkien's saga comes from Wagner. The Lord of the Rings may have roots in Wagner, but its intent is implicitly anti-Wagnerian. Tolkien began writing it in the wake of the First World War, in which he fought, and he finished it in the wake of the Second. Both wars brought about a wedding of Teutonic mythology to German military might, which he saw as a betrayal of that noble northern spirit. Lewis, for his part, hated the naming of German military operations after Alberich and Brunhilde. Anything more vulgar than the application of that grand old cycle to the wearisome ugliness of modern war I can't imagine. The Lord of the Rings seems a kind of rescue mission, saving Nordic myth from Wagnerian abuse, a kinder, gentler ring. The world-redeeming deed, in Wagner's phrase, falls to the little hobbits, who, representative of Britain's self-image as a counterweight to Germanic pomp, have no territorial demands to make in Middle-earth and wish simply to resume their gardening. Even so, Tolkien cannot resist his own displays of righteous force. In Wagner, the line between hero and villain blurs. Wotan's efforts to expand his overlordship, to take charge of the affairs of others, lead inexorably to his downfall. For Wotan, Alberich, and Fafnir alike, the ring symbolizes the corruption of wealth and power. In Tolkien, by contrast, everything tends toward black and white. The One Ring exists outside of social relations, a cipher of evil. Sex, all important in Wagner's world, is peripheral in Tolkien's. Women tend to stand to the side. One of Tolkien's most Wagnerian moments occurs in the climactic battle of the Return of the King, when Eomer, one of the heroes, shouts, "Ride, ride to ruin and the world's ending." He could be channeling Brunhilde, laughing, "Let us go to our doom." But this is a contest of male destinies. No glorification of the heroine takes place at the end. Instead, a hobbit sits down to the meal that his wife has cooked for him. The Lord of the Rings spins the fantasy that the world will end and life will go on as before. Tolkien and Lewis helped to create what is often described as fantasy culture, the increasingly vast body of novels, stories, comic books, films, television series, and video games presenting alternative worlds of mythological or legendary character. By the end of the century, fantasy had become an industry of tremendous popularity and power, yielding some of the most successful intellectual properties in history. The cyclone of technological change in 20th century life, together with the dismal tone of global politics, fed a new longing to escape into spheres of myth and magic. Some makers of fantasy have deliberately taken Wagner as a model, for others, he is present somewhere in the background. Many early instances of the fantasy genre had a Germanic stamp. When Walt Disney commissioned a many-towered castle for his Disneyland amusement park in Anaheim, California, his designers, or imaginers, took inspiration from Neuschwanstein, Ludwig II's castle in the Alpine foothills of Bavaria. By the 50s, Ludwig's castles and palaces were attracting more than 1 million visitors a year. They were the prototypical modern theme parks, with Wagner supplying the themes. As Linderhof has its Venus Grotto, Disneyland has its Snow White Grotto. Matthew Wilson Smith, in The Total Work of Art, emphasizes Disney's penchant for medieval folk tales, often Germanic ones, and for the romantic vocabulary of magic and dream. "I think we have made the fairy tale fashionable again," Disney said. For Smith, both Bayreuth and Disneyland present a mythic time which encourages nostalgia, hope, and fantasy while discouraging present consciousness. As totalitarian regimes overran Europe and Russia in the 20s and 30s, American comic book culture countered with the superhero. The cult of the young male body in communist and fascist propaganda probably influenced the trend. Liberal democratic societies, derided as weak, summoned warriors of comparable power. The chiseled and buxom torsos of comic book characters seem descended from Wagner heroes and heroines as sketched by Arthur Rackham, Willy Pogany, and Franz Stassen, the latter a committed Nazi. Superman made his debut in January 1933, as a bald, telepathic villain in Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster's illustrated story The Reign of the Superman. Hitler became Chancellor the same month, and the teenaged creators, both from Jewish families, may have intended an anti-Nazi allegory in their tale of a man bent on total annihilation. Whether they knew of Nietzsche's Übermensch is unclear, although the word Superman essentially did not exist in the English language before Nietzscheans began using it. Later, Siegel and Schuster reinvented the character as a brawny force for good who disguises himself as the bespectacled Clark Kent. In Slavoj Žižek's ingenious reading, the motif of the concealed identity, which became a staple of comics, recalls Lohengrin, The Knight with No Name. Like Elsa, girlfriends of Superman and Batman jeopardize the relationship when they ask too many questions. The superhero's powers often depend on Wagnerish potions or amulets. Martin Nodell, the creator of the Green Lantern, said that the character's magic ring was modeled on Wagner's. In some wartime comics, Wagnerian refugees actually battle the enemy. In Air Fighters, the Flying Dutchman fights the Nazis. The same series features a femme fatale named Valkyrie, aka Lieselotte von Schellendorf, who was raised by Nazis as a perfect fighting machine but defects to the Allies after receiving a redemptive kiss from the American flyer Airboy. Modern fantasy began with the release of George Lucas's Star Wars, in 1977. Lucas, a new Hollywood comrade of Francis Ford Coppola's, was originally supposed to direct Apocalypse Now, but in the early 70s that project temporarily stalled. Instead, Lucas made a space opera, in homage to the Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers serials of the 30s. The Star Wars saga eventually grew to comprise 9 movies, plus spin-offs, a theme park, and a merchandising empire. The project was deemed Wagnerian almost from the outset. Susan Sontag had coined the term pop Wagnerian to describe pre-Nazi films. Pauline Kael applied it to the second Star Wars installment, The Empire Strikes Back. Unlike Tolkien, Lucas apparently had little direct acquaintance with the composer, although he did know the Wagner-influenced writings of Joseph Campbell. As in the serials, the sci-fi future of Star Wars is given neo-medieval, chivalric features. Lightsabers substitute for swords. Darth Vader is a black knight with a hidden identity. The critic Mike Ashman has noted various similarities to The Ring. When the future hero Luke Skywalker seizes his father's lightsaber, he is like Siegfried mending Siegmund's sword. When Yoda, the wizened Jedi Master, trains Luke in a swampy forest. The scenario recalls Mime and Siegfried, except that Yoda is on the side of good. At first, Lucas spoke of using pre-existing music in place of a freshly composed score, as Stanley Kubrick had done in 2001, A Space Odyssey. Kubrick, like Orson Welles, steered clear of Wagner. The temporary soundtrack for Star Wars included an unnamed Wagner piece alongside Bruckner, Dvorak, Holst, Stravinsky, and, strangely, Ravel's Bolero. The composer John Williams, on meeting Lucas, made the case that a new score could better deliver a swashbuckling atmosphere. This Williams did, with unfailing brilliance. Reviving techniques of Golden Age Hollywood, he eventually built up a library of some 60 distinct leitmotifs. Although he had no great love for Wagner's music, Williams spoke of accessing familiar and remembered emotions, which for me as a musician translated into the use of a 19th century operatic idiom, if you like, Wagner and this sort of thing. The method reaches its height in Rian Johnson's The Last Jedi, the best of the later Star Wars films. At times, characters silently look at each other while leitmotifs articulate their thoughts and feelings. One particularly Wagnerian moment in the original Star Wars comes when young Luke, stuck on a desert planet, looks longingly toward a sky with twin suns. Williams writes a melancholy, expansive G minor melody for horn, which is then taken up by full strings. Its rising contour brings to mind the noble C minor theme that Wagner associates with Siegfried. Williams's cue becomes a leitmotif not so much for Luke himself as for the mystical entity known as the Force, which Luke learns to channel. James Bueller comments that the theme is first heard before the Force has been explained. In Wagnerian fashion, it gives us a foreboding of the dramatic future. This is probably the moment at which Star Wars steps out of the adolescent adventure arena and into the realm of myth. A more unsettling moment comes at the end, when Luke and his comrades Han Solo and Chewbacca, having led the rebellion to victory over Darth Vader's empire, are honored at a temple ceremony. Fanfares give way to a vigorous march version of the Force theme, in a manner vaguely reminiscent of Rienzi. Lucas chooses a curious visual design for this scene. The camera watches from behind as the trio proceeds down a long stone walkway, with troops arranged in rigid rows, toward a dais behind which imposing pillars rise. The shot has two clear cinematic predecessors, Siegfried's entrance into Gunther's court, in Fritz Lang's Nibelungen, and Hitler's long march down the Nuremberg parade grounds, in Triumph of the Will. Although Lucas subsequently denied any influence from Riefenstahl, the likeness is too close to be accidental. To be sure, his heroes break out in goofy grins, undercutting the solemnity of the tableau. But this quasi-ironic, "ah shucks" appropriation of fascist style makes the illusion no less strange or disturbing. As in Apocalypse Now, but without critical distance, American accented heroes absorb the iconography of the evil empire. Fantasy films were flooding the global marketplace at the beginning of the 21st century. Among them were Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy, 2001 to 2003, the Harry Potter series, celebrating juvenile British wizardry, 2001 to 11, the television epic Game of Thrones, 2011 to 19, sundry Arthurian adventures, including a dreary Tristan and Isolde, reanimations of Superman, Batman, and Spider-Man, and myriad other adaptations of DC Comics and Marvel Comics properties. Suzanneville, in a survey of Wagnerian elements in the genre, catalogues dozens of variants of such motifs as Venusberg, Holy Grail, Magic Drink, Ring, Tarnhelm, Magic Sword, Dwarf, Giant, Dragon, Valkyries, Brunhilde morphs into a Marvel superhero, and the Flying Dutchman, renovated in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. Roy Thomas and Gil Kane adapted The Ring itself for DC Comics in 1989 and 1990, staying close to the libretto while sexing up the images. A decade later, P. Craig Russell produced a moodier, more painterly comic book Ring, running to more than 400 pages. The trilogy of Matrix films, 1999 to 2003, written and directed by the sibling team of Lana and Lily Wachowski, leans toward mystical Wagnerism in the vein of Philip K. Dick, touching on Parsifalian themes of initiation and enlightenment. A young computer hacker known as Neo is drawn into an underground movement led by a man named Morpheus Lawrence Fishburne, 2 decades after Apocalypse Now, who divulges that the everyday world is an illusion manufactured by a master race of machines. Almost all of humanity sleeps in power harvesting pods while the dream reality known as the Matrix plays in their heads. Morpheus's summary of the Matrix: it is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth, parallels Schopenhauer's invocation of Maya, the veil of deception, which covers the eyes of mortals. A copy of The World as Will and Representation is seen on a bookshelf in one of the sequels, The Matrix Reloaded. Zizek, in a 2004 article, was among the first to spot the Parsifal subtext. What Morpheus calls the desert of the real is equivalent to the wasteland that lies behind Klingsor's magic garden. Morpheus is a Gurneeman's figure, leading Neo into a state of secret knowledge. The science fiction authority Andrew May pinpoints what seems to be the clincher. At the climax of the film, Neo stops bullets in midair, reenacting Parsifal's feat of arresting Klingsor's spear mid-flight. Democratic mass culture prefers to consider itself exempt from the forces that made Wagner vulnerable to exploitation by the Nazis. Fantasy artists like to believe they are creating allegories of liberal good versus reactionary evil. A scene in the 2011 Marvel Studios film Captain America, The First Avenger, explicitly inserts Wagner into that binary opposition. Johann Schmidt, aka the Red Skull, a Nazi operative turned global terrorist, is working away in his mountain laboratory, with bits of The Ring playing on a Victrola, first Siegmund's cry of Vulsa, in Walküre, then Siegfried's funeral music. As at Hitler's Berghof retreat, a grandiose alpine view is visible through plate glass windows. Captain America, by contrast, is a scrawny kid who is magically beefed up to Arno Breker proportions and good-naturedly tours the nation with a troupe of dancing girls. Wagner is a monster from the European past that must be ejected, once the sound designers have obtained a thrill or two from the roar of the Ring Orchestra, much the same trick that Frank Capra pulled in Why We Fight. Any myth is vulnerable to political simplification and distortion, as Herfried Munkler said of the Wagner case. Superhero narratives in which unheralded individuals acquire exceptional abilities can speak for marginalized communities, but they may also encourage the sort of grandiose self-projection that the Wagner operas inculcated in hordes of fin de siècle youth. To borrow Thomas Mann's incisive phrase, they can lend themselves to political abuse. In The Matrix, the newly enlightened Neo is given a choice between 2 pills, a red pill that will make his knowledge permanent and a blue pill that will restore the veil of illusion. Members of the alt-right have made that fable their own. Their red pill moment is one in which they cast aside multicultural liberalism. The conceit is tailored to an adolescent mindset that perceives something profoundly wrong in the extant world and longs for a heroic Nathan gesture to cut through the confusion. Above all, fantasy shows that the urge to sacralize culture, to transform aesthetic pursuits into secular religion and redemptive politics, did not die out with the degeneration of Wagnerian romanticism into Nazi kitsch. Wound and wonder. Blue sky, white clouds, green tops of trees, reflected in water, the sounds of insects and birds, droplets of rain falling, then, after a credit sequence, 3 naked female forms in swimming motion, seen from below, the sun gleaming from above, fish darting around them. The opening images of Terrence Malick's 2005 film The New World present an idyll of humanity in harmony with nature. The swimmers are members of the Powhatan people, who were living in Tidewater, Virginia when English settlers arrived to establish the colony of Jamestown, in 1607. For most of the sequence, the eternal E-flat major of the Rheingold prelude swells on the soundtrack. A more apt and precise application of Wagner on film is difficult to find. The 3 female swimmers are Native American versions of Wagner's Rhine maidens. The gold they guard is unspoiled nature. In the extended cut of the film, a female voice intones, "Dear mother, you fill the land with your beauty. You reach to the end of the world. You, the great river that never runs dry." Yves Landeruin notices that the image recalls the Rhine maidens as painted by Fantin Latour. Something else approaches. From the swimmer's perspective, other members of the tribe are seen pointing outward. The camera pans over the water to reveal 3 ships. These are the settlers, sailing in from Chesapeake Bay. Wagner's music continues playing as the camera switches between native and colonial perspectives, both groups evincing wonder and apprehension. Rheingold does an intriguing double duty. It sets up an allegory for the white invasion of the Americas as an act of theft, casting the settlers in the role of Alberich. At the same time, the sailing ships are ennobled by the flow of the music. What follows the story of Pocahontas and her relations with 2 men in the settling party raises the fleeting possibility of a respectful melding of cultures, in harmony with nature. That possibility does not come to pass. Toward the end, after Pocahontas has been transplanted to England as a cultural curiosity, she is seen roaming a well-tended English country estate, with Wagner's primal river sounding once again. There is melancholy irony in the juxtaposition. The fecundity of nature has been constrained and regimented. Still, Pocahontas delights in the residuum of beauty around her. The final shot brings us back to the forest, with the Rheingold prelude roaring into silence. Malik's native Rheingold idyll is emblematic of a mode of Wagnerism that came to the fore in the late 20th century, in the shadow of environmental crisis. This school of interpretation posits the ring not as a national or racial allegory, nor as an economic parable of the bourgeoisie or of capitalism, but as a story of humanity's suicidal attempt to master nature. It was in the 60s and 70s that environmentalism became a worldwide concern, with such landmark events as the publication of Rachel Carson's Silent Spring and the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment. The Truro Ring offered an indelible image of the scouring of the earth, in the form of the hulking dam of Rheingold. Visions of environmental dystopia subsequently appeared in productions by Kupfer, Friedrich, Nikolaus Leinhoff, Keith Warner, and Francesca Zambello, among others. Thomas Gray calls this approach to the ring an eco-parable, in which the twilight of the gods becomes the twilight of the entire species, the anthropogenic apocalypse. Wagner, like many of the German Romantics, prefigured modern environmental thinking. He saw industrialization as a corrosive force, condemned cruelty to animals, and espoused vegetarianism. The musicologist Kirsten Page has drawn attention to the often overlooked 1850 essay Art and Climate, in which Wagner speaks of a whole earth nature toward which future humanity should turn. His 1860 Lettres sur la musique contrasts city noise with forest melody. That spirit is also manifest in the operas in the image of the sickened world ash tree in Götterdämmerung, in the young Parsifal's callous killing of a swan. Several early environmental thinkers and animal rights advocates cited Wagner as a precursor. A monthly periodical published by the pacifist animal rights activist Magnus Schwandge adopted Wagner's call for a religion of compassion. At the same time, such progressive-sounding ideas were interwoven with dark fantasies, as the anti-racist Schwandge was ruefully aware. Wagner thought that Germans had a special sensitivity to voices of nature, one that Jews supposedly lacked. In Nazi Germany, proto-environmental initiatives coincided with genocide. Gray, in his survey of ecological readings of the Ring, doubts whether Götterdämmerung bears any meaningful resemblance to modern-day awareness of environmental crisis. This is, after all, the end of a group of rulers, not the end of the world. It is more plausibly understood as a mythic trope of beneficial purgation, in line with anarchist thought. Then again, nothing in the Ring actively resists readings that see it as a metaphor for the self-destructive conquest of nature. To be sure, the expenses required to stage the work can produce uncomfortable dissonances, as the poet James Merrill perceived at the Met in 1990. The very industries whose major funding underwrote the production continue to plunder the planet's wealth. Erde, her cobwebs beaded with years of seeping waste, subsides unheeded. Right, Mr. President. Right, Texaco. Into a gas blue cleft. Wagnerian fire consumes the earth in the films of Werner Herzog, who, like Anselm Kiefer, belongs to the German generation that had no memory of the war and felt free to re-enter forbidden zones of Wagnerian romanticism. Although Herzog grew up with little exposure to classical music, his early film work triggered comparisons to Wagner, especially when he undertook near-impossible projects in the grip of awesome visions. In Aguirre, The Wrath of God, Herzog led actors, extras, and crew deep into the Peruvian rainforest and sent them down rapids on a raft. In Fitzcarraldo, the tale of a mad Irish businessman who tries to build an opera house in the Amazonian jungle, Herzog had a steamship dragged over a hill. The same school of criticism that described Kiefer as neo-fascist identified Herzog as a vaguely Hitlerish megalomaniac. But the muddy majesty of the director's images has no relation to fascist aesthetics in any meaningful sense. Herzog does not stage spectacles of mastery, he is drawn to the solitary struggles of desperate souls. Werner Herzog's Lessons of Darkness. Wagner enters Herzog's world as a totem of the crushing power of nature. In the documentary La Soufrière, 1977, the director visits a Caribbean volcano that is on the verge of a violent eruption. The Parsifal prelude plays against chillingly beautiful aerial footage of verdant hillsides shrouded in mist and clouds. In the end, the volcano fails to erupt, an eventuality that the director notes with a certain disappointment. Siegfried's funeral music surges as Herzog confesses the failure of his death wish mission. There was something pathetic for us in the shooting of this picture. It has become a report on an inevitable catastrophe that did not take place. Ironic grandiosity also inflects the Wagner sequences of Nosferatu, 1979, and homage to F. W. Murnau. Klaus Kinski portrays the vampire as an aloof, decadent messenger of chaos and collapse. The Rheingold prelude unfolds against the ancient mountain landscape that surrounds Nosferatu's castle. It is later heard alongside the terrifying sight of hundreds of white rats streaming off the vampire's ship and into the streets of a Dutch town. Herzog's interest in Wagner intensified in the 80s, when Wolfgang Wagner invited him to Bayreuth. The sight and sound of Parsifal in rehearsal had a convulsive effect on the director, so much so that he overturned a row of seats at the sound of Kundry's scream. Lohengrin also made an impression. Hearing it for the first time was a moment of complete illumination for me. It was a deep and beautiful shock, and I knew this was something very big. In 1987, Herzog directed Lohengrin at Bayreuth, and went on to stage The Flying Dutchman, Tannhauser, and Parsifal at various opera houses. Wagner showed up often on the soundtracks of his fiction films and documentaries, in such diverse contexts as mountain climbing, Scream of Stone, Jungle Survival, Wings of Hope, Little Dieter Needs to Fly, Aboriginal Life, Where the Green Ants Dream, and the Invention of the Internet. Lo and behold, the 1992 documentary Lessons of Darkness is filled with wounding images of Kuwaiti oil fields burning after the First Gulf War. Refusing to provide political context, Herzog assumes the perspective of an explorer who has happened upon an alien world. Over the Rheingold prelude, he intones, "A planet in our solar system. White mountain ranges, clouds, a land shrouded in mist. The first creature we encountered tried to communicate something to us." One sequence is set against the first 7 minutes of the Parsifal prelude. It begins with the sight of vultures wheeling against blue sky and animal skeletons lying on blackened earth. Then, cued to the entry of the brass, a series of vertiginous tracking shots begins, first from a moving vehicle and then from a helicopter. We see overturned vehicles, trucks piled on top of one another, an airfield studded with bomb craters, mud-caked oil facilities. During the Dresden Amen passage of the prelude, the camera lands on crumpled structures and bombed-out satellite dishes. Parsifal gives all this the air of a sacred ruin. Later, Siegfried's funeral music accompanies overhead shots of the burning fields. Towers of fire and sky-shrouding clouds of smoke justify the director's readings from the Book of Revelation. These vistas are like Kiefer's paintings come to life. Some critics accused Lessons of Darkness of aestheticizing war. The director has said in response that his stylization of the horror enables him to penetrate deeper, beyond the numbing familiarity of CNN news footage. Lutz Koepnick elaborates that argument, writing that Herzog opposes the moralizing gestures of distance and mastery typical of post-war modernist art. The use of Wagner is homeopathic, it administers a calculated dose of the old drug of romantic emotion as a way of overcoming intellectual repression. On a more elemental level, the strains of Parsifal and Götterdämmerung wrench these images back into the past, giving us a view of our own time from the standpoint of a sorrowing future. Terrence Malick has an unusual background for a film director. His father, Emil Malick, studied music before going to work as an oil industry geologist and later as a biotechnology executive. Malick vividly evokes his childhood in The Tree of Life, 2011, where the father figure plays Brahms records during family dinners. Malick studied philosophy at Harvard under Stanley Cavell, taking an interest in Heidegger. He went on to interview the philosopher and translate his work The Essence of Reasons. In the late 60s, Malick abandoned his academic career and began studying film. His debut picture, Badlands, is a dark reverie on the American mythology of the open road, with an existentialist undertow. Many of his films seem to address one of Heidegger's fundamental questions: what role is left for art in an age dominated by technology? Heidegger quotes Hölderlin asking, "What are poets for in a destitute time?" Another line from the same source gives solace: "Poetically man dwells upon this earth." That search for a poetic dwelling pervades the New World, where Pocahontas struggles to maintain her relationship with nature under drastically changed circumstances. Malick's To the Wonder, 2012, pursues the same theme in a modern setting. At the outset, an American man is falling in love with Marina, a Ukrainian in Paris. Their romance blossoms against the magic backdrop of the medieval city island of Mont Saint-Michel. One part of the Mont Saint-Michel monastery is called La Merveille, the Wonder. Wunder is also a crucial concept in Parsifal, and the spacious opening of the Parsifal prelude provides apt accompaniment. Terrence Malick's To the Wonder. The action then shifts to the Great Plains, the oil town of Bartlesville, Oklahoma, where Malick grew up. The lovers marry, settle down, and grow distant. Marina appears lost in a landscape of suburban blandness and reckless development. A nightmare vista of a smelting operation is akin to Herzog's Hell on Earth in Lessons of Darkness. Marina responds to a sexual overture from a repairman and goes with him to a room at a run-down motel. The lovemaking is mechanical, grim, devoid of eros. Marina steals away, walking across acres of asphalt. At this point, more than an hour into the film, the Parsifal prelude resumes, with the darkened C minor variant of the opening theme. On the surface, music and image are cruelly disparate. Wagner's melancholy rapture is set against a run-down nation of strip malls, prefab housing, frustrated lives, impoverished minority communities, and industrial gashes in the land. At bottom, though, the atmosphere of sexual woundedness and spiritual disease is the same. At the end of the film, Marina finds a provisional escape from the wasteland of late capitalism. L'amour qui nous aime, she intones the love that loves us, a gesture toward the transcendent, selfless love that figures so strongly in Wagner. She is meandering at dusk through an autumnal prairie landscape, flitting across brown meadows and a leafless forest. The Parsifal prelude sheds its lambent light again. When she turns to look at the setting sun, a mirage of Mont Saint-Michel materializes, rising across tidal flats under gray skies. The screen goes black, and Parsifal continues playing into the credits. The ending could almost have been scripted by Willa Cather. A female wanderer goes in quest of a world beyond the one that has entrapped her. The Good Friday spell is merely a spell, a long moment of perception, in which all living creatures, the wise old Gurneimons among them, give thanks for the bright instant between birth and death. Another of Heidegger's Hölderlin quotations comes to mind: where there is danger, there also grows that which saves. Or, as Parsifal sings, only the spear that caused the wound can heal it. The spear is art itself: poetry, novels, painting, dance, theater, opera, film, all the mechanisms of distraction that can either obscure our vision or let us see more clearly, depending on the day. The slowness of the music, the ambiguity of it, the radical shiver of its emotions, the disquiet that so many people feel in its face, all this marks Wagner as a contrary voice in modern culture, a warning from the damaged past. Only down deep is it trusty and true. Postlude. That troubled music, ever darkening, ever brightening. Willa Cather, The Song of the Lark. Wagner first interested me as a problem. I was indifferent to him throughout my childhood, when the great classical tradition from Bach to Brahms occupied me to the exclusion of almost all other music. I remember borrowing long-playing records of Lohengrin from the public library, placing them on my portable turntable, and feeling an almost physical unease. The lack of clear demarcations in the music, the sensation of drift and deliquescence, produced in my 10-year-old self not the otherworldly bliss described by Baudelaire but a kind of auditory seasickness. I returned the records the next day. In college, I studied the literature, music, and history of the fin de siècle, which became a sort of spiritual homeland. I wrote a thesis about Joyce's Ulysses, tracing its imagery of degeneration and decay. Thomas Mann's Dr. Faustus had an overwhelming effect on me and led me to begin writing about music. Wagner was the Nosferatu shadow falling on that epoch, and I accepted the idea that he had prophesied Hitler. Nonetheless, I gravitated towards such classic recordings as the Solti Ring and Furtwängler's Tristan. Two favorite passages were Hagen's Call of the Vassals in Götterdämmerung, the pitch-black voice of Gottlob Frick bellowing "Hoi ho," amid dissonant steer horns, and the prelude to Act 3 of Tristan, that megalith of melancholy. Wagner's darkness was seductive, it seemed to tell the truth about the world. At the end of my college years, my life veered in a somewhat chaotic, self-destructive direction. It was at this point, naturally, that I began to fall in love with Wagner. Only when I saw the operas live in the theater, in my 20s, did the drama itself come alive. I realized that Wagner is not simply a phenomenon of sound, the characters assumed sharp profiles in my consciousness, and melded with my own emotional world, stunted as it was. Embarrassingly, I associate early experiences of The Ring with the ups and downs of various crushes and love affairs. More than once I sat next to another young man at a Wagner performance, likening myself to Tristan, Isolde, or, on bad days, Alberich. One of these unsuspecting visitors to the unpublishable Man or Cather story of my life ended our tentative relationship following a performance of Walküre at the San Francisco Opera just after Wotan bade farewell to Brunhilde and banished her to the Ring of Fire. This seems comical in retrospect, but it felt like high tragedy at the time. Another spell of chaos led to a happier phase of life and, unexpectedly, to a deeper connection with Wagner. Recovering from alcoholism, I understood viscerally what it means when Wotan accepts his own Macht, his powerlessness. For Alain Badiou, Wotan's monologue is a moment in which power and impotence are in equipoise, that paralysis can open a path to a different state of being. Many people have gone away from Wagner feeling uplifted, empowered, aggrandized. For me, he has more often brought revelations of my stupidity, my self-pity, my absurdity, in other words, my humanity. Levi Strauss may have had that quality in mind when he wrote that Parsifal teaches us to know what we do not know. None of this is interesting except insofar as I am a typical case. My immersion in Wagnerism has led me to realize that I had been reciting a dog-eared script of passionate ambivalence. My perceptions of the man and his work matured as I thought more deeply about the German cultural tradition in which he took such inordinate pride. Since childhood I had been riveted by that tradition, most of all, by German music. At the same time, I tended to follow the habit, widespread in the Anglophone world, of treating 19th and early 20th century German history as an extended preamble to the Nazi calamity. Wagner would seem to be the supreme case study in that dynamic. I came to believe, however, that the backshadowing narrative was too simplistic and, in a way, self-serving. As an American ashamed of my country's recent conduct on the international stage, I reflected on the fact that much devastation has been visited on the world since May 1945, and that very little of it has emanated from Germany. The endlessly relitigated case of Wagner makes me wonder about the less fashionable question of how popular culture has participated in the politics and economics of American hegemony. No one should talk about Wagner without using the word perhaps, Nietzsche once said. The accumulated files of Wagnerism permit no clear verdict about the mark that this staggeringly energetic man left upon the world. He played an essential part in the rapid evolution of the modernist arts, from Baudelaire to Mallarmé, from Cézanne to Kandinsky, from Cather to Woolf. He revolutionized theatrical architecture and practice, showing a way beyond naturalism. He mobilized forces across the political spectrum, from the far left to the far right, and if the latter ultimately made the more persuasive claim on him, it is a result that can always be contested. Under the protective darkness of Bayreuth, he nurtured dreams of future freedom among oppressed members of the population, even as he emboldened their oppressors. In no way do all these contradictory tendencies cancel one another out. Each has its own obdurate reality. The eternal agon with the old sorcerer, the undergoing of his influence, then the overcoming of it, means that his image is continuously dissolving into rival artistic selves. In the story of Wagner and Wagnerism, we see both the highest and the lowest impulses of humanity entangled. It is the triumph of art over reality and the triumph of reality over art. It is a tragedy of flaws set so deep that after 2 centuries they still infuriate us as if the man were in the room. To blame Wagner for the horrors committed in his wake is an inadequate response to historical complexity. It lets the rest of civilization off the hook. At the same time, to exonerate him is to ignore his insidious ramifications. It is no longer possible to idealize Wagner. The ugliness of his racism means that posterity's picture of him will always be cracked down the middle. In the end, the lack of a tidy moral resolution should make us more honest about the role that art plays in the world. In Wagner's vicinity, the fantasy of artistic autonomy falls to pieces and the cult of genius comes undone. Amid the wreckage, the artist is liberated from the mystification of great art. He becomes something more unstable, fragile, and mutable. Incomplete in himself, he requires the most active and critical kind of listening. So it goes with all art that endures, it is never a matter of beauty proving eternal. When we look at Wagner, we are gazing into a magnifying mirror of the soul of the human species. What we hate in it, we hate in ourselves. What we love in it, we love in ourselves also. In the distance we may catch glimpses of some higher realm, some glimmering temple, some ecstasy of knowledge and compassion. But it is only a shadow on the wall, an echo from the pit. The vision fades, the curtain falls, and we shuffle back in silence to the world as it is. The Rhine maidens swim under Alberica's gaze in Henri Fantin-Latour's Les Filles du Rhin, inspired by the premiere of Wagner's Ring at Bayreuth in 1876. Copyright RMN Grand Palais/Art Resource, New York. Edouard Manet's Music in the Tuileries, 1862, with Charles Baudelaire and other Wagnerists huddled on the far left. Copyright National Gallery, London/Art Resource, New York. Paul Cézanne's Young Girl at the Piano, 1868-69, originally called Overture to Tannhauser, Eric Lessing/Art Resource, New York. Edward Burne-Jones's Laus Veneris, 1873-78, Tannhauser outside a pre-Raphaelite Venusberg, Lang Art Gallery, Newcastle upon Tyne, UK, copyright Tyne and Ware Archives and Museum/Bridgman Images. Albert Pinkham Ryder's Siegfried and the Rhine Maidens, 1888-1891, The National Gallery of Art. John Singer Sargent's Rehearsal of the Pastilope Orchestra at the Cirque de Hiver, circa 1879, Art Institute of Chicago. The Bayreuth Festspielhaus as it appeared around 1900. The novelist Colette compared it to a gasometer. Library of Congress. The National Farmers Bank in Owatonna, Minnesota, designed by Louis Sullivan. He would often try to sing the leitmotifs for me, Frank Lloyd Wright said of Sullivan. Photograph by author. Odilon Redon's Images of Parsifal, 1891 and 1912, The Initiate and the Sage, Art Institute of Chicago. Odilon Redon's Images of Parsifal, 1891 and 1912, The Initiate and the Sage, Eric Lessing/Art Resource, New York. Jean Delville's Mystically Charged Tristan et Iseult, 1887, Copyright Royal Museums of Fine Arts of Belgium, Brussels, photographed by J. Gielens Art Photography/Artists' Rights Society. Hilma A. F. Klint, Parsifal Series, No. 95, Group 3, 1916, Moderna Museet, Stockholm. Franz Marc, Fate of the Animals, 1913, Kunstmuseum Basel. Vladimir Tatlin's Design for the Flying Dutchman, 1915-1918, Eric Lessing/Art Resource, New York. O Wounding Wonderful Holy Spear, The Shattered Wagnerism of Anselm Kiefer's Parsifal 3, 1973, Copyright Tate, London/Art Resource, New York. Keanu Reeves Striking a Parsifalian Pose in the Matrix, 1999. Native American Rhine Maidens in Terrence Malick's The New World, 2005. Chronology of Events in Wagner's Life. 1813. Born in Leipzig, May 22. 1834. Completes first opera. Dauphine, begins conducting career. 1836. Completes Das Liebesverbot, marries Minna Planer. 1839. Settles in Paris, meets Meyerbeer. 1840. Completes Rienzi. 1841. Composes The Flying Dutchman. 1842. Successful premiere of Rienzi in Dresden. 1843. Premiere of Dutchman in Dresden, becomes Dresden Kapellmeister. 1845. Completes Tannhauser, premiere in Dresden. 1848. Completes Lohengrin, First Ideas for the Ring, European Revolutions. 1849. Joins Dresden Uprising, goes into exile in Zurich, writes Art and Revolution and the Artwork of the Future. 1850. Writes Jewishness in Music, premiere of Lohengrin in Weimar. 1851. Completes Theoretical Treatise Opera and Drama. 1852. Completes Libretto of The Ring of the Nibelung. 1853. Begins composing Das Rheingold. 1854. Begins composing Die Walküre, reads Schopenhauer. 1855. Concerts in London, meets Queen Victoria. 1857. Breaks off work on Siegfried, begins Tristan und Isolde. 1858. Leaves Zurich amid marital tension, goes to Venice. 1859. Completes Tristan. Returns to Paris. 1860. Concerts at the Théâtre Italien in Paris, meets Baudelaire. 1861. Tannhauser Scandal in Paris, Baudelaire publishes Wagner Essay. 1863. Begins affair with Cosima von Bülow. 1864. Receives patronage from King Ludwig II, moves to Munich. 1865. Premiere of Tristan in Munich, daughter Isolde born. 1866. Settles in Tribschen outside Lucerne, Minna Wagner dies. 1867. Completes Die Meistersinger von Nürnberg, daughter Eva born. 1868. Premiere of Meistersinger in Munich, meets Nietzsche. 1869. Republishes Jewishness in Music, with an attack on Edward Hanslick, begins Act 3 of Siegfried, son Siegfried born, Premiere of Rheingold. 1870. Premiere of Walkure, Franco-Prussian War begins, marries Cosima. 1871. Founding of German Empire under Wilhelm I. 1872. Nietzsche publishes his first book, The Birth of Tragedy. Wagner moves to Bayreuth, foundation for Festspielhaus laid. 1874. Completes Götterdämmerung. Moves into Wanfried in Bayreuth. 1876. Premiere of the complete ring at the first Bayreuth Festival. 1877. Begins work on Parsifal, Wagner Festival in London, meets George Eliot. 1878. Nietzsche publishes Human, All Too Human, leading to break with Wagner. 1880. Writes Religion and Art for Bayreuther Blätter, other regeneration writings follow. 1882. Completes Parsifal in Palermo, premiere of the opera at the Second Bayreuth Festival. 1883. Dies in Venice, February 13.